Shen Anyu stared at the bright little red flower on the pristine white bedsheet, lost in thought. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary graduate from a mediocre university, a corporate slave struggling bitterly for a house and a bride price. His only moments of relaxation were returning home exhausted from overtime, reading novels, or scrolling through short videos before sleep and studying derivatives. One day, he read a novel titled, "The Master Descends the Mountain, My Stunningly Beautiful Sister-in-Law," whose author had mastered the essence of Chow Chow. Just as he was engrossed in the thrilling parts, he knocked over a glass of water, got electrocuted, and died. Then he was reborn into the world of that novel. He had only learned all this 2.5 days ago, when Shen Anyu broke through the mystery of the womb and awakened his past life memories. In this life, Shen Anyu was no longer an ordinary commoner struggling for a house his whole life, but born into an unimaginably illustrious background. One could say that at birth he had already reached the pinnacle that billions of people could never achieve in 10 lifetimes. The Shen in Shen Anyu represented the Shen family of Yanxia. The An in Shen Anyu represented the An family of Yanxia. Only the truly top aristocratic families could be named after the nation. As for the Shao family of Modu or the Shao family of the imperial capital, they were merely at the bottom among the aristocratic families. Even abroad, anyone with a bit of knowledge would know how colossal the Shen family of Yanxia and the An family of Yanxia were. The Shen family of the Yanxia nation. Their wealth had lasted a millennium, surviving dynastic changes without decline. His grandfather was a founding elder residing permanently in Beihai. His grandmother was the head of the Imperial Capital Academy of Sciences with students and disciples all over the world. His father held a central position in the imperial capital. His mother presided over the Shen Corporation with wealth in the trillions. His mother's family was equally impressive, the An family of Yanxia. His maternal grandfather was the pillar of the nation, the soul of the military. His maternal grandmother was a descendant of a hidden sect with unfathomable strength. His aunt was a war goddess, the chief instructor of the elite special forces team Fire Phoenix, having received a military appointment. His maternal uncle was a financial tycoon. A single bearish pronouncement could shake the world economy. His aunt was a top musician renowned both domestically and internationally. His older cousin was the national goddess, a world-renowned superstar with countless awards and hundreds of millions of fans. Every relative was either immensely wealthy or of high status. Shen Anyu was a true top-tier rich and powerful scion, a noble born to the highest echelons. Moreover, the third generation of the Shen and An families was scarce in male heirs. Apart from Shen Anyu, they were all daughters. Needless to say, he was like Jia Baoyu born with jade in his mouth. The Shen and An families doted on Shen Anyu to the extreme. With his status, even the princes and princesses of the imperial capital had to respectfully address him as Brother Shen and dared not show the slightest neglect, let alone offend him. It was a pity. He should have lived a life of pleasure and leisure. In the end, however, Shen Anyu's family was destroyed, and he perished as a wronged soul under the feet of Yi Yan, the protagonist of The Master Descends the Mountain, My Stunningly Beautiful Sister-in-Law. Luckily, I awakened my past life memories and solved the mystery of my birth, otherwise I would have been ridiculed for losing when victory was assured. Shen Anyu's eyes flickered as he sneered in his heart. The Yi family of Modu, where Yi Yan came from, was considered a first-rate family in Modu, rising steadily. But 5 years ago, Yi Yan's father became arrogant and overreached, competing with the Shen Corporation for a new district project worth hundreds of billions. Naturally, he was no match for Shen Anyu's mother. But as the competition seemed unwinnable, Yi Yan's father made a crazy move. He plotted a car accident against Shen Anyu's mother. Fortunately, he didn't know that Shen Anyu's mother came from a martial arts family and was accomplished in martial arts, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. After the Shen and An families learned the truth, they were furious. Overnight, the rising Yi family of Modu collapsed like a tree falling and its monkeys scattering. In desperation, Yi Yan's father hopelessly set fire to the Yi family's old mansion, reducing it to ruins and nearly wiping out the entire family. Yi Yan escaped by luck, but turned misfortune into blessing when he was rescued by a master who taught him peerless martial arts and various skills. 5 years later, Yi Yan came down the mountain possessing extraordinary abilities and having taken over his master's vast power, the Netherworld Palace. Along the way, he showed off, slapped faces, trampled the Shen and An families underfoot, surrounded by beautiful women, and reached the pinnacle of life. Of course, what many readers criticized was that in The Master Descends the Mountain, My Stunningly Beautiful Sister-in-Law, after over 2,000 chapters, Yi Yan was still a virgin at the end. This left countless readers speechless. Shen Anyu had read the special edition provided by a kind-hearted book friend. Yi Yan, it was your father who burned your family to the ground, yet you swear an undying feud with my Shen and An families. Is there something wrong with your brain? Shen Anyu felt speechless towards Yi Yan. Wasn't the bankruptcy of the Modu Yi family entirely Yi Yan's father's own fault? And it was Yi Yan's father's fire that almost annihilated the Yi family. Yet Yi Yan held a grudge against the Shen and An families. During his 5 years on the mountain, he harbored hatred and trained with masochistic intensity, every day dreaming of destroying the Shen and An families. Faced with such a lunatic, Shen Anyu had no way to reason with him. What worried him even more was that he had only awakened his past life memories 2.5 days ago, and the day of Yi Yan's descent was approaching. There was little time to prepare. Facing the heaven-favored protagonist Yi Yan, who possessed supreme martial arts and was the master of the Netherworld Palace, Shen Anyu felt extremely tough. However, Shen Anyu was not one to wait for death. He immediately made whatever preparations he could. He notified his parents, grandfather, grandmother, maternal grandfather, maternal grandmother, aunt, and other relatives. The Shen and An families did not care about Yi Yan. Even the peak of the Moda Yi family could be brought down with a single word from them. But because of their doting on Shen Anyu, they took precautions. Moreover, Shen Anyu made a ruthless decision. He would take down the most important woman in Yi Yan's life, Lin Keqing, the first female lead of the novel. Although he had only awakened his memories for 2.5 days, it was more than enough for Shen Anyu. In fact, a single sentence was enough. Lin Keqing, you wouldn't want anything to happen to the Lin family, would you? Remembering that sentence made Lin Keqing's beautiful face turn pale. Shen Anyu found it somewhat amusing. He wasn't the type to passively wait for death. Of course, Shen Anyu had no intention of threatening. That would be boring. It was simply a transaction, yes, a transaction. With a creak, the bathroom door opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, exactly the enchanting sister-in-law Lin Keqing for whom Yi Yan, the protagonist, pined. Lin Keqing bit her red lips, her peach blossom eyes, which seemed full of affection even when angry or wronged, fixed on Shen Anyu as she trembled. A gentleman's word is his bond. Mr. Shen, I have given you what you asked for. You must keep your promise and save the Lin family. The Lin family in Modu was only a second-rate family with assets of around 10 billion. 5 years ago, with the collapse of their in-laws, the Modu Yi family, the Lin family suffered severe losses and had been declining ever since. The day before yesterday, someone maliciously shorted the market and the family was on the verge of bankruptcy. Forced to save the Lin family, Lin Keqing could only accept Shen Anyu's conditions. After all, with her kind and gentle nature, she could not bear to see her parents and relatives in despair. Shen Anyu smiled slightly, casually picked up his phone, gave some instructions, then looked at Lin Keqing and said, "All right with me here, no one can touch the Lin family." Lin Keqing sighed in relief and forced a trace of joy. She did not notice the amusement flashing in Shen Anyu's eyes, because it was Shen Anyu himself who had ordered the shorting of the Lin family. If there is no transactional need, create one. Why resort to threats? With one command, he drove 100 billion yuan family group into desperate straits. Such was the power of a top aristocrat. Shen Anyu looked at Lin Keqing and thought with a sense of dark amusement, when the heaven-favored son Yi Yan descends the mountain and learns all this, what expression will he have? It will certainly be interesting. After a day, Shen Anyu squinted his eyes, pondering how to use Lin Keqing as bait to set up an ambush from all sides, a net spread in every direction to besiege and kill Yi Yan. Although Yi Yan was powerful from the very beginning, backed by the world's most mysterious and terrifying top dark force, the Yuming Hall, it would not be so easy for him to deal with the Shen and An families. How could two top-tier families of Yanxia be dealt with by a mere Yuming Hall? Even Yi Yan, after spending nearly 1,000 chapters, had to gradually weaken the Shen and An families' wings, forging alliances step by step, bringing in another top Yanxia family, the Yu family, which was hostile to the Shen and An families, along with several foreign powers, before he could completely destroy the Shen and An families. This was also because the Shen and An families had not taken Yi Yan seriously from the start. Shen Anyu was confident that as long as they struck like a thunderbolt from the beginning, leaving no room for Yi Yan to grow, forge alliances, and expand, they could kill this protagonist. However, Shen Anyu still had some worries. After all, since this was a novel world, if the protagonist had a halo of destiny or heavenly protection, always turning misfortune into fortune and finding a way out of desperate situations, that would be bad. Ding, destiny looting system activated, beginning to bind host Shen Anyu, binding. 5. 28. 49. Shen Anyu's spirits lifted, and he said happily, "The system is here." System, what functions do you have? 100. Ding. Destiny looting system has been bound. It can loot the destiny value of the Son of Heaven and obtain everything. Shen Anyu pondered, then began to explore the destiny looting system, discovering that the system had no intelligence. Moreover, there were no tasks or anything which relieved him. Those systems that forced tasks and punished or killed you for failing were garbage systems. The main function of the destiny looting system was to loot destiny value and draw prizes. 10 consecutive draws guaranteed a purple item, 100 consecutive draws guaranteed a gold item, 1,000 consecutive draws guaranteed a divine item. Single draws depended on luck. One draw cost 1,000 destiny value. Shen Anyu was a bit speechless, recalling an open-world game, shook his head, and thought, "System, be generous. Do you have any novice gift pack?" Ding. No novice gift pack. Shen Anyu's expression turned unpleasant, and he thought, "System, are you reliable?" Ding. Detected that the destiny female lead Lin Keqing's favorability 10 looted 30,000 destiny value. Ding. Detected that the destiny female lead Lin Keqing's favorability 10 looted 30,000 destiny value. Ding. Detected that the destiny female lead Lin Keqing's favorability 10, looted 30,000 destiny value. Ding. Detected that the destiny female lead Lin Keqing's favorability 6, eluded 18,000 destiny value. The favorability soared to 66, and in total it added up to over 19,000 destiny value. Shen Anyu was in a good mood. Shen Anyu decided not to reveal any trace of the system, went to the bathroom, and closed the door tightly. After washing his hands, Shen Anyu couldn't wait to start drawing. System, do a single draw will produce a miracle. Ding. Consumed 1000 destiny value performing a single draw. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained a common reward, a box of nutritious happiness. Shen Anyu's face turned dark. Anything below purple was considered a common reward. Unwilling, Shen Anyu moved his mind, and a box of nutritious happiness materialized in front of him. Without time to marvel at this magical sight, he directly opened it and drank a bottle. Damn, it really is nutritious happiness. Shen Anyu threw it angrily. Again, continue single draws. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained a common reward, a box of nutritious happiness. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained a common reward, a box of nutritious happiness. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained a common reward, the latest Huawei phone. Shen Anyu's face turned green. In his previous life, he was an unlucky guy, and in this life with his incredible reincarnation luck, still unlucky. He refused to believe it. Fine, single draws won't work, huh? All and do 100 consecutive draws. Ding. Consumed 1000 destiny value performing 100 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained a common reward, a box of nutritious happiness. Shen Anyu was dumbfounded. Why was he stuck with nutritious happiness? However, at that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Shen Anyu's eyes lit up, a good item appeared. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained a gold reward, Grandmaster level martial arts cultivation. Good luck and good fortune. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Shen Anyu's eyes burst with joyful light. As a young master of a top family, Shen Anyu naturally knew many things that others didn't. For example, the true martial arts world. In this world, the martial arts realms were divided into Hotian, Shintian Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Unity of Heaven and Man, and Land Immortal. Each major realm was divided into 4 minor stages, early, middle, late, and peak. A Xiantian expert had already broken the limits of the human body, easily overpowering so-called boxing champions. And a Grandmaster was formidable, ruling over a region. Even billionaires and other big shots had to treat them with respect. In fact, for a Grandmaster, earning a few hundred million or even billions was not difficult. And a great Grandmaster was even more extraordinary. Shen Anyu's aunt was a great Grandmaster, a female war god in the military, the chief instructor of the top special forces team Fire Phoenix, and was honored as a general. As for the Unity of Heaven and Man, a single stomp could cause an earthquake. They were the pillars of the nation. Shen Anyu's maternal grandfather was a supreme powerhouse of the Unity realm, capable of splitting a battleship with his bare hands. As for Land Immortal, it had long become a legend, not seen for many years. Even the protagonist Yi Yan, who descended from the mountain as a master, only achieved Land Immortal in the later stages. When he first came down, Yi Yan was only at the Grandmaster peak level, but of course he practiced mysterious ancient martial arts techniques that allowed him to fight above his level against ordinary great Grandmasters. Yi Yan's master was also a Unity realm powerhouse of mysterious origin. I didn't expect to draw Grandmaster cultivation. Shen Anyu took a deep breath, and without a second thought directly collected the reward. In an instant, a brilliant golden light appeared out of thin air and merged into Shen Anyu's body. Boom. In an instant, Shen Anyu's aura expanded rapidly, as if great rivers were surging through his veins and meridians. Such a terrifying aura leaked out, causing Lin Keqing outside to faint directly. The guards secretly protecting Shen Anyu immediately flashed into view. I am fine, retreat. Also, this matter is top secret. Yes, young master. As the cultivation was absorbed, Shen Anyu's strength was also rising rapidly. From the mediocre Hodian realm, he directly soared to Xiantian. Xiantian middle stage. Xiantian late stage. Grandmaster initial stage. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Shen Anyu felt his entire body filled with surging power. With a casual clench of his fist, he directly crushed the air like a thunderclap bursting from the ground. Huh. Is this the feeling of power? Shen Anyu looked at his hands, amazement rising in his eyes. He was not some cultivation waste, on the contrary, he had great talent and was highly valued by the Shen and in families. But the original Shen Anyu had been spoiled since childhood, used to luxury, unable to endure the hardships of martial arts, so his cultivation strength was mediocre. And now Shen Anyu had awakened his past life memories, and in just 2.5 days he had already broken through to Grandmaster. System is not bad. I'm not inferior to deep blue point allocation, feeling great. Shen Anyu shook his head, a light smile on his face. Oh, by the way, the 100 consecutive draws still have many rewards to check. Then Shen Anyu began to examine the rewards. However, as he looked, his eyes widened, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Hiss. It's actually a divine level reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine reward steel body. As Shen Anyu received this divine reward of the steel body, his entire form was enveloped in layers of radiant glow. Soon as the glow dissipated, Shen Anyu's figure was revealed. His skin was as sparkling and translucent as jade, exuding a faint divine light. His eyes were filled with a draconic pressure that seemed to weigh down the very air. This steel body, even without internal energy or protective chi, just this flesh and blood alone can block bullets, even artillery fire. A plain explosion won't kill me. Feeling the power of the steel body, only 4 words echoed in Shen Anyu's mind, overwhelmingly powerful. Although he was only at the early Grandmaster realm with this steel body that was impervious to blades, bullets, fire, and water, he could beat even a great Grandmaster to death with his bare hands. Even Celestial Realm experts could not break his defense. Shen Anyu suspected that even a supersonic missile could not kill him. If Yan were to appear before him now, as long as that fellow didn't run, Shen Anyu was confident that he could use his steel body to smash him to death. With the divine steel body, he could now claim to be undefeatable. Alas, there is also a downside. Shen Anyu suddenly shook his head and sighed, his face full of emotion. This body, who can endure it? Ordinary people can't. Maybe I need a Baisusion. Then Shen Anyu drew all his destiny points. Most of the rewards were beneath Shen Anyu's notice. Among the ordinary rewards, the small ones were things like nutritional supplements and Huawei phones. The big ones were supercars, luxury villas, and so on. Perhaps ordinary people dreamed of them, but how could they ever catch Shen Anyu's eye? Limited edition Rolls-Royces and Bugatti Veyrons filled up his garage. The most prestigious Riverview mansion in the Magic City where he now lived was worth $2 billion and occupied 8,000 square meters in the city center. Besides that, there were also primary, intermediate, and advanced skills. None were rare, and many people possessed them. With a monthly salary of 100,000, one could queue all the way to the imperial capital. When it came to the violet grade, it touched upon truly good things, some unbelievable rewards, such as martial cultivation, top-tier skills, etc. Any one top-tier skill would allow its owner to stand at the pinnacle of mortals and go down in history. The gold grade rewards and divine grade rewards, needless to say, were priceless. Among them, the rewards that Shen Anyu paid attention to were 19 violet rewards, 9 innate cultivation, 2 top-tier music skills, top-tier combat skills, top-tier hacking skills, top-tier driving skills. Ahem. Rewards can stack. Can 10 innate cultivations merge into 1 grandmaster cultivation? Can 10 top-tier music skills merge into 1 extraordinary musician? Shen Anyu was lost in thought, eager to act. Moreover, his luck was bursting, and there were 2 gold rewards. A gold perfect ability replication card. It could designate and replicate 1 extraordinary ability of the Destiny Child with even more perfect effects. A Destiny Child locator card. It could locate the nearest Destiny Child and provide detailed information. The nearest Destiny Child? Shen Anyu was quite surprised. Could it be that this world had more than 1 Destiny Child? But the system did not answer. It required Shen Anyu to figure it out himself. Figure it out myself, then. Having the destiny plundering system also lifted a great burden from his heart. In a good mood, Shen Anyu looked at Lin Keqing before him and casually asked, "By the way, didn't you marry Yi Yan's elder brother, that dead man Yi Tian? What's the situation?" Lin Keqing bit her lip and remained silent. Not talking. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow. He knew how to deal with her. He'll talk. Lin Keqing finally gave in. Looking at the mischievously smiling Shen Anyu, she felt helpless. Lin Keqing moved slightly away from Shen Anyu, steadied herself, and began to speak. "I have a traditional personality. Just as the wedding ceremony with Yi Yan's elder brother Yi Tian was concluded, the Yi family of Magic City encountered trouble." At this point, Lin Keqing also seemed somewhat dazed. She had no feelings for Yi Tian. It was merely a marriage alliance, where the Lin family curried favor with the Yi family. They had met only a few times, not even held hands. Yet the reputation of being a betrothed widow had followed her for 5 years, and she had been mocked as a jinx by countless people. These 5 years she had locked her heart, immersed herself entirely in her own fashion design company. Originally, she thought she would live her whole life like this. However, she did not hold much resentment towards Shen Anyu because it was originally a business alliance with the Yi family, and she hadn't even entered the household to cultivate any feelings. On the contrary, with regard to the incomparably handsome and extremely dominant Shen Anyu, ripples stirred in her heart. Ding. Detected destiny heroine Lin Keqing's favorability 3, plundered 9,000 destiny points. Shen Anyu looked at Lin Keqing somewhat emotional. The great Zhang Ailing was right. One more question: why is Yi Yan so fixated on you? What? Hearing Shen Anyu's words, Lin Keqing was startled, then her pretty face flushed with anger, as if subjected to a great humiliation. She opened her harmless peach blossom eyes wide and glared at Shen Anyu. "You're talking nonsense. I have no relationship with Yi Yan." Shen Anyu looked at her bright, charming, and stunningly beautiful face and could not help but sigh. It's perfectly normal for Yi Yan to be attracted to you, even if you are his elder brother's betrothed. There is no man in the world who would not be moved by you. Unless he is a eunuch or doesn't like women. Not to mention his past life, even in this life, as a top noble scion, Shen Anyu had seen countless beauties, but he had never encountered a woman more beautiful than Lin Keqing. Even his elder cousin only matched her in charm, each possessing their own unique allure. Upon hearing Shen Anyu's praise, Lin Keqing sighed, her expression somewhat melancholy, and said, "A beautiful woman brings disaster. It's not a good thing at all. I wish no one could see this face." She was not stupid. Now she had come to realize that the Lin family's troubles were probably caused by Shen Anyu. He orchestrated the whole thing himself. Yet for some reason she felt little anger, and instead found it somewhat enjoyable. Shen Anyu looked at Lin Keqing with a half smile, and said leisurely, "Then how about I build a golden house, and hide you away so no outsider can see you? Just the two of us." Lin Keqing said hurriedly, "That's not what I meant. That is what I mean." Shen Anyu, however, burst into hearty laughter. By the afternoon of the next day, while Shen Anyu was asleep, Lin Keqing cautiously slipped away. Shen Anyu opened his eyes, which held not a trace of drowsiness, only clarity. "Send 2 people to secretly protect Lin Keqing, and keep watch." As Shen Anyu's calm voice fell, 2 female guards in black, tight-fitting attire nodded respectfully, following Lin Keqing like shadows. These 2 female guards were elite members trained by the Shen family, born into the household, and absolutely loyal. Moreover, their prowess was extraordinary, having reached the Xiantian realm. Capable of slaying lions and tigers, walking on snow without leaving a trace, and fighting 100 enemies single-handedly. Plucking flowers and leaves to injure was also effortless. Such loyal and powerful female guards, even with an annual salary of tens of millions in the outside world, might not be obtainable. Directly under Shen Anyu's command, ready for deployment, at any moment, there was a platoon of 30. The leader among them was even a martial grandmaster. The depth of the top-tier aristocratic family was evident. The time for Yi Yan to descend from the mountain is not far off. Before that, preparations must be made. Shen Anyu narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. He cherished this live's family, and was content with this live's daily routine. Whoever dared to disrupt it would die. He had already arranged for constant surveillance of the ruins of the Yi family's old mansion, the place where Yi Yan would first appear. When Yi Yan emerged, Shen Anyu would detect him immediately, and launch an ambush from all sides. "Hey Yi Yan, your expression will surely be quite interesting then." Shen Anyu chuckled softly. That freakish, self-torturing cultivation maniac had spent the past 5 years day and night yearning for revenge, and longing to see his beautiful sister-in-law Lin Keqing. His expression would surely be fascinating. Over the past day and 2 nights, Lin Keqing had supplied him with over 200,000 units of destiny points. A massive profit. She truly was his treasure girl. Even her favorability had risen from below 0 to 76. If Yi Yan knew that the beautiful sister-in-law he pined for day and night had become his enemy's woman and brought so many rewards, how devastated would he be? Shen Anyu looked forward to it eagerly. He wouldn't rush to draw a lottery for now. He still had over 10,000 destiny points on hand, saving up for 100 consecutive draws once he reached 100,000. His gaze flickered as he calmed his mind, and said, "System, use the Destiny Child Locator card." Ding. Destiny Child Locator card activated. Searching for the Destiny Child. Please wait. Ding. A Destiny Child has been located. Do you wish to view detailed information? Reveal. Name: Xia Lu, age 22, background: the Destiny Child, a village physician of lewdness, carefree in the city, engaged to Qin Ningbing, the beautiful CEO of Moto Rinxin Hall Pharmaceutical Company. Cultivation: early Xiantian abilities, superb medical skills, superb poison arts, 13 needles of the Ghost Gate creation, Divine Needle, Shenong 9 needles. Personality: lewd and despicable, shameless. Items: Divine Physician's Tome, Calamity, Poison Sutra. Related heroines: beautiful CEO, Qin Ningbing, proud Miss, Su Hongyan, gentle female divine, physician, Murong, Jiu, fiery police flower, Lu Yin, innocent little nurse, Wan Lingshan. Destiny points 2 million. Village physician of lewdness. Heh. Shen Anyu stroked his chin, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He'll play with you. Meanwhile, on the other side, a young man wearing black cloth shoes, tattered pants, a white vest, and a straw hat walked along the bustling streets of Moda City, as conspicuous as a searchlight in the dark night, impossible to ignore. People around pointed at him or kept their distance. But the young man paid no heed, saying excitedly, "This is Modu. Such a big city. So prosperous." Just then his eyes widened, and he almost drooled. Before him stood a glamorous young woman in a pencil skirt, swaying her hips. This was not uncommon on the bustling streets of a big city, and the passers-by took it in stride. But to him, coming from a remote mountain village at the back of beyond, it was an irresistible temptation. Damn, big city women are so open. Even the village's pretty widow can't compare. If my future woman dressed like this, I'd slap her senseless. The young man wiped his nosebleed while swallowing saliva, launching into a harsh critique. But his eyes were wide open, staring fixedly, blood streaming from his nose. Meanwhile, a young beauty passing by looked at him with disgust, as if he were garbage. "You're so lewd and despicable. Is that any way to look at a woman?" The young man raised an eyebrow and grinned, saying cheerfully, "Beautiful lady, how did you know my name is Xia Lu? Xia Lu as in lewd, Xia Lu as in flow. Saying this, his eyes gleamed as he stared at the woman before him. The young beauty had delicate features, a cold and elegant demeanor like a chilly moon. She was tall with long legs encased in blue jeans, slender and graceful, easily 1.20 meters long. Especially her gaze, as if looking at garbage, which excited Xia Lu. Unfortunately, she wore a loose jacket obscuring her figure. Yet though not revealing at all, she was still infinitely more beautiful than the sexy, glamorous woman in the pencil skirt just now. Xia Lu resolved in his heart to win this young beauty as his wife. Shameless. Sensing Xia Liu's lecherous gaze, the young beauty, Su Hongyan, was furious and swung her luxury handbag at him. However, Xia Lu quickly stepped back a few paces, grinning. "Beautiful lady, you're ill." "You." Hearing this, Su Hongyan was utterly enraged. She came from a good family and was the school's belle. Though her father died early, her mother doted on her. Her classmates flattered her, endlessly fostering a serious princess complex and a bad temper. And now this lewd and despicable fellow dared to say she was ill. Su Hongyan was fuming. Xia Lu looked at her flushed face and said cheerfully, "Beautiful lady, do you often suffer from insomnia? Frequent palpitations? Particularly unbearable in hot weather?" As Xia Lu spoke, Su Hongyan grew increasingly astonished, for he had hit the mark perfectly. Xia Lu winked smugly at Su Hongyan and said flippantly, "I'm a divine physician. If you beg me, I can help treat you, and it'll be resolved quickly." Su Hongyan looked at him coldly and haughtily. "I can have my mother take me to the best hospital. Why would I need treatment from a lewd and despicable fellow like you?" She wouldn't accept treatment from this creep. The thought alone was disgusting. Xia Lu raised an eyebrow and said cheerfully, "Go ahead then. I guarantee they won't hear you." Su Hongyan crossed her arms and sneered, utterly dismissing his claim. "Help! Someone save my husband." Just then a cry for help came from ahead. A middle-aged man lay on the ground, convulsing foam at his mouth, seemingly suffering from an epileptic seizure. Beside him, a middle-aged woman was frantic, helplessly appealing to the surrounding crowd. Xia Liu's eyes lit up, and he said triumphantly to Su Hongyan, "Beautiful lady, watch my skills." As his words fell, Xia Lu appeared beside the man in 2 or 3 strides, crouched down, and produced several silver needles from seemingly nowhere, piercing them into the man's body like lightning. Xia Liu's lips curled into a confident smile. Within just over 10 minutes, the man recovered, his complexion ruddy as he opened his eyes. The crowd's expressions towards Xia Lu shifted somewhat. Though he looked lewd and despicable, he truly had skill. The middle-aged couple repeatedly thanked him profusely. Even Su Hongyan seemed to see Xia Lu in a new light. Xia Lu grew even more smug, beaming with a big grin, shaking his head and flashing his white teeth. But just then several police officers surrounded him, saying sternly, "Someone reported you for practicing medicine illegally without a license. Please come with us." Ding. The fated child Xia Liu's mentality collapsed, plundering 1999 destiny points. Ding. The fated child Xia Liu's emotional line fluctuated, plundering 6,666 destiny points. As expected of the divine doctor genre, none of them has a legitimate medical license. Shen Anyu said with a half-smile, watching Xia Lu explain to the police with a flushed face before being taken away disgracefully. He was the one who reported it. He also casually ordered some entertainment for Xia Lu waiting for him in the detention center. Moreover, Shen Anyu instructed the head of the relevant department not to release Xia Lu unless he permitted it. Time was too short to prevent Xia Lu from meeting Su Hongyan. But this effect was also good, interrupting the budding romance between Xia Lu and the fated heroine, Su Hongyan. Xia Lu failed to show off in front of Su Hongyan, and even embarrassed himself, causing his mentality to collapse. Otherwise, according to the cliches of this urban quick literature, Xia Lu would have treated Su Hongyan, and some ambiguous and pleasant events would have occurred. Of course, none of this happened now. According to the detailed information from the fated child location card, Shen Anyu knew that although Su Hongyan was a tsundere young lady, she lacked fatherly love and had no resistance to men who cared for her and were capable. Not enough. As a fated villain, if I don't steal the girl, now what's the point? Shen Anyu thought for a moment and said playfully, "System used the golden perfect ability copy card to copy Xia Liu's superb medical skills." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have perfectly obtained the fated child Xia Liu's superb medical skills. Instantly, Shen Anyu felt countless information surging in his mind, swelling his brain. What a pleasant surprise. Besides the superb medical skills, the Ghost Gate, 13 Needles Creation, Divine Needle, Shenong 9 Needles, and various medicinal herbs and prescriptions have all been copied. That's right, these are part of Xia Liu's superb medical skills, though the superb poison technique is independent. But, thinking of this, a smile flickered in Shen Anyu's eyes, and his expression turned joyful. Even the Shenong 9 needles, which Xia Lu hasn't mastered, yet I have perfectly grasped. As expected, system products are always top-notch. What delighted Shen Anyu was that learning the Shenong 9 needles would allow him to easily conquer another fated heroine, the gentle divine, Dr. Morong Jiu. But Morong Jiu is currently traveling the world, and I don't know her whereabouts yet. He'll deal with that later. For now, let's deal with Su Hongyan first, using Xia Liu's abilities to win over the heroine destined for him. A charming smile spread across Shen Anyu's face as he walked towards Su Hongyan. Su Hongyan was holding back laughter as she watched Xia Lu being taken away by the police. Suddenly, she felt a shadow looming over her, and there stood a tall, handsome young man smiling at her. Su Hongyan's pretty face immediately flushed. She said, "What are you blocking me for?" Shen Anyu, already tall and handsome, became even more charming after acquiring the steel body. If there were a charm score, it would be no less than 99 out of 100. Ding. Detected 10 favorability from the fated heroine, Su Hongyan, plundering 30,000 destiny points. Shen Anyu looked at Su Hongyan with sincere eyes and said, "I know some medical skills. I noticed something's off with you. May I take a look?" Hey, race my electronic medical license. Although Shen Anyu had only been in Maching for a few days from Daijing, the Shen family's influence ran deep in Maching with trustworthy bigwigs in the official business and cultural circles. Getting an electronic medical license took just one phone call and a few minutes. Su Hongyan frowned at Shen Anyu's first sentence, but upon seeing the electronic medical license, she relaxed and nodded. "All right then. Thank you." It must be said appearance matters. Compared to the lecherous and underhanded Xia Lu, the tall, sunny, and handsome Shen Anyu was undoubtedly more trustworthy. However, Su Hongyan didn't notice the hint of mockery in Shen Anyu's eyes. He was a fated villain after all. "How do you examine me here?" Su Hongyan looked at Shen Anyu with some caution. They were in a private room of an upscale restaurant alone as a man and woman. Just like this. Shen Anyu looked at Su Hongyan with a half smile and suddenly grabbed her fair, slender hand. "You?" Su Hongyan was shocked, wondering if this handsome guy was actually a bad person. But then she felt her uncomfortable body become as comfortable as if soaking in a hot spring. Ding. Detected 10 favorability from the fated heroine, Su Hongyan, plundering 30,000 destiny points. How is this possible? Su Hongyan's watery eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Shen Anyu. "I know acupuncture points. I just pressed on the acupoint in your arm. How do you feel?" "Better." Shen Anyu feigned sincere concern. With his superb medical skills and master-level internal energy, he could almost bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh from bones. Even Xia Liu's current medical skills were far inferior to Shen Anyu's, who had the perfect copy and enhanced internal energy. At this moment, Shen Anyu could completely use his fingers as silver needles, channeling his internal energy through the body, condensing it into shape, bending and stretching as he wished for treatment. If Xia Lu saw this, he would be stunned and incredulous. Shen Anyu's mind was full of thoughts, but on the surface he appeared righteous, caring, and sincere. Su Hongyan looked at Shen Anyu's handsome face with its sincere expression of concern and couldn't help but blush. She said, "Sundara, it's barely passable. What's next?" Ding. Detected 20 favorability from the fated heroine, Su Hongyan, plundering 60,000 destiny points. This tsundere young lady, speaking insincerely, almost made Shen Anyu laugh out loud. Shen Anyu smiled warmly and said, "Lie face down on the long sofa, and ill-treat you." Having experienced the warm current earlier, Su Hongyan trusted Shen Anyu's skills completely, but she still raised her little fist and threatened him. "Don't get any bad ideas, or he'll show you. I'm a karate master." Shen Anyu smiled and nodded. His eyes darkened as he began the treatment. Ding. The fated child Xia Liu's mentality exploded, plundering 9,999 destiny points. While Shen Anyu treated Su Hongyan, the temperature gradually rose. In the detention center, Xia Lu was completely losing his mind. "I saved someone. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you arresting me?" He had followed his grandfather practicing medicine in the village and never required a medical license. Now, upon arriving in the bustling metropolis, he was being detained for that very reason. If not for his grandfather's teachings that he must not lay hands on police officers, Xia Lu would have long since broken free and fled. At this moment, Xia Lu was handcuffed to a chair, the blazing light shining directly into his face, nearly blinding him. Tears almost streamed down his cheeks. Earlier, his grandfather had passed away, instructing him to come to Modu to complete his marriage with his fiancée Qin Ningbing, so he would have someone to rely on. Today was his first day in Modu, and he was utterly captivated by the dazzling metropolis, looking left and right. He had just saved someone, hoping to earn the admiration of that young beauty. Xia Lu had even planned out how many children they would have in the future. Yet in the end, he was utterly humiliated, arrested by the police, and taken to the detention center. Wasn't he supposed to be a divine doctor? According to his grandfather's words, shouldn't a host of influential figures be fawning over him, flattering him, and begging him at all costs to heal them? How had it turned out like this? Xia Lu was in tears. Just then, outside the interrogation room, a stunning policewoman approached. Xia Lu's eyes lit up, hoping she would be the one to interrogate him. As the inheritor of the Divine Physician's Compendium, he possessed extraordinary medical skills, mastering observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. With one glance, he could tell that the policewoman had poor complexion and was harboring an internal injury. During the interrogation, he would be able to showcase his abilities. Not only would he get out of the detention center, but he would also earn the favor of this gorgeous policewoman. Xia Lu calculated his perfect plan, feeling immensely pleased with himself. "Luyan, are you going to interrogate this kid?" "No, I've been transferred to the major case unit in the central district. I'll leave these trivial matters to you." Ah, congratulations. That's been your long-cherished wish. Indeed, thanks to a big shot who put in a good word with Director Zhang. Lu Yan's composed face broke into a broad smile. Being transferred to the major case unit in the Central District had always been her dream rather than handling these petty cases. She had thought she would have to wait several years to fulfill this wish. Unexpectedly, a certain big shot surnamed Shen had mentioned her to Director Zhang, making her dream come true. Ding. Detected destined heroine Lu Yan's affection 30, plundered 900 destiny points. In a high-end restaurant private room, Shen Anyu, who was giving Su Hongyan acupuncture and massage, curled his lips into a faint smile. That big shot surnamed Shen was naturally him. Lu Yan was also one of the destined heroines of the village divine doctor. If she stayed here, she would inevitably cross paths with Xia Lu, and over time sparks would likely fly. Shen Anyu directly cut off the route by transferring her away, keeping Lu Yan distant from Xia Lu. Moreover, around Lu Yan, Su Hongyan, and even Shi Ningbing and other destined heroines, Shen Anyu had issued orders to station his own guards for protection and surveillance. As for why he didn't simply kill Xia Lu, because he was currently the only destined son Shen Anyu intended to conduct various experiments. Killing him outright would leave no room for fun. However, he wouldn't let Xia Lu live too long, to prevent any mishaps. Officer, don't leave. You have an internal injury. I can cure you. Inside the interrogation room, seeing Lu Yan about to depart, Xia Lu grew frantic, as if he were about to lose something precious. Lu Yan gave Xia Lu a cold glare, and then said to her colleague, "This kid who practiced medicine illegally and committed sexual harassment looks very unruly. You should interrogate him strictly and uphold justice. The major case unit in the Central District is urging me to report immediately. Time is tight. I wonder why they're in such a hurry. Otherwise, I could have interrogated this kid and finished my last shift properly. I'm leaving now." With those words under Xia Lu's stunned gaze, the policewoman Lu Yan briskly ran out of the interrogation room. Ding, ding. Destined son Xia Lu's mental state totally collapses, plundered 9999 destiny points. Ding. Destined heroine Lu Yan loathes destined son Xia Lu, plundered 100 destiny points. Ding. Destined son Xia Lu's romantic line undergoes great turbulence, plundered 200 destiny points. Behave yourself. Seeing Xia Lu shouting, a young officer directly shoved the bright lamp in front of him and sternly demanded, "Xia Lu, you've been reported for practicing medicine illegally and sexual harassment. Confess honestly, and you'll get leniency. We are currently cracking down on illegal activities severely. We absolutely will not allow troublemakers like you to tarnish Moda's image. If you don't confess, don't even think about getting out." Xia Lu was dumbfounded, on the verge of tears. At this moment, in the high-end restaurant private room, Shen Anyu wore a delighted expression. Ring, ring, ring. Just then a rapid phone ringtone sounded. Su Hongyan yelped, jumped up, and gave Shen Anyu a coy, reproachful glare that held no real menace. "Don't say a word." Su Hongyan pressed a finger to her lips, then answered the call. "Mom, I'll be right back." After hanging up, she blushed and said to Shen Anyu, "My mom told me to come home. It's already very late, and she won't let me stay out overnight. Also," she paused, looking at Shen Anyu with gratitude, and said, "Your medical skills are amazing. I feel much better now. No more heart palpitations or difficulty breathing. Thank you." Ding. Detected destined heroine Su Hongyan's affection 30, plundered 900 destiny points. Shen Anyu smiled gracefully and said, "It's nothing. We'll continue the treatment next time." Then the two exchanged contact information. Su Hongyan looked at Shen Anyu's smiling face, let out a soft huff, and said, "How much is the medical fee? I'll transfer it to you." Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, glanced at Su Hongyan with a knowing smile, and said, "No need. You've already paid the medical fee." All in all, Su Hongyan had given him tens of thousands of destiny points, far more valuable than billions of dollars to Shen Anyu. But Su Hongyan misunderstood, her pretty face flushing crimson. She shot Shen Anyu an annoyed glare and said coquettishly, "If I had known you'd be so improper, I never would have let you treat me. You bad guy." Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, not dwelling on the topic, and asked, "Where is your home? I'll walk you back." Su Hongyan's favorability towards Shen Anyu had now reached 70. It was a level of affection that even many couples failed to achieve, and her trust in him was equally high, so she promptly recited her home address. Located in the heart of Modu was a private villa not far from their current location. Subsequently, Shen Anyu led Su Hongyan to a nearby parking lot where a red limited edition Lamborghini awaited. Its body, crafted entirely from carbon fiber, blazed like crimson fire, exuding an aggressive yet aesthetically striking presence. This was one of the cheaper vehicles in Shen Anyu's garage, worth a mere 30 million. Nonetheless, it sufficed for his enjoyment and would not embarrass him on the road. Su Hongyan regarded the red limited edition Lamborghini with surprise and teased Shen Anyu, "Rascal, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy." However, she did not dwell on it, for her own family was also affluent. Her widowed mother Su Wanqing was the chairwoman of Modus Jinxiu famous tea company, with a personal fortune amounting to billions. Entering the car, closing the door, and flooring the accelerator, all in one seamless motion. Virum. Shen Anyu pressed down on the gas pedal, and the Lamborghini roared like a dragon, sweeping across the earth like a blaze of crimson fire. This red limited edition Lamborghini was hailed as the fastest fighter on the ground and one of the most precious sports cars in Lamborghini's history. In less than 10 seconds, the speed had soared to 350 kilometers per hour. Oh. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Hongyan was pressed deep into the upholstery by the immense thrust, watching the blurred cars and buildings zip past as she screamed wildly. Are you insane? This is the city center. She was utterly shocked, never expecting Shen Anyu to be so reckless. At such a velocity, a collision would render any rescue futile. Straight to the crematorium, or perhaps not even that. Shen Anyu, however, was exhilarated. The ever-increasing speed stimulated his adrenaline, flooding him with a euphoric thrill. A man must drive the fastest car, drink the finest liquor, and enjoy the most beautiful women. Only then is life truly worth living. His martial arts cultivation at the Grandmaster level, coupled with supreme driving skills, allowed Shen Anyu to navigate the congested city streets with ease, endangering neither himself nor others. Scared, he held the steering wheel with one hand relaxed and composed, gazing at Su Hongyan with a faint knowing smile. That proud and haughty little miss, Su Hongyan, let out a humph. Even though her face was pale, she forced herself to say humph. I'm not afraid, you lunatic. She had never imagined that she, a proper girl, could experience such a thrilling day. Her tsundere demeanor was merely a facade. In truth, Su Hongyan was a well-behaved girl. From childhood, she had been strictly disciplined by her widowed mother, Su Wanqing, required to be home by 9 every evening and forbidden from dating before university. And now here she was racing through the city with a man she had known for only half a day. This was sheer madness. He was insane. She too was insane. But it was thrilling. Shen Anyu seemed to awaken the wildness deep within Su Hongyan's heart, leaving her utterly exhilarated in the end. Where there is pressure, there is rebellion. Throughout her upbringing under the strict supervision of her widowed mother, Su Wanqing, Su Hongyan had never been allowed to cross the line, even an inch, as she had always followed the rules. But now, Su Hongyan turned her beautiful eyes to the man beside her, and had to admit that he was a man who captivated her. He was truly different. Tall and handsome, possessing miraculous medical skills, top-tier driving techniques. Su Hongyan was merely a 20-year-old college girl still sheltered within the ivory tower. At the age of budding romance, encountering a man like Shen Anyu, who seemed designed to conquer, was simply irresistible. Ding. Detected destiny female, lead Su Hongyan's favorability 10, plundered 0 fate value. Ding. Detected destiny female, lead Su Hongyan's total favorability at 80, a bonus plunder, 0 fate value. Shen Anyu let out a light exclamation of surprise. This was an unexpected boon. He had not anticipated that reaching a total favorability of 80 would grant an additional 30,000 fate value, a considerable sum. This piqued Shen Anyu's curiosity and anticipation. How much extra fate value would he receive if the total favorability reached 90 or 100? Originally, Shen Anyu had considered some simple and crude methods, but now he realized that slow simmering might yield even better results. At a speed of 350 kilometers per hour, they soon arrived at Su Hongyan's home. As for the traffic authorities that had pursued them from behind, they had long been lost and gradually dispersed, seemingly acting on orders. This was one of the privileges of the highest elite. A multitude of people would clean up after them without even needing instructions. At the entrance of the Su family villa, Shen Anyu smiled at Su Hongyan and said directly, Mian, what do you think about being my girlfriend? With affection at 80, he was confident Su Hongyan would agree. As for the title of girlfriend, there was no rule that it could only be one. Oh, we've only known each other for half a day. Su Hongyan stared at Shen Anyu with her bright, clear eyes visibly surprised, her pretty face slowly flushing red. Clearly her tone was not particularly resolute. What was strange about a half-day girlfriend? He and Lin Keqing had known each other for only 10 minutes. Shen Anyu pressed one hand against the wall, watching the retreating Su Hongyan lean against it, almost able to catch the faint scent of her perfume. He spoke with deep emotion. But I feel like I've known you for a lifetime. I believe that falling in love doesn't require a long time. A single second is enough. Do you believe in love at first sight? I do. At that moment, Su Hongyan's mind went blank. She didn't even think to push Shen Anyu away. Her heart pounded fiercely, her chest heaved, and she forgot to breathe. Hongyan. Just then the villa's door suddenly swung open, and a magnetic voice filled with astonishment rang out. It was Su Hongyan's widowed mother, Su Wanqing, the chairwoman of Modus Jinxiu famous tea company. Su Wanqing never imagined that her obedient daughter would be behaving so intimately with a stranger right at the doorstep. Her vision darkened and she nearly fainted. However, soon the beautiful eyes beneath her gold-rimmed glasses sharpened like blades, coldly staring at Shen Anyu and Su Hongyan. At that moment, Su Hongyan was utterly petrified, her mind blank, hands trembling, rooted to the spot like a wooden statue. She both adored and feared her mother, Su Wanqing trembling like a frightened quail while hiding in Shen Anyu's embrace. Shen Anyu remained remarkably composed, pulling Su Hongyan into his arms and gently patting her to offer comfort. At the same time, a signature sincere smile spread across his face as he looked at Su Wanqing and greeted politely, "Hello, Auntie. I am Hongyan's boyfriend, Shen Anyu. It's a pleasure to meet you." Su Wanqing's expression softened slightly. She shot a displeased glare at Su Hongyan, then offered Shen Anyu a courteous smile, and said, "Come inside. We need to have a proper talk." With that she turned and went back into the villa. Clearly she was giving Shen Anyu and Su Hongyan time to confer. "Don't be afraid. Him here," Shen Anyu said with a smile, leaning close and whispering into Su Hongyan's ear. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Su Hongyan's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Then she shot him a fierce look and said, "If I don't get through this, I'll kill you." With that she flashed her white teeth. Shen Anyu gave a half smile and said casually, "Hit me. I'd welcome that." Then they both sat down on the living room sofa. On the small table in front of them were 3 cups of fine Longjing tea. Wisps of steam rose carrying the refreshing fragrance of the tea. Su Hongyan sat upright, like a proper young lady, demure to the extreme. Shen Anyu, however, picked up a cup of Longjing tea, took a gentle sip, and said with a smile, "Excellent tea." Su Wanqing across from him wore a polite smile, but her eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were constantly observing Shen Anyu. The way of tea is the way of man. The character of tea reflects the character of the person. One who can remain calm and savor tea leisurely under such circumstances is certainly no ordinary person. A man of deep wisdom and lofty aspirations who does not change color even when Mount Tai collapses before him. The ancients would say he deserves to be made a general. Su Wanqing suddenly smiled gracefully and elegantly, lifting her teacup to take small, slow sips. Every movement blended perfectly with the tea, achieving an exquisite beauty. Shen Anyu said with a smile, "Auntie, I am deeply enlightened by your words. If in the future I could often receive your guidance, I would be overjoyed even in my dreams." Su Wanqing chuckled softly and replied, "You flatter me. We should learn from each other. As the saying goes, where 3 walk together, one of them can be my teacher." Yes, absolutely. Annie, let's learn from each other." Then Su Wanqing began conversing with Shen Anyu, asking about his background. Shen Anyu naturally did not tell the whole truth and held back some details, but he did reveal certain aspects of his family and background. The 30 million yuan limited edition red Lamborghini was also a clear proof. For now it was still in the courtship phase. Taking it slow, eventually everything would be settled. The destined heroine, being the destined heroine, naturally possessed the quality of emerging unstained from the filth and not bending for 5 pecks of rice. Even if one threw 100 million at her, she would stubbornly refuse. But if one spent 100 million to create various romantic moments, winning her over would not be difficult. The destined heroine might not love money, but every moment that makes her heart flutter requires money or other capabilities to support. The protagonist of a wealthy romance novel is an exception. Unfortunately, Shen Anyu had not encountered one yet, otherwise his fate value would have soared. Lin Keqing, whom he had saved the Lin family, had only reached over 70 favorability points, still lower than Su Hongyan's 80 favorability points after knowing her for only half a day. Shen Anyu wanted to create a control group to see which approach was more efficient. Of course, the main goal was to enjoy life. After all, no one gave him any mission. Why bother being so tired? Enjoying a villainous life, what a delight. As for the mere genius of a mountain-descending destined son Yan, Shen Anyu was now confident he could handle him. At this moment, Su Wanqing was observing Shen Anyu. Though she was still elegant, a hint of satisfaction appeared on her face. She didn't care much about his family background, just that her daughter's future boyfriend would treat her well. Most importantly, she didn't want a gigolo who tricked girls for money and affection. The way Shen Anyu had protected Su Hongyan earlier added significantly to his favor in Su Wanqing's heart. After a round of conversation, Su Wanqing had a better sense of him. She gave Su Hongyan, who was sitting stiffly upright, an exasperated look and said, "You brought back a boyfriend without a word and gave me quite a scare. But I have to admit you have good taste. Anyu is quite an outstanding young man. You're a college student now, so it's fine to date, but you need to be careful. I'm not old-fashioned." Su Hongyan breathed a sigh of relief, smiled mischievously, and sat beside Su Wanqing, saying playfully, "Mom, I'm glad you're not angry with me." For some reason, she did not explain that Shen Anyu was not really her boyfriend. It seemed she had tacitly accepted it. Shen Anyu smiled politely, exuding charm. Meanwhile, it was already past 10 o'clock at night, and outside in the darkness a torrential rain was pouring down. It was pitch black, and one could not see a hand in front of one's face. Seeing this, Su Wanqing said to Shen Anyu, "It's so dark and raining. Driving would be dangerous. Stay here for the night. We have plenty of rooms." There were no Livian maids or servants, only a part-time cleaner who came at scheduled times. Both Su Wanqing and Su Hongyan were not used to having a Livian housekeeper. Only the 2 of them lived there. The security in the upscale villa district was excellent. If outsiders could hardly sneak in, so they felt safe. Shen Anyu put on a charming, sincere smile and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Auntie." Late at night, Shen Anyu reclined leisurely in a guest room, his legs crossed, replying to Lin Keqing's messages to cultivate their relationship, instructing her on how to deal with the child of destiny Xia Lu and arranging various matters. Tomorrow he'll go see Qi Ningbing, the first female lead of this rural miracle doctor and the beautiful CEO fiancée of Xia Lu. Shen Anyu pondered his next steps, a playful glint flickering in his eyes. Qin Ningbing, the beautiful CEO of Modu Rinxin Pharmaceutical Company, was immensely proud, with a strong and unyielding personality. If forcefully pressed, she would sooner shatter than yield. But for Shen Anyu, he was fully confident in winning Qin Ningbing over, not through humble devotion, but by being even more dominant than her, ultimately making her willingly submit. Because Modu Rinxin Pharmaceutical Company was now facing a major crisis. This major crisis was originally meant to be resolved by Xia Lu, the rural miracle doctor and child of destiny. A typical plot of showing off and building rapport with his beautiful CEO fiancée. But now Xia Lu, the child of destiny, had been arranged by Shen Anyu to be locked up in a detention center with no foreseeable release. Thus, the kind-hearted Shen Anyu would naturally resolve Qin Ningbing's great trouble while also taking care of Xia Lu's beautiful CEO fiancée. When Xia Lu eventually gets out of detention, his expression would surely be quite entertaining. By the way, I have quite a lot of destiny points now. Time to draw a lottery. Previously with Lin Keqing, he still had over 80,000 destiny points. Later, from the child of destiny Xia Lu, the tsundere young lady Su Hongmian, and the beautiful policewoman Lu Yan, he gained over 400,000 more. Now he estimated he had over 500,000 destiny points. Let's do 100 consecutive draws. Ding. Consumed 100,000 destiny points for 100 consecutive draws. Shen Anyu looked forward with anticipation, quite excited. 10 consecutive draws guaranteed purple, 100 guaranteed gold, and 1,000 guaranteed divine. Shen Anyu didn't expect to be as lucky as last time drawing a divine reward like the steel body, but he would be content with something useful. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained a common reward, an icy emperor jade bangle. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained a common reward, a top-tier Maybach. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained a common reward, a yo-yo. What kind of junk is this? Shen Anyu was dissatisfied. Give me something useful. But just then, before his eyes, a dazzling golden light streaked by. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained a gold reward, super perception skill. Haha, just what I wished for. I actually got the super perception skill. Shen Anyu broke into a smile. With the super perception skill, no one could ambush him. In one word, awesome. Few, incredible. After trying out the skill, his only verdict was overwhelmingly powerful. Just as Shen Anyu was lost in thought, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. Host has consumed 200 destiny points. System panel now available. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow and said, open the system panel. Instantly, a semi-transparent screen cascaded like a waterfall before Shen Anyu, visible only to him. Name: Shen Anyu, age 25, cultivation, early grandmaster abilities, divine steel body, divine medical skill, super perception, top-tier musician, top-tier master driver. Items: 93 boxes of nutritious happiness, 1 latest Huawei phone, 1 Maybach, 1 sky, heart ring, 1 icy emperor jade bangle. Destiny points: 416999100 points per draw. Title: Heavenly Villain title. Shen Anyu looked and broke into a smile. So that's it. With this title, he could ignore the halos of the child of destiny and the destiny heroine. He could kill the child of destiny without restrictions like protagonist, aura, or destiny luck. There would be no last-minute rescues or other accidents. It seems the destiny plunder system has always been on me, just not activated before. Otherwise, without the heavenly villain title, Shen Anyu couldn't have taken down Lin Keqing. That would have resulted in Yi Yan descending the mountain early to save the beauty. But now Shen Anyu had become Yi Yan's cuckolder. How could he not feel elated? As for the drawback, Shen Anyu frowned slightly. With the heavenly villain title, the child of destiny would inevitably be his enemy, pushed by fate to an unresolvable struggle. If they want me dead, he'll make them dead first, and take everything from them. Shen Anyu sneered. He cared nothing for the so-called child of destiny, how anyone who wished him dead would not live. Let's continue drawing. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Shen Anyu prepared to draw again, a soft knock sounded at the door. A playful smile curled on Shen Anyu's lips. Little Red Riding Hood has come to find the big bad wolf. Opening the door, it was indeed Su Hongmian. Bad guy, why did you tell my mom you're my boyfriend? Su Hongmian wore a cute rabbit pajama, waving her small white fists, her pink lips parted, teeth bared, coming to confront him. However, Shen Anyu wouldn't indulge her. You? Su Hongmian's pretty face flushed, glaring at Shen Anyu, but all anger vanished. She said, still tsundere. Don't think this means I'll forgive you. I'm not that easy to handle. Plenty of guys want to pursue me. Being my boyfriend is very hard. Shen Anyu looked at her with a half-smile, calmly asking, so how does one become your boyfriend? Let me think. Su Hongmian pouted and actually began to ponder seriously. The more Shen Anyu watched, the cuter she seemed, and a hint of mischief flickered in his eyes. This girl, has she no shame? Su Wanxing happened to come out for a moment and saw Su Hongmian stealthily slipping into Shen Anyu's guest room. She clicked her tongue. However, being the open-minded woman she always was, she did not intervene to avoid awkwardness for both parties, intending to find a suitable opportunity to talk about it. Mian Mian has already grown up. Su Wanxing entered the restroom and removed her gold-rimmed glasses. Her eyes, which were dignified during the day, now lost the veil of those glasses, glistening with rippling light. Her mature and charming face flushed without any rouge. She appeared somewhat fragile. If anyone from the outside world had witnessed this scene, they would likely find it inconceivable. Su Wanqing, the well-known female tycoon in the Magic City's business circle and chairwoman of the splendid famous tea company, had always been resolute and imposing, commanding respect from business rivals, partners, and subordinates alike. Yet here she was showing such a fragile side. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, I have raised Mian to adulthood, and she even has a boyfriend. Brother Yuan, Sister Qing, I Su Wanqing have done right by you. May your spirits in heaven rest in peace. Shen Anyu. That young man has a good family background, capability, and appearance. He takes good care of Mian and has excellent character. He is a suitable match. But I must talk to them about some precautions another day. Mian is still a university student now, though they must not. It is best to wait until Mian graduates from university and gets married before anything happens. Suddenly, as if something occurred to her, Su Wanqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. But how should Mian's engagement be resolved? A night passed in a flash. Inside the guest room, Shen Anyu's lips curled up, seemingly savoring a memory. Ding. The emotional line of the chosen Yanxia Lu experienced a massive fluctuation. Plunder 100000 fate points. Ding. Detected that the fate heroine Su Hongmian's affection level has increased by 3. Plunder 9000 fate points. After affection reached 80, it's been harder to raise, but even after I push my luck that much, it still increased by 3 points. This Su Hongmian, such a proud Sundara lady, is really interesting. Let's do some draws. Shen Anyu was in high spirits. Thinking he still had over 500,000 fate points, he prepared to do 500 draw batches. He no longer cared for purple rewards from 10 draws, unless they had special uses like the extraordinary perception skill. However, the divine tier rewards from 1,000 draws cost 1,000 fate points per draw, requiring 1 million fate points. Still far from enough. As soon as he started drawing, Shen Anyu became even happier. Double golden eggs. Seeing 2 dazzling beams of golden light flash before him, Shen Anyu was thrilled and excited. In his past life, when he played a certain large open-world game, he had never gotten a double golden egg. He even had 10 draws that failed the guarantee, causing him to angrily uninstall and become a hater. Unexpectedly in this life, he got double golden eggs so soon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden reward extraordinary item, Lucky Gold Coin X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden reward extraordinary culinary skill. The Lucky Gold Coin was an extraordinary item. After using it within 3 days, a very lucky event would occur. With a thought from Shen Anyu, the Lucky Gold Coin materialized from the system space. It was like a dazzling star falling from the starry night sky, descending to the mortal world. Delicate and small, about an inch in diameter with moderate thickness, its edges were smooth and rounded, and its touch was delicate, like a young girl's skin, capable of soothing one's restlessness. On the obverse of the Lucky Gold Coin was a soaring, mysterious bird with wings spread. On the reverse, a lush tree of life, entwined with arcane and mystical runes. Shen Anyu turned it over and over, gazing at it with curiosity and keen interest in his eyes. This was the first time he had obtained an extraordinary item, but after examining it from all angles, he found nothing unusual. Instead, it was as exquisite as a work of art. How do I use this thing? Let me see. Shen Anyu looked at the system's detailed description and discovered that all he needed was to say use. Then let's use it. As his words fell, the Lucky Gold Coin instantly shattered into specks of golden light, enveloping Shen Anyu. Huh, that's it. Shen Anyu was full of question marks, but when he focused, he sensed a mysterious, elusive, and indescribable power covering his body. Presumably, this was the effect of the Lucky Gold Coin. In the next 3 days, a very fortunate event would occur. Shen Anyu was also looking forward to what it would be. Extraordinary culinary skill. Shen Anyu's gaze turned to the second golden reward from the double golden eggs. As the name implied, it was culinary skill beyond human limits. Incredible. I wonder if I can make glowing dishes. Shen Anyu was intrigued, but he had no intention of cooking. Who was worthy of him cooking? Unless he was in a good mood and wanted to reward himself. The next 400 draw batches had no double golden eggs, but the rewards were all very practical. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden reward, Golden Infinite Ammo Gatling Gun X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden reward, Extraordinary Ventriloquism. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden reward, Extraordinary Eloquence. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden reward, Invisibility Cloak X1. After sorting everything out, Shen Anyu pushed the door and walked out. Arriving at the living room downstairs of the villa, he immediately saw Su Wanqing running on the treadmill. As expected of a female billionaire worth tens of billions, truly approachable with her wealth. Shen Anyu appreciatively glanced at Su Wanqing's eyes, then quickly looked elsewhere. Hearing the footsteps, Su Wanqing turned around and nodded at Shen Anyu with a smile. With a charming smile on his handsome face, Shen Anyu praised her. Auntie, it's just past 6 in the morning. Up so early to run. Admirable self-discipline. Su Wanqing replied while running. I'm getting older, not like you young people. I have to exercise and take good care of myself. Her tone was still elegant and magnetic. But Shen Anyu just smiled. When Su Wanqing turned around, Shen Anyu put on a serious face and praised sincerely, "Madam, you are too modest. Even a 20-year-old girl could not compare to your figure." Su Wanqing, hearing Shen Anyu's genuine compliments, could not help but reveal a smile. Then, without sparing any superlatives, Shen Anyu lavished Su Wanqing with praise to the skies. Su Wanqing was overjoyed and playfully reproached him with a glare, saying, "Child, you really know how to flatter people. Is this how you tricked my Mian Mian into your hands?" Shen Anyu smiled without speaking. "You must be hungry too. He'll go prepare breakfast. Once it's ready, you'll call Mian Mian down to eat." After running for exactly 1 hour, it was 7 in the morning, and Su Wanqing began making breakfast. Though she was wealthy, she still cooked breakfast for Su Hongyan every day, trying her best to give her a family acting as both father and mother, unless work was too busy. Shen Anyu did not volunteer to help, being too eager would only make him look cheap. He was no sycophant. With his status in this life, if he had to grovel, wouldn't that be a waste of his chance to be transported into a novel? Bang! Just at that moment, Su Wanqing accidentally bumped into the corner of the table, stumbled, and was about to fall forward. Fortunately, Shen Anyu was quick-eyed and nimble-handed, catching Su Wanqing in time. Su Wanqing glanced at Shen Anyu's hand, then at his open and sincere expression, and felt she was overthinking. She said, "Anyu, thank you for catching me." Hiss. As she spoke, Su Wanqing sucked in a cold breath. She hadn't felt it a moment ago, but now the pain surged. Cold sweat beaded on her fair forehead, and her delicate face turned pale, clearly in great agony. Shen Anyu swept his gaze over. He saw a bruise forming on Su Wanqing's fair crystalline calf. He supported her waist and helped her into a chair. Su Wanqing thanked him, then said somewhat helplessly, "Mian Mian will be getting up soon. It seems he'll have to order takeout. She'll probably be picky again." Su Hongyan had been raised with meticulous care and was very fussy about food. Shen Anyu thought for a moment, smiled, and said, "Madam, just sit back and rest. He'll have breakfast delivered." Then he walked to the balcony and made a phone call. Cook himself. Only if Su Wanqing and Su Hongyan begged him together, and if the young master was in a good mood, he might consider it. Su Wanqing watched Shen Anyu step onto the balcony to order takeout, and sighed softly. Even if it was takeout from a Michelin-starred restaurant, the picky Su Hongyan would not like it. Mian Mian is so picky. This could be troublesome. I hope she won't throw a tantrum and will show face to her boyfriend. Su Wanqing thought to herself. Soon the doorbell of the Su villa chimed. The takeout had arrived. Shen Anyu went out, received an exquisite food container, and brought it inside. By then, Su Hongyan had finished washing up and changed into a red dress that covered her knees. She held the handrail as she walked slowly down the stairs, occasionally furrowing her delicate brows. Perfect timing. "Let's have breakfast," Shen Anyu said with a handsome smile. "Mian Mian help Anyu with it." Su Wanqing gave her daughter a playful glare. "Be more diligent when your boyfriend is home." "Mian Mian, no need. Go sit down. They'll handle it. You're not very comfortable after all." Shen Anyu waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary, and looked at Su Hongyan with a teasing smile full of meaning. Su Hongyan's pretty face flushed scarlet, her exquisite delicate features showing a seductive charm she had never possessed before. Soon Shen Anyu laid out the breakfast from the container on the dining table. Simple breakfast: bird's nest with shredded duck, 3 fresh egg dumplings, scallion oil noodles, fermented rice balls, and 3 cups of fresh soy milk. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast, Su Wanqing praised, "Anyu, this takeout you ordered looks good." Su Hongyan pouted. What good could takeout possibly be? Shen Anyu thought, that's not necessarily true. "Madam Mian Mian, please try them. They should suit your tastes." Immediately Su Wanqing picked up a 3 fresh egg dumpling, parted her red lips, and took a small bite. But at that bite she froze as if petrified. "Mom, what's wrong?" Su Hongyan looked at her mother in surprise, then also picked up a 3 fresh egg dumpling and put it in her mouth. She thought, could the takeout Shen Anyu ordered be so terrible that even Mom couldn't swallow it? She knew takeout couldn't have good food. That bastard Shen Anyu was just up to his tricks. Recalling the events of last night and the soreness in her 2 jade-like legs, Su Hongyan shot Shen Anyu a reproachful glare. Still, she had to save face for him and offer a word of praise. Having her was his blessing. However, when her silver teeth bit into the 3 fresh egg dumpling, the intensely savory broth erupted in her mouth like a tsunami. Su Hongyan's whole body trembled, and she cried out, "How can this be so delicious?" She was utterly stunned. As a wealthy young lady, Su Hongyan had tasted countless delicacies. Her mother, Su Wanqing, was an excellent cook. She had always been extremely picky, and few dishes satisfied her, let alone earned her praise. But at this moment, Su Hongyan felt she had eaten the best food in her 20 years of life. It was just an ordinary 3 fresh egg dumpling, yet it was so delicious she could almost swallow her tongue. Exquisite. Then, as if in disbelief, she picked up a strand of bird's nest with shredded duck and ate it. The ultimate pleasure on her taste buds was even better than the egg dumpling. Could takeout really be this good? It completely shattered Su Hongyan's imagination. Even the Michelin-star restaurant takeout she had ordered for thousands before was bland in comparison. Shen Anyu's expression was very calm, as if he had expected this. He ate casually, then smiled, and said to the astonished Su Hongyan and Su Wanqing, "If it's good, eat more. Glad you like it." Su Wanqing looked up at Shen Anyu, quite surprised, and parted her red lips. Anyu, which restaurant's takeout is this? It's so delicious. Su Hongyan also pricked up her ears, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Anyu. She was picky but loved good food. This seemingly ordinary breakfast possessed such ultimate flavor. She would definitely have to try it often in the future. Shen Anyu smiled nonchalantly and said, "My family's chef made it. Madam Mian Mian, if you like it, you can visit my home another day." Their own chef. Su Wanqing was even more shocked. Such culinary skill far surpassed even the head chefs of five-star hotels, and it was just the cook in Shen Anyu's household. "May I ask the name of your family chef, Anyu?" Su Wanqing inquired curiously. Such skill could not belong to an ordinary person. Su Hongyan was also curious. Heir, Shen Anyu uttered 3 characters. Heir. Su Wanqing savored the name, frowned slightly, felt it was somewhat familiar, but could not recall it. Heir. Su Hongyan, however, widened her beautiful eyes, her gaze shocked and disbelieving as she looked at Shen Anyu. "You mean that Heir, the legendary special-grade chef who was the first joint inheritor of the 8 major cuisines and once served as the head chef of the state banquet?" "Yes, my family chef is none other than Ms. Heir," Shen Anyu said with a light smile. Su Hongyan was deeply shaken. The notoriously picky Su Hongyan was also a food connoisseur who often traveled to taste various regional cuisines, and Heir was the legendary special-grade chef she admired most, having served as the state banquet head chef, renowned both at home and abroad. TV dramas, movies, and documentaries themed around Heir were all produced, making her a legend in the culinary world. However, later she retired, and Su Hongyan had long regretted not being able to taste her miraculous cooking in person. Now she had tasted it, and it lived up to its reputation. Yet Su Hongyan found it hard to imagine that a legend like Heir would serve as the chef in Shen Anyu's household. What exactly was Shen Anyu's background? Su Wanqing gave Shen Anyu a deep look. Being able to hire a state banquet head chef as a private cook was a background that was truly unfathomable. Miamian's boyfriend Shen Anyu must come from an exceedingly prominent family. I wonder if that's good or bad. But Anyu seems like a good kid, he shouldn't hurt Mian Mian. Su Wanqing pondered. Shen Anyu watched the 2 exquisite beauties, one older and one younger, savoring the legendary chef's breakfast, and suddenly understood the meaning of I feast. The rest of the breakfast was eaten with great praise by Su Wanqing and Su Hongyan. Fulfilling her long-standing culinary wish, Su Hongyan gained another 5 favorability points, bringing the total to 88, just 2 short of 90. Ding. Major fluctuation in the emotional line of fate's child Xia Lu. Plundered 30000 destiny points. Shen Anyu's gaze deepened. He planned to seize the opportunity today and push the favorability above 90. As for 100 favorability, that was already the level of unwavering love, of life and death devotion, requiring time to cultivate feelings. After breakfast, Su Wanqing, as the busy chairman of Modus Jinxiu Famous Tea, went to work. Since it was the May Day holiday, Su Hongyan didn't need to attend university. However, Su Hongyan tied her hair into a ponytail, put on a pure white karate uniform, and prepared to go to the karate dojo for training. Shen Anyu looked at Su Hongyan with appreciation in his eyes. Su Hongyan noticed his gaze, waved her fair little fist, and said with a humph, "I'm really strong. Even my female coach said that I can handle 2 or 3 ordinary adult men with ease. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll knock them out with one punch." Shen Anyu teased with a mischievous smile. "Then why don't you hit me? I've been bullying you so badly. Could it be that you like me and enjoy being bullied?" Su Hongyan's pretty face flushed, and she said with a thunder tone, "I don't like you at all. It's only because you made a delicious breakfast that I spared you, otherwise I would have beaten you black and blue." Saying this, as if imagining Shen Anyu with black eyes, Su Hongyan let out a silvery laugh. Shen Anyu's gaze swept over Su Hongyan's long legs, which were 1.20 meters in length, and a glint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He suddenly said, "What's there to learn in that fancy karate? It's just flowery moves. Instead, let me teach you something real. Yanxia Kung Fu." Upon hearing this, Su Hongyan felt a surge of anticipation, but on the surface she snorted, "You'll have to defeat me first." Shen Anyu looked at her with a half smile and said, "How about a wager?" "What wager?" Su Hongyan grew curious. Shen Anyu grinned mischievously. "If you win, I'll promise to do one thing for you. If I win, you'll do one thing for me. How about it?" Su Hongyan's face reddened. If it had been before yesterday, she wouldn't have known what kind of person this handsome man before her was. But last night she found out. Utterly wicked. Su Hongyan glared at Shen Anyu with hatred and said, "Later I'm going to beat you to death." "Really, I will definitely beat you to death." She gritted her teeth as if about to lunge and punch him. Shen Anyu laughed heartily and teased, "Wasn't that to cure you? You have a deficiency syndrome that needs treatment. Now you're as fierce as a tiger in great health. Shouldn't you be grateful to your lifesaver? He'll kill you." Su Hongyan's shame and anger reached a peak. She swung her tender little fist and lunged at Shen Anyu. Meanwhile, at the detention center, in an 8-person cell, a man stared at the sun through the barred window, silently weeping. "Grandpa, why am I so miserable? The big city is so terrifying." After rounds of interrogation, Xia Liu's mentality had completely collapsed. Originally, he had believed that with his incredible medical skills, he would surely make his mark in a big city like Modu. He imagined crowds of big shots and beautiful women surrounding him, flattering him, begging him, spending fortunes unhesitatingly to seek his treatment. What a comfortable life it would be. But on his very first day in Modu, before he even went to meet his fiancée Qin Ningbing, he was locked up in the detention center for practicing medicine without a license and harassment. Release seemed far away. Xia Liu's eyes were full of tears. Tears indeed. I will get out. I, Xia Liu, am a divine doctor. When I get out, I'll live the good life, eat and drink, while marry several beautiful wives, and live a blissful life. These are just small setbacks, no fear, no fear. Xia Liu encouraged himself, then recalled Su Hongyan he had met yesterday, revealing a lecherous and vulgar smile. That long-legged beauty from yesterday was absolutely stunning. The most beautiful woman in the world. Especially those long legs. Tisk, just imagine wrapping them around my waist, how wonderful it would be. I must marry her and have several children. By the way, she is also sick. Terminally ill, a deficiency syndrome, a congenital defect from birth. Those damn Western doctors, they can't even detect it, let alone treat it. Only I, the divine Dr. Xia Liu, can save her. If she wants to live, she has to rely on me, beg me. Then he, as if envisioning some wonderful scene, Xia Liu started drooling. On the other side, in a spacious, empty room of the Su family villa. This was the room where Su Hongyan had practiced dancing as a child and later practiced karate. At this moment, Shen Anyu and Su Hongyan were here. After a bout of roughhousing, Su Hongyan, whose shame and anger had reached a boiling point, decided to teach Shen Anyu a lesson with her karate. She would give him 2 black eyes. Su Hongyan gritted her teeth and glared at Shen Anyu with a displeased look. Shen Anyu, however, wore a smile as his eyes swept over Su Hongyan's tall figure and alluring legs, and said leisurely, "Come on, I'll let you have a few moves. Otherwise, if I strike, you won't have any chance to resist. I'll make you beg for mercy and give you 2 black eyes." Recalling the scene last night, when she had repeatedly begged for mercy, while Shen Anyu showed no mercy, Su Hongyan grew even angrier. Su Hongyan let out a sharp cry and threw a straight punch with her rear hand, fast and powerful, likely enough to knock an ordinary man flat on the ground. However, Shen Anyu keenly noticed that Su Hongyan's punch was aimed at his shoulder, not at his eyes or other vital points as she had threatened. This girl was still tough on the outside but soft inside. Shen Anyu shook his head with a light laugh, shifted his feet, and dodged Su Hongyan's heavy punch by a hair's breadth. Su Hongyan snorted, refusing to admit defeat, and continued to attack Shen Anyu with heavy punches, chops, knife hand strikes. In the end, when she grew desperate, she even used knee strikes. But still she couldn't touch even a corner of Shen Anyu's clothes. Shen Anyu strolled leisurely, moving his feet effortlessly to evade Su Hongyan's attacks, and teased, "You can't just use knee strikes recklessly. Lucky for me, I have skills, otherwise you'd be a widow in the future." With his current martial arts grandmaster level cultivation combined with various top-tier skills he had obtained through lottery, superior fighting techniques, Tai Chi, Bajiquan Golden, Wild Goose Lightness skill, and so on, Su Hongyan, who hadn't even reached the early Hotian stage, how could she possibly touch him? "Alright, I've let you have dozens of moves. Now it's my turn." With a casual move, Shen Anyu, as if unfolding like a white crane with no trace of worldly effort, pulled Su Hongyan directly into his embrace, completely neutralizing all her resistance. Su Hongyan felt the warm hand holding her slender waist, her pretty face flushed with shame, and she struggled to break free. "You've been fighting for so long, you must be tired. Relax." A mischievous smile curled at the corner of Shen Anyu's mouth. In the detention center within a spacious 8-person cell meant for one, Xia Liu was still lost in fantasies about Su Hongyan, his mind wandering as drool seeped from the corner of his mouth. He had even forgotten that he was locked up in the detention center and that he had a beautiful CEO fiancée. He felt that even his fiancée might not be as attractive as that long-legged beauty. I must marry her and have many children. Xia Liu's eyes were full of anticipation, planning to find Su Hongyan as soon as he was released from the detention center. Although he still didn't know Su Hongyan's name. As for the beautiful CEO fiancée Qin Ningbing mentioned by his grandfather before his death, if she was very pretty he would take her too. Xia Liu's mind was filled with visions of a future surrounded by beauties, unable to stop his drooling. Thump, thump, thump. Just then Xia Liu heard a heavy footsteps and couldn't help but look up curiously. To his astonishment, a man over 2 meters tall, weighing more than 300 jin, with bulging muscles and a broad back resembling a sumo wrestler, strode over step by step. With each of his steps the ground seemed to tremble. The fierce aura made Xia Liu's expression change. This sumo-like giant was at least at the late Hotian stage in cultivation. He could probably kill a black bear with one punch. Xia Liu wondered, had this man also been arrested by the police and brought to the detention center? What crime had he committed? The policeman glanced at Xia Liu with disgust and said, "This guy is also in for harassment, just like you. Since you have plenty of space here and are alone, we'll give you a cellmate. Wu Gui, behave yourself and get in." Then after the burly man Wu Gui entered the cell, the policeman closed and locked the iron door before leaving. Xiao Lu wore a lecherous grin as he approached Wu Gui and said, "Brother Wu Gui, with such a massive build wouldn't you crush a woman?" He was genuinely curious. What woman could withstand such a robust man? But Wu Gui grinned, his muscles rippling as he looked at Xiao Lu with a mocking glint in his eyes, shaking his head. A woman? No, what's fun about women? Saying this under Xiao Lu's curious and puzzled gaze, Wu Gui pinched his butt and sneered, "I like men." Xiao Lu was instantly terrified. Ding. Destiny's Child. Xiao Lu's mental state collapses. Plunder, 99.99 destiny value. Ding. Destiny's Child. Xiao Lu is terrified. Plunder, 99.98 destiny value. Ding. Destiny's Child. Xiao Lu's mentality twists. Plunder, 30,000 destiny value. Hearing the constant system notifications in his mind, Shen Anyu almost burst out laughing. It seems the surprise prepared for Xiao Lu has arrived. A late Hoteon stage master was not something one could find casually. Wu Gui was an elite guard of the Yanxia Shen family. He had originally been sent to protect Shen Anyu, but Shen Anyu found Wu Gui's homosexual tendencies distasteful and kept him away. This time, however, he proved to be very useful. Shen Anyu silently mourned for Xiao Lu and planned to have Wu Gui turn up the heat. But dealing with Destiny's Child Xiao Lu was just a side task. Enjoying life, eating, drinking, and having fun was Shen Anyu's main goal. Looking at Su Hongmian, who was nestling in his arms like a quail, blushing, and without her usual tsundere attitude, Shen Anyu chuckled softly. "Mian, do you accept the bet?" Su Hongmian's face was flushed, her beautiful eyes almost dripping with charm as she rolled them at Shen Anyu, changing the subject. "Weren't you going to teach me Yanxia martial arts?" Shen Anyu smiled teasingly. Su Hongmian wanted to escape the reward of the bet, but no way. No rush, slow cooking brings more flavor. "Come, I'll teach you Hunyuan Tai Chi. Start with abdominal breathing." As Shen Anyu taught, Su Hongmian was first astonished. In the end, feeling the power emerging with each breath as if all her fatigue had vanished, Su Hongmian was shocked to the core and looked at Shen Anyu incredulously. "What is this? Is it really the legendary internal energy?" Shen Anyu said with a sly smile. "I told you Yanxia martial arts are not comparable to your fancy karate. Once you achieve some success, becoming light as a swallow, walking on walls, treading water without a trace, and even fighting lions and tigers will be effortless." Su Hongmian's face lit up with longing and anticipation. She had always loved such martial arts, otherwise she wouldn't have practiced karate for over a decade. Now, listening to Shen Anyu's teachings, she realized how much she had wasted her time. To think there truly existed such miraculous internal energy in Yanxia martial arts. However, Su Hongmian was not unintelligent. Having been admitted to the top university, Modi University, she was quite smart. With tears in her beautiful eyes, she looked at Shen Anyu and said softly, "Is such martial art very precious? Is it your family's heirloom? Would it be a problem to teach me?" Shen Anyu smiled slightly without clarifying Su Hongmian's misunderstanding and teased, "Yes, it's very precious, so unless it's for my future wife, I'd be chased to the ends of the earth." "I'm not afraid of being chased." Su Hongmian snorted lightly, her face full of tsundere. Yet her beautiful eyes looked at Shen Anyu with undeniable tenderness, and she thought to herself, "Shen Anyu, besides you, could I ever accept another man? Goddess of mercy, this devotee wishes to spend a lifetime with the man before me until the seas dry and the rocks crumble, growing old together." Ding. Detected Destiny's heroine Su Hongmian's affection 10, plunder 30,000 destiny value. Ding. Detected Destiny's heroine Su Hongmian's total affection 98, plunder 100000 destiny value. Shen Anyu was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that surpassing 90 total affection would yield 100,000 destiny value. Perhaps when total affection reaches 100, the reward would be even greater. But at this moment, it was not the time to think about that. Looking at the stunningly beautiful, proud young lady in his arms, Shen Anyu smiled gently. He should cherish the present. Meanwhile, at the detention center, I want out. Xiao Lu had gone mad, frantically grabbing the iron bars and shouting. Seeing the muscular man Wu Gui behind him with a sinister grin, Xiao Lu was utterly broken. He never imagined that one day he would be harassed by a man. Even worse, Xiao Lu's early Hoteon stage cultivation was completely suppressed by Wu Gui. As for his expertise in supernatural poison arts, it could indeed deal with Wu Gui, but in the detention center, he had none of those poisons or toxins. They had all been confiscated. Xiao Lu was frantic and shouted, "I want to see Qin Ningbing. I'm her fiancé. Have her come and save me." Qin Ningbing? Which Qin Ningbing? A cellmate in the adjacent cell inquired curiously upon hearing Xiao Lu's frantic shouts. They had all been watching the spectacle, observing how the improbably muscular brute was bullying Xiao Lu. But now, intrigued by Xiao Lu's outburst, the onlookers grew curious. For that name was incredibly famous to them. Xiao Lu broke down and said, "Which other Qin Ningbing could it be?" "The beautiful CEO of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, Qin Ningbing. We were betrothed at birth. I am her fiancé. Have her come rescue me, get me out of here." He had originally intended not to mention this matter or seek her assistance. After all, being jailed for unlicensed medical practice and harassment was far too humiliating. Didn't Xiao Lu care about his dignity? How could he let his fiancée know about such a thing? But now confronted by the grinning muscle man Wu Gui, Xia Lu trembled, all over his lips quivering and his face turning pale. Sweat as large as soybeans beaded on his forehead. He was terrified. If this were nighttime and they were confined together in the same cell, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to get out. Even if it meant sacrificing his pride and letting his fiancée Qin Ningbing find out, he still had to get out. What? The beautiful CEO of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company Qin Ningbing is your betrothed fiancée. Impossible. How could that be? Qin Ningbing is one of Modu's 4 great beauties presiding over 100 billion pharmaceutical empire. How could she be engaged to a sleazy, despicable scumbag like Yue? Ridiculous. This kid must be daydreaming, spewing such nonsense. I think he's gone mad. I'd go mad too if I were locked up with a big brute. The inmates in the surrounding cells were taken aback at first, then shook their heads, sneering and gloating. They didn't believe a word Xia Lu said. Qin Ningbing was indeed one of Modu's 4 great beauties who presided over a century-old institution worth over 100 billion, Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company. Her status, wealth, and beauty were all unattainably lofty. Such a woman, a goddess among goddesses. And Xia Lu, with his sharp features and sleazy demeanor, arrested for unlicensed medical practice and harassment. How could he possibly be Qin Ningbing's fiancé? No one believed it. They simply thought Xia Lu was talking in his sleep, lost in a daydream. Xia Lu wept. He truly wept. Tears streamed down his face. Qin Ningbing really is my fiancé. At the Su family villa, a martial arts lesson had concluded after several hours. Around noon, Shen Anyu once again took to the kitchen, preparing a table of exquisite dishes. He accompanied the timid Su Hongyan, enjoying a sweet lunch together. They were deeply infatuated, envied by all. If the students of Modu University witnessed such a scene, they would surely refuse to believe it. Su Hongyan was recognized as the most aloof and unapproachable of Modu University's 3 campus beauties. Countless wealthy suitors had retreated in defeat, utterly humiliated. Some had even been chased and beaten black and blue by Su Hongyan. Yet now Su Hongyan appeared so clinging and gentle. If Xia Lu saw this, he would likely be weeping even harder. While he suffered in detention, this shameless couple was billing and cooing, utterly outrageous. If Xia Lu ever learned that the root of his suffering was Shen Anyu, he would surely be consumed by fury. After the sweet lunch, Shen Anyu gazed deeply and sincerely at Su Hongyan and said, Mian, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. They'll come see you when I'm free again. Su Hongyan gave a soft hum, turning her head away with feigned indifference as she said, Who asked you to stay? I don't even care. Shen Anyu smiled, gently kissed Su Hongyan's fair forehead, waved, and prepared to leave. Next time you come see me, I'll fulfill our bet. I'll agree to one thing for you. Just as Shen Anyu reached the doorway, he heard Su Hongyan's soft, shy voice. It was so faint that if not for his advanced martial arts, he might not have caught it. Shen Anyu turned around, looking at Su Hongyan with a hint of amusement, and drawled, I'll remember that. Don't try to weasel out of it when the time comes. Su Hongyan's face flushed crimson. She hung her head, unable to utter a single word more. Shen Anyu laughed heartily and strode out the door. Su Hongyan raised her head, her beautiful eyes gazing dazedly at Shen Anyu's disappearing figure. Only after a long while did she look away, murmuring with a reddened face, I won't go back on my word. Meanwhile, Shen Anyu had already gotten into his limited edition red Lamborghini and was driving back to his riverside mansion in Modu. Young master. A middle-aged woman in her 40s stepped forward respectfully to greet him. This was Shen Anyu's housekeeper, Heing, a trusted confidant sent by his mother and Zi to look after him. Her family had served the Shen household in Yanxia for generations, making her utterly loyal. Moreover, she was highly capable, holding doctoral degrees from several top universities in management, law, economics, finance, and psychology, and had once served as CEO of a listed company under the Shen family conglomerate. With Heing managing everything, Shen Anyu's affairs, big and small, were handled with meticulous order, bringing him great comfort. Of course, her appearance and figure were ordinary, though she had a gentle and approachable demeanor. But Shen Anyu didn't mind. He wasn't some horned dog who got excited at the sight of any woman. Aside from top-tier beauties, ordinary women were never his targets. And every destined female lead was the cream of the crop among top beauties, radiant in every pore thanks to the keyboards of countless authors. Some even possessed unscientific, fantastical, eternal attributes. Still, Shen Anyu felt his surroundings were a bit monotonous. As a top-tier aristocrat, how could he be without a retinue of curvaceous and graceful personal maids? After a moment's thought, Shen Anyu's eyes lit up, and he gave orders to Heing. There's a nurse named Wan Lingshan at Modu First People's Hospital. Heing, recruit her as my personal nurse. She was also one of the female leads connected to the countryside prodigy and destined son Xia Lu, his childhood friend and neighbor, who had gotten into Modu Medical University and was now working as a nurse at Modu First People's Hospital. Naturally, Shen Anyu wasn't about to let her slip away. Yes, young master. Heing replied in a gentle voice. Since the young master had given an order, she would see it through by any means, no matter the cost, even if it required underhanded methods. That was the resolve of a housekeeper like Heing. Shen Anyu nodded in satisfaction. No matter how outrageous his command, Ying would do everything in her power to carry it out. And with the vast influence and resources of the Shen and An families, there was almost nothing they couldn't accomplish. Shen Anyu casually asked, "How is the matter I requested last night progressing?" Hearing Shen Anyu's inquiry, Ying respectfully replied, "Young master, as you instructed, we have quietly acquired 60% of the shares of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company." Upon learning that it was the Shen Consortium making the offer, those shareholders were overjoyed and immediately agreed. As she spoke, Ying's eyes also gleamed with a sense of shared pride. The Shen Consortium was a behemoth controlling trillions in wealth. A single stomp of its foot would cause an economic earthquake. Those shareholders of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, though they were multimillionaires or even billionaires, were nothing but ants before the Shen Consortium. How could they dare to refuse? Besides, the Shen Consortium would not treat them badly. Every one of them was only too eager to be a dog for the Shen Consortium. Not to mention that behind the Shen Consortium stood the terrifying millennia-old aristocratic family, the Shen family of Yanxia. Even if Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company was not a listed company, the Shen Consortium could manipulate it at will. A company worth tens of billions might seem like a colossus to ordinary people, but in the eyes of the Shen Consortium, it was nothing at all. Only 60%. Shen Anyu frowned slightly, but before Ying could speak, he recalled the remaining 40% is in the hands of Qin Ningbing, and the second largest shareholder, Wang Hai, isn't it? Last night he had instructed that they should not disturb these two for the time being. Ying said respectfully, "The young master is wise. The remaining 40% of shares are held by the major shareholder Qin Ningbing and the second largest shareholder Wang Hai. Qin Ningbing holds about 30%, while Wang Hai holds the remaining 10%. This afternoon, Wang Hai will convene a shareholders meeting to stage a coup against Qin Ningbing." Shen Anyu smiled and said, "What a coincidence." Wang Hai was the owner of an investment company and also the second largest shareholder of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company. Qin Ningbing had championed the development of the ginseng heart-nourishing pill, which cost hundreds of millions, but the research ended in failure. This dealt a heavy blow to the already struggling century-old brand Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, which had suffered under the impact of Western medicine in recent years. In fact, Wang Hai's sabotage and troublemaking also played a part. He wanted to seize control of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, take it public, and then after reaping huge profits from gullible investors, make a clean getaway. But Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company was the ancestral business of the Qin family. How could she agree? Over the years, the two sides had been locked in covert and overt struggles. But profits move people's hearts. Lured by Wang Hai's promise of taking the company public, many shareholders defected to his side. This left Qin Ningbing unable to stand alone. Running a business honestly could never compare to going public and making a quick fortune. Moreover, in recent years, under the impact of Western medicine, Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company had been depressed and dividends had dwindled. Now, however, was Shen Anyu's golden opportunity. As for Xia Lu's extraordinary medical skills, I have a perfect replica. As for Wang Hai, he's nothing but a blustering clown looking down upon him. Shen Anyu sneered. Even without extraordinary medical skills, with the immense power and wealth of the Yanxia family, dealing with Wang Hai was no harder than crushing an ant. As for supporting Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, that was merely a matter of a word. Let's go watch the fun. Yes, young master. At this moment, in the center of Modu stood the headquarters building of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company. Top floor conference room. An important meeting that would decide the future of Qin Ningbing and Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, and even change the landscape of Yanxia's Chinese medicine circle, was about to begin. Wang Hai, elated and high-spirited, looked around at the assembled shareholders and said, "Dear shareholders, in recent years, under Qin Ningbing's leadership, Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company has become increasingly depressed and dividends have been shrinking. Recently, the 500 million yuan investment in the ginseng heart-nourishing pill also ended in failure. I propose we remove Qin Ningbing from her position as president. She must give an explanation to all shareholders." At the head of the table, a stunningly beautiful woman sat with her lovely face frozen in cold frost. This breathtaking beauty had delicate features, every part of her face perfect. She wore an OL suit tailored by a top Italian designer, which accentuated her curvaceous, voluptuous figure enough to make one's blood rush. A pair of slender, elegant legs were sheathed in black stockings, and her alluring feet were encased in crystal stilettos. An angelic face and a devilish figure. No exaggeration at all. But at this moment, this stunning woman was radiating an aura of icy coldness. Wang Hai, over the years, you've been secretly sabotaging and holding things back. Behind the failure of the new drug research, there are also traces of your interference. Don't think I don't know. Qin Ningbing's beautiful eyes coldly fixed on the triumphant Wang Hai, and she said in an icy voice, "Who is the one that disregards the interests of all shareholders? Who is the one that acts unscrupulously for personal gain? Wang Hai, you should be the one to give me an answer, and to give all shareholders an answer." Wang Hai said mockingly, "President Qin, do you have evidence?" Qin Ningbing fell silent. If she had evidence, she would have overthrown Wang Hai long ago, but despite her continuous efforts to collect it, she could only find a few scattered traces. There was no conclusive evidence. Wang Hai, even more smug, stood up straight, swept his gaze over the shareholders, and said, "Then let's vote by a show of hands to see who has more support, you Qin Ningbing or me Wang Hai. Ladies first, let's start with you President Qin." But his tone carried no respect, only mockery and sarcasm. Qin Ningbing's heart tightened. However, 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. A full several minutes passed. No one raised a hand to support Qin Ningbing. The situation was lost. Qin Ningbing's star-like, beautiful eyes gradually dimmed. She let out a faint sigh, tilted her head back to look at the ceiling, and a glint of sparkle appeared. "Ha ha ha, in the end, I am the winner." Wang Hai burst into wild laughter, utterly triumphant. Qin Ningbing was indeed formidable. A young woman in her 20s, taking over unexpectedly after her father's sudden death, had been able to engage in covert and overt struggles with a wily old fox like him for years. But profits move people's hearts, and in the end he had won. Once he gained control of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, took it public, and reaped enormous profits from the market, Wang Hai's personal fortune would easily reach tens of billions. However, to make Qin Ningbing give up hope, and to see how many shareholders backed him, Wang Hai said with a broad smile, "Dear shareholders, I swear that I will take you all public and make you rich. Now vote for me." Qin Ningbing didn't watch because it no longer mattered. But she would never admit defeat. Today's battle was a total loss. Yet one day she would reclaim Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, no matter the cost. Even if it meant mutual destruction. Qin Ningbing's beautiful eyes flashed with resolute determination. Yet 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. A full several minutes passed, and still there was not a single sound. Qin Ningbing slightly furrowed her delicate brows and looked intently. At that look, Qin Ningbing's beautiful eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief spread across her exquisite face. Because no one had raised a hand to support Wang Hai either. Wang Hai's mind went blank, utterly stupefied, before he turned to a staunch ally, the shareholder Lu Hushing, and roared hysterically, "What's going on?" Lu Hushing exchanged glances with the other shareholders, all revealing knowing smiles, then shook his head at Wang Hai and said, "Wang Hai, none of us support you." The other shareholders also chimed in, "Wang Hai, don't delude yourself, we don't support you." "Haha, Wang Hai, your expression just now was quite amusing. Wang Hai, I don't blame us." Looking at the array of shareholders, large and small, all vetoing him, Wang Hai felt as if he had fallen from paradise into an abyss. Darkness swirled before his eyes, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto his chair, trembling as he asked, "Whom do you support?" These shareholders supported neither Qin Ningbing nor him, Wang Hai. Could there be a third party entering the fray? How was that possible? For years, the Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company had been a battleground of open and covert struggles between him and Qin Ningbing. Lu Hushing spoke with utmost reverence, uttering 2 words, "Young Master Shen." The other shareholders also declared in unison, "Young Master Shen. We all support Young Master Shen. We recognize no one but Young Master Shen." The shareholders, large and small, all wore expressions of profound respect, not a hint of negligence, even though Young Master Shen was not present. Some even showed fawning and ingratiation. Witnessing this, Wang Hai was astounded. He had painstakingly cultivated these shareholders for so many years, yet none had ever treated him with such deference. Who was this Young Master Shen? Qin Ningbing had regained her composure, but her beautiful eyes still held lingering shock and awe as she murmured, "Who exactly is Young Master Shen?" She wanted to know to whom she and Wang Hai had lost after years of rivalry. Wang Hai's face twisted with fury, his eyes bloodshot, as he roared, "Which Young Master Shen dares to steal my prize? I will never let him off. I will destroy him." After pouring so many years of effort, countless hours and energy, he had failed at the moment of success. Wang Hai was consumed by rage and resentment to the point of wanting to kill. Lu Hushing and the other shareholders sneered, ready to mock him. But at that moment, a loud, respectful shout rang out, "Young Master Shen arrives." Instantly, the top-floor meeting room fell into absolute silence. Everyone turned as one toward the meeting room door. At that moment, Qin Ningbing, Wang Hai, Lu Hushing, and the others held their breath. Lu Hushing and his group abruptly rose to their feet, faces beaming with smiles, bowing deeply, not daring to look up. With a loud rustle, the doors to the top-floor meeting room swung open, and a large contingent of black-clad bodyguards poured in. 10, 20, 100, 200. Fully 200 black-clad bodyguards stormed in, each exuding a fierce aura like tigers. The leading few moved with the vigor of dragons and the stride of tigers, their presence imposing as mountains. The 200 black-clad bodyguards quickly split into 2 rows, bowing in unison and saying respectfully, "Young Master, please." The 200 elite bodyguards shouted in one voice, their cry nearly lifting the roof. In the top-floor meeting room, everyone's eardrums buzzed. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps approached. The footsteps were steady and powerful, as if not even heaven and earth could shake them. Merely hearing them conveyed the immense aura. Under the gaze of all present, a young man of peerless handsomeness like a deity strode in. When this handsome man appeared, the many black-clad bodyguards bowed even deeper, each showing profound reverence and fervor. A gentle and kind middle-aged woman followed respectfully behind the handsome man. These two were naturally Shen Anyu and the housekeeper Heing. Shen Anyu looked at the ferocious-faced Wang Hai with a hint of a smile and said calmly, "So you're the one who wants to destroy me." Wang Hai was drenched in cold sweat. He was no fool. Such a grand display meant that this young Master Shen likely had connections so high they reached the heavens. He immediately tried to appease. "Young Master Shen, it's all a misunderstanding." But Shen Anyu had no interest in speaking with him. He waved a hand and said flatly, "Take him away. I don't want to see him again." As his words fell, two black-clad bodyguards like apparitions appeared behind Wang Hai, one on each side, seizing his arms and forcibly dragging him away. Wang Hai's scalp tingled, his eyelids twitched, and he screamed in terror, "What are you doing? This is kidnapping. You." At that moment, Qin Ningbing let out a faint sigh and said, "So it's the Shen family of Yanxia." Looking at Heing, who stood respectfully behind Shen Anyu, she seemed to understand everything. Heing had once been the CEO of a listed company under the Shen consortium. Long ago, when her father was still alive, he had taken her to pay respects. With Heing's identity, the astute Qin Ningbing could easily guess Shen Anyu's identity. The Shen and young Master Shen must be the most fearsome Shen in all of Yanxia. Indeed, he was as high as the heavens. A millennium-old aristocratic family. A family that had stood through dynastic changes without falling. It was unimaginable what kind of foundation and power they possessed. Just the Shen consortium alone controlled trillions in wealth. The Shen family of Yanxia. Qin Ningbing's sigh fell like a thunderclap in Wang Hai's ears. Had he just threatened the eldest young master of the Yanxia Shen family? Wang Hai's face turned ashen, his whole body trembled. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the bodyguards had already covered his mouth and nose and dragged him away. Shen Anyu waved his hand, and Lu Hushing and the other shareholders of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, along with the many black-clad bodyguards, and Heing respectfully withdrew from the top-floor meeting room. Heing even closed the door behind her. Qin Ningbing's pretty face changed color, her beautiful eyes wary as she looked at Shen Anyu and asked, "Young Master Shen, what do you intend to do? A mere Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company should not be worthy of your attention." Though the company was now worth tens of billions, and after going public, could be worth hundreds of billions, how could that matter to the young master of the Yanxia Shen family? Qin Ningbing grew alert. Clap, clap. Shen Anyu lightly clapped his hands, his gaze appreciatively scanning Qin Ningbing's angelic face and devilish figure. He said slowly, as expected of a beautiful president, both in beauty and wit, "You are top tier. I have come here for you. Submit to me, and I will give you everything you desire. Otherwise, I will destroy everything you have." Shen Anyu's eyes were cold and indifferent. If he was the best boyfriend in front of Su Hongyan, then before Qin Ningbing, he exuded an overwhelming dominance. Because only this way could he conquer this calm, rational, intelligent, and proud, beautiful president. Qin Ningbing's face drained of color. Her worst fears had come true. But the four words "Yanxia Shen family" left her breathless. Qin Ningbing could barely breathe. She parted her red lips, taking small breaths, and after a long moment, she carefully chose her words. "Young Master Shen, I appreciate your favor, but I already have a fiancé." Although she had always been dissatisfied with the arranged marriage her deceased father had set before birth, and even considered breaking it off, now she did not hesitate to use it as a shield. Shen Anyu smiled, but his gaze was icy as he looked at Qin Ningbing, as if appraising prey. "What I want no one can refuse. What I desire no one can refuse." Shen Anyu's domineering voice echoed through the top-floor meeting room. Qin Ningbing stared blankly at Shen Anyu, her exquisite lips curling into a breathtakingly beautiful arc. Trapped in a corner, she actually smiled. "Master Shen Ningbing adores tall, handsome, and imperious men like you." Qin Ningbing rose slowly, her slender long legs wrapped in black silk moving gracefully. Her alluring feet kicked off the crystal high heels and stepped onto the floor. Like a black Persian cat pacing, Qin Ningbing approached Shen Anyu with measured steps. Her icy demeanor melted into a myriad of charms, both noble and seductive. Outsiders would hardly believe that the famed top beauty of Modu, the cold and aloof billion-dollar female CEO, could appear so enchantingly alluring. Shen Anyu wore a faint smile, calmly watching an elegant, noble, and seductive Persian cat approach. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Closer, ever closer. When Qin Ningbing reached him, she bit her red lips, gazing deeply into Shen Anyu's eyes, then suddenly said, "Unfortunately, Ningbing is also strong-willed and resolute, and does not appreciate being threatened. Even if it means mutual destruction." A gleaming spring knife was pressed against Shen Anyu's throat. Qin Ningbing's beautiful eyes turned icy cold as she glared at him. Shen Anyu still smiled, not even twitching an eyelid. He looked at her with an amused, nonchalant expression and drawled, "Should I say, woman, you've successfully caught my attention." Qin Ningbing's face froze, her eyes frigid as she ignored the jest. "Master Shen, since you're interested in me, you must know that my parents passed away long ago. The Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, which I cared about most, has also been taken by you. I have no weakness. And you, the eldest son of the Yanxia Shen family, a noble scion of a 1,000-year-old top-tier clan, possess wealth, status, power, and beauties in abundance." Shen Anyu smiled leisurely. "Indeed. So, Qin Ningbing took a soft breath, her eyes meaningful, as she gazed at Shen Anyu. Master Shen, do you truly not understand, or are you feigning ignorance? Ningbing could perish together with you. As she spoke, she pressed the spring knife in her fair hand a little harder, as if to pierce the skin of Shen Anyu's throat. Master Shen, are you not afraid of death? Shen Anyu found it amusing. With his divine steel-like body, even supersonic missiles might struggle to breach his defenses. Why would he fear a tiny spring knife in Qin Ningbing's hand? Moreover, with his martial arts grandmaster-level cultivation, Qin Ningbing, barely strong enough to truss a chicken, had no chance to act. Yet watching the cornered Qin Ningbing, Shen Anyu felt she was captivating at this moment. A flower blooming on the edge of a precipice possesses a breathtaking beauty. Might as well play along. Leaning forward with an imposing presence, Shen Anyu said slowly, Qin Ningbing, I have seen countless beauties, yet you rank among them as a noble and radiant peony. I am determined to have you. Qin Ningbing's eyes widened in shock. Under his movement, the spring knife in her hand retreated repeatedly. She truly hadn't expected that a top-tier noble scion from a 1,000-year-old clan would disregard his own life for mere beauty. Qin Ningbing took a deep breath, her face regaining its icy composure as she said slowly, Master Shen, with your status, wealth, and power, you can have any woman you desire. Why are you fixated on Ningbing? Ningbing is an icy, uninteresting woman who only thinks about work and restoring the family legacy with no room for romance. Shen Anyu smiled appreciatively, looking at her sincerely. That's fine. I appreciate the beauty in different women, gentle, noble, tender, seductive. And a cold CEO absorbed in work is quite interesting too. You? Qin Ningbing was on the verge of breaking composure, barely managing to swallow her retort by biting her red lips. At this moment she was caught in a dilemma. She understood all too well Shen Anyu's identity, status, power, and wealth. The Shen Consortium alone was an unshakable behemoth before which even the richest man in Yanxia would bow respectfully, let alone the 1,000-year-old top-tier Yanxia Shen family. And she was unaware that behind Shen Anyu lay another top-tier clan, the Yanxian family. But this was already terrifying enough. Qin Ningbing, sharp-witted, knew that harming Shen Anyu would mean the end of everything. She had intended to show a resolve for mutual destruction to force him to retreat. But now facing the composed Shen Anyu, an unprecedented helplessness and powerlessness filled her heart. What should she do now? Yet proud as she was, how could she submit to a wealthy scion coercing her through influence and power? A look of resolve flashed in Qin Ningbing's eyes. Suddenly she pressed the sharp spring knife from Shen Anyu's throat against her own pale swan-like neck, even drawing a tiny bead of blood. Master Shen Ningbing would rather die than submit. With the sharp knife against her neck, Qin Ningbing looked at him with determined eyes. If you force me, you'll only get Ningbing's cold corpse. Jade may shatter, but its purity remains intact. Shen Anyu shook his head, giving a doting smile. Darling, how can you hurt yourself? Such perfect skin, what a pity to blemish it. Then, as Qin Ningbing watched in astonishment, he snatched the spring knife from her hand in a flash. With a casual twist, the military-grade fine spring knife was crumpled into a ball. Hiss! Seeing this, Qin Ningbing gasped, dumbfounded. That knife, forged for the military, was worth over 100,000, nearly as sharp as a blade that could cut iron, with extremely high strength and toughness. It was her self-defense tool. Her excessive beauty and wealth, combined with being an orphan of the Qin family, made her a target for countless schemers. Though she had female bodyguards, she trusted herself more. She was a woman without a sense of security. But she never imagined that in Shen Anyu's hands the spring knife would be kneaded like clay. How was that possible? And it didn't stop there. Shen Anyu casually brushed her long snow-white neck. His extraordinary medical skills and grandmaster-level internal energy activated, nourishing the cells around the tiny wound with life-infused true essence. Qin Ningbing immediately felt a warm, tingling sensation and then realized with astonishment that the small scar had vanished without a trace. Impossible. Am I hallucinating? She was shocked. The Modu Rengsintang Pharmaceutical Company's main products included scar-removing ointments, but compared to this, they were worlds apart. At that moment, Qin Ningbing's heart was in turmoil. Qin Ningbing's gaze towards Shen Anyu shifted. In her mind, Shen Anyu was nothing more than a reckless playboy relying on his prestigious family, indulging in debauchery, without regard for his life. Though he appeared domineering and overbearing, that strength was merely a facade propped up by his lineage. Qin Ningbing feigned reverence while concealing disdain within. Yet now, witnessing Shen Anyu's subtle display of prowess, she was astonished. The man before her seemed shrouded in an enigmatic veil. Both the effortless destruction of a military-grade spring knife and the miraculous healing of the faint scar on her neck were beyond comprehension. Shen Anyu gently pinched Qin Ningbing's slender snow-white neck, leaning forward with narrowed eyes like a lion poised to strike its prey. He said calmly, Qin Ningbing, no one but me can harm you, not even yourself. As she met his gaze, like a sovereign surveying his subjects, and heard his domineering words, Qin Ningbing's heart fluttered in chaos. Ding. Detected increase in fate. Heroine Qin Ningbing's affection by 30, plundered 0 fate points. Ding. Major emotional fluctuation detected in fates, chosen, Xia Lu plunder 500 fate points. Shen Anyu maintained a solemn and indifferent expression, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Ningbing, the first female lead of the rustic country Dr. Carefree City, the beautiful CEO fiancée, was truly a difficult heart to conquer. If merely possessing her were the goal, Shen Anyu could easily achieve it through coercion, given Qi Ningbing's rational and pragmatic nature as a CEO. But he needed more than possession. Only by conquering her heart could he gain more fate points. Total affection at 80 yields an additional 300 fate points, at 90, an extra 100, and at full affection even more. Qi Ningbing's character was immensely proud and unbending. Forcing her would only lead to mutual destruction. From the fate plunder system, Shen Anyu knew that unlike the completed novel, The Expert Descends the Mountain, My Stunning Sister-in-Law, whose plot he fully understood, other novel worlds merged into this main realm, had only just begun. For instance, the rural doctor novel only had rough settings for the male and female leads, and an opening the rest evolved over time. The variability was immense. Even The Expert Descends the Mountain novel would change with the integration of other novel worlds. Such was the butterfly effect. A butterfly flapping its wings in the south could stir a tempest in the north. However, Shen Anyu knew Qi Ningbing's general traits: proud and strong-willed, intelligent, and composed. She loved control, was unbending, and would resort to mutual destruction at the brink. Moreover, the man who could conquer her had to be more dominant, more exceptional, capable of protecting her and providing security, not a second-generation heir relying on family background which she would despise. Fortunately, a good start had been made. The 30 affection points were proof and reward. What surprised Shen Anyu was that Xia Lu had contributed 500 fate points. Clearly, Qi Ningbing, as the beautiful CEO fiancée and first female lead of the rural doctor story, held immense weight. In contrast, Yi Yin, the fates chosen from The Expert Descends the Mountain novel, hadn't triggered such a bounty through Lin Keqing, likely because Yi Yin had yet to appear and stir the tides of fate. This gave Shen Anyu an idea. Through Lin Keqing, he could learn when Yi Yin would descend the mountain. In truth, Shen Anyu also missed that stunning sister-in-law Lin Keqing. As for how to completely conquer Qi Ningbing, he had already formulated a plan. That flaw was Qi Ningbing's heavy gambling tendency. Her decision to invest most of her liquid capital into developing the ginseng heart-nourishing pill was a testament to that. Shen Anyu then turned his gaze toward Qi Ningbing with keen interest. At that moment, Qi Ningbing bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes stubborn and silent, as if resigned to being a fish on the chopping block, subject to Shen Anyu's whims. Yet her eyes flickered with determination, clearly not abandoning the thought of mutual destruction. Shen Anyu smiled and said, "Darling, how about we make a bet?" A ripple stirred in Qi Ningbing's resolute eyes as she looked at him in slight surprise. "If you win, I'll let you go and return the Modu Rinxin Tang pharmaceutical company to you, entirely clearing all obstacles. Of course, if you lose, everything you have, all of it, becomes mine." Qi Ningbing's gaze finally shifted, and she parted her red lips in astonishment. Really? The unexpected joy made her incredulous. In the face of the mysterious and deeply connected Shen Anyu, she had no means of self-preservation left, not even mutual destruction. She had resigned herself to the grim thought of being bitten by a dog, as death would end it all. But now, Shen Anyu actually agreed to let her go, and on such favorable terms. Not only releasing her, but also clearing all obstacles for her to fully control Modu Rinxin Tang. It was an irresistible temptation. As for losing, how would her situation differ? Unconsciously, Qi Ningbing's psychological expectations had shifted toward becoming Shen Anyu's woman. Shen Anyu smiled faintly and said, "Of course it's true. As the eldest son of the Shen family in Yanxia, would I deceive you?" Of course he would deceive. Never doubt the scruples of Shen Anyu, the sly one. But there was hardly any need. He was over 99% sure of victory. Qi Ningbing believed him, or rather, what else could she do but trust? Huff. Qi Ningbing took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Anyu, a captivating smile blooming on her stunning face. "Young master, Shen Ningbing believes you are a man of honor and integrity and would never deceive me. I accept this bet, but the terms must be proposed by me. Otherwise, a losing bet is meaningless." Shen Anyu looked at her with an amused expression and said magnanimously, "Agreed." He knew that with Qi Ningbing's intelligence and composure, she wouldn't propose an outrageous bet. Doing so might provoke him to tear up the agreement, and she would be the one to suffer. Such was the plight of the weaker party. Moreover, Shen Anyu had already guessed what bet she would suggest. Sure enough, Qi Ningbing bit her red lip, pondered for a moment, hesitated, and then spoke. "Young master Shen, let's bet on the ginseng heart-nourishing pill. Our Modu Rinxin Tang has spent 500 million over the past 3 years without success." She sighed softly, recalling that the second shareholder Wang Hai had used this as a pretext to challenge her in today's top-level meeting. She continued, 3 months. With your abilities, family background, and connections, there should be hope of successfully developing the ginseng heart-nourishing pill to cure heart disease. If you succeed, Ningbing will become your woman, and everything I have will be yours. If you fail, then please honor your promise and leave Ningbing and Modu Rinxin Tang alone. Her beautiful eyes looked at Shen Anyu expectantly. Shen Anyu thought to himself, just as I expected, and smiled. Alright, it's a bet. A flicker of mixed emotions, playful and pleased, danced in Qin Ningbing's cold, exquisite features. Qin Ningbing was overjoyed at this moment, her pretty face flushed with excitement, her eyes like water. In her view, it was almost impossible to successfully research the ginseng heart-nourishing pill within 3 months. Shen Anyu, the top noble scion of the Yanxia family, had definitely underestimated the difficulty. Over the past 3 years, the Modou Rinxintang pharmaceutical company had mobilized all its elite researchers, spent 500 million in funds, and even invited a heavyweight medical authority of Yanxia, the divine Dr. Lu. Yet they still failed to succeed in the development. This was certainly partly due to the dragging from second shareholder Wang Hai and others, but the most important reason was that the difficulty was too high. The ginseng heart-nourishing pill is one of the classic famous medicines of Yanxia traditional Chinese medicine, with the effects of nourishing the heart, calming the spirit, and dispelling evil from the heart. Qin Ningbing intended, following the example of artemisinin, to extract the effective components from the ginseng heart-nourishing pill formula, refine and supplement them, and name it the ginseng heart-nourishing pill. Its effect was to cure heart disease, or at least provide effective treatment. But the result was repeated failure. Even though Shen Anyu had the backing of the Yanxia family and could mobilize unimaginable resources and manpower, it was nearly impossible to succeed in research within 3 months. Qin Ningbing felt she was sure to win. And Shen Anyu, seeing Qin Ningbing's watery eyes and secretly delighted appearance, found it amusing in his heart. The one who was sure to win was him. He had guessed earlier that this ginseng heart-nourishing pill was one of Qin Ningbing's obsessions, and the bet was most likely about this. Now it turned out to be exactly that. For Shen Anyu, who had perfectly replicated Xia Liu's extraordinary medical skills, the difficulty was as trivial as child's play. The extraordinary medical skills replicated by Shen Anyu included not only various miraculous acupuncture secret techniques, but also many incredible ancient prescriptions. Among them, there was the secret recipe for the ginseng heart-nourishing pill. Shen Anyu was surely victorious. Watching the secretly delighted, beautiful CEO, Qin Ningbing, the fiancé of the chosen one, Xia Liu, Shen Anyu's lips curled into a playful smirk. If Xia Liu, who was in the detention center, learned that the methods used to take his stunning CEO fiancé were perfectly replicated from him, his expression would surely be quite interesting. Then Qin Ningbing gracefully led Shen Anyu to the research laboratory of Modou Rinxintang pharmaceutical company and began to introduce things. Master Shen, these are the white mice used for experiments. They all have heart disease. Unfortunately, after taking the ginseng heart-nourishing pill we developed, they initially showed improvement, but in the end, each one died suddenly. Saying this, looking at the sickly white mice, Qin Ningbing felt somewhat helpless and regretful. For the past 3 years, she had been longing for success, but each time fell short at the final stage. Here are some of the ginseng heart-nourishing pills. Then Qin Ningbing pointed to some well-preserved medicines on the nearby table labeled as ginseng heart-nourishing pills. Shen Anyu casually picked one up and looked at it, slightly flaring his nostrils, then sneered. These ginseng heart-nourishing pills, if taken long-term, it's good they don't kill people, let alone cure them. What? At Shen Anyu's words, Qin Ningbing's expression changed, and she asked in a concentrated voice, how is that possible? Even if they are ineffective, it shouldn't be like this. She did not doubt Shen Anyu's words, as he had no need to deceive her. But this made Qin Ningbing somewhat dejected. Had all the research over the past 3 years been on a pile of garbage? This was already the 12th improved version of the ginseng heart-nourishing pill, yet it still had such severe side effects. Just then a vigorous-looking old man walked over and said kindly to Qin Ningbing, President Qin, you've come. Our research lately has been very productive. You can take a look at these documents. Qin Ningbing's eyes lit up with joy. She took the documents and introduced to Shen Anyu. Master Shen, this is the divine Dr. Lu, whom our Modou Rinxintang pharmaceutical company hired at a high price, a medical authority. He had some acquaintance with my deceased father, otherwise we could not have invited his esteemed presence. Qin Ningbing had great respect for the venerable elder divine Dr. Lu. Divine Dr. Lu sighed, showing a look of shame, and said, President Qin, you flatter me. In 3 years I have achieved little, and have let down your high regard. Qin Ningbing was about to comfort him, as she understood the difficulty of the research. However, at that moment a sharp slap rang out. Shen Anyu smiled coldly, turned his hand, and delivered a slap directly onto divine Dr. Lu's face. Even though he used only a negligible amount of strength, it sent divine Dr. Lu flying several meters, crashing heavily into the wall, causing the wall to shake with a boom. Master Shen, this. Qin Ningbing watched this scene, her lips slightly parted in shock, looking at Shen Anyu in astonishment. Could he beat someone just because the divine doctor performed poorly? Moreover, the divine doctor was working for Qin Ningbing. Oh, why was Shen Anyu, the young master of the Yanxia family, so angry? Divine Dr. Lu, holding his swollen face and grimacing in pain, then said angrily to Qin Ningbing, Qin Ningbing, I came to oversee Modou Rinxintang pharmaceutical company out of regard for your deceased father, yet you dare to humiliate and beat me like this. He did not know Shen Anyu's identity, and only thought it was Qin Ningbing's intention. Divine Dr. Lu, Qin Ningbing was about to explain something. But at this moment Shen Anyu had already walked toward divine Dr. Lu and stomped down directly. A crack sound. Seeing his right leg directly broken by the stomp, divine Dr. Lu let out a miserable scream drenched in cold sweat, his back clothes soaked with perspiration. The surrounding researchers also looked over in curious shock. Not knowing what was happening, Shen Anyu at this moment looked coldly at divine Dr. Lu and said calmly, "Old man, care to explain the $8 million in your Rigwa bank account?" Divine Dr. Lu's face changed, and he instinctively denied, "I don't know what this means. Don't try to frame me." However, Shen Anyu showed no mercy and directly stomped on his other leg. A gruesome cracking sound rang out. Divine Dr. Lu's two legs were already twisted beyond recognition, oozing bright red blood. Shen Anyu looked at divine Dr. Lu with a half-smile and drawled, "Speak. He'll speak, he'll speak, he'll speak." At this moment divine Dr. Lu's gaze toward Shen Anyu was as if looking at a demon. The ruthless attitude of directly breaking his legs, even indifferent to killing him, made him feel that the person before him was surely a reckless madman. If he didn't speak, he would really be finished. Immediately divine Dr. Lu, drenched in cold sweat and pale-faced, tremblingly said, "That money was given to me by Wang Hai to tamper with the ginseng heart-nourishing pill." Qin Ningbing's pretty face instantly froze into layers of frost, and her gaze toward divine Dr. Lu was chillingly cold. She had not expected that one of the few people she trusted most had been heavily bribed by Wang Hai. She had never mistreated divine Dr. Lu. How heartbreaking. Divine Dr. Lu actually did such a thing. No wonder we kept failing. How hateful. Divine Dr. Lu is unworthy of being a medical authority. Hearing divine Dr. Lu's words, most of the surrounding researchers were in an uproar condemning him. A few researchers had flickering eyes and were sweating profusely. Shen Anyu waved his hand and said coldly, "Take these people away. They will rot in prison. They must compensate in full with interest." As Shen Anyu's words fell, dozens of elite black-clad bodyguards directly dragged away divine Dr. Lu and a few researchers. "Thank you, young Master Shen." Qin Ningbing closed her beautiful eyes and let out a soft sigh, appearing somewhat weary. Her mother had passed away early and her father had also died unexpectedly a few years ago. Fresh out of university, Qin Ningbing had to take over Rinxin Hall Pharmaceutical Company in Modu, a conglomerate worth tens of billions. There was also a major shareholder like Wang Hai who colluded with a group of executives to oppose her, seeking to seize control and take the company public for quick profits. To her surprise, even one of the few elders she trusted, divine physician Lu, had been bribed by Wang Hai. This left her feeling utterly drained. Just then her cold little hand was grasped by a warm, large one. Qin Ningbing startled, opening her eyes to see Shen Anyu's warm and sincere smile. "Darling, I told you, as long as I'm here no one can harm you. I will protect you for a lifetime." Qin Ningbing stared blankly at Shen Anyu, then suddenly let out a laugh covering her rosy lips as her eyes sparkled with amusement. She even teased him, saying, "Young Master Shen Ningbing is not some naive little girl. Save those sweet words and eternal vows for the young maidens." Ding. Detected that the destined heroine Qin Ningbing's favorability increased by 10 plundered filling of 0 destiny points. Shen Anyu's expression turned peculiar. "Women, your name is hypocrisy. Deep down they desperately want it, yet their words say the opposite." Flustered by Shen Anyu's teasing gaze, Qin Ningbing's cheeks flushed as she changed the subject. "Young Master Shen, how do you plan to research the ginseng heart-nourishing pill? 3 months is an urgent deadline." Shen Anyu smiled faintly and said, 3 months? I can't wait that long. 3 hours should be enough. Tonight he intended to take care of everything thoroughly from start to finish. Why wait 3 months? If you give Brother Cohen 3 months off, he'd be very displeased. Yesterday he couldn't fight through blood and sweat, but today the surprise must be doubled. What? 3 hours would be enough. When Shen Anyu said this, Qin Ningbing thought she had misheard and looked at him in astonishment. "Young Master Shen, did I hear that wrong? 3 hours? Even if the Shen family in Yanxia, a millennium-old clan with terrifying resources, could gather top experts and scholars from around the world, 3 hours wasn't even enough for a plane to arrive, was it? Wasn't this a joke?" The researchers nearby also perked up their ears, but none of them believed it. 3 hours? What a joke. Even 3 months was impossible. They had spent 3 years on this, and despite divine physician Lu's interference, they knew how difficult it was to develop the ginseng heart-nourishing pill. They were all groping in the dark maze, unable to find direction. However, recalling how Shen Anyu had waved his hand to summon dozens of black-clad bodyguards, they knew he was someone important. They dared not speak up and kept their heads down, secretly guessing which spoiled young master had come to court their company's famous beautiful CEO. Using such an absurd excuse would surely lead to a dead end. "Well, you heard wrong. It's not 3 hours. Shen Anyu thought for a moment and spoke. Qin Ningbing breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. "I knew it, young Master Shen, you startled me." Then Shen Anyu suddenly said with a sly smile, "To be precise, it takes me 3 minutes to make the ginseng heart-nourishing pill. 3 hours is just for you to verify it." Qin Ningbing and the researchers were left speechless, utterly disbelieving. At that moment, under everyone's gaze, Shen Anyu leisurely walked to the herb storage, swiftly grabbing a pile of herbs with both hands without even using a scale. A researcher in the corner couldn't help but mutter quietly. The 18 incompatibilities and 19 fears in Chinese medicine clearly state that ginseng cannot be used with Trogopterus dung. Isn't this a mess? Grabbing herbs like this, can he really get the proportions right? They're all mixed together. And in 3 minutes, even grinding isn't enough time. What can he possibly make? The other researchers, though too timid to speak out, were all skeptical, waiting to see a spectacle. Qin Ningbing's beautiful eyes showed a hint of disappointment. She had to admit that a ripple had stirred in her heart earlier, but now it seemed rather unreliable. Yet this also relieved her. The less reliable Shen Anyu was, the safer she would be. She wouldn't have to deal with any thoroughness or anything. However, the next scene left Qin Ningbing and all the researchers utterly dumbfounded. Shen Anyu casually swept his hand, and with a burst of inner force the herbs were directly pulverized into powder with a bang. Under the formidable inner force of a grandmaster, the powder was instantly heated and melted, forming pellets that floated and undulated in midair. Seeing this, Qin Ningbing's rosy little mouth fell open as if wanting something to be stuffed in. How is this possible? She was utterly stunned. Could it be done like this? Was this scientific? The other highly educated researchers were also dumbfounded, their jaws dropping, as if their decades of scientific worldview were being shattered. The entire lab fell into dead silence, everyone staring blankly at Shen Anyu, their minds a blank. All right, 3 minutes are up. Shen Anyu's calm voice suddenly rang out. With a flick of his finger, the ginseng heart-nourishing pills, refined by his inner force, shot directly into the mouths of the mice suffering from heart disease. Visibly, those listless mice perked up as if brimming with renewed vitality. Shen Anyu's slow voice echoed. I'm in a hurry, so I took a shortcut with my inner force. Hurry up and test it. If it takes longer than 3 hours, you'll see who's in cahoots with divine physician Liu. Boom. When Shen Anyu finished speaking, the researchers sprang into action like engines revved up, quickly starting to test the mice. Sweat dripped from their brows. Divine physician Liu's miserable fate was still fresh in their minds. Yet many researchers were also filled with fervent excitement. The miraculous scene they had witnessed gave them great confidence. Perhaps the ginseng heart-nourishing pill could really succeed. When that happened, it would surely shake the medical world in Yanxia and beyond. They might even bask in some reflected glory. In the end, after the researchers ran full-speed tests, the results came out an hour early. All the mice with heart disease that had taken the pills refined by Shen Anyu showed significant improvement, with effects that were remarkably clear. With long-term use, they might even fully recover. Qin Ningbing was dumbfounded, staring at Shen Anyu in a daze. Did you already have the formula for the ginseng heart-nourishing pill? Shen Anyu tilted his head, looking at her with a half-smile. Yeah, I thought you were giving me a gift. Darling, now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. A bet is a bet. Qin Ningbing felt as if struck by lightning, her delicate body trembling. Why would Shen Anyu, a person of such noble lineage from a 1,000-year clan, still need to pursue conquest? Because killing the goose that lays golden eggs is too wasteful a squandering of destiny points. When the total affinity of the destiny heroine reaches 80, an additional 30,000 destiny points are rewarded. When it reaches 90, an additional 100,000. If the affinity were maxed out, who knows how much extra would be added. With a one-time transaction, it's basically impossible to reach an affinity above 80 unless encountering someone with special preferences. In Shen Anyu's view, 10,000 destiny points are far more valuable than several hundred million in monetary wealth. Take the god-level steel body, for instance. Countless top-tier figures would go to any lengths to obtain such an ability. If measured in money, not even a mountain of gold could trade for the god-level steel body. And the transcendent medical art only at gold rank costs a mere 100 draws, or 100,000 destiny points, yet if used well it could earn not just billions, but hundreds of billions. Xia Lu, the destiny child and village miracle doctor, if not for Shen Anyu's various underhanded manipulations, would surely have been living a blissful life, enjoying himself immensely. Besides, isn't it more interesting this way? Shen Anyu gazed at Qin Ningbing, whose face had lost its color, and her delicate frame trembled slightly. He directly grasped her jade hand, interlaced their fingers, and said with a light smile, Darling, it's getting late. Qin Ningbing bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes complex, as she looked at Shen Anyu, and let out a faint sigh. Young Master Shen, it turns out that from the very beginning Ningbing never escaped the bounds of your palm. At this moment, Qin Ningbing's eyes, bright as the morning star, held a strange glint as she gazed at Shen Anyu, whether it was worship, admiration, or infatuation. Ding. Detected that destiny heroine Qin Ningbing's affinity increased by 10, plunging through of his 0 destiny points. Shen Anyu smiled slightly. A woman so strong and proud could only be conquered by displaying even greater strength, dominance, intelligence, and capability. If he were a simp, he probably wouldn't even get to hold hands by the finale, let alone do anything else. Because deep down she would never look up to you. Darling, how about we go to your place? Show me around. Shen Anyu smiled with a meaningful expression, his gaze playful as he looked at Qin Ningbing. All right. Qin Ningbing pressed her red lips together and nodded lightly. She knew what this meant. But she also knew that she could no longer escape the grasp of the man before her. Afterwards, having settled matters at Modu Rinxintang Pharmaceutical Company, Qin Ningbing and Shen Anyu left. Now the shares of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company were 70% in Shen Anyu's hands and 30% in Qin Ningbing's. Wang Hai's game was over facing a lifetime in prison and bankruptcy. The stakes of all other shareholders, big and small, had been acquired. The entire Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, including the beautiful President Qin Ningbing, was firmly under Shen Anyu's control. Since she was his woman, Shen Anyu would naturally give her some benefits and not strip her clean. The other kind of strip clean was an exception. It was foreseeable that Shen Anyu would obtain many incredible abilities and items from the Destiny Plunder Systems lottery. Among these there would inevitably be many related to medicine. It was hard to imagine how much Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company would expand. $1 trillion business empire might be an understatement. By then, whether Qin Ningbing could retain her 30% shares would depend on whether she could satisfy Shen Anyu. As for how to satisfy him, those in the know would understand. Shen Anyu revealed a playful smile, waiting to see. At the same time, a shocking message like a massive meteorite crashing into the ocean stirred up towering waves, alarming Modu Yanxia and even the entire world. Especially in the medical circle, it drove everyone completely mad. The well-known Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company had joined under the banner of the Shen Family Consortium, becoming a subsidiary. Moreover, it publicly announced that they had developed the ginseng heart-nourishing pill, which had a remarkable effect on curing heart disease. If Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company were not a private company, its stock would have hit the daily limit immediately. A cure for heart disease, if it truly had the effect claimed, would be worth hundreds of billions at least. Countless ambitious people had their eyes on Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, but upon learning it had joined the Shen Family Consortium, they all backed off, daring not to covet it in the slightest. After all, that was the Shen Family Consortium, the world's top consortium, controlling trillions in wealth, and backed by the thousand-year clan, the Shen family of Yanxia. Who would be so reckless as to target a subsidiary under the Shen Family Consortium? And Qin Ningbing, the beautiful president, was even crowned as the 100 billion female president, drawing widespread attention. Countless people posted on the internet begging to be embraced by the wealthy woman. Countless domestic and international media begged to interview Qin Ningbing about her wealth myth. With wealth in the hundreds of billions and a beauty that could topple cities, Qin Ningbing was all the rage, attracting countless admirers and worshippers. But just then someone sneered and spoke up. If not for young Master Shen's help, Qin Ningbing wouldn't even have become the 100 billion female president. At the shareholder meeting during the day, Qin Ningbing would have been out sidelined by the second largest shareholder, Wang Hai. Not to mention developing the ginseng heart-nourishing pill. What makes Qin Ningbing, that incompetent woman, worthy of young Master Shen's favor just because she's pretty? I'm so jealous. Upon seeing this post, people curiously asked, Opie, what exactly happened? Who is young Master Shen? The person replied excitedly, the eldest son of the Shen family of Yanxia, a top noble of a thousand-year clan. Handsome beyond compare, like a god, with extraordinary abilities and a powerful aura 1,000 times better than my dream lover. Whether it's his appearance, family background, or abilities, he's the cream of the crop, like a celestial descending to earth. You don't know this. When I saw young Master Shen stride in during the day, my heart was completely captured. If young Master Shen says a word, I'm willing to take any position. Unfortunately, young Master Shen only has eyes for that incompetent woman Qin Ningbing, and even helped her wipe out the ambitious ones like Wang Hai, allowing her to take full control of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company. And you don't even know this yet. Qin Ningbing led the development for 5 years, but the ginseng heart-nourishing pill made no progress at all. But as soon as young Master Shen stepped in, he solved it effortlessly. Oh, why does my idol have to fancy that bitch Qin Ningbing? The others were instantly stunned. There was such inside information. They eagerly begged for more details. Hang on, someone's knocking. Delivery food, I'll go get it. Then there was no follow-up. All information about Shen Anyu was strictly blocked, with nothing leaking out. It even became a prohibited word. Except for a very few bold individuals who said a bit, then were quickly visited by door delivery food, and had their posts deleted. Not much information was disclosed. But this mystery, combined with the rumors of his youth, handsomeness, powerful dominance, and prestigious family background, attracted the eyes of countless women, their eyes sparkling with interest. This was the living embodiment of the domineering male lead from novels, the top tier of top tiers. Platforms like Weibo, WeChat Moments, and Xiaohongshu were flooded. The Shen Young Master Super Topic check-in had already exceeded 10 million floors in one night, still increasing wildly. That night, countless girls called out, young Master Shen husband, and smiled in their sleep, hoping to receive young Master Shen's favor, like Qin Ningbing, and become a 100 billion female president. Have a sweet love affair. A chase where no matter how she fled, she couldn't escape. The top noble young master has arrived in Modu. Lin Keqing, after working overtime for a whole day and night, dragged her weary body back home. At the entrance, she lowered her head, took off her high heels, and rubbed her beautiful feet, clad in black stockings, to relieve the soreness. Lin Keqing let out a faint sigh, her watery peach blossom eyes filled with complexity. 5 years ago, the Yi family of Modu, to whom she was betrothed, went bankrupt and collapsed under the wrath of the Shen family of Yanxia. Driven to madness by desperation, the patriarch of the Yi family set a fire that burned everything to ashes. Even the Lin family suffered some collateral damage. Consequently, she acquired many ill-reputed titles: a widow before marriage, a jinx, a bringer of misfortune. Not only outsiders, but even her own family uttered such words. Lin Keqing did not wish to endure the gossip of her so-called family at home. Afterward, she used her savings to establish a fashion design company. With her exceptional artistic talent and keen fashion sense, her company achieved considerable success, earning a modest reputation in the industry. On ordinary days, she would even sleep in the office, treating the company as her home. However, she sometimes returned home, but she would often face the cold sarcasm of her family. Yet at this very moment, a crowd rushed out from the rooms. Lin Keqing's parents, uncles and aunts, cousins, second granduncle, third grandaunt, all sorts of relatives, poured out. Lin Keqing's radiant and charming face instantly paled. She thought to herself, so many people, are they going to mock me again? How painful. But things turned out differently from her imagination. Her mother took her hand and said with a beaming smile, "Keqing, you must be tired. Come in quickly. I've prepared your favorite dishes, made them myself." Lin Keqing's father also spoke kindly, "Keqing, don't overwork yourself. You must take good care of your health." The other relatives were also exceedingly attentive and enthusiastic, completely surrounding Lin Keqing as they entered the house. Lin Keqing was dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Was she dreaming? Her cousin, full of envy and jealousy, said, "Sister Keqing, have you met young Master Shen? Is he as handsome and powerful as the legends say?" Lin Keqing looked surprised, and without overthinking she said, Handsome, very handsome. Powerful. Also very powerful." As if recalling something, she slightly twisted her waist, and her charming face flushed a little. Then Lin Keqing took a deep breath and asked everyone, "I know what you care about. Young Master Shen has promised me that he will protect the Lin family. Rest assured, the previous turmoil is already over." However, upon hearing this, the Lin family members seemed not surprised at all, as if they already knew. Lin Keqing's mother even held her hand and earnestly advised, "Keqing, a man as wonderful as young Master Shen. You must make him happy. Men, can't control their mouths and are prone to stray. Not to mention a top-tier man like young Master Shen, countless girls, both young and old, will throw themselves at him. Even if he philanders outside, you must be prepared mentally. Don't be jealous, instead be more considerate. The best is to get pregnant early and have a child. That's the only way to completely tie down a man." Hearing these words, Lin Keqing looked utterly bewildered and confused. Seeing this, the cousin recounted various online rumors about young Master Shen and the Modu Rinshin Hall Pharmaceutical Company, and even offered advice. "Sister Keqing, I think you are much more beautiful and womanly than that so-called beautiful CEO Qin Ningbing. Cheer up, win young Master Shen's heart, and our Lin family will prosper." The people around also gave Lin Keqing one piece of advice after another on how to win a man. Hearing all this, Lin Keqing felt both amused and dismayed. She shook her head and said with calm eyes, "Between young Master Shen and me, it was merely a transaction, and it's already over. From now on, there will be no more dealings." Although her family treated her differently because of Shen Anyu, which made her somewhat happy and emotional, she did not believe that a man like Shen Anyu would fix his gaze on a woman like her. That day and 2 nights had drawn a perfect conclusion. That Shen Anyu and Qin Ningbing were together did not surprise her. However, upon thinking of this, Lin Keqing's beautiful eyes showed a sense of loss and resentment. But upon hearing this, her cousin said with sour envy, "Sister Keqing, stop joking. Look at these things." With that, she opened a dozen boxes in the corner. Inside were top-grade jadeite, rubies, emeralds, luxury fashion items, and various gifts, all glittering and priceless, worth at least several hundred million. Lin Keqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Did young Master Shen send these? Her cousin nodded with envy and jealousy. And that wasn't all. Lin Keqing's father, with a genial smile, announced, "Furthermore, I hereby declare that the head of the Lin family shall be you, Keqing. The control of the Lin group is entirely transferred to you. This is also young Master Shen's instruction. But all of us in the Lin family wholeheartedly approve. We believe that under your leadership, Keqing, the Lin group will soar to new heights. Keqing, young Master Shen is really so good to you. You must go and thank him in person." With the precedent of the Modu Rinshin Hall Pharmaceutical Company soaring to success right before their eyes, how could the Lin family not be envious? Lin Keqing bit her lip, her heart in turmoil, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Jinxiu Mingxia. Chairwoman Su Wanqing, listening to her female secretary's excited chatter, smiled and shook her head, saying, "The Shen family of Yanxia, a millennia-old aristocratic family of supreme nobility, unmatched in handsomeness, truly worthy of being called the nation's heartthrob. No wonder you young ladies adore him so much. However, I'm older now and have come to see things clearly. Around a man like that there are countless beauties. He may not be a good match." The female secretary smiled and flattered. "Chairwoman, which young girl can compare to you?" Looking at Su Wanqing's mature and bewitching delicate features, her skin as smooth as a peeled boiled egg, the female secretary in her early 20s was extremely envious. Ring. At that moment, Su Wanqing's phone rang. Seeing it was from her daughter, Su Hongyan, she answered the call, and the secretary tactfully left the chairman's office, closing the door. "Mian, are you also calling to talk about that young Master Shen? Anyu is a good child, don't let him down." Su Wanqing said teasingly. As for Shen Anyu, she did not associate him with the title of young Master Shen since the rumors described young Master Shen as extremely domineering and aggressive. Yet Shen Anyu was gentle, elegant, and approachable. I don't care about some young Master Shen, came Su Hongmian's thunder a voice from the other end of the line. Then Su Hongmian told her about Shen Anyu teaching her Yanxia martial arts. Su Wanqing's expression changed. It took her a long time under Su Hongmian's concerned inquiries from the other end to come to her senses. She said, Anyu is sincere to you. Such true inherited martial arts are very precious. You should be nicer to him and not be spoiled. Alright, I have things to do. They'll hang up now. After hanging up, Su Wanqing looked somewhat solemn. True inherited martial arts. Could Shen Anyu also be from that world? I wonder if it's good or bad for Mian Mian to be with him. As if recalling something, Su Wanqing's usually calm and elegant eyes welled up with a trace of fear. The shockwaves caused by young Master Shen made the entire internet boil over, even stirring waves within the detention center. Detention center. Several female staff members chattered excitedly as they patrolled. How envious I am of that Qin Ningbing. She gained the favor of young Master Shen and instantly transformed into a billion-dollar female CEO. Indeed, what girl wouldn't be jealous? If the rumors are true, young Master Shen is so wonderful. Illustrious family background, unparalleled handsomeness, and fiercely protective of his wife. He's practically the man of my dreams. What a pity that Modu Rinxintang Pharmaceutical Company hasn't gone public, otherwise buying its stock would make a fortune. Qian, you're still only interested in money. Of course I'm not good-looking. Young Master Shen wouldn't fancy me anyway. Hearing these words, Xia Lu, who had been huddled in the corner, suddenly became agitated. Gripping the iron bars, he shouted, What did you say? The female CEO of Modu Rinxintang Pharmaceutical Company, Qin Ningbing, got together with some young Master Shen. Hearing this, one female staff member cast a disgusted glance at the despicable Xia Lu and said, Yes, so what? Behave yourself. You're going to stay longer for practicing medicine without a license and harassment. Upon hearing this, Xia Lu was struck as if by lightning, his face turning deathly pale. Trembling, he said, No, it can't be. Qin Ningbing is my fiancé. It can't be, it can't be. I have to get out, I have to get out. Boom. Xia Liu's inner force at the early Xiantian realm burst forth violently. He actually attempted to forcibly pry open the iron bars and escape. However, at that moment, a huge shadow loomed over him from behind. The muscular man Wu Gui grabbed Xia Lu directly and sneered, Little brother, you must abide by the law. What are you trying to break out of prison? Xia Lu struggled in vain, his face turning green. She was the stunning CEO fiancée he had longed for years. Was it possible that before they even met he had already been saddled with a bright green hat? Xia Lu wept. He regretted it. Knowing this, he should not have practiced medicine without a license, harassed that woman in a pencil skirt, or flirted with that long-legged beauty. Otherwise, he would have already met his stunning CEO fiancée Qin Ningbing and would not have ended up in the detention center watching helplessly as all this unfolded, unable to stop it. But now it was too late. Shen Anyu had given Xia Lu a solid and forceful lesson in legal education. Perhaps more than one lesson. Ding. The chosen one, Xia Lu, suffered a mental breakdown, who plundered 9999 destiny points. Ding. The chosen one, Xia Liu's mind completely shattered, plundered 66666 destiny points. Ding. The chosen one, Xia Liu's main romantic storyline experienced massive fluctuations, and plundered 100 destiny points. Damn, Xia Lu is truly my treasure boy. The reward he's given is so generous. Shen Anyu almost couldn't hold back his smile. They hadn't even officially met yet, and Xia Lu had already given him so many destiny points. Shen Anyu was overjoyed to the point of being reluctant to let Xia Lu leave the detention center. After all, when the time came, if Xia Liu's rage exploded, and he came looking for trouble, Shen Anyu would have to decide whether to kill him or kill him. Well, depending on my mood, I'll decide then. Let's keep him locked up for a while. Now is not the time for idle thoughts. Shen Anyu gazed appreciatively at the beautiful CEO ahead. At this moment, Qin Ningbing had already brought Shen Anyu to her home. The simple yet elegant white decor lacked extravagance and felt somewhat desolate. However, a custom-made Shabble crystal piano in the living room appeared rather magnificent and exquisite. Seeing Shen Anyu looking at the Shabble crystal piano, a trace of nostalgia and sorrow flickered in Qin Ningbing's beautiful eyes. My mother was a musician. I studied piano for a long time as a child. This Shabble crystal piano was a custom-made token of love that my father spent over 3 million US dollars ordering for her. My mother loved it very much and once said it would be left for me and my future son-in-law. Unfortunately, later my mother passed away from illness and I never touched the piano again. I was afraid my father would be sad hearing the piano music. But a few years ago my father also died accidentally. Right after graduating from university, I had to shoulder the company, dealing with scheming and backstabbing all day long, busy beyond measure. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Qin Ningbing shook her head, disheartened, unwilling to bring it up again. No matter how strong, calm, and intelligent a strong woman was, didn't she still harbor a longing for love in her heart? Unfortunately, it seemed destined to elude her in this life. However, contrary to Qin Ningbing's expectations, Shen Anyu instead slowly walked toward that shabby crystal piano. Under Qin Ningbing's puzzled gaze, Shen Anyu sat down before the piano and lifted the key cover of the shabby crystal piano. The next moment, joyful melodies, slow tempos, and lingering notes leaped from the interwoven black and white keys of the piano, as if the spirit of love had descended upon the mortal world, bringing boundless tender affection, or like lovers whispering softly to each other and exchanging a knowing smile. Involuntarily, Qin Ningbing lowered her head and closed her beautiful eyes, savoring the joyful, exquisite, and loving piano melody, feeling the purity and beauty of love. Her weary heart, without her realizing it, was washed clean and purified. It had been a long, long time since she had felt so relaxed. The grief of losing her parents one after another. Right after graduating from university, she had to shoulder the family business, forced to scheme against people like Wang Hai, to engage in deceit and intrigue in the business world. So much helplessness, so much anxiety, so many times crying secretly under the covers at midnight. In the eyes of countless people, she was the enviable, beautiful CEO, but in truth her heart was extremely weary. In this familiar and moving piano melody, she seemed intoxicated. Only when the piano music ended did Qin Ningbing slowly open her beautiful eyes, which glistened with crystal tears, as she looked at the man before her. "Is it Beethoven's Für Elise?" Shen Anyu smiled faintly and said softly, "Yes, it's the world-famous classic piano piece." Qin Ningbing tilted her head, a faint, enigmatic smile appearing on her exquisitely cold and beautiful face as she looked at Shen Anyu and said, "You did some research." "This was my mother's favorite piano piece. It was also the love anthem of my parents." Shen Anyu smiled and said without any concealment, "Yes, I did some research." Qin Ningbing kicked off her high heels, stepped onto the floor, and walked over. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Shen Anyu, who was inches away. She parted her red lips, her breath as sweet as orchid. "How long did you practice?" Shen Anyu raised one finger. "1 month. No, I spent 1 minute glancing at the score." Shen Anyu said with a smile. With top-tier musical skills at the pinnacle of mortal ability, spending a minute scanning the score was enough for him to achieve perfection. Qin Ningbing suddenly smiled. The man before her indeed possessed a charm that stirred her heart. Handsome appearance, unimaginable talent, incredible medical skills, and martial arts. Everything was so extraordinarily outstanding. If that were the case, why not give it a try, right? Ding. Detected that the destined female lead Qin Ningbing's favorability has increased by 26, plundering 7/8 destiny points. Ding. Detected that the destined female lead Qin Ningbing's total favorability is 86, plundering 3/0 destiny points. Shen Anyu reclined against the pillow, gazing at these rewards, a pleased smile gracing his lips. It was already the morning of the third day. 67,000 destiny points. Tisk. When have I, Shen Anyu, ever been so affluent? If asked how joyful Shen Anyu was, he was simply overjoyed. Unfortunately, his treasure girl was a workaholic and had already gone to the office. Qin Ningbing taking a day off yesterday was the first time in 5 years. Even on New Year's Eve she used to be at the company. But she had no choice but to take the leave. Even with Shen Anyu's extraordinary medical skills and the Grandmaster's internal energy treatment, it was still unbearable. In high spirits, Shen Anyu sent her a message. "Darling, are you okay? Want me to come to the company and give you another treatment?" The reply came instantly. "No need, really no need. By the way, I have to handle the production and sales of the Rinxin pill for nourishing the mind. He'll be busy for a while. Don't come looking for me." Inside the president's office of Modu Rengsintang Pharmaceutical Company, Qin Ningbing looked flustered, her slender jade-like hands hurriedly typing. "All right, I'll come find you in a few days, and he'll play the zither for you then." "Okay." Seeing the hesitation in her delayed reply, Shen Anyu shook his head. He wasn't some kind of demon after all. Time for a lottery draw. With nothing else to do, and over 67,000 destiny points on hand, Shen Anyu began drawing again. As for the million destiny points 1,000 draw with a guaranteed super-tier reward, he would leave that for when a second child of destiny appeared or when he was more well-off. First wave 100 draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden reward, transcendent music skill. Shen Anyu was amused, a wry smile forming on his lips. Better late than never. Just then the mechanical prompt of the Destiny Plunder system rang out. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have accumulated 30 Xiantian cultivations. Would you like to synthesize them into 3 Grandmaster-level martial arts cultivations for free? Synthesize. Shen Anyu had drawn many rewards, among them quite a few Xiantian cultivations, enough to synthesize 3 Grandmaster-level martial arts cultivations. 3 Grandmaster-level martial arts cultivations. How much breakthrough can they bring? Curious, Shen Anyu directly fused them. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, it was as if a tiger's roar and thunderclap exploded within Shen Anyu's body, a majestic aura sweeping in all directions. The bed, after enduring a day and 2 nights of torment, finally gave way and collapsed with a crash. Huff. Shen Anyu opened his mouth, letting out a long, slow breath. A stream of air like a white silk ribbon stretched over 10 meters before slowly dissipating. I've reached the late Grandmaster stage. Shen Anyu casually clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. He had grown significantly stronger. Next came the second wave of 100 draws, yielding a golden reward, the transcendent lightning element ability. With a thought from Shen Anyu, a crackling bolt of purple lightning flickered at his fingertips. He casually flung it out the window, instantly reducing a massive tree that required several people to embrace into a charred stump. Decent power comparable to a high explosive grenade. Combined with my martial grandmaster cultivation, it can achieve a 1 plus an greater Thantwa effect. Shen Anyu mused. Though at the grandmaster level 1 could already project internal energy outward. As for plucking flowers and leaves to injure, even Xiantian experts could do that. However, when internal energy leaves the body, its power naturally diminishes significantly. It's stronger when attached to fists and feet. With this lightning ability, Shen Anyu's long-range attack capabilities were greatly enhanced. Speaking of which, how many people could break through my circle of guards and protectors? Shen Anyu snorted with a smile. By his side, dozens of Xiantian female guards protected him, their leader being a martial grandmaster. Moreover, black-clad bodyguards with Hotian strength were available in countless numbers, tens of thousands if needed. If Shen Anyu so commanded, the Yanxia family and the Yanxian family would deploy their reserves, and even 100,000 troops would be no issue, enough to overwhelm small nations. Such was the power and influence of an elite aristocratic family. How many could cut through Shen Anyu's black-clad bodyguards and female protectors? I rather look forward to the day when those children of destiny, after fighting with all their might to reach me, discover that I am the most terrifying final boss. That scene will surely be amusing. Shen Anyu stroked his chin, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. With his current divine steel body, late grandmaster martial cultivation, transcendent lightning ability, and various skills, any ordinary great grandmaster would surely be defeated. Even against a celestial being, though Shen Anyu could not yet kill one, they could not break through the defenses of the divine steel body. Even using martial true essence and internal energy to strike through layers would be useless, because the divine steel body fortified not only the skin, but also the internal organs. Next came 4 waves of 100 draws. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden reward, transcendent item, green rainbow sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden reward, transcendent item, heavenly sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden reward, transcendent yoga skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden reward, transcendent item, child of destiny identifier. Child of destiny identifier. Shen Anyu's spirits lifted, a look of joy appearing on his face. This child of destiny identifier was exactly what he needed most right now, as it meant he could locate children of destiny. Currently, there were only 2 children of destiny. One was Yi Yin, the expert descending from the mountain, who still had an unknown time of descent, probably a month or 2, but the details were unclear. Which mountain exactly? That damned author hadn't written it, so Shen Anyu had no way of knowing. Shen Anyu did have a plan to find out through Lin Keqing. If destiny points from plundering Yi Yin appeared, it would mean he had descended and entered the stream of fate. The second child of destiny, Xia Lu, the village divine doctor, was still in the detention center secretly plotting an escape, but was being justly suppressed by his cellmate, the muscular man Wu Gui. Escape from prison is an illegal and immoral act absolutely prohibited. Shen Anyu currently had no child of destiny location card, so he could not find the third child of destiny. Through the system's introduction, Shen Anyu learned about this child of destiny identifier. Its main function, as the name implies, was to consume 1 of 0 destiny points to identify a child of destiny via the identifier. Though somewhat expensive, this identifier was not a one-time item like the child of destiny location card. It could be used repeatedly. This cheered Shen Anyu somewhat, but after a moment's deliberation, he ordered his subordinates to look into obviously abnormal individuals. For example, those who suddenly became wealthy, those who suddenly rose to fame, those with great strength, and many stories. Though the child of destiny identifier could be used repeatedly, each use consumed 1 of 0 destiny points, making Shen Anyu feel pitifully poor. Well, with this identifier, it's all good luck. Time to go find Su Hongyan. A smile curled at the corner of Shen Anyu's mouth as he prepared to go celebrate with Su Hongyan. By the way, I still have over 70,000 fate points. He'll leave 30,000 as the appraisal fee and just do a 10 pull. Before leaving, Shen Anyu thought for a moment and decided to make another draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a purple reward, innate cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a purple reward, innate cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a purple reward, top-tier mixology skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a purple reward, top-tier dance skill. Trash system ruining my youth. Shen Anyu couldn't hold it in anymore. Thinking that he still had over 31,000 fate points, he said, "Single pull for a miracle, sis, give me some luck." In an instant, a profound divine light flashed before Shen Anyu's eyes. Shen Anyu was thrilled. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a god-tier reward storage ring. Sis, no system, you've outdone yourself. Thumbs up. Shen Anyu praised heartily. This storage ring, a must-have for murder and plunder, had finally come into his possession. With a thought, an ancient and mysterious white jade ring appeared on Shen Anyu's hand. As a Grandmaster-level cultivator, he could now initially use his spiritual energy to probe into the ring. It revealed a three-dimensional space spanning 100 zhang in all directions. No living creatures could be stored within, and it seemed devoid of the flow of time. Time to stock up on some firearms and stuff them in this storage ring. Better safe than sorry. Shen Anyu squinted his eyes and said leisurely, "Oh, and some uniform stockings, all that stuff too. Let me check the system panel." As Shen Anyu's words faded, a torrent of information stream appeared before him. Name: Shen Anyu, age 25, cultivation Grandmaster, late stage abilities, God tier, steel body, extraordinary lightning power, extraordinary medical skills, extraordinary perception, extraordinary culinary skills, extraordinary music, extraordinary ventriloquism, extraordinary oratory, extraordinary yoga, top tier mixology, top tier dance, top tier driver. Items: God tier storage ring, destiny child, appraiser, golden infinite bullet, Gatling invisibility, cloak, Qinghong, sword, Etienne, sword, 92 cases of nutritional happiness, 1 latest Huawei phone, 1 Maybach, 1 heart of the sky ring. Fate points 30002, 8 title destiny villain. As something's off. How can there be over 300,000 fate points? Shen Anyu stared at the system panel baffled. He had expected only 30,000 odd fate points left. Why had an extra 270,000 fate points suddenly appeared? And how did Ruan Lingshan have 80 favorability? When did that happen? Had Shen Anyu lost his memory? When did he win over Ruan Lingshan? They hadn't even formally met. Shen Anyu immediately checked the system. Ding. Detected destiny heroine Ruan Lingshan's favorability 80, loot 200 fate points. Ding. Detected destiny heroine Ruan Lingshan's total favorability at 80, loot 300 fate points. This is the reward notification from yesterday. Back then I was. Shen Anyu rubbed his chin. What had he been doing at that time? He had no clue. Only knew he was downstairs. Why does Ruan Lingshan have 80 favorability? I haven't even met her. Could it be that He Ying has already recruited her? Shen Anyu directly dialed He Ying, his housekeeper, to inquire. Earlier, when he visited the Modu Rangsintang pharmaceutical company, he had ordered He Ying to recruit Ruan Lingshan as his private nurse. On the other end of the line, the housekeeper He Ying's respectful voice came through. "Young master, yesterday, I recruited Ruan Lingshan as your private nurse in your name. Her monthly salary is 100,000 and I advanced her 5 million in advance. Ruan Lingshan's mother has uremia and needs an organ transplant. Huge medical bills. With the 5 million advance, Ruan Lingshan couldn't refuse. And after learning it was from you, she developed tremendous goodwill." Speaking thus, He Ying's voice carried a smile. "Young master, you might not know, but you've already earned the title of National Male God Online. Young master Shen has become the dream of countless girls. Ruan Lingshan is among them. When she found out you specifically asked for her, she was overwhelmed with flattery. She's officially started work at the Riverside Mansion now. She's really looking forward to meeting you and wants to thank you in person." However, listening to the housekeeper He Ying's recount, Shen Anyu spoke with a half-smile. "It's not that simple, is it? Ruan Lingshan was one of the Destiny heroines. How could she have 80 favorability so easily? Even if young Master Shen had become wildly famous online like a national male god, Ruan Lingshan wasn't some fangirl. She hadn't even met him. Could she really have 80 favorability? Ordinary couples didn't have 80 favorability, 60 was already a lot. 80 favorability meant that whether you were poor or rich, she would never leave you. And above 90, life and death were intertwined." The housekeeper He Ying paused, then spoke. "Well, young master is astute. I cannot hide anything from you. I had Modu First People's Hospital expel her mother who was suffering from uremia, and also fired her. When Ruan Lingshan was at her most desperate, I descended with your will like a savior." Shen Anyu laughed and scolded. "You sly one, playing it like this, huh? Double the year-end bonus." After hanging up, Shen Anyu thought for a moment. He decided to go back first and meet this Ruan Lingshan, Xia Liu's childhood neighbor and little sister, before going to see Su Hongyan later. Shen Anyu had seen her photo. Baby-faced, looked down, but couldn't see her feet, petite, at just 1.56 m, like a big cuddle pillow, seemingly meant to be held in one's arms. Soon Shen Anyu drove his Rolls-Royce single-handedly and returned to his Riverside Mansion in Modu. As soon as Shen Anyu entered his mansion, he saw a petite, graceful figure standing respectfully before him. "Master, welcome home." A shy, sweet voice accompanied the sight. Shen Anyu gazed and praised without restraint. Before him was an exquisite maid. She wore a black and white lace-made dress with minimal fabric. Her rounded, beautiful legs were tightly wrapped in white stockings. Especially the exposed absolute territory, which was even fairer than the stockings themselves, making it impossible to look away. Ruan Lingshan's small face flushed with crimson, yet she didn't stop Shen Anyu's admiring gaze. Her pink lips parted slightly, and her shy, sweet voice rang out. "Master, let me help you undress and change your shoes." "Good." As an elite of the highest order, Shen Anyu naturally felt no restraint and gracefully accepted this maid's service. After changing into a set of loose, comfortable clothes, Shen Anyu showed a warm, sunny smile and looked at Ruan Lingshan, asking, "Lingshan, how is your mother's condition?" Ruan Lingshan's beautiful eyes glistened with gratitude moist with emotion as she sobbed. She's very ill. Luckily Master extended a helping hand. 5 million is enough for the organ transplant and subsequent medical expenses. But, at this point Ruan Lingshan burst into tears. The doctor said the success rate is low. My mother's chance of a successful surgery is less than 1 in 10. Shen Anyu gently patted her fair back, offering warm comfort. Don't worry. Even if it costs 10 million or 100 million, I will save your mother. In the name of the Shen family of Yanxia, even the top divine doctors can be invited to operate. Ruan Lingshan looked at Shen Anyu with tear-filled eyes, not minding the hand on her back at all, and choked out, Master, why are you so good to Lingshan? Shen Anyu said with warmth, sincerity, sunshine, and gentleness, a girl as wonderful as you. Do I need a reason to be good to you? There, don't cry. I hope you never cry for the rest of your life. As he spoke, Shen Anyu gently wiped the tears from Ruan Lingshan's eyes. Master, boo-hoo. Ruan Lingshan's delicate body trembled, then she threw herself into Shen Anyu's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Shen Anyu gently comforted Ruan Lingshan, a subtle curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Master, you're truly a great man. Ruan Lingshan wept for a long while before finally coming to her senses. She gently extricated herself from Shen Anyu's embrace, casting a bashful glance at him, with her beautiful eyes full of timidity. This soft, adorable little maid was more than satisfying to Shen Anyu, especially when that shy, sweet voice leaped from her pink lips calling him master. He felt a thrill from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, a pleasure that made his scalp tingle. Such a soft, cute, childlike face with legs so short, she couldn't see her feet, a petite and delicate little maid gazing at you with timid, beautiful eyes and calling you master in a sweet, shy voice. Who could withstand that? If Shen Anyu weren't a veteran soldier tested by time, he might have embarrassingly gotten a nosebleed. It wasn't that Shen Anyu had no self-control, it was that this maid was simply too exquisite. You know Lei Mu. A three-dimensional Lei Mu had descended right beside him. Shen Anyu took several deep breaths to calm himself before speaking with a smile. I'm a great man. Ruan Lingshan looked at Shen Anyu with grateful eyes, nodding without hesitation, and said, Yes, master, you are truly kind. Lingshan will stay by your side forever to repay you. Repay? A peculiar smile crossed Shen Anyu's face. At this moment he too felt he was indeed a great man. Truly. Lin Keqing had now become the head of the Lin family and Modu the helmsman of the Lin group. In the past the Lin family had sneered at her with sarcasm and discontent, mocking her as a widow and a jinx. Now they instead flattered and fawned over Lin Keqing, treating her like the star around which all revolved. Su Hongmian, who had suffered from a congenital deficiency, an ailment carried from birth that would have shortened her life, had now been cured by Shen Anyu, her life saved. Qi Ningbing, who had been on the verge of being ousted by Wang Hai, saw Wang Hai and his cronies defeated once Shen Anyu stepped in. The ginseng nourishing pill was successfully developed, and she became the 100 billion yuan female CEO, who attracted widespread attention. Ruan Lingshan, who even as a nurse at Modu First People's Hospital could never have afforded the 5 million yuan treatment for her mother's uremia, had her expenses directly covered by Shen Anyu. If Shen Anyu wasn't a good man, then who was? If Shen Anyu wasn't granted the title of Good Man of Yanxia, then the world had no justice. Shen Anyu mused, could the fate plunder system be mistaken? Shouldn't it be the fate great good man system? Was he the great villain? Yi Yan, Xiaolu, master, don't you like Lingshan's maid outfit? Just then Ruan Lingshan's sweet, shy voice suddenly rang out. Shen Anyu lowered his head and saw the pretty maid blinking her large black and white eyes, her hands clenched into fists and held before her chest as she looked at him with nervous anticipation. Shen Anyu nearly bled from cuteness and said without hesitation, Like, need I say more? As long as master likes it. Hearing this, Ruan Lingshan's big black and white eyes curved into crescent moons. She reached out and took Shen Anyu's arm, overjoyed. Shen Anyu felt a bit jealous of his own arm, then smiled slyly at Ruan Lingshan and said, Lingshan, what made you think to wear a maid outfit? Ruan Lingshan blushed deeply at this and said shyly, Steward, Ying said you were recruiting maids master, and she gave me this outfit. At this point Ruan Lingshan was too embarrassed to continue. Her small face was flushed red, even her fair, delicate earlobes were crimson and seemed about to drip. Shen Anyu decided He Ying's year-end bonus would be doubled again. A true talent. Master, are you hungry? Would you like Lingshan to cook for you? Just then Ruan Lingshan's watery big eyes looked at Shen Anyu with concern. Shen Anyu shook his head. No, I've already eaten. What about you? Master, Lingshan has eaten too, I'm not hungry. Shen Anyu thought for a moment. Since he had nothing else to do, why not go to the hospital to visit Ruan Lingshan's mother and at the same time boost his favorability sooner rather than later? Lingshan, let's go to the hospital to see your mother. I know some medical skills, perhaps I can cure her. Hearing this, Ruan Lingshan became excited, overjoyed, and bounced around. But Shen Anyu only wanted to recite a poem. Something about mountains and rivers. Forget about the poem, let's go. Shen Anyu laughed uproariously and headed to the hospital with his pretty maid. In front of the critical care building of Modu First People's Hospital. At this moment, a handsome man and a beautiful woman were striding over. The man was tall and handsome, wearing a black trench coat, his eyes like lightning, a faint smile on his lips. The woman was petite and delicate, wearing a pink and white dress, soft and adorable. These two were naturally Shen Anyu and his pretty maid Reborn Lingshan. But at this moment Reborn Lingshan was no longer wearing that black and white maid outfit with very little fabric. She had changed into a conservative pink and white Prada long dress. That breathtaking scene was something only Shen Anyu as a man could witness. As Shen Anyu and Reborn Lingshan approached, the nurses around were all stunned. Isn't that Reborn Lingshan? I heard she made a mistake yesterday and was fired by the dean. Why is she back at the hospital? Lingshan didn't really do anything wrong. She accidentally spilled a bottle of medicine worth a few dozen yuan. Firing her for that is too much. Focus on the main point, sisters. Who is that handsome man beside Reborn Lingshan? My god, he's so handsome, impossibly so. The trendy South Korean young star Song Jilong I've been chasing lately isn't even 1% as handsome as him. Yes, so handsome. If only he could be my boyfriend. ID, make sure he never gets out of bed. Xiao Xiao, put some pants on. He is that Lingshan's boyfriend. He's really handsome. Lingshan is so lucky. Just then a sharp-eyed nurse pointed at the pink and white dress on Reborn Lingshan and said in shock, "Hey, isn't that Prada's latest long dress? It costs over 100,000 yuan. Lingshan's family is poor and her mother has uremia. How can she afford such clothes? It doesn't look like a fake either." Hearing this, the nurses chattered and gossiped. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. At that moment, a crowd surged out of the critical care building. Among them were the dean of Modu First People's Hospital, Lu Shiming, along with department heads and specialists. Yet now these big shots in the eyes of the young nurses were all beaming, with fawning, flattering smiles, bowing and scraping to that handsome young man in black. Seeing this, they were dumbfounded. Modu First People's Hospital was one of the top hospitals in Yanxia. Dean Lu Shiming held a status so lofty that even billionaires and celebrities had to beg him for favors, not the other way around. And when the words, "Young Master Shen," came out of Dean Liu's mouth, all the nurses understood. So that handsome young man in black was the much boozed about young master of the Shen family of Yanxia, a top-tier aristocrat from a 1,000-year-old noble clan with a status that reached the heavens. Young Master Shen is indeed as peerlessly handsome as the legends say, so good-looking. Many of the young nurses nearly had stars in their eyes. With the added aura of his status, he seemed even more charismatic. Some nurses even wanted to take out their phones to snap a picture. But at that moment, a group of bodyguards stepped in and politely stopped them from taking photos. They had no choice but to give up regretfully. One nurse said sourly, "How did Lingshan end up standing with young Master Shen? Could she have caught his eye in?" These words made the other young nurses green with envy and jealousy. Yesterday, they had sympathized with the fired Reborn Lingshan. Now their hearts were flooded with bitterness. Reborn Lingshan also overheard the gossip. Her beautiful eyes turned to Shen Anyu before her, and for a moment she was lost in a daze. At this moment, facing the flattery and ingratiation of the directors and department heads at Modu First People's Hospital, Shen Anyu remained composed, paying them no heed as he strode forward. Dean Liu's heart skipped a beat. He turned to Reborn Lingshan and spoke in a humble tone, "Miss Reborn, I truly apologize for yesterday's incident when I terminated your employment over a trivial matter. I have arranged for your mother to be placed in the finest VIP ward as a small compensation. Would you accept it?" Reborn Lingshan, kind-hearted and gentle, replied softly upon hearing Dean Liu's apology, "Yes, that's fine." In her heart, the grievances of yesterday dissipated like smoke, lifting her spirits considerably. Shen Anyu cast a cold glance at Dean Liu and said, "Lead the way." "Yes, young Master Shen, right this way." Dean Liu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Though it was He Ying who had instructed him to dismiss Reborn Lingshan yesterday. Otherwise, as the hospital director, he would never have paid attention to a mere nurse, let alone concoct such a flimsy pretext for firing her. Yet there was no choice. When the eldest son of the Yanxia Shen family demanded something, he had to comply and play his part well. In the eyes of others, the director of Modu First People's Hospital was a figure of great stature, courted by billionaires, celebrities, and dignitaries alike. But before the ancient noble families of the highest echelons, even kneeling was considered an honor. However, Dean Liu cast an envious glance at Reborn Lingshan. This ordinary nurse from yesterday was about to soar from a sparrow to a phoenix. His own daughter was quite beautiful too. Campus belle with a figure and face no less than Reborn Lingshan's. Would young Master Shen perhaps be interested? As Dean Liu led the way, he pondered this. Before long, Shen Anyu and his entourage arrived at the intensive care ward of Gao Guixiang, Reborn Lingshan's mother. Gao Guixiang suffered from severe uremia. Though not yet 60, she appeared decrepit, as if 80 years old. Her hair thin and gray, her face deeply lined her body, emaciated to skin and bone. At the sight of her mother, Reborn Lingshan nearly burst into tears, as she was a woman made of water. But recalling Shen Anyu's words, she held back. With tearful eyes, she looked at her mother and whispered, "Mom, Lingshan is here to see you. How are you feeling?" Gao Guixiang struggled to open her eyes. Through blurry vision, she immediately spotted her daughter. First came joy, then worry and anxiety. "Lingshan, take me out of this hospital. Let's stop treatment. My illness is a bottomless pit dragging you down. This ward I've asked, it costs tens of thousands a day. We can't afford it. Let's stop. Hearing this, Ruan Lingshan bit her lip, her eyes reddened, tears brimming. Then Shen Anyu stepped forward with a smile and said, Annie, I am Lingshan's boyfriend. I will cover the expenses. And I know medicine. I can cure you soon. Uremia is not a major problem. Gao Guoxiang peered with her failing eyes for a long while before finally noticing Shen Anyu. A smile spread across her face. Lingshan's boyfriend, how wonderful. When I am gone, you must take good care of Lingshan. Then I will rest easy. She is a good child worth cherishing. As for my illness, Gao Guoxiang shook her head. I've consulted many doctors. They all say severe uremia is incurable. Only money can prolong my life. Why waste the money? No need, no need. It's a pity. I won't be able to help with your children in the future. At this, Gao Guoxiang's tears flowed freely. Mom. Ruan Lingshan could no longer contain herself. She threw herself onto her mother's bedside, her tears streaming like a burst dam. Dean Liu and the other hospital executives sighed at the scene. Though accustomed to seeing patients and partings of life and death each time they witnessed such moments, a trace of compassion stirred within them. But not much. Otherwise, if they couldn't save the patient, the hospital would bear the financial loss. Moreover, they knew this mother and daughter were fortunate. With young Master Shen's favor, death would be nearly impossible. Dean Liu said to Shen Anyu, young Master Shen, I have arranged the top specialist team and secured a kidney source. Surgery can begin immediately. But Shen Anyu waved his hand and said, no need. They'll handle it myself. Those so-called top specialists were not even at the pinnacle of mortal medicine. Shen Anyu, however, perfectly wielded supernatural medical skills capable of reviving the dead and regrowing flesh. Not to mention uremia. Even cancer was nothing in Shen Anyu's eyes. With divine medical arts, one could truly bring the dead back to life. You'll handle it. Hearing Shen Anyu's words, the flattering smiles of Dean Liu and the hospital executives nearly cracked. In their eyes, Shen Anyu's status soared to the heavens, unattainable as the highest nobility. But when it came to medical skill, was this a joke? Shen Anyu was young. Many hospital interns were older. At such an age, treating uremia. Yet no one dared to voice doubts. However, Dean Liu and the others looked at Gao Guoxiang and Ruan Lingshan with sympathy. Letting this young master treat the patient, the consequences boded ill. Dean Liu forced a bitter smile and secretly arranged for the top specialist team to stand by. If Shen Anyu botched it, they would take over immediately. In any case, they could not let Gao Guoxiang meet with misfortune at Modu First People's Hospital. Otherwise, Shen Anyu's wrath would be unbearable, even if the fault lay with him. Shen Anyu shot them a glance, aware of Dean Liu's thoughts, but too lazy to explain. What standing did he have to justify himself to them? He saw Shen Anyu channel the profound true essence of a martial grandmaster through his body, his inner strength surging forth, condensing directly from his fingers into needles. With his current power, what need had he for silver needles? Inner strength condensing into needles. A martial grandmaster. At this sight, Dean Liu's eyes nearly popped out. As the director of a top-tier hospital, he was well informed about the martial arts world and had read many ancient texts. Projecting inner strength through the body was at least the realm of a martial grandmaster. Yet every martial grandmaster was a revered figure in the martial arts world, at least in their 40s or 50s. Those in their 30s were considered young prodigies of great renown. But now, looking at Shen Anyu, a martial grandmaster in his early 20s, was this the level of the Yanxia Shen family, a 1,000-year noble house of the highest order? Even a mere glimpse of their strength filled Dean Liu with deeper reverence and shock. At the same time, a single thought occupied his mind. Daughter, this top-tier catch must be introduced to you by your father. He is so outstanding, he dazzles the eyes. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Shen Anyu casually flicked his hand, condensing internal force into needles that pierced the acupoints of Ruan Lingshan's mother, Gao Guoxiang. As the internal force flowed through her blood and circulated throughout her body, it reached deep into the afflicted areas. In just an instant, white steam rose from the top of Gao Guoxiang's head, and her withered, pallid skin visibly became plump and rosy. What others could not see was that these internal forces resonated with each other within Gao Guoxiang's body, emitting a wondrous rhythm. The Zhaohua divine needle. It could seize the fortune of heaven and earth, activate the vitality within the human body, restore flesh to white bones, and revive the dead. Although its effects were not so exaggerated, it was still a top-tier acupuncture secret technique with excellent results. Under Shen Anyu's needling, within just a dozen or so minutes, Gao Guoxiang felt all the ailments she had suffered for years vanish. Her entire body seemed immersed in a hot spring, warm and comfortable. She fell into a peaceful slumber. However, her breathing was no longer weak, but gradually grew stronger. Shen Anyu, with no flush on his face, nor any shortness of breath, spoke calmly and unhurriedly. All right, just take some medicines to strengthen your foundation and nourish your origin. It won't be long before you can move freely and return to health. Dean Liu and the others stared at this scene in utter shock, their gazes towards Shen Anyu filled with utmost admiration. They said sincerely, "Young Master Shen, your skills are truly miraculous beyond our imagination." Indeed, young Master Shen, a martial arts grandmaster who can condense internal force into needles and possesses divine medical skills. These are things that ordinary mortals like us can only look up to. Earlier, I thought young Master Shen was boasting, but now I realize that his state of being is beyond what people like us can imagine, like a deity. If before they revered him out of respect for his status and position, now they were thoroughly impressed by the abilities Shen Anyu had demonstrated. These people were all top-tier medical experts renowned both domestically and internationally. Yet confronted with Shen Anyu's extraordinary medical skills and grandmaster-level techniques, they could only bow in reverence. Shen Anyu, however, paid no heed to their admiration. He turned his gaze tenderly and gently toward Wan Lingshan. Lingshan, I told you I would save your mother. Don't cry anymore, okay? Wan Lingshan stared at Shen Anyu with infatuation in her beautiful eyes and nodded firmly. Ding. Detected that the destined heroine Wan Lingshan's affection level increased by 10, plundered 0 destiny points. Ding. Detected that the destined heroine Wan Lingshan's total affection level is 90, plundered 0 destiny points. Ding. The fate line of the destined Sun Xia Lu experienced a huge fluctuation, plundered 0 destiny points. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, delight in his heart. Wan Lingshan's affection level had skyrocketed too fast. He had originally thought it would increase by just 3 to 5 points, but it had actually soared to 90. Affection levels become increasingly difficult to raise as they go higher. Increasing from over 70 to over 80 is harder than from 0 to 60. And 90 is the level of inseparable devotion. In other words, if Shen Anyu were to fall off a cliff, Wan Lingshan would jump after him without hesitation. He did not know that a girl as pure and kind as Wan Lingshan does not fall for someone easily, but once she does, she cannot help but give everything. At this moment, Shen Anyu in Wan Lingshan's heart was a peerless hero riding on colorful, auspicious clouds who had saved her, and her mother saved everything she had. Afterwards, Shen Anyu prescribed some medicines for Gao Guixiang to strengthen her foundation and nourish her origin, instructing Dean Lu and the others to take good care of her. Dean Lu and the others vowed with hands over their hearts. In fact, even without Shen Anyu's request, how would they dare to be the slightest bit negligent? Now that he had mentioned it, they were even more meticulous. After all this was done, Shen Anyu took Wan Lingshan back to his riverside mansion. Master will go change into a maid outfit. Wan Lingshan shot a shy, blushing glance at Shen Anyu and said sweetly, Go ahead. Shen Anyu lay down leisurely and picked up his phone. He replied to messages from Lin Keqing, Qin Ningbing, Su Hongyan, and others, handled matters concerning Xia Lu and searched for the whereabouts of other destined sons. Before long, Wan Lingshan, having changed back into her maid outfit, appeared before Shen Anyu. However, this time, she was carrying a basin of hot water. Shen Anyu looked at her in surprise and said, Lingshan, what are you doing? Wan Lingshan placed the basin of hot water at Shen Anyu's feet, gazing at him with tender eyes, and whispered, Master Lingshan doesn't know what to do, but I thought I could wash your feet and help you relax. As she spoke, seeing Shen Anyu about to say something she mistakenly thought he was going to refuse, and gathered her courage to say, Master Lingshan wants to repay you. With those words, Wan Lingshan directly removed Shen Anyu's shoes and socks, soaked his feet in the warm water, and began to wash them earnestly. Shen Anyu found this scene both amusing and helpless. He had thought that Wan Lingshan was going to offer herself to him, but instead she was washing his feet. Master, is this comfortable? The little maid tilted her soft, pure face, her big eyes clear as those of a fawn, looking at Shen Anyu earnestly. It's comfortable. Feeling Wan Lingshan's small hands massaging his feet made Shen Anyu's heart tingle. Not bad, it was quite comfortable. Ring. At that moment, an urgent phone ringtone sounded. Shen Anyu frowned slightly and answered the call. He knew that no one would disturb him by calling without an important reason. Young master, there is an expert beside Miss Su Hongyan, a peak innate master. Shen Anyu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, interesting. Don't act rashly, you'll go and take a look. It was afternoon. At the bustling entrance of Modi University, the air was filled with youthful and charming vibes with many beautiful women. Naturally, such an occasion attracted a gathering of luxury cars, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce. However, all paled in comparison to a limited edition red Lamborghini. As the crimson Lamborghini, resembling a blazing flame, slowly approached, many car enthusiasts were mesmerized, their eyes gleaming with excitement. A rather pretty young girl, chin raised, said arrogantly, Isn't it just a Lamborghini? There's also a Rolls-Royce nearby. Why are you all staring at this Lamborghini? Red is nothing special. She was stylishly dressed with flowing black hair. She wore a white crop top that revealed her slender waist and delicate navel, along with shorts that showcased her long, shapely legs, drawing many ardent gazes. A girl like her would undoubtedly have countless admirers and suitors in university, being the moonlight and goddess in many hearts. But after she said that, many car enthusiasts wore strange expressions, some even snickering. This instantly made her angry and embarrassed, and she stomped her feet repeatedly. What I said is wrong. Why are you mocking me? The first admirer beside her quickly explained. Inging, that's not an ordinary Lamborghini. It's the 60th anniversary limited edition Lamborghini with a full carbon fiber body and top-tier specs. Only 3 exist globally, red, white, and green, one of each. Each one costs at least 30 million after conversion. A standard Rolls-Royce costs around 5 million on the road. That's 6 times more. Especially this red one, like a blazing fire with an aggressive and beautiful appearance. It's a work of art. Clearly this first admirer was also a car enthusiast gazing at the red limited edition Lamborghini with eyes shining. If not for his image in front of his goddess Ying, he would have pulled out his phone to take pictures. Upon hearing this, the pretty young girl called Ying's eyes lit up, and she actually walked towards the red limited edition Lamborghini. Ying. The first admirer called from behind, but Ying ignored him and gently tapped the Lamborghini's window. As the window slowly rolled down, revealing a strikingly handsome young man, Ying's eyes turned into hearts. She had thought the owner of such a top-tier luxury car would be a pot-bellied middle-aged man, but instead it was an extraordinarily handsome young guy. Ying's heart melted, her legs went weak, and she had already imagined all kinds of poses. She squeezed out a charming smile and greeted, "Handsome, can I sit in and take a photo? They'll treat you to a meal as thanks." The strikingly handsome man in the red limited edition Lamborghini was naturally Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu calmly glanced at the pretty young Ying and the first admirer behind her with an indescribably ugly expression and said indifferently, "Move aside, you are blocking my view." Upon hearing this, Ying's charming smile froze, her mind went blank, and she instinctively stepped aside. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Ying was so embarrassed she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But the first admirer's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed Ying, humbly comforting her. After laughing at Ying, the young girls around blushed and looked at Shen Anyu with adoring eyes, chattering, "So handsome. Even more handsome than my favorite superstar Baigu. Extremely beautiful. Yes, so handsome it's envied by heaven. And not only handsome, but also so rich. A red Lamborghini worth 30 million globally limited to one. His family background must be incredible. Alas, we can't even strike up a conversation with such a top-tier rich and handsome guy." Even Ying, the flower of the foreign language department, failed. I'm cringing for her. Ying is going to be teased for a long time. She's always been so cocky, looking down on everyone. Speaking of which, this top-tier rich and handsome guy parked at our university gate, probably to pick someone up. I wonder which sister is so lucky to be noticed by him. I guess it's probably one of the 3 campus beauties of Modi University, that sundry young lady, Su Hongyan, the pure little flower Jiang Linlin, or the little vixen Lu Mi. Hard to say. Maybe this top-tier rich guy values inner beauty. I've already been recommended for graduate school. Give it up, wake up. You weigh 200 Gene. He drives a Lamborghini, not a tank. At this moment, Shen Anyu, the center of everyone's attention, paid no heed to those gazes, nor to the young pretty girls throwing winks at him. His gaze turned to the entrance of Modi University, where a young male security guard was lazily lying on a recliner, squinting in the sun. This young security guard was ordinary in appearance, ordinary in build, utterly unremarkable from head to toe. However, Shen Anyu knew he was not ordinary, because this young security guard possessed the cultivation of the peak of innate stage. That was already the level of a prodigy in the martial world, capable of making a name with beauties and wealth at his fingertips. Take Shen Anyu's innate level female guards, for instance. Each earned an annual salary of over 10 million with excellent benefits. For someone at the peak of innate stage, earning 10 million a year was as easy as taking candy from a baby. If they advanced further to become a martial grandmaster, they would be a regional magnate and a guest of honor among the elite and powerful. Yet this young man at the peak of innate stage willingly worked as a lowly security guard at Modi University with a monthly salary of 3,000 to 5,000. At this moment, Shen Anyu already had the file of this young security guard in hand. No matter how well he hid under the immense power and influence of the Shen family, in Yanxia nothing could escape. Wei Yun, 28 years old, peak of innate stage. He lost his parents at a young age and was kindly adopted by his neighbors, the Jiang couple, who treated him as their own son, giving him a second chance at life. Later, at the age of 8, the leader of the notorious assassin organization Shura in the Dark World discovered his remarkable martial talent at a glance, cherishing him like a treasure. Following the rules of the assassin world, the Shura leader severed all worldly ties, killing Wei Yun's adoptive parents, the Jiang couple, and abducting Wei Yun. Wei Yun underwent hellish training and became a notorious assassin king in the Dark World, known as the Death God. He even had a record of assassinating a martial grandmaster beyond his level. A year ago, Wei Yun obliterated the Shura organization, brutally killing the Shura leader to avenge his hatred, and then covered up all traces before returning to Modu and Yanxia, becoming an ordinary little security guard at Modi University. His purpose was because of a girl, Jiang Linlin. Jiang Linlin was the biological daughter of the Jiang couple. Still an infant, barely half a month old, she was in the hospital nursery and thus escaped the tragedy. Later, she was adopted by an elderly childless cleaner, Granny Zhong, at the hospital. Despite a poor background, she was hardworking and resilient, gaining admission to the prestigious Modi University in Yanxia. Gossipers even called her one of the 3 campus beauties of Modi University, the pure little flower. Wei Yun returned this time with guilt and gratitude, vowing to protect Jiang Linlin for life, ensuring her happiness and shielding her from any grievance. Shen Anyu complained inwardly. Lucky, it seems, the lucky coins effect. I asked someone to protect Su Hongyan and unexpectedly found a child of destiny so soon. What kind of protagonist template is this? A lone star of doom. If he's not a child of destiny, he'll chop off my dick and pickle it in wine. System consumed 10,000 destiny points to activate the Destiny's Child identifier. As Shen Anyu gave the command, a waterfall of information streams appeared before Shen Anyu, visible to none but him. Name Wei Yun. Age 28. Background: Destiny's Child of Killer Bodyguard and the Pretty School Belle. Top assassin king of the dark world known as the Grim Reaper. Wei Yun returns incognito to the city to work as a small school security guard, and with the neighbor's pure school beauty, Zhang Linlin experiences ups and downs, ultimately a pure love story. Cultivation: innate peak actual combat power, martial arts grandmaster. Abilities: superb assassination art, cloud shadow sword technique, cloud shadow step, disguise, poison brewing. Personality: extremely restrained, low-key unwilling to live a bloody life, again swears to protect Zhang Linlin for life. Items: fish intestine, sword, human skin mask. Associated female, lead neighbor's pure school beauty Zhang Linlin. Destiny points 1. 5 million. Indeed a Destiny's Child, the third one. Shen Anyu's spirits lifted and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He almost felt reluctant to keep fleecing Xia Lu. Now at last a new field of leaks had arrived. However, seeing that Wei Yun at the innate peak had only 1.5 million destiny points, while Xia Lu at early innate had 2 million, Shen Anyu fell into thought. It seems the amount of destiny points doesn't entirely depend on cultivation realm. After all, Xia Lu is a divine doctor possessing extraordinary poison arts and medical skills. In fact, if Xia Lu hadn't been targeted by Shen Anyu and had his possessions confiscated by the detention center, leaving no room to display his exceptional poison arts, he could have even poisoned an ordinary innate peak cultivator to death. The female lead is here. At this moment, Shen Anyu saw Wei Yun, who had been lazily lying on a recliner sunbathing, suddenly become excited and joyful, his gaze fixed on a beautiful young girl. Shen Anyu's eyes lit up as well. She was a young girl in faded light blue jeans and a simple white short-sleeve top, with a pure and exquisite beauty beyond compare. Although her entire outfit cost less than 100 yuan and looked rather rustic, it attracted the gazes and pursuits of nearly every man. This must be the sole female lead of Killer Bodyguard and the Pretty School Belle, the Zhang Linlin that Wei Yun longs for. Truly a pure white flower. Shen Anyu gazed at Zhang Linlin. Her eyes were clean and clear, without the slightest trace of worldly pollution, evoking the endless blue sky, refreshing the heart and mind. A pure love story. They'll make it impure. Shen Anyu stroked his chin and smirked. He had spent 10,000 destiny points to identify Wei Yun. He had to recoup his investment 100-fold. Wei Yun did not approach Zhang Linlin to greet her. His gaze followed her, his eyes filled with restraint and suppression, along with undisguisable affection and pain. Evidently, this returning assassin king, seeking to repay a debt of gratitude, had already fallen deeply in love with Zhang Linlin. However, due to their intertwined identities and Wei Yun's guilt over his bloodstained hands, which had indirectly caused the death of Zhang Linlin's biological parents, he dared not approach her and could only silently guard her from the shadows. He struggled every day. As simple. If I charm Zhang Linlin away, you won't have to struggle anymore. So I am such a destined good guy. Shen Anyu curled his lips into a sly smile, gazing at the scene with amusement. However, he did not approach Zhang Linlin now. It was not yet the time, because the girl he was waiting for had already arrived. Bad guy, have you come to pick me up? Su Hongyan trotted over, her eyes curved with joy that almost overflowed as she looked at Shen Anyu. Today Su Hongyan wore exquisite makeup and a light purple Chanel dress. A gentle breeze made her skirt flutter, captivating all. Shen Anyu revealed a gentle and sincere smile, gazing at Su Hongyan with admiration and praised, "Very beautiful dress. One word, stunning. Been dressing up for a long time." Su Hongyan was delighted, but let out its Sundara hum. "Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't dress up for you. I was planning to go shopping." Shen Anyu found it amusing, but didn't call her out. He said, "Get in the car. He'll accompany you shopping, then dinner. Remember to fulfill your bet." His gaze fell on Su Hongyan's red lips, a mischievous smile spreading across his handsome face. Last time after the martial arts teaching session, Shen Anyu and Su Hongyan had made a pact. Su Hongyan's pretty face instantly turned red. She shot Shen Anyu a shy and annoyed glance, but it held no real bite, revealing a maiden's budding charm. In the end, Su Hongyan lightly punched Shen Anyu and got into the car. As the red limited edition Lamborghini roared past like a blaze, the onlookers murmured, "It's actually that Sundara lady, Su Hongyan, one of the 3 campus beauties of Armada University. So she's already taken. Boo-hoo, my idol is with Su Hongyan. I have no chance anymore. Maybe their families are well matched, a business marriage with no real feelings. Wake up. Whether there's love or not, they'd never look at you." As for Wei Yun, he never once looked at the red limited edition Lamborghini or the stunning Su Hongyan. After Zhang Linlin left, he withdrew his pursuing gaze, closed his eyes again, and lay back on the recliner to sunbathe. 1,000 beauties and splendors pale before one smile of hers. No one is more beautiful than his Lin. Faming Mall. This is one of the most top-tier high-end malls in Modu, housing many domestic and international big brands and luxury goods. When Su Hongyan took Shen Anyu's hand and entered Faming Mall, they instantly drew everyone's gaze and admiration. Su Hongyan had a stunning face and exquisite long legs, exuding an air of proud confidence that was particularly alluring. Shen Anyu, with his unparalleled handsomeness and extraordinary aura, was equally charming. Seeing this perfect couple, someone exclaimed, "What godlike looks this pair has. They are so perfectly matched. Crying compared to my boyfriend, we are two ugly ducklings. Wake up, ugly ducklings are actually swans. Crying faint." Shen Anyu paid no heed to others' gazes. Su Hongyan, proud and confident, also didn't care. She directly pulled Shen Anyu by the hand towards a luxury men's clothing store. Shen Anyu looked at Su Hongyan in surprise and asked, "What's this? Weren't you going shopping? Why are you dragging me to a men's clothing store?" Su Hongyan blushed, then lifted her fair chin and said with a light snort, "Last time you taught me precious inner cultivation, so I want to give you something too. Choose anything today, you'll pay." Shen Anyu smiled, leaned in, and whispered something. "Oomph." Su Hongyan's beautiful eyes showed annoyed shyness. She lightly stepped on Shen Anyu's foot, then forcibly pulled him into the luxury men's clothing store. "Welcome, sir, madam. How may I assist you?" A saleswoman at this luxury menswear store promptly approached, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the couple Shen Anyu and Su Hongyan. Naturally, no snobbish behavior occurred, not only because of the rigorous training at luxury stores, but also because Shen Anyu and Su Hongyan exuded an air of distinction, their attire understated yet luxurious, hinting at their considerable status. The saleswoman, seasoned in dealing with customers, sharpened her gaze and smiled even more warmly. Perhaps a major sale was on the horizon. This, and this. I want them all. Go try them on, you rascal." Su Hongyan carefully selected several luxury suits, her eyes sparkling as she held them up against Shen Anyu, convinced he would look stunning in them. She then swiped her card for over 1,000,000 yuan. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, amused, and didn't stop her or rush to pay, as long as she was happy. He took the clothes and went to the fitting room. For Shen Anyu, he was always chivalrous, doting on his own woman and fulfilling reasonable requests. During the day, he accompanied her in joy, and at night, she would accompany him. Neither side lost out. "Su Hongyan, you have a boyfriend. Tisk, who can tolerate a proud and arrogant lady like you?" Just as Shen Anyu entered the fitting room to change, a sarcastic voice rang out. Su Hongyan frowned and turned to see a club-going girl with dyed yellow hair and heavy smoky eye makeup, accompanied by a slender, effeminately handsome man approaching. This nightclub girl was named Zheng Lily, of similar social standing to Su Hongyan, slightly higher, as she was the daughter of the boss of a 100 billion jewelry-listed company in Modu. She was arrogant, loved to party, and changed men as often as she changed clothes. She also attended Modu University, but Su Hongyan had gained admission through exams, while Zheng Lily had bought her way in for 10,000,000 yuan. The two had always been at odds. Su Hongyan was far more beautiful and popular, which infuriated Zheng Lily. Su Hongyan's beautiful eyes turned icy as she shot Zheng Lily a cold look. "Zheng Lily, don't start trouble. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to hit you." Zheng Lily sneered contemptuously. "I saw you just now. You spent over 1,000,000 on several suits. Tisk, could it be that the famous proud lady of high society and campus belle of Modu University, Su Hongyan, is now keeping a gigolo? Does that make you just as notorious as me? Should I spread the word?" Smack! Before Zheng Lily could finish her taunt, a crisp slap echoed through the store. A bright red handprint appeared on her right cheek. Zheng Lily was stunned, staring in disbelief at Su Hongyan. Did she actually dare to hit her? Su Hongyan's delicate face hardened like frost, her eyes blazing with anger. "He's not a gigolo. Don't you dare insult him. I've tolerated your nonsense before, but if you insult him, I won't hold back." Zheng Lily's face turned livid with rage. She turned to the tall, handsome man beside her. "Hit her." The man trembled in fear. He was nothing more than a kept man. How could he dare to strike a young lady who clearly held the same status as Zheng Lily? They might exchange blows among themselves, but if he laid a hand on her, would he want to live? With an allowance of 50,000 a month, all he had to do was work his kidneys. Did he have to be a thug? He specialized in skillful work, not fighting. The conflict drew the attention of the store's staff, and several saleswomen quickly came over to mediate, urging them to calm down. Just then the fitting room door opened, and a figure stepped out. The noisy scene fell silent. Zheng Lily, who had been furious and unwilling to back down, stared blankly at the man before her, her eyes going wide. Su Hongyan, whose face had been frozen in anger, instantly melted into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling. She murmured to herself, "So handsome. If I have good taste." Not only Zheng Lily and Su Hongyan, but every woman in the store was mesmerized, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Shen Anyu stood there in a black luxury suit perfectly tailored to accentuate his tall and exquisite figure, highlighting his extraordinary bearing and making his handsome features even more striking. At that moment, he stepped forward, his gaze sharp as lightning, his stride like a dragon, his presence like that of a young emperor, commanding awe and making everyone unconsciously hold their breath for fear of offending him. "What's going on?" Shen Anyu frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over Zheng Lily and settling on Su Hongyan. With the hearing of a martial grandmaster, he had already caught the conflict. Su Hongyan was about to speak, but Zheng Lili excitedly addressed Shen Anyu. Handsome, how about coming with me? He'll give you 100,000 a month. How about it? He was so handsome it made her legs weak and her heart melt. Before Shen Anyu could respond, Zheng Lili continued, 200,000, 300,000 a month. Just name your price, and I'll meet it. I can buy you a house and a car as long as you're with me. I won't treat you badly. Zheng Lili gazed at Shen Anyu with burning desire, her face flushed with excitement as she made promise after promise. You could even marry into the Zheng family and become a billionaire's son-in-law. How about that? Shen Anyu laughed. Seeing him smile, Zheng Lili smiled too. But Su Hongyan panicked. She grabbed Shen Anyu's arm and glared at Zheng Lili. Zheng Lili, you jerk! How dare you try to steal my man? He's already mine. With that, she pulled his tie and kissed him directly. Shen Anyu had intended to laugh coldly, but now he was caught between amusement and exasperation. He hadn't expected Su Hongyan, that proud and confident girl, to get so flustered. What was she worried about? If Su Hongyan was a noble swan, then Zheng Lili was nothing more than a black chicken in the mud, as different as clouds and mud. Besides, was Shen Anyu someone who would be impressed by 100 billion? Have him marry into her family. He was no Dragon King's son-in-law. Still, Shen Anyu enjoyed Su Hongyan's active kiss and pulled her even closer into his embrace. You? Zheng Lili stomped her feet in fury, wanting to hit Su Hongyan, but the saleswomen held her back firmly. She couldn't bear to watch the nauseating scene any longer. Ignoring the gigolo beside her, she stormed off fuming. The gigolo cast an envious glance at Shen Anyu. Zheng Lili had never been so generous with him. But he had to admit Shen Anyu's looks and aura were beyond him. He slunk away to catch up with Zheng Lili. After a long moment, Su Hongyan was released from the dizzying kiss, her eyes intoxicated, as if drunk, her cheeks flushed. When she came to her senses and saw Shen Anyu's sly smile and the amused expressions of those around, she buried her face in his chest in embarrassment, unable to lift it. Oh no, she had made a huge fool of herself. Not until Shen Anyu pulled her away from the men's luxury store did Su Hongyan dare to lift her head from his embrace, but still blushing, she lowered her head and remained silent. Shen Anyu teased, what's the hurry? Would I choose that ghost like Zheng Lili over you? You're at sundry, young lady, the campus beauty. Hearing Shen Anyu's provocation, Su Hongyan snorted, gritted her teeth, and said to him, I'm not worried about you being taken away by Zheng Lili. I just don't want to lose to her. That's right, I just don't want to lose to her. Whether you choose me or not, I don't care, not at all. Not a bit anxious. Shen Anyu found it amusing and stopped teasing the agitated Su Hongyan. He said, let's go, I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat. With that, he took Su Hongyan's delicate hand and led her toward an upscale restaurant in Faming Mall. Su Hongyan gazed blankly at his hand, holding hers, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Anyu in front of her, and she couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. They arrived at a French restaurant and ordered French steak, boeuf bourguignon, niçoise, salad, tomato cream soup, caviar, and black truffle, several desserts, and 2 glasses of red wine. The meal cost tens of thousands, naturally delicious, and could be considered a famous, internet-famous restaurant. Countless fake socialites came to share tables and check in. Su Hongyan used to enjoy the French cuisine here, but now she found it tasteless, her delicate brows furrowed. A hint of amusement flickered in Shen Anyu's eyes. After tasting the dishes made with his extraordinary culinary skills, how could she be interested in other food? They say to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. But women also love good food. Of course, a man's favorite delicacy is a beauty. Buzz buzz. At that moment, Su Hongyan's phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Su Hongyan reflexively answered the call. On the other end came a magnetic, elegant voice. Mian, it's already past 7 in the evening. Where are you? Aren't you coming home for dinner? Su Hongyan's home was very close to Moda University, so she didn't live on campus, but at home. Hearing it was her mother Su Wanking's voice, Su Hongyan's face paled in panic. She looked at Shen Anyu with a pleading expression, but Shen Anyu wore a mischievous smile. Mian, why aren't you saying anything? Is something wrong? Mom, it's nothing. I'm out eating with a friend. Su Hongyan replied with a tense voice. On the other end, Su Wanqing frowned slightly, sensing that her daughter's breathing was too rapid and her voice trembling with nervousness. Having raised her daughter from childhood, she knew her well. Clearly, she wasn't telling the truth, something was up. Eating with a friend. Su Wanqing suddenly smiled a knowing smile and said, Mian, you're eating with Anyu, aren't you? No need to hide it from Mom. I'm not some old stikinthamut. You two are a couple going out for a meal, of course I approve. Shen Anyu smiled and took the phone, saying, Good evening, Andy. I'm having dinner with Mian. I told her there was no need to hide it from you, but she was too shy to say it. Su Wanqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hongyan's earlier state had been truly abnormal, causing her some worry. Now, knowing it was her daughter's boyfriend, she relaxed and said, Anyu, take good care of Mian. With you around, him at ease. With that, Su Wanqing paused, a hesitant expression on her mature, elegant face. You two should be careful about safety. Mian is still in college. With that, she hung up, clearly quite embarrassed. After the call ended, Su Hongyan visibly sighed in relief, shooting Shen Anyu a glare of shy anger. But Shen Anyu looked at her with a half smile and drawled, Auntie's words make sense, Mian. What do you think? Su Hongyan's pretty face flushed red as if she were drunk from one glass of red wine. The tsundere young lady at this moment was like a quail. Late in the morning, just past 9, Su Hongyan had already gone to class at Moda University. She had classes all day today. After sending her off, Shen Anyu returned to the hotel and soaked in the pool, relaxed and at ease. The ancients said life lies in movement. Truly they were not wrong. After making this sage-like remark, his eyes regained their profound depth as he pondered. The favorability increased by 1 point, reaching 99. At this level of favorability, it's already to the point of life and death devotion, willing to die for each other. But reaching 100 is very difficult. Must work hard soon. Su Hongyan's favorability had reached 99, but increasing it further was extremely hard. 99 favorability meant that if Shen Anyu were to fall, Su Hongyan would be willing to die for him. To elevate it further was extremely difficult, and Shen Anyu had no good ideas. Best to resolve it soon. Need to find new sources. After leisurely resting for a while, and enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Shen Anyu thought of the third child of destiny, the killer turned security guard Wei Yun. Endurance, restraint, pain, struggle, silent waiting. You, the king of assassins in the dark world, acting like the tragic heroine of a bitter romance novel. Why bother? Shen Anyu shook his head, a leisurely smile appearing in his eyes. Let me help you, relieve you of this pain. Don't thank me. After all, I'm the destined good guy. Lin, have you heard? Yesterday afternoon, a top-tier, tall, rich, and handsome guy showed up at our school gate, driving a globally limited edition red Lamborghini, his features peerlessly handsome. Many girls were gossiping about him. In the female dormitory of Moda University, Building 6, Room 301, a clear and syrupy voice rang out. A 20-year-old girl in the prime of youth, her long, supple, jade-like legs propped on the desk, was playing with her phone and giggling. Her face was exquisitely charming, her figure remarkably voluptuous, like a soul-enticing seductress, yet her voice was a striking contrast. Clear and syrupy, as sweet as a girl next door. This blend of seductress and sweet girl was like a top-shelf cocktail, tantalizing the senses. She was a vixen-like girl with enchanting eyes that could steal one's soul with a single glance. In this double dormitory, there was also another stunning beauty. Her face was pure beyond compare, her figure delicate and exquisite, and her temperament was uniquely striking, like a small white flower blooming in the crevice of a steep cliff, graceful, stubborn, and full of vitality. She was none other than Lin Keqing, the pure white flower that the killer-turned-security guard Wei Yun yearned for. This dormitory was also hailed by Moda University as a man's dream. The two campus beauties, the vixen Lu Mi and the pure white flower Jiang Lin, both resided here. Mimi, I'm about to start my live stream. You'd better put on more clothes, or you might accidentally expose yourself. Jiang Lin shot her best friend Lu Mi a helpless glance, her clear eyes filled with worry. The solitary elderly cleaner Grandma Zhong who had raised her was now over 80, long retired, and plagued by various ailments. Her monthly pension barely covered the medical expenses. The living cost for the two of them plus Jiang Linlin's tuition amounted to a hefty sum, at least 10,000 yuan each month. Jiang Lin had once worked as a restaurant waitress and a supermarket cashier, but she only earned 3,000 to 4,000 a month, which was barely useful. More than once someone had offered to support her, even proposing a monthly allowance of 100,000, but Jiang Lin always refused. Though poor, she had pride and refused to sell her dignity. Later, through her best friend Lu Mi's introduction, she started live streaming. Blessed with natural beauty and an exquisite face, she gained some modest popularity and earned a small monthly income. As for Lu Mi, her family background was excellent, wealthy, and influential. She had also dabbled in live streaming, but only as a casual hobby, essentially working 3 days and fishing 2, broadcasting only a few times a month. Yet Lu Mi was far more popular than Jiang Lin, with several times the followers and income. She was a minor internet celebrity with over 1 million fans on Douyin, while Jiang Lin had only about 200,000. Jiang Lin felt no jealousy, for she knew she lacked singing, dancing, or talent in performance. Her conversation was not particularly interesting, and she was shy and reserved, unable to let loose. Naturally, she could not match the lively, generous, and versatile Lu Mi in popularity. Moreover, Jiang Lin was deeply grateful to Lu Mi. The spacious double dormitory. Without Lu Mi, she would never have been able to afford the rent, which cost several thousand a month. She also received various other forms of help, and Jiang Lin kept all these favors in her heart, vowing to repay them someday. As for the so-called tall, rich, handsome guys, Jiang Lin cared little. She simply wished to live while harboring no grand ambitions or delusions. Marrying a man she loved in the future would be enough. Lu Mi grinned at her best friend and said, Lin, how about I support you? You can pay me back after you graduate, okay? Lu Mi saw Jiang Lin's hard work and felt genuine sympathy. But the internet live streaming scene was already fiercely competitive. Without outstanding talent or the willingness to go all out with borderline content gimmicks or bizarre stunts, it was virtually impossible to become popular. Jiang Lin was of course a top-tier beauty. But nowadays, with the 4-piece combo of plastic surgery, makeup, beauty filters, and editing, even Grandma Xiao Biluo could pass as a pretty young lady. Looking around, all you saw were beauties. The audience weren't Sun Wukong with his fiery golden eyes. How could they possibly discern the truth? Jiang Linlin's supreme natural beauty advantage was greatly weakened, while her reserved nature became a huge disadvantage. Of course, if the four-piece combo of plastic surgery, makeup, beauty filters, and editing were removed, causing the demons to reveal themselves, who knows how many top donors would flee carrying their trains on their shoulders through the night. Hearing Lu Mi's words, Jiang Linlin was deeply moved, but she shook her head and said, "No, I'm already a sophomore now. I'll grit my teeth and endure for 2 more years. After graduation, I'll work 2 jobs, and will definitely be able to support Grandma Zhong and myself, and help her treat her illness, and provide for her old age." Lu Mi sighed admiringly. "Lin, you're so good to Grandma Zhong, staying by her side no matter what." Jiang Linlin smiled, her clear eyes shimmering with emotion, and said, "When my parents were killed by villains, if Grandma Zhong hadn't taken me in, I'd probably be a dead, abandoned baby by now. They say a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. I will repay Grandma Zhong for the rest of my life." Lu Mi cast an appreciative glance at Jiang Linlin. This was the reason she kept helping her. Such a wonderful girl. If Lu Mi were a man, she would surely marry her. "Alright, Mimi, I'm going to start my live stream. Be careful not to expose yourself." "No problem, don't worry. Those men are all hungry cats, but I won't give them a show." Lu Mi snorted. She had no interest in those stinky men anyway. Soft, fragrant girls were so much better. Although many at Moda University called her a little vixen, she was still a pure baby at heart. But just as Jiang Linlin was about to start her live stream, she suddenly received a text message. Her pretty face flushed with excitement, and she clutched her phone, unwilling to let go. "Mimi, I have an urgent matter and need to go out. Please help me ask for leave from this afternoon's and tomorrow's classes." With that, Jiang Linlin hurried out of the dorm, leaving a bewildered Lu Mi behind. In the outskirts of Modu, inside an old dilapidated house. This was the home of Jiang Linlin and Grandma Zhong. Jiang Linlin rushed back and pushed the door open, only to see a handsome young man chatting cheerfully with Grandma Zhong, seeming to be getting along well. She was slightly surprised by the man's striking handsomeness, but didn't stare. Instead, she turned to Grandma Zhong, her face brimming with excitement and joy. "Grandma Zhong, you look so much better. Can you stand up now?" Previously, Grandma Zhong had been bettered and pale and haggard, but now she had gotten out of bed, her cheeks rosy and full of vitality, as if she had grown a dozen years younger. Grandma Zhong was delighted to see Jiang Linlin return. She then introduced the man. "I have to thank this divine Dr. Shen. He performed acupuncture to treat my ailments, prepared Chinese herbal medicine, and decocted it for me to take. Now I am much better. I can even go down to the garden and plant vegetables." Jiang Linlin's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude as she looked at the handsome man before her. She bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, divine Dr. Shen. Jiang Linlin is infinitely grateful. I will remember this for the rest of my life and will repay you, even if it means weaving grass and holding rings in my next life." At this moment, Jiang Linlin was ecstatic, overjoyed. Grandma Zhong, who had been her sole companion, was now over 80 years old, bedridden, and unable to care for herself. Watching Grandma Zhong suffer had pained her deeply. Now seeing Grandma Zhong able to walk on the ground with a rosy complexion, as if rejuvenated by a decade or more, her heart swelled with gratitude to the utmost. Shen Anyu was also quite delighted. Yan's harvest was even easier than Xia Liu's. Good heavens, 80,000 destiny points in one go. And this was merely from Jiang Linlin's gratitude for saving Grandma Zhong. If he could mold Jiang Linlin into his shape, how many destiny points would that yield? True to the essence of pure love, Shen Anyu adored pure love. With a playful heart but a face full of righteousness, sincerity, and sunshine, he smiled at Jiang Linlin and said, "Lin, you're too polite. Since I've learned medicine, healing the sick and saving lives, curing the world, is simply a doctor's virtue. No need for such gratitude." At that moment, Shen Anyu seemed to radiate light, exuding unwavering righteousness. Ding. Detected that destiny heroine Jiang Linlin's affinity increased by 6, plundered 1800 destiny points. Jiang Linlin's fondness surged even more, to the extent that she didn't even mind Shen Anyu's somewhat intimate address of Linlin. Afterwards, Shen Anyu chatted with Jiang Linlin and Grandma Zhong for a while, becoming even more familiar. She no longer called him Dr. Shen, but Brother Shen. Although Jiang Linlin felt it was a bit too intimate, she found it hard to refuse the request of the benefactor who had saved Grandma Zhong. As such a grateful and virtuous girl at this moment, she felt only gratitude towards Shen Anyu with no trace of wariness. Then Grandma Zhong, having just recovered from a serious illness, was also tired and went to rest. On Jiang Linlin's pure and delicate little face, however, a hint of worry appeared. She took a light breath and said to Shen Anyu, "Brother Shen, how much is the medical fee?" She looked at the prescription, which contained many precious herbs, century-old lingji, 60-year-old ginseng, medicinals that sounded extremely valuable. Probably more than 100,000 wouldn't be enough. She probably couldn't afford such a sum. Would she have to take out a loan or borrow money from Mimi? If Shen Anyu knew what Jiang Linlin was thinking, he would probably sneer. It wasn't just 100,000, more like over 1,000,000. Not to mention the worth of Shen Anyu's intervention. With his transcendent medical skills, charging 100 million for consultation wouldn't be too much. However, Shen Anyu was a destined great benefactor. Not only would he not charge Jiang Linlin a single cent for medical expenses, but he was also willing to give her several hundred million. That would come later, not now for now. Shen Anyu stared straight at Jiang Linlin until her face flushed, then he sighed. Brother Shen, what's wrong? Jiang Linlin became curious and asked in confusion. She had been a bit shy and embarrassed under his gaze, but now his sigh puzzled her. Shen Anyu looked deeply into her eyes and said, "Do you know why I came this time?" Jiang Linlin grew even more curious. Her clear, beautiful eyes looked at Shen Anyu, and she shook her head indicating she didn't know. Shen Anyu's next words nearly made her jump in surprise. "It has to do with the murder of your parents." "What? Brother Shenyu, you're serious?" Jiang Linlin's voice rose, but then she thought of Grandma Zhong resting and lowered it. Her eyes, clear as a lake, stared nervously at Shen Anyu, and her little hand involuntarily grabbed his arm. "Yes, that's right." Shen Anyu nodded with a deliberately grave expression. "You're still in university, right? Living in the pure ivory tower, do you know that there is a dark world out there filled with slaughter, destruction, filth, bloodshed, brutality, treachery, betrayal? All the dark sides of humanity, countless heinous criminals, assassins, mercenaries. And your parents' death is connected to that dark world." Hearing Shen Anyu's words, Jiang Linlin was both grieved and shocked. She asked, "Brother Shen, my parents were just ordinary workers. How could they be involved in such a dark world?" A smirk curved Shen Anyu's lips. The little white flower had taken the bait. "Because it involves one person. The orphan from next door that your parents adopted, Wei Yun." Wei Yun. Jiang Linlin's pretty brows furrowed as she fell into recollection. She had once returned to her hometown and asked around the neighborhood, naturally learning that her biological parents had adopted an orphan neighbor boy named Wei Yun and raised him until he was 8. But after that bloody night, Wei Yun disappeared without a trace. Many people believe that Wei Yun had also died under the killer's blade, just like Jiang Linlin's parents. Wei Yun didn't die, Shen Anyu asserted with certainty, and then continued, "Do you know about severing worldly ties?" Wei Yun possessed exceptional martial talent and was ambitious. To seize the opportunity to be noticed by the leader of the blood-soaked killer organization Xiao Luo in the dark world, to have a chance to rise to greatness and become a major figure in that world, he spared no sacrifice. These dark organizations are all brutal and bloodthirsty. The first step to join is to present a token of loyalty or sever worldly ties. And your parents were Wei Yun's worldly ties. That's why they died. Shen Anyu laid his cards on the table, giving Wei Yun no chance whatsoever, going straight to the point. And that wasn't all. Seeing Jiang Linlin's face full of shock, grief, and disbelief, Shen Anyu took out his phone and showed her a series of pictures and texts. After severing his worldly ties, Wei Yun was indeed taken as a direct disciple by Xiao Luo, the leader of the killer organization, and meticulously trained. Over 20 years, Wei Yun performed countless deeds for the Xiao Luo organization, earning the title of the Grim Reaper in the dark world, a fearsome reputation. The number of wronged souls fallen by his hand amounts to 1,377. His hands are drenched in blood, his sins tower to the heavens. He became the second-in-command subordinate only to the Xiao Luo leader himself. These 1,377 souls were all stepping stones for Wei Yun. These pieces of evidence were only discovered after my family destroyed the Xiao Luo killer organization, ending all this wickedness. Among them was also Wei Yun's true face, a rather handsome young man, unlike the ordinary appearance he now assumed with a human skin mask. After all, Wei Yun was the top assassin, the Grim Reaper of the dark world, wanted in many countries. Without disguising himself, how could he possibly stay? Especially in Yanxia, the forbidden ground for assassins and mercenaries. And at this very moment, Wei Yun, wearing an ordinary, unremarkable face, learned that Jiang Linlin had taken leave. Worried, he was rushing toward Grandma Zhong's house. Jiang Linlin gazed at the evidence before her, her eyes fixed on the resolute, cold figure of Wei Yun, who stood amidst a sea of corpses and blood, his delicate features stark against the carnage. She bit her lip so hard it nearly bled, her lake-clear eyes burning with fury. "Wei Yun, my parents adopted him, and he killed them. He has done so many evil deeds. How can there be such a wicked person?" Tear after tear slid down Jiang Linlin's cheeks, falling like broken pearls. The thought that her kind-hearted parents had adopted a neighbor's orphan only to raise a wolf-hearted ingrate, who ultimately caused their deaths, left her sobbing uncontrollably. Ding. Major emotional upheaval in the Destiny's Child Wei Yun. Fate value plundered 100,000. Lin, don't be sad. That beast Wei Yun isn't worth your tears. Shen Anyu looked at her with profound pity, reaching out to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Naturally, he drew her into his arms, patting her back gently and murmuring soft comfort. Yet a flicker of mockery gleamed in Shen Anyu's eyes. Most of what he had said was true, except he had twisted the narrative. Wei Yun's coerced actions became ambitious schemes. Moreover, Wei Yun had already destroyed the Shura assassin organization, leaving him unable to defend himself. After all, who would believe a heartless wolf-like ingrate like Wei Yun over Shen Anyu? Flawlessly handsome, radiant with righteousness, a scion of the ancient Shen family of Yanxia, and the very man who had just healed Grandmother Zhong. At this moment Jiang Linlin was caught between ecstasy and despair. First she saw grandmother Zhong, her only remaining family, saved by Shen Anyu. Then she learned such a devastating secret, the truth about her parents' death. Her heart was at its most vulnerable. Shen Anyu's warm embrace, his gentle consolation, the overwhelming masculinity and sense of security, all made her unconsciously lean on him. The scene resembled a pair of lovers in the throes of passion. At that very moment Wei Yun, who cared deeply for Jiang Linlin, arrived at grandmother Zhong's doorstep and witnessed this tableau. His pupils contracted, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. Ding. Destiny's Child. Wei Yun struck by lightning. Fate value plundered 9999. Ding. Destiny's Child. Wei Yun's spirit collapses. Fate value plundered 6666. Ding. Initial corruption of Destiny's Child. Wei Yun. Fate value plundered 30000. Lin, my Lin. Wei Yun's body trembled violently, his eyes blazing with fury, his face twisting in agony. The pain in his heart was unbearable. He had never imagined witnessing such a scene. Jiang Linlin had skipped her afternoon classes and taken leave, which worried him. Was she ill, or had something happened? Despite her impoverished background, she had earned a place at Moda University, a prestigious institution in Yanxia. Her dedication to studies was relentless. She never missed class, even in university. Filled with anxiety, Wei Yun rushed without a second thought to grandmother Zhong's home. Yet what did he see now? His beloved, the untouchable moon of his heart, intimately close with a handsome young man. He could not accept this sight, this truth. Over the past year he had pondered, endlessly tossing and turning through sleepless nights, his love for Jiang Linlin finally overpowering his inferiority and guilt. He was ready to formally approach her, to court her and care for her for a lifetime. Guilt and remorse toward Jiang Linlin's parents, guilt and remorse toward Jiang Linlin herself. He swore never to let her suffer the slightest grievance or worry. But now what did he see? No, it can't be. I must be mistaken. Linlin has never been close to other men, as she focuses only on her studies. How could she suddenly have a boyfriend? Could he be bullying my Linlin? At this thought Wei Yun's eyes blazed with murderous intent, as if a sea of corpses and mountains of blood descended upon the mortal world, an Azura from hell incarnate. As the apex assassin king of the underworld, he had walked through thousands of lost souls, emerged from endless blood and bones, and annihilated the dreaded Shura organization. In Wei Yun's eyes, aside from Jiang Linlin, more precious than his own life, everyone else was no more than an ant, utterly insignificant. No matter who, be it a regional overlord, a noble luminary, a high-ranking official, or a warlord tycoon, if they dared to bully his Linlin, death was their only fate. Death without a burial ground. In that moment Wei Yun was no longer the lazy security guard basking in the sun. He transformed into the grim reaper of the dark world, his gaze as cold as piercing ice. Shen Anyu sensed Wei Yun's killing intent, but only sneered inwardly, utterly dismissive. Though he had deliberately sent his guards away to avoid alarming his prey, Wei Yun alone posed no threat in his eyes. Despite being only at the peak of the Xiantian realm, Wei Yun had assassinated martial arts grandmasters more than once. But so what? Shen Anyu possessed a divine steel body that even transcendent human experts could not breach. They could not harm him even if they tried. And even without the divine steel body, Shen Anyu's latest martial grandmaster cultivation, coupled with his lightning abilities and a host of skills, could easily crush Wei Yun. At this moment Shen Anyu felt a thrill, an exhilarating thrill. Of course he would never allow the beautiful sight of his woman to be seen by others. He had no such perverse tastes. Brother Shen, please excuse my rudeness. Jiang Linlin had finally come to her senses. Seeing the tear stains on Shen Anyu's shoulder, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet after leaving his embrace, she felt a sense of loss. In Shen Anyu's arms, she had experienced an overwhelming security, her heart pounding and cheeks burning. Ding. Affection of Destiny's heroine Jiang Linlin increased by 3. Fate value plundered 9000. Brother Shen. She called him Brother Shen. As an apex assassin king at the Xiantian peak, Wei Yun's senses were sharp. Even from a dozen meters away, he heard everything clearly. His body trembled, his face turning pale as death. Linlin, his Linlin, was not being forced. She was intimately calling that man Brother Shen. No. Like a wounded lone wolf, Wei Yun roared and fled into the distance, unable to accept this truth, unable to bear the sight before him. Brother Shen, what's wrong with that man? He seemed so sorrowful, so tormented. Wei Yun's anguished roar startled Jiang Linlin. She saw a figure dashing away from the doorstep, her delicate face showing surprise. Shen Anyu curled his lips into a smirk. Seeing Jiang Linlin's puzzled expression, he explained, that was Wei Yun. What? That's Wei Yun. As Shen Anyu uttered these words, Jiang Linlin's delicate face suddenly changed color, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. I want to ask him, my parents kindly took him, and why did he kill them and slaughter so many people at? For the pure and kind-hearted Jiang Linlin, Wei Yun, who had killed over 1,000 people, was simply unimaginable in his wickedness. Shen Anyu, however, shook his head and stopped Jiang Linlin's impulse, speaking. That is a bloody butcher who has taken over 1,000 lives. Linlin, I don't want you to approach such a dangerous existence and risk yourself. In truth, Shen Anyu was not worried that Jiang Linlin's contact with Wei Yun might clear up the misunderstanding. With a preconceived bias, Jiang Linlin harbored immense goodwill towards Shen Anyu, who had saved Grandma Zhong, while feeling only disgust and hatred for Wei Yun, who had caused her parents' deaths. After Wei Yun annihilated the assassin organization Shura, he burned everything to ashes, leaving no evidence behind. How could he explain himself? He could not clarify the events of 20 years ago, nor could he explain the destruction of the Shura assassin organization a year prior. The people Shen Anyu sent to investigate had already erased the last shred of evidence. Wei Yun had to bear this blame whether he liked it or not. Shen Anyu's purpose in stopping Jiang Linlin was to prevent his woman from contacting a man who coveted her. Every one of Shen Anyu's women was guarded and monitored by elite female Xiantian protectors. Jiang Linlin, however, misunderstood. Her face pale, her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she looked at Shen Anyu and said, "Brother Shen, I understand. That Wei Yun might harm us. Just like he killed my parents 20 years ago, he wants to sever the worldly ties of me, their only remaining daughter." Saying this, Jiang Linlin bit her lip, her fair little hands clenched into fists, clearly seething with indignation. Shen Anyu found it amusing. In Wei Yun's heart, she was more important than his own life. How could he harm her? The desire to kill Shen Anyu was certainly there, and deeply so. Shen Anyu did not clarify this misunderstanding. Instead, he cupped Jiang Linlin's pure, exquisitely beautiful face in his hands, gazing at her with deep affection. "Linlin, don't worry, don't be afraid of Wei Yun. With me here, he can't touch you. Even the Shura assassin organization behind him was destroyed by me, let alone a mere Wei Yun. I will protect you." Jiang Linlin's long eyelashes fluttered, her limpid lake-like eyes shimmering. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly said, "Brother Shen, don't be like this. It's too intimate." Shen Anyu smiled, gently looking at Jiang Linlin with sincere eyes, and said, "Linlin, do you know? A year ago I sent people to destroy the Shura assassin organization and hunt down the remnant Wei Yun. That's when I learned about you. Love at first sight. How could there be such a pure, lovely, kind, and beautiful girl in this world? Over this past year, I've had people protect you while searching for the hidden Wei Yun. Eventually, I discovered that Wei Yun had disguised himself as an ordinary security guard of the same name at Moda University, plotting to harm you. I could no longer hold back. I had to step forward and protect you." Ding. Detected heavenly fate female, lead Jiang Linlin's affection 10, plunder, 0, heavenly fate value. Listening to Shen Anyu's heartfelt words, Jiang Linlin's heart trembled, her beautiful eyes reddened, and she was deeply moved. When she heard the last two sentences, Jiang Linlin's face paled in shock. The security guard Wei Yun at the gate of Moda University is that assassin Wei Yun. She knew that the security guard named Wei Yun had been secretly watching her, but Jiang Linlin had paid it no mind. As one of the 3 campus beauties at Moda University, with her pure and delicate looks, countless people secretly watched her. Security guards, classmates, seniors, juniors, and even teachers and professors. Jiang Linlin had rejected them time and again, weary of the nuisance, and eventually chose to ignore them and keep her distance. That security guard Wei Yun merely watched and never approached to confess, so Jiang Linlin naturally said nothing. But she never imagined that the unremarkable security guard Wei Yun was actually the death-dealing assassin Wei Yun, who had killed over 1,000 people. Shen Anyu smiled inwardly, his expression sincere as he said, "Indeed, Wei Yun has the ability to disguise himself. Using a human skin mask, he transformed into that ordinary little security guard, and even obtained a new identity. It took my people a year of searching to discover that this Wei Yun is that Wei Yun. And he wants to harm you. But he was frightened off by the female protectors I sent to guard you." Jiang Linlin looked at Shen Anyu with complex emotions, her voice soft. "Brother Shen, have you done so much for me in secret?" Shen Anyu smiled faintly and suddenly said, "Do you still remember the nickname Linlin's Guardian?" "Linlin's Guardian. I know he's the top spender on my streams, always silently donating money, rarely saying much." Jiang Linlin had indeed found it strange that the top spender Linlin's Guardian donated tens of thousands every month, and even tens of thousands during her tough times, like when Grandma Zhong's condition worsened. But he never made any improper requests, never even asked for contact information, and barely spoke in the live streams. Could it be? Jiang Linlin looked at Shen Anyu in shock. Shen Anyu gazed at Jiang Linlin with deep affection, took out his phone, and displayed the account, saying, "I am Linlin's Guardian." Of course it was a lie. Did he even know who Jiang Linlin was a year ago? He didn't know even a day ago. This Linlin's Guardian account naturally belonged to Wei Yun, the silent, restrained, and forbearing assassin and security guard. Then Shen Anyu used his top-tier hacking skills to take it over. Ding. Detected heavenly fate female, lead Jiang Linlin's affection 10, plunder, 0, heavenly fate value. Ding. Detected heavenly fate female, lead Jiang Linlin's total affection at 89, plunder, 0, heavenly fate value. Jiang Linlin was moved. A noble, extraordinarily handsome young master of distinguished status had silently guarded her for a year, willingly giving so much. It could be said that his love was as deep as the sea, no exaggeration. What girl wouldn't be moved? Jiang Linlin was just a sophomore in university, only 20 years old. How could she withstand such profound affection? She burst into tears, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she looked at Shen Anyu. I remember now. Who that Shen fellow is. Among a heap of liquor bottles, a drunken young man, his face streaked with tears, suddenly rose with wild ecstasy, which swiftly turned into raging fury. That Shen dared to deceive my Lin. Wei Yun's eyes blazed with overwhelming murderous intent and wrath. He had recalled that yesterday afternoon at the entrance of Modi University, the owner of that red limited edition Lamborghini was Shen Anyu, who had also picked up Su Hongyan, one of the 3 campus beauties of Modi University, a proud and haughty young lady. Though he had merely glanced without particular attention as a top-tier assassin king and a peak innate realm expert, he had firmly remembered it. Yet at that time Wei Yun had been utterly indifferent. Neither the limited edition luxury supercar nor the stunningly beautiful Su Hongyan held any place in his regard, because in his heart there was no other woman but Jiang Lin. Did they not understand the weight of a pure love's destined son, one heart devoted to a single love for a lifetime? In Wei Yun's mind, nothing in the world mattered more than his Lin, even if it meant destroying the entire world for her sake. Without Lin, what use was the world? The death god's eyes shed no tears, tears flowed only for Lin. Lin must not know that Shen already has a girlfriend, and she's Su Hongyan, the campus belle of Modi University. That Shen must be deceiving Lin's feelings. At this thought, Wei Yun ground his teeth in fury. He had to tell Jiang Lin had to expose Shen Anyu's true face. And, Shen, you must die. Not only you but all your family and friends must die. They all deserve death because of you. Wei Yun's eyes brimmed with lethal intent, a chilling coldness that sent shivers down the spine. The terrifying assassin king of the dark world, Wei Yun the death god, was now utterly enraged. Having killed over 1,000 walking through heaps of bones, even when torturing the leader of the Azura organization, Wei Yun had never felt such intense murderous intent. But now, knowing that his beloved, the pure and flawless Jiang Lin had been deceived by a frivolous playboy tainted by this blemish, this was something he could not accept. I cannot blame Lin as she is innocent deceived. Wei Yun clenched his teeth, though his heart burned with boundless fury. He would not fault Jiang Lin. But, Shen, I will make you know the agony of death by 1,000 cuts, being flayed alive, the lantern torture, all 10 cruelest punishments inflicted on a single person. In that moment, Wei Yun had already devised how to deal with Shen Anyu. Ensuring his death would be the most miserable. Only then could he vent the anger and hatred churning within him. He even planned to slaughter all of Shen Anyu's relatives and friends, preferably before his eyes, to make Shen Anyu suffer excruciatingly. As the assassin king of the dark world, Wei Yun was no saint. The 1,000+ he had killed included many innocents, yet he felt no shred of pity. Returning to Modu upon seeing the pure and flawless Jiang Lin, he had suppressed that overwhelming bloodlust, becoming an ordinary security guard at Modi University. Only then did guilt begin to stir, and he sought to make amends, to stand openly with Jiang Lin rather than wear a human mask for a lifetime. But to Wei Yun's surprise, before he could explain everything and pursue Jiang Lin, Shen Anyu had already stolen the march. But past mistakes can now be rectified. Lin, I will tell you everything. I will make up for your parents' death because of me, for all the suffering you've endured these 20 years. I will treasure you as the most precious thing, more valuable than my own life, and care for you for all eternity. I will make you the most beautiful bride, the most wonderful wife, the most loving mother. We will have the cutest daughter, and I will help you take care of Granny Zhong, seeing her through her final years. Lost in this beautiful future, Wei Yun smiled involuntarily, then dashed swiftly toward Granny Zhong's home like a specter in the night. At this moment the light had faded and night had fallen. He had already wasted far too much time. He could not afford to waste more. Once he cleared up the misunderstanding and killed Shen Anyu, that playboy who deceived Lin, and his entire family, everything would return to its proper course, and he would live the happiest and most blissful life with Lin. It would surely happen. On the other side, brother Shen, is Lin beautiful? Jiang Lin twisted the hem of her skirt, her eyes shy and timid, spinning in small circles before Shen Anyu. At this moment Jiang Lin was dressed in a light purple Chanel-fitted dress, perfectly accentuating her delicate figure. As her skirt fluttered, the faint, perfume-free fragrance of a young girl drifted into Shen Anyu's nostrils. Shen Anyu smiled, his gaze admiring the pure, lovely maiden before him. Now that night had fallen, the two were in a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. During the day, Shen Anyu had moved Jiang Lin and Granny Zhong to a new home, a spacious flat in an upscale neighborhood, and had bought them all sorts of daily necessities, clothing, and more. At first Jiang Lin had disagreed, wanting to stand on her own, but Shen Anyu had persuaded her using Wei Yun's name. He said that if Jiang Lin and Granny Zhong continued living in that small house on the outskirts of Modu, they might be harmed by Wei Yun, who was cornered and desperate. Jiang Lin immediately agreed, clearly harboring a significant psychological shadow regarding Wei Yun, believing that big villain capable of anything. In the past they had lived in that small house. Jiang Lin usually attended school and earned money through live streaming, while a neighbor's aunt helped care for Granny Zhong for a monthly fee of 5,000 yuan. After moving to the larger house, Shen Anyu arranged for proper medical care and a housekeeper, which greatly benefited Granny Zhong. The dream she had long cherished seemed to materialize in an instant. Zhang Linlin's clear, flawless eyes gazed deeply at the handsome man before her. She knew that everything had changed because of him. He had transformed her fate. Brother Shen, you are so kind to Linlin. I will never know how to repay your kindness in this lifetime. Shen Anyu smiled, pulling Zhang Linlin into his embrace, looking at her with tender eyes and speaking gently. Linlin, do we need words of gratitude between us? You are the woman I wish to cherish for all eternity. Zhang Linlin's pure, delicate face was instantly filled with boundless emotion, her eyes soft and gentle. Zhang Linlin's beautiful eyes looked at Shen Anyu with gratitude. By this man's side, the overwhelming sense of security made her realize that her fragile shoulders no longer needed to support a family. There was a man who cherished and loved her, holding up the sky for her. The things he had done for her could never be repaid in a lifetime. He saved Grandma Zhong, annihilated the Shura killer organization that murdered her parents, and protected her from the clutches of that big bad guy Wei Yun. A sophomore college girl like her had no way to repay all this. Zhang Linlin summoned her courage, lifted her head, and looked at Shen Anyu with shy and nervous eyes. Her gentle voice rang out, Brother Shen, Linlin wants to repay you. Ding. Detected 10 favorability from the destined heroine, Zhang Linlin, plunder 30,000 destiny points. Ding. Detected total favorability of Zhang Linlin at 99, plunder 100,000 destiny points. Ding. Major fluctuation in the main emotional line of the destined sun, Wei Yun, plunder 100,000 destiny points. In the afternoon, the sun hung high, casting scorching rays down. But there was a figure standing still at the gate of Moda University, letting the blazing sun scorch him. Sweat like beads off a broken string kept falling down. Drip, drip, drip. Splattering on the ground and shattering as if his heart had shattered. Can't find her, why can't I find her? Linlin, where has my Linlin gone? Wei Yun's eyes were bloodshot, his face pale, dazed and disoriented like a walking corpse. He went to Grandma Zhong's house with a heart full of hope and expectation, wanting to explain everything to Zhang Linlin and expose Shen Anyu's true face. But Grandma Zhong's house was empty. After asking the neighbor aunt, he discovered that Shen Anyu had already moved away with Zhang Linlin and Grandma Zhong earlier in the day. He searched for an entire night, morning and noon, but found no trace of where they had moved. He even broke his peaceful life and sought out top hacker friends from the underworld, wanting to check all sorts of surveillance footage to find Shen Anyu and Zhang Linlin's whereabouts. But he found nothing. All of Shen Anyu's information was top secret. How could he possibly find it? At this moment, Wei Yun was exhausted and distraught. He had a terrible guess, one that was hard to accept. A girl as pure and breathtakingly beautiful as Zhang Linlin falling into the hands of that dandy Shen Anyu. How many things could happen in one night? No, it can't be. Linlin is so pure, she absolutely couldn't accept that Shen guy so quickly. Wei Yun clenched his fists, his murderous nails digging deep into his palms, and crimson blood dripped down. At that moment, a passing couple sighed. This little security guard at Moda University, earning just a few thousand a month, is really hardworking. Standing at the school gate in the blazing sun instead of hiding in the booth, such dedication. With that gritted teeth and ferocious face, he looks like a guard dog. Quite scary. Don't be scared, darling. With me here, even if it is a real dog, I'm not afraid. Wei Yun paid no attention, disregarding everything around him. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, as if waiting for something. Finally, in the evening, he waited for it. The red limited edition Lamborghini he would never forget, even in his dreams, slowly driving toward him. He saw a female driver with an aura nearly as strong as a martial arts grandmaster get out of the driver's seat and open the other door. The Zhang Linlin he yearned for stepped out. She was still as pure and breathtakingly beautiful as ever, wearing a light purple Chanel dress, moving without any difficulty. Whoosh! Seeing this, Wei Yun let out a long sigh of relief, and his ferocious face regained a smile. Great as Linlin had not been defiled by that bastard Shen. But wait. At that moment, sharp-eyed Wei Yun suddenly saw Zhang Linlin's knees. Wei Yun felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling violently. Even when Zhang Linlin passed by him, he didn't snap out of it. The pure school beauty he had been yearning for, Zhang Linlin, had fallen prey. No. Wei Yun fell to his knees, roaring to the sky with bloody tears in his eyes. Ding. The destined sun, Wei Yun's spirit collapses, plunder 66,666 destiny points. Ding. The destined sun, Wei Yun, undergoes moderate darkening, plunder 200,000 destiny points. Zhang Linlin turned her head, glanced at Wei Yun with disgust, hatred, and anger, then walked briskly toward the dormitory with a smile. Brother Shen arranged a very, very powerful female bodyguard for me, so I don't have to be afraid of that big bad guy Wei Yun anymore. Thinking of this, Zhang Linlin felt sweetness in her heart. Linlin, you're back. What happened yesterday? You suddenly asked me to ask for leave for you. Just then, a little vixen who bumped into her hugged Zhang Linlin and asked with concern. It was Zhang Linlin's best friend and roommate Lumi. Lumi's fox-like charming eyes at this moment looked at her best friend with worry. Zhang Linlin was always hardworking and had never taken leave before. Her sudden leave yesterday really worried her, and she hadn't replied to her messages at night or in the morning. This made Lumi even more anxious. Mimi, be gentle. Lin, what's wrong? Lumi let go of Jiang Lin, looking at her good friend with surprise and confusion. Weren't they always close? And Jiang Lin wasn't a delicate girl. Wait, Lin, the dress you're wearing. Could it be Chanel's latest season haute couture light purple dress? It's worth hundreds of thousands. Lumi came from an affluent family and knew luxury goods like the back of her hand. She quickly noticed something amiss about her best friend Jiang Linlin's clothes. In the past, Jiang Lin had been extremely frugal, scrimping and saving, usually wearing faded jeans and tops that cost less than 100 yuan in total. How was it that now she was wearing a Chanel haute couture pale purple dress worth hundreds of thousands? And after a closer look, Lumi made a startling discovery. Tut, Lin, you've got some explaining to do. Lumi's fox-like, enchanting eyes sparkled as she looked at her best friend with a teasing smile. No, there's nothing wrong. Jiang Linlin's pretty face flushed red. She stammered, her head bowed low, not daring to look up. Not talking. Just wait till I tickle you. Lumi giggled, pouncing on Jiang Lin and starting to tickle her all over. I'll stop. After being interrogated by Lumi, Jiang Lin blushed and said shyly, I have a boyfriend. He treats me very well, bought me many things, and settled me and Granny Zhong in a large flat at Tangquaniping with a nanny and medical care. Tangquaniping. That is one of the few high-end neighborhoods in Modu, and a large flat there costs at least 100 million. After hearing this, Lumi was quite shocked. But after recovering, instead of envy or jealousy, she looked at her best friend Jiang Lin with concern and asked, Lin, are you sure you haven't been deceived? She knew all too well that many rich second-generation heirs toy with girls' feelings or even pretend to be rich, renting luxury cars and mansions. She knew her best friend Jiang Lin was not a woman who craved vanity, so it was more likely that she had been tricked emotionally. This left Lumi anxious and furious. If that were the case, she would never let that villain off. However, Jiang Lin shook her head firmly, her clear lake-like eyes filled with deep sweetness, and said softly, No, he won't deceive me. He avenged my parents' deaths and guarded me for an entire year, only stepping forward to reveal himself when I encountered danger recently. Seeing Lumi's surprise, Jiang Lin smiled and said, That strange top donor Hu Lin Ren in my livestream room is him. You used to joke that Hu Lin Ren only sends money, doesn't talk or leave contact info, and must truly love me. Such a distinguished young master silently guarding me like that. How could I not fall for him? If it really is a deception, I'll accept it. I'm just an ordinary girl. If I'm worth such a deception, then I'm willing. Jiang Linlin's eyes curved like crescent moons, her whole being radiating sweetness and joy. Lumi was greatly moved, then seemed to think of something and burst into laughter. Doesn't he have any sympathy for the fairer sex? Stinky Mimi, stop teasing me. Jiang Lin blushed deeply and pounced on Lumi, covering her mouth. After a bout of horseplay, Lumi sighed and said, It's really wonderful, Lin. You found someone who truly loves you, but I still don't have a boyfriend. Jiang Lin retorted, The boys chasing after you could form an entire regiment, you just don't fancy any of them. Lumi lifted her delicate chin proudly and said, That's right. The man Lumi would take a fancy to must be the best in terms of family background, ability, and appearance. Generally, I won't look twice at ordinary men. Not a chance. My 36-inch allure is not for them. Jiang Lin laughed and said, Stinky Mimi, you're a bit like those player girls online who have a fish pond. Lumi retorted indignantly, They come to me, ooh, I can't drive them away. I'm not keeping fish. I don't accept their gifts. Look, this guy Chi Fan just sent me a transfer of 5200 yuan with a bunch of cheesy words. I didn't accept his money. Saying this, Lumi opened an app and showed Jiang Lin a chat record and the transfer details. She hadn't accepted the transfer and had coldly refused. After seeing it, Jiang Lin felt relieved, a smile spreading across her pure, beautiful face. Mimi, you did the right thing. If you don't accept someone's good intentions, you shouldn't accept their gifts either. The idea that accepting doesn't mean consent is just too contemptible. A live stream at least involves talking, singing, and dancing, providing emotional value. Keeping a simp is truly inhumane. And who knows whether simps get pleasure from their own self-sacrificial devotion. Ding-ling-ling. Just then a phone call came in. Jiang Lin picked up her phone, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Brother Shen wants to have dinner with me tonight. Sure, I'll go after afternoon classes. Didn't accept. As expected of my goddess Lumi, a woman not shallow enough to love money. At this moment in a male dormitory, a rather clean-cut boy with acne on his face was elated as he read Lumi's cold and direct rejection. He was Chi Fan, a man favored by the goddess of luck who had awakened the simp money cashback system. All he had to do was spend money on top-tier goddesses, and he would get 100 times the cashback. However, what troubled Chi Fan was that the simp money cashback system's criteria for top-tier goddesses were extremely strict. They had to be rated 9 points or above. He had scrolled through live streams all morning, but hadn't found a single 9-point goddess. Under the influence of the 4 evil arts, plastic surgery, makeup, beauty filters, and retouching, every streamer looked as beautiful as a flower, even if their offline appearance was like old Granny Xiao Biluo. But in such a situation, how could they escape the system's piercing eyes? Not a single one was recognized by the simp money cashback system. Even a certain internet-famous goddess with over 10 million fans wasn't accepted. Her looks were even below 7 points, making Chi Fan complain about the 4 evil arts. Soon Chi Fan thought of Lu Mi, one of the 3 campus beauties of Moda University, a charming and enchanting little siren. Not only was her face enchanting and delicate, but her figure was also explosive. In the past, Chi Fan had been one of Lu Mi's many simps, but he knew that with his average looks, family background, and abilities, he could never win the goddess' heart. On ordinary days, he could only watch from afar, not daring to speak a word, and at most silently study derivatives in his dreams at night. But now with the simp money cashback system, he knew he was about to rise against the heavens, dominating the scene from then on, surrounded by beauties filled with courage and confidence. Sure enough, Lu Mi was recognized by the system. But what made Chi Fan both happy and frustrated was that Lu Mi didn't accept his transfer. By the way, Lu Mi also has a best friend, Jiang Lin, who is also a campus beauty. She should be a 9-point or above top-tier goddess too. It seems Jiang Lin comes from a poor family and also does live streams, often streaming at noon and night. I'll throw money to seduce her. After I seduce Jiang Lin, I'll use her to get to Lu Mi. That dreamy girl's dorm at Moda University. When I move, and won't it be heaven on earth? Chi Fan stirred with excitement. At this moment, another chosen one, the assassin internet security guard Wei Yun, lurked outside the riverside mansion of Shen Anyu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Shen Anyu leisurely returned to his riverside mansion. The life of a favored son of destiny was truly so simple and unadorned. Just as he was about to enter the mansion, a slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth as he directly dialed Jiang Linlin's number and said unhurriedly, Lin, let's have dinner together tonight. Boom. A long-concealed murderous intent finally erupted violently, startling the forest birds into flight, but it quickly faded, leaving Shen Anyu's guards unable to give chase. Following that came the crisp notification sound of the Destiny Plunder system ding. The child of Destiny, Wei Yun, is in a state of extreme rage. Plunder, 99.99 Destiny points. So it is this guy? Shen Anyu found it amusing. He had long sensed someone tailing him since the afternoon. However, the intruder had been scared off by Shen Anyu's luxurious guard team. Shen Anyu paid it no mind. He was surrounded by a martial arts grandmaster and dozens of Xiantian female guards. Few could break through such a defense. Moreover, Shen Anyu's own strength was far more terrifying. With his divine-grade steel physique and latest-stage grandmaster martial arts cultivation, he could even slay a grandmaster of higher rank. Moreover, Shen Anyu had already guessed who was tailing him. With a simple test, he confirmed it was undoubtedly Wei Yun. Wei Yun's desire to kill Shen Anyu was now fiercer than the urge to slay a god. But did Shen Anyu care? No matter how vast the world is, nothing is more important than holding our little maid. Shen Anyu looked ahead, a smile glinting in his eyes. Today at Shen Anyu's request, Wan Lingshan was dressed in a Rem cosplay. With blue hair, a front fringe covering her right eye, and a soft, adorable round face beneath a black and white maid dress, she was a perfect replica. Master, welcome home. Rem, no, Wan Lingshan saw Shen Anyu return, her delicate face brimming with genuine joy and happiness as she hurried forward and bowed. Damn it, that bastard Shen. Driven back by Shen Anyu's guard team, Wei Yun wore a ferocious expression, his eyes bloodshot and seething with murderous intent. Having discovered Jiang Linlin's lost innocence that afternoon, he was struck as if by lightning, filled with hatred and a desire to destroy everything. But he knew the one who deserved death most was Shen Anyu. Starting from the afternoon, Wei Yun had been tailing Shen Anyu. To his surprise, besides Su Hongyan and Jiang Linlin, Shen Anyu had other women, more than one. The famous beauty CEO, Qin Ningbing of Modu, the stunning woman from the Mo capital's Lin family, and this petite, yet proud, soft little maid. Wei Yun had confirmed that Shen Anyu was an utter scumbag, definitely toying with Jiang Linlin's feelings. Linlin must have been deceived by that Shen bastard. Fortunately, I have evidence. I took photos. Wei Yun sneered. He hadn't managed to break through Shen Anyu's guard cordon to capture any scandalous photos, but he had photographed some hand-holding and embraces. This was the proof. He would send it to Jiang Linlin to expose Shen Anyu's true face. But that Shen bastard is actually the young master of the Yanxia Shen family. At this thought, Wei Yun's expression darkened. Even as the top assassin King Death, he knew the terror of the Yanxia Shen family. Not to mention anything else, Shen Anyu's personal guard team was led by a martial arts grandmaster surrounded by dozens of Xiantian female guards. That was why Wei Yun, despite his fury, didn't charge over. As an assassin, he could lie in ambush for 3 days and 3 nights, striking with a single fatal blow. He was no reckless fool charging straight in. Humph. Shen bastard, you'll never know the terror of an assassin king. Wei Yun sneered. In a direct confrontation, he was no match. But why would an assassin engage Hedon? Disguised camouflage, poison assassination. Even at his current Xiantian peak, he had slain more than one martial arts grandmaster. So what if he was the young master of the Yanxia Shen family? So what if he had a martial arts grandmaster guarding him? Wei Yun had the confidence of a top assassin king. If he said he would kill Shen Anyu, then kill him, he would. In Wei Yun's eyes, Shen Anyu was nothing but a debauched young master with no martial cultivation or strength. Once he found a way past the guards, killing him would be no harder than slaughtering a chicken. But first I need to let Lin know the truth. Once she knows the truth, she will surely reject Shen Anyu and break with him. Then he'll take Lin far away, settle her, and wait to assassinate Shen Anyu. Everything will return to the right track. I won't blame Lin for losing her purity. It's all that Shen bastard's deception. After all, he loved her too much. He would forgive anything, even if she were pregnant. He would only force a smile and accept it, afraid of causing her any sadness or disappointment. Wei Yun calculated his perfect plan. The murderous intent on his face, dissipating as an involuntary smile, crept onto his lips. He opened the live streaming app, intending to message Jiang Lin through his top donor account, Guardian of Lin. But on looking, ding. The child of destiny Wei Yun has a mental breakdown. Plunder, 999 destiny points. Huh. My Guardian of Lin account, stolen. Wei Yun was dumbfounded. Where was his Guardian of Lin account? That huge top donor account. How was it gone? Why couldn't he log in? Stolen by someone, damn it. Wei Yun was furious. He was Wei Yun, the feared top assassin king of the Dark World Death. And yet someone had stolen his account. Truly outrageous. If Wei Yun knew that the thief was Shen Anyu, and that it would ultimately help Shen Anyu win Jiang Lin, what kind of expression would he wear? If I find out who hacked my account, I will kill them. Wei Yun's face darkened for a moment as he spoke coldly. As the top assassin king of the underworld, how dare anyone steal his account? They must have a death wish. Destiny's children are such beings that only others suffer losses, never them. Especially someone like Wei Yun, who is ruthless and decisive. He had already conceived murderous intent. Finally, Wei Yun took a deep breath, swallowed his anger for the time being, and ran towards Modi University, wanting to speak with Jiang Lin in person, which might yield better results. Lin, wait for me. I will reveal Shen Anyu's true face. Boom, boom, boom. However, just as Wei Yun took a detour towards the path behind the female dormitory at Modi University, a series of powerful auras erupted with a bang. Wei Yun, we've been waiting for you. A middle-aged woman in a white fitted outfit sneered coldly, her long sword glinting with a chilling light as she slashed at Wei Yun. Without hesitation, the sword aura sharp and fierce. The other dozen or so Xiantian realm powerhouses also attacked, each move laced with deadly intent. No mercy, no wasted words, no hesitation. Their young master Shen Anyu had personally instructed them that when facing Wei Yun, they must go all out from the start, never underestimate him, and certainly not engage one by one. These female warriors were all Shen Anyu's bodyguards, each above the Xiantian realm, with internal energy flowing through their bodies, capable of hurting others with flying flowers and plucked leaves more powerful than bullets. The middle-aged woman leading them was even a martial arts grandmaster, whom even Shen Anyu respectfully addressed as Aunt Xiao and did not treat as a servant. Such was the weight of a martial arts grandmaster. Wei Yun's expression changed drastically. He had never expected to be ambushed and surrounded by a martial arts grandmaster and over a dozen Xiantian realm experts. In the blink of an eye, Wei Yun could only manage a clumsy roll on the ground, scrambling in the dirt, barely escaping the epicenter of the encirclement. Yet a deep, bone-deep gash was left on his back, inflicted by the martial arts grandmaster Aunt Xiao. Kill. Aunt Xiao snorted coldly, urging the others to attack once more. Though as a martial arts grandmaster, bullying a junior at the Xiantian realm felt somewhat improper to her, since the young master Shen Anyu had personally ordered it, she prioritized obeying the command. Yet Wei Yun's strength and reaction also surprised her greatly. Though only at the Xiantian peak, he could already rival an early-stage martial arts grandmaster. However, Aunt Xiao was a peak grandmaster. Inside, chi surged, and sword light was icy. In the end, after a piercing scream, Wei Yun managed to escape at the cost of losing his left arm. Ding. Destiny's child Wei Yun heavily wounded and fled. Plunder 66666 destiny points. Ding. Destiny's child Wei Yun's mind was damaged. Plunder 99999 destiny points. Interesting. As expected of a Destiny's child, he still managed to escape under such circumstances. Shen Anyu was enjoying a meal while receiving Aunt Xiao's apologetic report. He showed an expression of as expected and was not particularly disappointed. Since Wei Yun posed little threat, Shen Anyu wanted to conduct an experiment to see if a Destiny's child could be killed by others. With Wei Yun at the Xiantian peak, though Destiny's children routinely leap ranks in battle, as if the major realm divisions only existed to be broken by them, he was at most equivalent to an early or mid-stage grandmaster. He was no match for Shen Anyu's bodyguard captain, Aunt Xiao, a peak grandmaster. And Shen Anyu himself, even without mentioning his divine steel body, was at the late grandmaster stage, coupled with extraordinary lightning abilities and various miraculous skills capable of utterly defeating Wei Yun. With his divine steel body, Wei Yun wouldn't even be able to break through his defense if he attacked. From the current results, unless Shen Anyu, who now bore the Destiny's great villain halo, acted personally, others found it difficult to kill a Destiny's child. Unless the Destiny's child's halo was completely shattered. Destiny's children are like indestructible cockroaches. Even if they encounter crises, they turn misfortune into fortune and often gain even greater opportunities. When others jump off a cliff, they become meat pies, but when a Destiny's Child jumps, they likely obtain a great opportunity and soar. However, I can indirectly strike at the Destiny's Child and weaken their destiny points by suppressing and plundering them, as well as seizing the associated destiny heroines. When destiny points are low, the Destiny's Child halo weakens. Wei Yun has lost at least half of his destiny points now, otherwise he wouldn't have needed to lose his left arm to escape. Shen Anyu smiled, faintly lost in thought. If Wei Yun were at his peak, even such a formidable lineup wouldn't have been able to take his left arm. Wei Yun must have faced many dangerous situations in the underworld. But now Wei Yun's sole destiny heroine Jiang Lin had already been thoroughly claimed by Shen Anyu. Her affection nearly maxed out, leaving no possibility with Wei Yun. Moreover, Wei Yun had suffered repeated blows, and his destiny points were less than half. It's time to reap. The Destiny's Child cannot be killed. Let me, the Destiny's great villain, personally send him to his death. Shen Anyu sneered inwardly. On the other side, after escaping, Wei Yun did not flee far, but instead hid in plain sight. He was still on the Modi University campus, even returning to the small woods beneath the female dormitory. Lin, no matter what, I must tell you Shen Anyu's true face. Wei Yun's face was pale, gritting his teeth as he wrapped his left severed arm with cloth, which seeped crimson bloodstains. But he didn't care as long as Lin. After Wei Yun had waited for a long time, Jiang Lin finished her classes and prepared to return to the dormitory to change clothes before going to meet Shen Anyu for their date. Jiang Lin grew ever more beautiful. Along the way, countless male classmates and teachers stared dumbfounded, unable to look away, and some even walked into trees. Lin, you're so charming now, and more confident. Lumi watched this scene, covering her red lips with a smile, her eyes glistening. She was also a little enchantress who could seduce men to death without compensation. Jiang Lin smiled gently. Now that she was comfortable inside and out, both physically and mentally at ease, she naturally exuded greater confidence and charm. All this is because of Brother Shen. Jiang Lin thought to herself. Without Brother Shen, Grandma Zhong would still be bedridden, and she would have to struggle each month balancing academics, streaming, and caring for Grandma Zhong, earning money for medical expenses and their living costs. It had been very hard. But now Brother Shen had solved all that. Moreover, the Shura killer organization that had murdered her parents had been wiped out. And with the guards Brother Shen had sent, that deranged, ingrate Wei Yun no longer dared to harm her. Jiang Lin felt that everything was so beautiful. Shen Anyu was like a heroic figure riding on colorful clouds, a gift from heaven to her. However, Jiang Lin bit her lip, a complex look flickering in her beautiful eyes. She hadn't paid much attention before, but the red limited edition Lamborghini that brought her today, wasn't that the same car that had picked up Su Hongyan yesterday? Could it be that Su Hongyan was also Brother Shen's girlfriend? Or even his legitimate arranged fiancée? Both were campus beauties of Modi University. Jiang Lin also knew about Su Hongyan and knew that Su Hongyan's family background was incomparably better than hers, rumored to be worth billions. If Su Hongyan was Brother Shen's arranged fiancée, would Brother Shen abandon her? Was she just a fling? No, it can't be. Brother Shen is so good to me, it can't be. Jiang Lin couldn't accept this truth. Whenever she thought of such a scenario, her heart ached to the extreme. It wasn't about wealth or power. If she were vain, many had offered to keep her in the past with an easy annual income of $1 million, but Jiang Lin had refused, insisting on self-freelance, working as a tutor and a waitress. But an affection value of 99 was no cold number, it was burning love. This pure campus beauty of Modi University, adored by countless suitors, had completely fallen for him, unable to extricate herself. At worst, he'll be Brother Shen's concubine and beg Su Hongyan, the first wife, to agree. Isn't that how it is on TV? Brother Shen is so strong, she wouldn't be able to handle him alone. Jiang Lin bit her lip and thought helplessly. Lin. At that moment, a one-armed figure suddenly rushed out from the bushes. Enduring the agonizing pain of his severed arm, Wei Yun waited for a long time, and at last he beheld the pure and delicate beauty that had only appeared in his dreams, his face bursting with joy. Lin, I need to tell you. However, to Wei Yun's surprise, Jiang Lin's limpid lake-like eyes turned toward him with disgust and even fury as she spoke directly. You ingrate who caused my parents' deaths, now you want to kill me and sever our karmic ties. How can there be such an evil person in this world? And you have no right to call me Lin, I'll call me Jiang Lin. Wei Yun's body trembled violently, his face turned ashen, and he hurriedly explained in panic. Lin, how could I ever kill you? I would never kill anyone, let alone you. Your parents' death I have already. But Jiang Lin refused to listen to his explanation. She stormed off, pulling along the bewildered Lumi, and returned to the dormitory. With a bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Wei Yun feeling utterly defeated. Wei Yun wanted to pursue her and explain, but was blocked by the female guard Shen Anyu had assigned to Jiang Lin. He also sensed several powerful auras hidden nearby. If he forced his way, he wouldn't gain much advantage. Moreover, if his identity were exposed, he would surely be hunted by the official authorities of Yanxia. After all, when Wei Yun was a king of assassins, he had killed over 1,000 people, many of whom were Yanxian citizens with considerable status and influence. Given his current state, a broken left arm and severe injuries, the consequences would be dire. Damn it! Wei Yun's face turned livid, twisted with fury. Lin refused to listen to his explanation, seemed to harbor deep misunderstandings about him, and had even learned of his involvement in her parents' deaths. This plunged him into utter misery. I must find a way to tell Lin everything. After thinking it over, Wei Yun decided to ask one of Jiang Linlin's classmates for her contact information. But upon learning it was him, Jiang Linlin blocked him directly. Finally, Wei Yun was forced to take a classmate's phone and send Jiang Linlin a barrage of photos. Pictures of Shen Anyu with other women. Shen Anyu is no good. He's a frivolous playboy juggling multiple relationships. Don't trust him. Seeing those photos, Jiang Linlin's expression shifted slightly, her emotions growing complicated. Sensing that she hadn't immediately blocked him, Wei Yun was overjoyed and quickly seized the chance to add fuel to the fire. Lin, I'm the one who truly loves you. But at that moment, Jiang Linlin's reply came. Even if Brother Shen is deceiving me, I'm willing to be fooled. No matter how many women he has, I'll follow him for life. After sending that message, she blocked him instantly. Wei Yun's mind shattered. His heart felt as though it had imploded. Staring at the little red dot on the screen, Wei Yun seemed to turn to stone, frozen in place, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Impossible, how can this be? How can Lin not mind? Shen Anyu is so unfaithful, and I'm the one who truly loves her. He muttered to himself like a lost soul, utterly dejected and dazed. He simply couldn't fathom that the girl he cherished would be willing to be one of Shen Anyu's lovers, that dissolute young master. Had she truly been bewitched? What had Shen Anyu done to her? What had he said? The classmate beside Jiang Linlin patted Wei Yun on the shoulder and consoled him. Bro, you're a security guard, yet you dared to pursue Jiang Linlin, the pure campus belle of Moda University. That takes guts. What good is your love for her? I love her too, and so do countless others at Moda University. But does she have to love you? What is there about you that she could admire? What have you ever done for her? Besides, she's already taken by Brother Shen. Alas, how many admirers' hearts are broken now that our goddess has a boyfriend. Your arm is still bleeding. Why aren't you at the hospital? How did that happen? It's creepy. I'll take my phone back. I never see you again. It was a long while before Wei Yun finally came to his senses, as if awakening from a dream. The only way to make Lin see clearly is to kill Shen Anyu. It's all his fault. After I kill Shen Anyu, even if Lin still won't change her mind, I'll take her away. No matter what, she can only be mine. Only mine. With a rumble, killing intent erupted. Ants, leaves, and everything within a few yards lost all vitality. Gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, Wei Yun turned and left. He would kill and take back his Lin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Linlin sat on the edge of the bed, lost in silence. She had to admit the photos Wei Yun sent had given her quite a shock. Her beloved brother Shen already had other women, more than one. Su Hongyan Qin, Ningbing, the little maidservant. So Su Hongyan isn't the primary wife either. Brother Shen is so unfaithful. Yet Jiang Linlin's expression was not one of pain, instead she felt relieved. If it were only Su Hongyan, then she herself would be the shameful mistress, and she had even thought of backing out, burdened by guilt. But now it seemed that in Brother Shen's heart none of them held a higher status than the others. Jiang Linlin felt a sense of relief. Although she still wished that she and Shen Anyu were each other's only one and didn't want to share her beloved with other women. Yet she found it impossible to leave Shen Anyu. The mere thought of it made her heart ache as if it would shatter. Besides, this way wasn't so bad. Brother Shen would handle everything inside and out perfectly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Linlin made her decision. Then she went to meet Shen Anyu for their date at a romantic riverside restaurant. Seeing his handsome, flawless face with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, her beautiful eyes welled up. Shen Anyu, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. He smiled, patted the chair beside him, pulled it out, and said, "Come, Lin, sit. I've prepared all your favorite dishes, dragon fish snacks, Westlake lotus root powder, spicy chicken feet." Jiang Linlin's reaction was exactly as Shen Anyu had anticipated. The red Lamborghini he drove was a hint that he had other women preparing her mentally. Otherwise, why would he have chosen that particular car from the hundreds in his garage? She would find out eventually, and Shen Anyu didn't care whether any woman left, he had that confidence. Wei Yun's actions, however, had only made Jiang Linlin more certain of her feelings, and Shen Anyu found it amusing. Why did that guy always end up helping his cause? Upon hearing this, Jiang Linlin hesitated for a moment, then walked over obediently, and began to enjoy the Westlake lotus root powder, spicy chicken feet, and other delicacies Shen Anyu had prepared. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Brother Shen, this is amazing." She had been feeling conflicted and complicated, but the food before her was simply too delicious. Shen Anyu chuckled. "I cooked it myself. Delicious, isn't it?" With his extraordinary culinary skills, no one could resist. The emotionally tangled Jiang Linlin quickly forgot her reserve and started devouring the meal. Hidden in the shadows, Wei Yun witnessed the scene, and the pain in his eyes was beyond measure. His Lin had indeed been bewitched by that bastard Shen Anyu. She knew he was dating multiple women, yet she cared so little and enjoyed the food so carefreely. A glint of amusement flickered in Shen Anyu's eyes. He paid no attention to Wei Yun lurking in the shadows ready to strike. He looked at the pure and beautiful girl before him and said gently, "Eat slowly, there's no rush. We have a long future ahead and he'll cook for you again." Jiang Linlin's body trembled. She put down her food and looked at Shen Anyu with tearful eyes. "Brother Shen, I love you. Please never abandon me." Wei Yun's face turned ashen. "Shenjage, please don't leave Linlin, okay?" Jiang Linlin lifted her delicate face, her beautiful eyes shy yet brave, as she gazed at Shen Anyu. She no longer wished to think about how many women her Shenjage had, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, refusing to heed the outside world. No matter what, she couldn't bear to leave Shenjage. The mere thought made her suffocate with anguish and heartbreak. Shen Anyu smiled gently and said softly, "Linlin, don't talk nonsense. How could I ever abandon you? You are so obedient, so beautiful." Jiang Linlin was instantly overjoyed. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the two were pouring out their hearts, the sound of footsteps approached. An ordinary-looking waiter arrived holding a tray with a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses, a fawning smile on his face. Shen Anyu's guard captain Aunt Xiao materialized, her face cold as she stared at the waiter, lowering her voice to scold. "Don't you know the rules? This riverside restaurant has been booked by our young master. We told your staff not to disturb us." The waiter nodded and bowed, saying, "Ma'am, our boss knows there are distinguished guests, so he instructed me to present this 30-year-old romanicani for the honored guests to enjoy. After serving, I'll leave immediately and won't disturb you any further." Shen Anyu gave a faint, knowing smile as he observed the unremarkable waiter raising an eyebrow leisurely. "Aunt Xiao, let him come over. Don't trouble a mere waiter." "Yes, young master." Aunt Xiao followed orders, unconditionally bowed, and stepped aside. The waiter, his face brimming with obsequious gratitude, bowed and scraped before Shen Anyu. "My lord, your generosity is deeply appreciated." With that, he tiptoed over, placed the wine and glasses on the table, uncorked the bottle, and began to pour. Jiang Linlin curiously lifted her head, watching the blood-like red wine trickle into the glass, a deep crimson hue. Shen Anyu, ignoring the waiter, smiled at Jiang Linlin. "This wine is quite good, far better than the 1982 law fight. Linlin, let's savor it together. A slight tipsiness will make tonight even more wonderful." Jiang Linlin blushed and was about to speak when a cold voice interrupted. "Pity you'll never taste it." Before the words faded, the ordinary-looking waiter tore open his left arm, revealing a 2-inch blade, not flesh and blood. The gleaming weapon, sharp enough to split a hair, was pressed directly against Shen Anyu's neck. "Shenjage!" Jiang Linlin screamed, her face pale with shock, unable to believe such a sudden turn of events. "Release the young master." Aunt Xiao and the other guards, their expressions shifting drastically, flashed into positions surrounding the area, their auras erupting with fury. Shen Anyu, however, remained calm, still smiling, as if he had anticipated everything. He said leisurely, "Wei Yun, your disguise skills are quite remarkable. To have rigged a hidden blade in your arm in such a short time. Is that the fish intestine sword? Not bad looking. Umph. Shen, you spoiled playboy, you've got guts. You're not afraid." Wei Yun shot a surprised glance at Shen Anyu, then turned a tender gaze toward Jiang Linlin, declaring passionately, "Linlin, I will expose this man's true face, kill this deceiver, and take you far away. We'll be happy, I'll cherish you in the palm of my hand." "Who wants to be cherished in your palm? Who wants to be happy with you?" Jiang Linlin, after collecting herself, trembled with rage, glaring at Wei Yun. "Wei Yun, are you insane? I've already told you I don't care how many women Shenjage has, nor do I care if he deceived me. No matter how he lies to me, no matter how many women he has, I love him. Am willing to bear his children and spend my life with him." Ding. The chosen one Wei Yun is shaking with rage. Plundered 99.99 destiny points. "Wei Yun, please let us go. My parents adopted you, raised you like their own. You caused their deaths, and now you want to kill me and my man. Wei Yun, stop this." Ding. The chosen one Wei Yun is shaking with rage. Plundered 99.99 destiny points. At that moment, Wei Yun, the top assassin king who killed without blinking, found his hand trembling on the blade. A chill ran through him, as if plunged into an ice cellar. His eyes reddened as he looked at Jiang Linlin, his voice pained. "Linlin, I've told you I will never hurt you. I only want to expose Shen Anyu's true face, kill him, and take you away." Jiang Linlin's pure, beautiful face hardened with resolve. Her eyes, clear as a lake, seemed to freeze as she fixed her gaze on Wei Yun. "If Shenjage dies, I won't want to live either. Wei Yun, if you kill him, then kill me too." Wei Yun was thunderstruck, frozen in place. A gleam of amusement flickered in Shen Anyu's eyes. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Jiang Linlin's total affection had reached 99, a bond of life and death. How could Wei Yun's words shake it? Moreover, Shen Anyu had already heaped countless slanders and framed Wei Yun for endless crimes. Was that all it took to turn the tables? Shen Anyu didn't bother to resist. He was quite enjoying this drama. Otherwise, with his strength rivaling a grandmaster, he could have subdued Wei Yun long ago. The razor-sharp fish intestine sword pressed against his neck, yet he remained perfectly at ease. It couldn't even break through his divine-level steel body. And that wasn't all. Ignoring the deadly blade at his throat, Shen Anyu gazed tenderly at Jiang Linlin. "Linlin, I'm sorry I lied to you. Wei Yun won't kill you. He loves you too. I told some falsehoods because I love you more than my own life. When I'm gone, Wei Yun will probably be slain by my guards. You must live well, eat well, sleep well. Jiang Linlin was now in tears looking at Shen Anyu with quivering lips. I know Shenjage, I know. I know you lied to win me over, and now I understand that Wei Yun won't kill me to sever our mortal ties. But I don't care. Linlin will never blame you. If you die, I won't live on alone. Ding. Detected destiny heroine Jiang Linlin's affection 1, plundered 3,000 destiny points. Ding. Detected destiny heroine Jiang Linlin's total affection reached 100, bonus plunder, 3,000 destiny points. In that moment, Jiang Linlin's affection hit the maximum, undying devotion. Meanwhile, Wei Yun's face twisted in pain and despair. Ding. Detected that the sole heroine of the chosen one Wei Yun has been fully conquered, plundered 3,000 destiny points. Ding. The chosen one Wei Yun's destiny points have fallen below 30. His fortune is in a slump. The probability of his death has skyrocketed. At that moment, Wei Yun was utterly despaired. Ignoring the guards surrounding him, he slashed the fish intestine sword towards Shen Anyu's neck. Shen'll kill you. Wei Yun had originally planned to kidnap Shen Anyu, threatening her guards to retreat, and then take Jiang Linlin away with him to escape far before killing Shen Anyu. But now, having learned that Jiang Linlin, the pure moonlight in his heart, remained deeply devoted to Shen Anyu unto death, Wei Yun was utterly despairing and corrupted. Then let us all die together. Wei Yun's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and the sharp fishgut sword in his hand slashed towards Shen Anyu's neck. Brother Shen. Jiang Linlin cried out sorrowfully, then rolled her eyes and fainted. Young master. Aunt Xiao and the other guards turned pale, knowing that if the young master Shen Anyu died before them, they would all be doomed to accompany him in death. Instantly, Aunt Xiao and the others glared at Wei Yun with boundless hatred and murderous intent. However, the next moment a crisp sound rang out, as if a sharp blade had struck steel, producing a spine-chilling, grating noise. Wei Yun's twisted, hateful, and vengeful expression froze instantly. Aunt Xiao and the guards' angry and terrified expressions also froze. Because under the strike of the top-tier assassin king, the death god, Wei Yun's fishgut sword Shen Anyu's fair jade-like neck bore not a single scratch, let alone death. How is this possible? Wei Yun's eyes nearly burst from shock as he blurted out. Aunt Xiao and the other guards were also dumbfounded like wooden chickens. A top assassin wielding a legendary sword could effortlessly slice through even the hardest tempered steel like tofu. Yet Shen Anyu was completely unscathed. Could his body be even harder than tempered steel? Even a martial grandmaster specializing in body forging without releasing inner energy might not withstand such a strike. Shen Anyu smiled and said slowly, "Is that all?" Wei Yun's face darkened, and without hesitation he wildly stabbed the fishgut sword at Shen Anyu like a storm. But the results were beyond belief for both Wei Yun and Aunt Xiao. Neck, forehead, chest, heart, abdomen. No matter where Wei Yun struck, he could not pierce or leave a single wound. Aunt Xiao and the guards held their breath, feeling both worried and tense, but dared not interfere rashly. Wei Yun's expression turned extremely grim, his teeth clenched so hard that blood seeped out. Suddenly, he thrust the fishgut sword towards Shen Anyu's eye. He believed that even the most accomplished body-forging grandmaster could not train their eyes. This must be the weak spot. Shen Anyu did not even bother to blink, smiling as the fishgut sword driven by Wei Yun's hatred struck. With a clang, the sword hit Shen Anyu's right eye, but still left no mark. The legendary blade itself was slightly blunted. Wei Yun's face was horrified, his heart shaken. He staggered back several steps and stared at Shen Anyu in disbelief, saying, "Are you even human? Impossible. How can an eye not be pierced?" Aunt Xiao and the other guards also looked at Shen Anyu with incredulity. As household guards of the Shen family of Yanxia, carefully trained, they knew that Shen Anyu's martial arts were not particularly profound, yet he far exceeded their imagination. Could the outwardly dissolute playboy be merely a facade, the real Shen Anyu terrifyingly powerful? As expected of the heir of the Shen family of Yanxia, the young master is truly outstanding, unfathomable. Aunt Xiao thought, growing even more reverent. The other female guard's eyes sparkled. The young master was peerlessly handsome, of illustrious status, and now his martial arts were so profound. He was a man only found in dreams. If the young master summoned them to serve him for the night, how wonderful it would be. At that moment, Shen Anyu said calmly, "Take him down." "Yes, young master." Aunt Xiao immediately responded, charging forward, her hands dislocating Wei Yun's tendons and bones, even piercing his chi, crippling his martial cultivation. If Wei Yun had been at his peak fate value, he would not have been so defeated. He would still have been full of fighting spirit and able to turn misfortune into fortune. Every destined child is an indestructible cockroach. But after successive blows, Wei Yun's fate value dropped below 30, his luck plunged into a low ebb, and his state was extremely poor. At this moment, Wei Yun offered no resistance, staring blankly at Shen Anyu, his face ashen, utterly despairing. Shen Anyu sat still, let him attack with all his might, yet could not be harmed. How laughable his previous schemes were. This infamous playboy of the Yanxia Shen family was not ignorant of martial arts, but possessed extraordinary martial prowess. In terms of appearance, family background, ability, martial cultivation, wisdom, and schemes, he far surpassed Wei Yun. How could Wei Yun compete? No wonder Lin chose him. Wei Yun collapsed on the ground, muttering to himself. Shen Anyu paid no attention to Wei Yun, who was like a dead dog. He gently picked up the unconscious Jiang Linlin, handed her to Aunt Xiao, and instructed, "Take Linlin away, and take good care of her. Guard the surroundings, and no one is allowed in nor allowed to eavesdrop. Also, what just happened must not be disclosed, especially not to my mother." Shen Anyu's mother and Zi doted on him excessively. If she learned of the assassination attempt, she would immediately drop everything and rush to Modu. Countless people from the Yanxia family and the Yanxia family would also come. "Yes, young master." Aunt Xiao and the other guards immediately acknowledged, bowing and retreating, even more reverent than before, even fanatical. Their young master Shen Anyu was like a hidden dragon in the abyss, unfathomable. Not merely a noble of illustrious status, but a true celestial dragon temporarily hiding in the sea. Following such a young master meant a bright future. At this moment, their personal loyalty to Shen Anyu surpassed even that to the Yanxia family. Then the vast riverside restaurant was left with only Shen Anyu and Wei Yun. Shen Anyu smiled as he looked at Wei Yun, who lay like a dead dog, utterly disheartened. After some thought, he still had some fate value left, so he was not in a hurry to kill him to avoid waste. Besides, killing a person also required destroying their spirit. As for the saying that the villain dies because of too much talking, that was for puny minor villains. Shen Anyu was a great destined benefactor. How many good deeds had he done along the way? Moreover, with absolute strength, crushing Wei Yun, having let him stab so many times without breaking his defense, and with Wei Yun's dantian crippled, could Wei Yun still turn the tables? Without that confidence, he would not be Shen Anyu. Looking at Wei Yun, Shen Anyu smiled leisurely and said, "Wei Yun, do you know how I made Jiang Linlin utterly devoted to me unto death?" Wei Yun, whose face had been ashen with despair, suddenly lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Shen Anyu, yearning for an answer. Wei Yun knew that Jiang Linlin was not the kind of person who coveted vanity or wealth, so why would she love the philandering Shen Anyu, even tolerating his other women? He could not fathom it. With a smile on his face, Shen Anyu recounted everything in detail. Linlin and Granny Zhong depended on each other for survival. I saved Granny Zhong and made an excellent first impression. I revealed to her the truth behind her parents' deaths, claiming that you, driven by ambition, had willingly allied with the leader of the Shura assassin organization, severing your worldly ties by killing them. I told Linlin that I was the one who destroyed the Shura assassin organization and that you were a remnant who had escaped. I said you had returned to Modu to kill Linlin and completely sever those ties. As for your account as Linlin's guardian, I hacked into it. She thought I had been silently watching over her for an entire year, which deeply moved her and made her give herself to me. Listening to Shen Anyu recount this with a smile, Wei Yun's eyes blazed with fury, his rage uncontrollable. He roared, "Shen Anyu, you beast! What deep-seated hatred do you have against me to toy with?" Now Wei Yun understood everything. Why Jiang Linlin always felt he wanted to kill her, why she harbored such disgust and hatred toward him. It was all because Shen Anyu had twisted the truth and framed him. Wei Yun had been wronged. He hadn't willingly joined the Shura assassin organization, he had been forced. He hadn't wanted Jiang Linlin's parents to die. Later, after growing stronger, he even destroyed the Shura assassin organization, avenging them. This time, returning to Modu, he came with guilt, hoping to make amends to Jiang Linlin. He had even fallen deeply in love with her, wanting nothing more than to cherish her. Yet Shen Anyu had ruined it all. But Wei Yun couldn't understand why. The thought that his Linlin's guardian account had become the final blow that helped Shen Anyu win Linlin overfilled him with unbearable pain. Shen Anyu smiled as he looked at Wei Yun and said leisurely, "Because you are the child of destiny, the protagonist fated to oppose me. If I don't destroy you, you'll be the one to die." Hearing this reason, Wei Yun found it utterly absurd and ridiculous. He glared angrily at Shen Anyu and said, "Just for that reason." He certainly didn't see himself as a child of destiny or a protagonist. Could a protagonist suffer such misery? Shen Anyu smiled and continued, "There's another reason. Linlin is too beautiful. Who wouldn't want to possess such a wonderful girl? To have Linlin, I had to eliminate you as a threat. Oh, and let me tell you, when it comes to intimacy, Linlin is more eager than I am. You heard her yourself earlier, inexperienced yet enthusiastic. He'll have to teach her a lesson tonight." Ding. The child of destiny Wei Yun has completely collapsed. Plunder 59346 destiny value. Ding. Wei Yun's destiny value has dropped to 0. His child of destiny halo is shattered, and he has lost his status as the child of destiny. Shen Anyu's final words utterly crushed Wei Yun, extinguishing all light from his bloodshot eyes. Yet Shen Anyu wore a faint smile. Crippling the dantian was not the end for a child of destiny, and as long as destiny value remained, there was always a chance for a fortuitous encounter to rise again. But with the halo shattered and the status lost, it was truly over. Now Wei Yun was nothing more than a complete waste. Even if left alive, he posed no threat to Shen Anyu. But Shen Anyu naturally intended to kill him. He was not one to leave a potential future threat, for who could say whether this former child of destiny might somehow make a comeback. And Shen Anyu would do it himself. A jade-like palm, seemingly delicate, pressed lightly against Wei Yun's forehead. Fierce energy and lightning ravaged through Wei Yun's brain and body, utterly destroying every trace of life. The former child of destiny Wei Yun, the protagonist of the world of the killer bodyguard and the school beauty, was dead. Staring at Wei Yun's charred, lightning-struck corpse, Shen Anyu let out a long sigh of relief. One child of destiny dealt with. Checking his destiny value, he found it had exceeded 2 million, enough to claim 2 top-tier rewards from 1,000 consecutive draws. However, Shen Anyu was in no hurry to draw. He sent a message summoning Aunt Xiao and the other guards who had sealed off the area around the riverside restaurant. "Young master, shall we dispose of the body?" Aunt Xiao asked deferentially. Looking at Wei Yun's corpse, which resembled a lightning strike victim, Aunt Xiao was secretly astonished. Though she had been far away and couldn't hear the conversation or see what had happened, she knew no thunder had occurred. This must have been the work of young master Shen Anyu. Could it be the legendary 5 Thunder Palm, the sacred skill of the ancient martial world's Thunder sect? Or perhaps it was the lightning magic of a Taoist master comparable to a grandmaster of martial arts. Just what level of cultivation and power had the young master reached? Aunt Xiao's speculations made her bow even lower, her reverence deepening. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow and said to her, "Just call the police. We, the Shen family of Yanxia, have always abided by the law. How could we secretly dispose of a body?" Huh? Aunt Xiao was stunned. Was the Shen family of Yanxia really like that? Her ancestors had served the family for generations, and she had never known them to be so law-abiding. Shen Anyu glanced at her coolly and said, "Since we, the Shen family of Yanxia, are the ones who make the rules, we must lead by example in following them. Of course, if there's greater profit to be had, breaking them is also acceptable. Rules are meant to constrain others. It's better not to tear them up when they're useful." Aunt Xiao was instantly awed and replied respectfully, "Young master, I have learned my lesson." Shen Anyu nodded slightly and continued, "Have a female detective from the Modu Central District Major Crimes Unit, Lu Yin, handle this. Wei Yun is a top-level wanted fugitive in the country. This can earn her a great merit." Aunt Xiao's expression turned peculiar as she replied, "Yes, young master. He'll arrange it." Shen Anyu smiled, took the unconscious Jiang Linlin in his arms, and walked toward the extended Rolls-Royce parked nearby. At the Modu Central District Major Crimes Unit. What? A top-level wanted fugitive. The top assassin of the dark world, the Grim Reaper Wei Yun, struck dead by lightning. And him supposed to retrieve the body. Lu Yan's tanned, healthy, and beautiful face was filled with shock. She had seen Wei Yun's file and was equally astonished. Such a terrifying top assassin from the dark world had actually come to Yanxia, to Modu. And even more unbelievable, he had been killed by lightning. A colleague looked at her with envy and said, "This is a freebie, great merit. I heard it was the young master of the Shen family of Yanxia who personally instructed that you handle it. Lu Yan, it seems your transfer to our unit was also thanks to young master Shen." Tisk, young master Shen really thinks highly of you." Lu Yan's face flushed. She had heard rumors about young master Shen and knew that her transfer from the detention center to the major crimes unit was because of him. But she never expected young master Shen to gift her another great merit. Could it be that the rumors of that incomparably handsome and noble young master truly held her in such high regard? How could she ever repay him? Ding. Detected increase in favorability from the child of destiny female, lead Lu Yan 10. Plunder 30,000 destiny value. After finishing the reel, work time for some entertainment. Shen Anyu suddenly revealed a faint smile. With a thought, the system panel unique to him appeared before his eyes. Over 2 million destiny points. I've never been this rich. Enough for 2,000 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws. 100. What's there to think about? 1,000 consecutive draws activate. In an instant, 1,000 beams of light burst forth before Shen Anyu. Mostly white with a few purple, over a dozen brilliant gold, and one mysterious multicolored radiance. Shen Anyu stared unblinkingly. Wasn't this 100 times more thrilling than Wei Yun's assassination? Even someone like Shen Anyu, who had seen great spectacles, held his breath. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a purple reward, 1 bottle of Tiger Ox body strengthening pill. Shen Anyu was speechless. Did he need such a thing? With his divine-grade steel body, a steel-like ability, what was there to fear? I can send this to Uncle, he's getting more haggard, and Auntie doesn't know how to economize. Uncle, you little brat, you're the one getting haggard. Believe me, ill. Ahem, so delicious. Good nephew, got any more? The Songandin's troop you want, it's on me. But that's a story for later. Shen Anyu held his breath and continued looking at the system's draw records. Most were white, common rewards, a few purple. System, can you do it or not? Skinny dog. Next one must be something good. Shen Anyu continued reading, and his eyes lit up. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden reward, 1 bottle of appearance-fixing pill. A bottle typically contains 12 pills. This appearance-fixing pill can maintain eternal youth for 100 years. Whenever you take it, it will preserve your youthful appearance for a century. Even in death, you'll look lifelike. Tisk, if this were auctioned, all the female billionaires in the world would go crazy. A single pill could sell for 10 billion. Shen Anyu shook his head, but he didn't plan to sell it. He wasn't short on money. He could use the appearance-fixing pills himself and share them with his women as well as his parents and relatives. Next, Shen Anyu skipped over the common and white rewards. In total, there were 12 golden rewards and 2 double yoke draws, which was decent. Among them were 2 bottles of appearance-fixing pills, 1 bottle of chi-nourishing pill for restoring martial arts true essence, 1 bottle of life-restoring pill for healing injuries, and 2 bottles of essence-cultivating pills that aid in martial arts cultivation. Did this wave of draws hit the pill headquarters? Shen Anyu found it amusing. As for the rest, 1 martial arts grandmaster guard absolutely loyal and sworn to die for him, 1 extraordinary wind-type ability. Additionally, there were skills extraordinary driving, extraordinary hearing. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow. As for the divine reward, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine reward 1 resurrection stone. The resurrection stone can be integrated into the body, allowing revival even from being shattered to pieces. With both a divine grade steel body and a resurrection stone, I almost feel sympathy and pity for those fated children of destiny. A faint ambiguous smile appeared on Shen Anyu's handsome face. How could he, the destined great antagonist, die? Even in the most fatal deadlock, if a nuclear bomb struck him, it probably couldn't foresee that Shen Anyu could revive through the resurrection stone, right? Yi-Yin, why haven't you come down from the mountain yet? I eagerly await your revenge. At this moment, in an unknown deep mountain, a young man with a handsome face had eyes full of high spirits and ambition. I have already broken through to the Grandmaster peak. In just 5 years, even the old man praised me as an ancient century monstrous genius. Moreover, I have cultivated a nameless ancient martial arts technique and have the strength to fight beyond my level against a martial arts grandmaster. Shen family of Yanxia and family of Yanxia, the time for me, Yin, to descend the mountain is near. When that time comes, it will be your death day. The bloody vengeance of the Yi family of Modu must be repaid. When the 5-year term is up, the anniversary of the 23 unjust souls of the Yi family of Modu will be the death knell for your 2 families. This handsome young man was Yi Yin, the protagonist of The Expert Descends the Mountain, my stunningly beautiful sister-in-law. Yi Yan's eyes were filled with icy killing intent, then softened as he thought of something. Sister-in-law, are you doing well? He thought of that bright, charming, graceful, and stunningly beautiful sister-in-law Lin Keqing. For these 5 years amidst hatred and arduous cultivation, she was his only redemption. In fact, Yi Yin had fallen in love with Lin Keqing at first sight, but was tormented by the fact that she was betrothed to his elder brother Yi Tian, so he kept his feelings hidden in his heart, struggling in pain. And over these 5 years, Yi Yin had made up his mind after descending the mountain, he would openly pursue the beautiful sister-in-law Lin Keqing and bring her happiness. Sister-in-law, wait for me to pass the old man's trial and become the master of the Nether Hall, then I'll descend immediately and make you the happiest woman in the world. Big brother, I will help you take care of sister-in-law. Parents, 23 unjust souls of the Yi family, I will make the Shen family of Yanxia and the An family of Yanxia pay with blood. Yi Yan's body radiated overwhelming might. The drifting clouds beside the mountain were torn apart, tigers prostrated and trembled, startling countless birds in the mountain. Then with firm steps, he walked toward a passage resembling the netherworld. An old man with an immortal aura stroking his beard looked at this scene and sighed with relief. In just 5 years, Yenner has grown so outstanding. Once he descends the mountain, he will surely be like a flood dragon entering the sea, riding the wind and clouds, shocking the world. In the future, the vast world will surely see Yenner at the top. Tai and Yanxia have a successor. Haha. On the other side, in distant Modu, Shen Anyu didn't know what was happening in the deep mountain, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. In fact, he was looking forward to it. At this moment, Shen Anyu had already performed his second 1,000 consecutive draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden reward, 100 nanosurveillance robots. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden reward, 1 grandmaster level guard. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a purple reward, 1 innate level guard. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a purple reward, 1 top quality human demon. What is the second divine reward? Shen Anyu held his breath in anticipation of the second divine level reward. Soon a mysterious and profound 7-colored radiance flashed before his eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a divine level I technique, Poxa Divine Eye. With the Poxa Divine Eye, one can see through all objects in front, including the meridians, acupoints, internal organs, bones, and so on within living beings. It can see the traces and flaws of the circulation of martial true energy and inner force within a strong person, and even predict their next moves. Moreover, its vision is excellent, comparable to a human telescope, capable of seeing things 10 li away and even ignoring obstacles. Awesome. This Poxa Divine Eye is amazing. Shen Anyu drew a sharp breath. With this Poxa Divine Eye, his strength was more than doubled. It reminded him of the Byakugan in a certain anime with a similar effect. As for mere X-ray vision, it was completely incomparable. Of course, this Poxa Divine Eye also has the function of X-ray vision. Shen Anyu tried it. Even walls could not block it, let alone other things. Name Shen Anyu, age 25, cultivation latest stage grandmaster abilities, divine level steel body poxu divine, extraordinary lightning power, extraordinary wind power, extraordinary medical skill, extraordinary poison art, extraordinary massage, extraordinary driver, extraordinary marksmanship, extraordinary culinary skill, extraordinary hacking, extraordinary music, extraordinary mixology, extraordinary ventriloquism, extraordinary public speaking, extraordinary yoga. Items: divine level storage ring, divine level resurrection stone, chosen one identifier, golden infinite bullet, Gatling invisibility, cloak, Qinghong, sword, Etienne sword, Dingyan pill, Peiyuan pill, Yanxia pill, Xingji pill, 3 grandmaster guards, 18 Xiantian guards, 1 top quality, transgender, 1 sky heart ring. Destiny value 78402, 4, title Destiny villain. Just then, dong, dong, dong. Aunt Xiao knocked respectfully and said, "Young master, 3 female police officers have arrived, including that Lu Yin." She naturally knew that if it weren't for Lu Yin, there would be no need for the young master Shen Anyu to appear personally. Even the head of the relevant department did not have such qualification. Let them in, entertain them, and he'll go out later. Shen Anyu smiled faintly and slowly stood up. After more than 10 minutes, Shen Anyu finally appeared slowly. Seeing Shen Anyu's handsome appearance and calm temperament, Lu Yin and the other 2 female police officers were all impressed. The reputation of the eldest young master of the Yanxia family was slightly revealed through the popularity of the Rinxin Tang pharmaceutical company's ginseng Yanxin pill in the magical city. Countless people were discussing and guessing what kind of bearing this top noble had. Seeing him today, Lu Yin felt that he truly lived up to his reputation. He was indeed handsome and free-spirited, like a celestial being descended to the mortal world, noble, yet not arrogant. First impression was excellent. Ding. Detected that the Destiny heroine Lu Yan's favorability has increased by 10, looting 3 of his road Destiny value. Shen Anyu smiled faintly and said, "Aunt Xiao, take these 2 female police officers to collect the body of death god Wei Yun. I still have some words to say to Officer Lu Yin." As Shen Anyu said this, the other 2 female police officers looked at Lu Yin with strange expressions, quite teasingly, but said nothing and left with Aunt Xiao. Lu Yin was also a bit shy in her heart, but she said to Shen Anyu generously, "Young Master Shen, thank you for helping me transfer to the major case team in the Central District earlier and for giving me this good opportunity." Shen Anyu looked at Lu Yin. It could only be said that she was indeed one of the Destiny heroines of the rural divine doctor, naturally having unbeatable looks. Her short hair reached her shoulders. She was valiant and heroic, with a pretty face and wheat-colored skin that was not unattractive but gleamed like malt sugar, shining with luster. Looking at the policewoman Lu Yin, who exuded a healthy beauty, Shen Anyu smiled slightly and said, "No need to thank me. Police and people are one family. This is what I should do." Having said this, Shen Anyu looked at Lu Yin with a hint of pity in his eyes and sighed softly. Lu Yin frowned slightly and looked at the handsome noble in front of her with surprise, asking bluntly, "Young Master Shen, why are you sighing while looking at me?" "I am sighing because a heroic woman like you is about to die soon." "What?" Hearing this, Lu Yin's expression changed. She had a good impression of the noble who had helped her twice, and she knew he was not a person who spoke randomly. But how could she be about to die? Shen Anyu found it amusing in his heart. This was all a routine. The Destiny heroines of the rural divine doctor genre either had an illness themselves or their relatives were ill. Without illness, how could the Destiny son of the rural divine doctor show off his skills? However, the current Destiny son of the rural divine Dr. Xia Lu had been dealt with by Shen Anyu and was still in the detention center being tormented and not yet released, with no end in sight. Su Hongyan Lu, Yin Qi Ningbing Wan Lingshan, and other related Destiny heroines naturally required Shen Anyu to spare no effort to cure them. Shen Anyu also took the responsibility without hesitation, willing to be this divine doctor and also a part-time job. "Young Master Shen, can you tell me in detail?" Seeing Shen Anyu's look of pity, Lu Yin felt a sense of foreboding and pressed for an answer. After Shen Anyu had whetted her appetite, he slowly said, "Lu Yin, have you been practicing an internal martial art?" Lu Yin did not hide it from Shen Anyu and said straightforwardly, "Yes, my family has a tradition of internal martial arts passed down from my great-grandfather's generation. We have practiced it generation after generation, and most of my family members join the military or become police officers." Shen Anyu shook his head and said bluntly, "Stop practicing that internal martial art of yours. It's a self-mutilating technique that kills people." "What?" Lu Yin was shocked. Her family's internal martial art was extremely powerful, and many people had envied it. But in Shen Anyu's words, it was just a self-mutilating technique that kills people. However, as if thinking of something, Lu Yan's expression changed drastically. Then Shen Anyu continued, "Your great-grandfather and grandfather both lived short lives, dying around the age of 50. Your father is also in poor health. He needs to use a cane now, right? The people in your family who practice this technique all have much shorter lifespans than others, right?" This was not only seen by Shen Anyu's extraordinary medical skills, but also confirmed by his investigation. Absolutely accurate. Sure enough, Lu Yan's expression completely changed, and even her tough, heroic, and healthy body straight as a javelin trembled. Yes, young Master Shen, you are absolutely right. After being enlightened by Shen Anyu and recalling her family's situation, Lu Yan suddenly realized and felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Could she also end up like this? Shen Anyu smiled faintly and said leisurely, Lu Yan, you don't want to wither away and die, do you? As Shen Anyu said this, Lu Yan became even more nervous. She clenched her fists, then released them and let out a long breath before saying, Young Master Shen, please save me. Lu Yan, you wouldn't want to wither away, would you? Shen Anyu's words instantly changed Lu Yan's expression, her gaze turning peculiar as she looked at him. As a former policewoman in the interrogation room, she was all too familiar with that phrasing. She had arrested countless audacious rogues who used such lines. Could it be that this handsome, refined nobleman Shen Anyu, whom she had been so impressed by, was going to use this to blackmail her, even threaten her? Thinking this, Lu Yan frowned slightly. If it were only herself, she would have refused without hesitation. But thinking of her father and the many relatives who had cultivated their family's martial arts and were left with hidden ailments, she could not refuse. Shen Anyu watched her expression shift between pale and flushed, caught in a struggle, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he awaited her decision. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yan looked at Shen Anyu with resolute eyes and said firmly, Master Shen, please save me, save my family. As long as it doesn't violate morality or the law, I, Lu Yan, will do everything in my power, even risk my life to fulfill your request. With that, she knelt straight down and knocked her head 3 times on the ground. Coming from a martial arts family, Lu Yan adhered to ancient rites, direct, straightforward, and clear in her debts of gratitude and grudges. Shen Anyu calmly observed the scene. After Lu Yan had finished kowtowing, he helped her up and said with a smile, Lu Yan, I have a good impression of you, but saving you comes at a considerable cost. Hence my earlier test and jest. Now that I've seen your sincerity, I am truly moved. Lu Yan sighed in relief, though her brow remained furrowed. She looked at Shen Anyu and spoke softly. Master Shen, what is the price? If it's too much trouble, then please don't bother. I'll go back and think of another way. Consider this my gratitude for pointing out the problem. I will remember this great favor and repay it someday. Shen Anyu smiled faintly and said, It's not too difficult. First, drink this cup of wine. As he spoke, Shen Anyu produced a cup of wine, no more than 100 milliliters, and handed it to Lu Yan. Staring at the emerald liquid in the cup, Lu Yan hesitated, unsure of its contents. By her usual vigilance, she would never casually drink something from outside. But, huff. Lu Yan let out a long, calming breath, then downed the unknown wine in one go. She trusted that Shen Anyu, a young master of the illustrious Shen family, would not resort to such despicable means even if he wanted her. Moreover, in Lu Yan's eyes, Shen Anyu was honorable and gentlemanly, no villain. His earlier words were merely a jest. Yet after drinking the wine, her expression changed. She felt the cold liquid transform into a warm spring surging from her throat and flooding her entire body. Waves of warmth poured into countless acupoints, meridians, tendons, and bones. At the same time, a crackling sound, like popping beans, emanated from her body. Every muscle, every bone, every cell seemed to be evolving. When it ended, Lu Yan felt as light as a swallow. All the previous discomforts had vanished, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. She felt both relaxed and brimming with power. She even sensed that her cultivation, originally at the early Hotian stage, had broken through to the middle Hotian stage. Ding. Detected increased favorability of fate-bound heroine Lu Yan by 6, by plundered 1/8 fate value. Master Shen, this. Lu Yan looked at Shen Anyu in astonishment. She could now guess that the wine was an incredible treasure, and her face filled with gratitude. Shen Anyu smiled faintly and said calmly, It's just a cup of wine. In truth, the wine was a life-giving pill and a foundation-nourishing pill dissolved in 3,000 milliliters of medicinal liquor with the effects of consolidating the foundation and nurturing vitality. It could cure most ailments with a single drink. The sickness of Lu Yan's family, to put it plainly, stemmed from insufficient nutrition. Forcing their cultivation, their bodies simply couldn't sustain it, draining their vitality. Most martial arts families and sects knew that martial practice required not only training, but also nourishing. Various restorative formulas were the true secrets. But Lu Yan's family only trained without nourishing, which was naturally unsustainable. Otherwise, where would the strength to punch a tiger to death come from? A tiger can devour dozens of pounds of raw meat in one meal. When a martial artist achieves minor success, they generate internal energy, or inner chi. At the Grandmaster level, internal energy condenses into a unified form, which can be called true essence or true chi. A strand of true chi is 10 times stronger than inner chi. Without medicinal and dietary supplements, one could never become a martial grandmaster. More often than not, the body would collapse before reaching the Xiantian stage. That cup of wine from Shen Anyu was something countless martial artists dreamed of and would sacrifice everything to obtain. Though Lu Yan didn't know the full details, she understood the wine's value and didn't want to owe Shen Anyu too much. She said bluntly, Master Shen, that cup of wine must be priceless. How much is it? I'm willing to buy it. Shen Anyu looked at her with a half smile and said, That cup of wine is worth at least 100 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? The life-giving pill and foundation-nourishing pill were both golden rewards. A bottle of 12 pills was equivalent to one martial grandmaster, 2 pills were 1/6 of that. Dissolved into 3,000 milliliters of wine, 100 milliliters represented 1/180th of a martial grandmaster. 100 million. Was it too much? Not at all. It was priceless with no market value. No one would be willing to sell it. It was only because Lu Yin was a fate-bound heroine with a higher return on investment that Shen Anyu was willing to give it to her. The fate value of fate-bound sons and fate-bound heroines are independent of each other. A fate-bound heroine's fate value does not depend on a fate-bound son. A fate-bound heroine herself is a creature of heaven and earth's spiritual essence carrying the fortune of the Tao. Every fate-bound heroine has at least several 100,000 fate value, or even more. 100 million. Lu Yin was utterly stunned. That mere 100 milliliters of emerald wine was worth at least 100 million. She had just drunk 100 million. But feeling the surging inner energy in her body and her unprecedented excellent state, she had to admit that Shen Anyu hadn't lied. That wine was truly extraordinary. Yet 100 million. Lu Yan's handsome, spirited face shifted expressions. She was truly troubled. How could she ever repay this? Although their family had served in the military or as police for generations, they upheld a spotless reputation, never engaging in corruption or embezzlement. How could they possibly come up with 100 million? Moreover, this 100 million was required from every practitioner of the Lu family's hereditary martial arts. They too suffered internal injuries and needed this cup of emerald green wine. Watching Lu Yin racking her brains in a dilemma, Shen Anyu found it amusing. Now this vigilant policewoman had finally been ensnared. With his exceptional medical skills, Shen Anyu could have treated Lu Yin at a much lower cost, but inflating the expense was far more advantageous, wasn't it? For a forthright woman like Lu Yin, who clearly distinguished favor from enmity, the greater the debt of gratitude, the better. This was the art of indebtedness. Just then, Aunt Xiao appeared at the door, apparently with important news to report. Shen Anyu's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a smile, as he calmly said to Lu Yin, I need a sparring partner for my daily martial arts practice. How about you come over and work off your debt? Here is another bottle of medicinal wine, 1,000 milliliters. Take it home for your family. If there's any left, you can use it yourself. I'm happy to help you. Don't feel too pressured. Hearing this, Lu Yin blushed. With her sharp intellect, how could she not realize that being a sparring partner could never repay such a huge debt? Looking at the stunningly handsome Shen Anyu before her, Lu Yin felt both embarrassment and annoyance, knowing she had been played, yet inexplicably pleased. This handsome young nobleman had gone to such lengths for her, making her feel valued. Fine. I agree to be your sparring partner to pay off the debt. Lu Yin resolved to give her all in training, determined not to disappoint Shen Anyu. She also made a firm decision in her heart. She would surely repay Shen Anyu's kindness in the future, regarding it as a mountain of grace, even if it cost her life. If Shen Anyu knew her thoughts, he would probably chuckle. Why would he want her life? All he needed was her destiny points. Ding. Major fluctuation in the romantic line of the son of destiny. Xia Lu plundered 3 of his 0 destiny points. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, his eyes lighting up. This was what he truly needed. It seemed that after curing Lu Yin and her family's injuries from overtraining in martial arts, Xia Lu had lost opportunities to show off and play the hero, severing his connection with Lu Yin, the female lead of destiny. Then Lu Yin left with the 1,000 milliliters of medicinal wine bestowed by Shen Anyu, solemnly promising before her departure to repay his kindness. Shen Anyu paid little heed. Without her words, he would naturally reclaim the debt with interest and even throw in a few extra 100 million. Aunt Xiao, what's the matter? Shen Anyu turned his gaze to Aunt Xiao as she entered, inquiring. Holding a laptop, she stepped inside and deferentially replied, Young Master Steward, Keqing sent word that as per your instructions, some suspicious individuals have been discovered in the Magic City. Shen Anyu had previously instructed that anyone who suddenly became famous or wealthy, hidden cultivators of great power in the city, men of extraordinary background, who acted as Livian sons-in-law orphans with unusual behavior, or those shouting, don't bully the young poor, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank, especially the men around stunning beauties, were to be thoroughly investigated and reported to him. As the sole male heir of the 3rd generation in 2 top-tier families, the Shen family of the Summer Flame and the An family of the Summer Flame, Shen Anyu commanded resources and manpower as vast as mountains and seas. With a single order, countless people served him. The entire Magic City, a metropolis with tens of millions of people, had been screened in just a few days, and the search was expanding to other places. Shen Anyu currently lacked a Son of Destiny locator card, but he possessed a Son of Destiny identifier which could be used for 10,000 destiny points per identification. Of course, 10,000 destiny points were extremely precious and must not be wasted. Prior careful screening was essential. Taking the laptop from Aunt Xiao, Shen Anyu began opening files. Those shouting, don't bully the young poor and 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank, were mostly Chinibu patients. After reviewing dozens of files, none resembled a Son of Destiny. Shen Anyu's mouth twitched slightly as he wondered whether he should send them to be electrocuted by the Thunder Demon King, Professor Yang. If they truly awakened some magical power, they might indeed be Sons of Destiny. Or maybe let a big truck hit them. However, Shen Anyu wasn't so reckless as to take lives indiscriminately unless it was a son of destiny destined to be his nemesis or someone threatening his interests or blocking his path. Otherwise, he would not act rashly. But if they threatened his interests, he would transform into a true demon, decisive in killing, utterly ruthless, and playfully tormenting them to death. Wei Yun, now a charred corpse. Shen Anyu, you beast. After reviewing hundreds of files, Shen Anyu's eyes finally settled on two documents. Chief Anna Jr. at Magic City University, an orphan, who loved the school's beauty Lu Mi and had been receiving poverty grants, but suddenly amassed wealth buying a high-end Mercedes Maybach worth over 10 million. He also streamed on Douyin under the account Mortal, but not Mortal, generously tipping beautiful female streamers. Interesting, Shen Anyu mused. As I recall, Lu Mi is Jiang Linlin's best friend and roommate, extremely attractive too. One of the three beauties of Magic City University and the daughter of Lu Keqing, director of the Magic City First People's Hospital. Shen Anyu had previously investigated Jiang Linlin, so naturally he knew of Lu Mi, Jiang Linlin's roommate, the little enchantress of the university. He even entertained thoughts of visiting their dormitory. This chief fan is suspicious. He'll drop by and check him out, maybe identify him, Shen Anyu said coldly. Shen Anyu sneered. A man beside a goddess displaying unusual traits was highly likely a son of destiny. He speculated it might be some rich tycoon type of son of destiny with negligible combat power, his favorite kind, easily crushed with a pinky finger. Next, Shen Anyu examined the second noteworthy file. Han Qi, the illegitimate son of the head of a top-tier family in the imperial capital, the Han family. Hated by the legitimate eldest son Han Xiu, his mother had died in a car accident. Now he was Olivian's son-in-law in an ordinary local family, the Lu family in Magic City. Han Qi's wife Lu Qingyue was stunningly beautiful, no less than Qin Ningbing or Jiang Linlin. Moreover, Han Qi and Lu Qingyue still slept in separate rooms, never showing intimacy in public. Olivian's son-in-law type of son of destiny. The Han family in the imperial capital was not particularly powerful, and he was merely an illegitimate son. Should be easy to handle, right? But as Shen Anyu read on, he grew intrigued. Han Qi on the surface was a spineless Livian son-in-law of the Han family, constantly scolded and humiliated, living like a dog in the Lu family, even washing his in-laws' feet. His wife Lu Qingyue wouldn't let him wash her feet, denying him that reward. But in reality, Han Qi was far from simple. He was more than just a Livian son-in-law of the Lu family and an outcast of the Han family. He hid deep secrets. Through a more covert and thorough investigation report, Shen Anyu knew that Han Qi, this timid and spineless Livian son-in-law, was actually only pretending. Han Qi married into the Lu family, washing his parents' in-laws' feet, being scolded at every turn, living with less dignity than a dog, becoming a laughingstock. All of this, for the most part, was a disguise, like Go Jian and Zhu Di playing the fool to lower the enemy's vigilance and avoid death. During the 3 years of marriage into the Lu family, Han Qi fully exemplified what a pathetic loser and a sycophant looked like. But in private, Han Qi was amassing power, seeking revenge against his enemy. Han Qi's enemy was his half-brother, the legitimate eldest son of the first-class Han family in Daidu, Han Xiu. The Han family, as a first-class family in Daidu, had extensive connections in politics and culture, but was most renowned in the business world, covering real estate, retail, banking, investment, and so on. Among these, the largest pillar of the Han family was the Hantian Real Estate Co. Ltd. With a market value exceeding 500 billion, one of the leading real estate giants in the country, with the Han family controlling over half of the shares. And Han Xiu was the CEO of Hantian Real Estate, also recognized as the future successor of the Han family in Daidu. Han Xiu's mother came from a major family of equal standing to the Han family, while Han Qi's mother was merely an ordinary commoner. For a large aristocratic family, keeping mistresses was not a big deal, and Han Xiu didn't mind. But Han Xiu and Han Qi's father, the current head of the Han family, Han Tian, deeply loved Han Qi's mother and even intended to appoint Han Qi as the next family head. Han Xiu was decisive and ruthless, quick and accurate in his actions. Upon learning of his father's thoughts, he directly arranged a clever car accident. In that car accident 3 years ago, the Maybach carrying Han Qi and his mother was directly knocked off the viaduct by a large truck. The driver and Han Qi's mother died tragically, while Han Qi fortunately survived. After surviving, Han Qi seemed terrified, fled far from Daidu to Modu, and even discreetly married into an ordinary local family in Modu, the Lu family. But in reality, Han Qi had been searching for evidence that his elder brother Han Xiu was the perpetrator and secretly amassing power, preparing to overthrow his brother and regain control of the Han family. He knew that his father Han Tian did not punish Han Xiu because on one hand there was no evidence, and on the other hand the family elders exerted pressure, insisting that for the greater good the successor Han Xiu could not be easily touched. Thus Han Qi needed power. During these 3 years of his pitiful life as a Livian son-in-law, Han Qi had secretly accumulated a considerable amount of power. The underground emperor of Modus underworld, Mr. Han the Dragon King, was actually Han Qi himself. In the southern underworld of Yanxia, the name Master Han the Dragon King was rising like the sun at its zenith. But this was not enough, far from enough. Han Shi knew that his elder brother Han Xiu, as the successor of the Han family in Daidu, controlled immense wealth, power, and strength so vast that even the emperor of Modus Underworld could not be compared. With his elder brother Han Xiu's status, background, and connections, even a provincial governor could sit as an equal. How could a mere emperor of Modus Underworld possibly contend with him? He endured, he waited, he strained every nerve to accumulate power. A gentleman takes revenge. Even after 10 years it is not too late. However, during his time as Olivian's son-in-law, Han Shi had deeply fallen in love with his nominal wife, Lu Qingwei. If I hadn't appeared, you Master Han the Dragon King would probably have truly turned the tables, defeating Han Xiu, regaining control of the Han family in Daidu, and winning over your nominal wife, Lu Qingwei. Shen Anyu smiled faintly and directly dialed a phone number. Daidu, CEO Office of Hantian Real Estate Co., Ltd. A dignified and noble young man in his 30s was reviewing documents deciding the flow of billions and tens of billions of funds and the future fate of hundreds of thousands of construction workers. This man was the future successor of the Han family in Daidu, a member of the Daidu Princelings, the CEO of Hantian Real Estate Co., Ltd., with a market value exceeding 500 billion, Han Xiu. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of high heels striking the floor echoed. A seductive female secretary dressed in a black office uniform with long shapely legs, sheathed in black stockings, walked gracefully over. Han Xiu frowned slightly, glanced at the seductive secretary, and said coldly, "Yin Na, what is it?" The seductive secretary Yin Na trembled, knowing the authority of the man before her. If she had disturbed him without urgent matter, even as one of his lovers, she would not end well. However, that person's call could not be ignored. Immediately, Yin Na held the phone and reported respectfully, "Boss, it's young Master Shen's call." "What? Young Master Shen?" Han Xiu's dignified and cold expression instantly changed. He quickly took the phone, a warm smile spreading across his face like a spring breeze, and asked gently, "Young Master Shen, why are you calling? Is there anything you wish to command?" Han Xiu. He knew that although he was the CEO of Hantian Real Estate Co., Ltd., with a market value exceeding 500 billion, the future successor of the Han family in Daidu, a big shot, who could sit as an equal with provincial governors, he was nothing compared to that person. Even the Han family of Daidu was nothing before young Master Shen. Behind young Master Shen were two top-tier families of Yanxia, the Shen family of Yanxia and the An family of Yanxia. With Han Xiu's power, wealth, and influence, he was only a fringe figure among the Daidu princelings. And whenever young Master Shen was present, he was inevitably the center of attention, the absolute core of the circle. However, Han Xiu was also somewhat puzzled. He had no relationship with young Master Shen, so why did he call directly? But regardless of the reason, he had to be respectful and handle everything properly, not allowing the slightest resentment from young Master Shen. Otherwise, it would be a terrible disaster for him, and for the Han family of Daidu. Young Master Shen was of course Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu casually held his phone, and said indifferently, "Han Xiu, do you know that your end is near?" Upon hearing this, Han Xiu's face changed drastically, turning ashen, white completely, losing his usual dignity, and cold sweat dripped down. Was young Master Shen about to move against the Han family of Daidu? When had the Han family offended young Master Shen? Could it be some worthless playboy of the family angered him? The Han family of Daidu was absolutely no match for the two top-tier families, the Shen family of Yanxia and the An family of Yanxia. After recovering his senses, Han Xiu said with a trembling voice, "Young Master, Shen has some unworthy child of the Han family offended you. As long as you say, the Han family will certainly dispose of that child. Whether by killing or imprisoning forever, it's up to you. Furthermore, the Han family will definitely offer a gift that satisfies you." Before Han Xiu could finish, Shen Anyu bluntly interrupted, "Han Xiu, don't be so nervous. Take a deep breath, relax. I'm not here to cause you trouble." Listening to Shen Anyu's words, Han Xiu did not relax in the slightest, for he knew that if Shen Anyu decided to move against the Han family, the imperial capital Han clan would be utterly vulnerable. However, as the meticulously groomed heir of the imperial capital Han family, having managed the Hantian Real Estate Company for several years, Han Xiu had been seasoned enough to take a deep breath, forcibly calm himself, and say with a smile, "Young Master Shen, please don't tease me. I was nearly scared out of my wits just now. Whatever you need, just instruct me." Shen Anyu said with a smile, "I'm here to save you." Han Xiu's face was full of question marks. He asked in confusion, "Young Master Shen, I am slow-witted and do not understand your meaning." As he spoke, Han Xiu furrowed his brows and said in a grave tone, "Young Master Shen, could it be that you know of some other family that intends to harm the Han family, or to target me?" Shen Anyu said slowly, "Han Xiu, do you still remember your half-brother Han Shi?" Young Master Shen, of course I remember. How could Han Xiu forget Han Shi? It was he who had ordered the killing of Han Shi's biological mother, and the one who carried out the deed had been silenced by Han Xiu as well. The only regret was that he had failed to kill Han Shi at the time, that so-called younger brother who threatened his position as heir of the Han family. However, Han Shi was scared out of his wits afterward, and even married into an ordinary family in Magic City, becoming a laughingstock among the imperial capital elite. Coupled with the obstruction of his father Han Tian, the head of the Han family. Han Xiu did not take further action. In Han Xiu's view, even if Han Qi had guessed that the car accident had been his doing without evidence, and without power, what could he do to the securely established heir of the Han family? A mere son-in-law like mud. Could he be a threat? Shen Anyu, however, spoke up. Han Xiu, you were careless. On the surface, Han Qi is a cowardly son-in-law, but in reality, he has secretly amassed a considerable force. The Dragon King Mr. Han of the Magic City underworld is none other than Han Qi. It's only been 3 years, but if you give him another 10 or 20 years, you'll be in serious trouble. Shen Anyu knew that it wouldn't even take 10 or 20 years. With the speed at which a son of destiny developed, Han Qi would likely overturn Han Xiu and reclaim control of the imperial capital Han family within just a few years. But Shen Anyu's mention of 10 or 20 years had already made Han Xiu's face change dramatically. What a Han Qi actually playing the endure hardships and bide my time game with me. He who endures what others cannot endure must harbor extraordinary ambition. Han Xiu didn't need to think twice to know what Han Qi was striving so painstakingly for, enduring all that hardship. It was nothing less than to take revenge on him and reclaim the Han family. Han Xiu's eyes blazed with murderous intent, a cold gleam appearing. This time, even if his father Han Tian tried to stop him, he would find a way to kill that brother Han Qi. If worst came to worst, he would end it all and force Han Tian, that old man who favored Han Qi, to step down as well. The patriarch of the imperial capital Han family could only be him, Han Xiu. And to achieve all this, his own strength alone was not enough. He would need external help. And what external help could compare to young Master Shen? With a respectful and ingratiating smile on his face, even though the imperial capital and Magic City were thousands of miles apart, and the person on the other end of the phone couldn't see him, Han Xiu still smiled and said fawningly, "Young Master Shen, thank you so much for telling me this important news. I will be eternally grateful for this immense kindness. At your command, I will do anything for you." Shen Anyu smiled and said leisurely, "Han Xiu, you are a clever man. I have high hopes for you. The new patriarch of the imperial capital Han family. No one else is worthy of that position except you." Han Xiu was overjoyed. With Shen Anyu's words, the position of Han family patriarch was secured. As for Han Qi, he was utterly insignificant. Subsequently, Shen Anyu instructed Han Xiu not to act rashly for the time being and to await his further orders before making a move. Han Xiu respectfully assented without a single objection. After hanging up, Han Xiu let out a long sigh of relief, wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, and found it drenched in sweat. Huff. With young Master Shen's help, the position of imperial capital Han family patriarch is secure. As for Han Qi, humph, if young Master Shen didn't have other plans, I would send someone to kill you right now. What Dragon King Mr. Han, Emperor of the Magic City underworld, like an ant. Han Xiu glanced around and noticed that his female secretary Yin Na had already left, which made his expression soften slightly. Although he had groveled in front of young Master Shen, he didn't want outsiders to see that scene. He too had his pride. Though in front of young Master Shen, his pride was worthless. Ding. The fate of Son of Destiny Han Qi experienced a massive upheaval, plundered 5 of his 0 destiny points. Shen Anyu's eyelids twitched. Good heavens, 50,000 destiny points. Han Qi was quite a fat prey. It was the first time Shen Anyu had obtained such a huge amount of destiny points. But it makes sense. I directly cut the ground from under his feet, exposing the true colors of Han Qi, who had been playing the fool and enduring hardships. Now that Han Xiu is on guard, the difficulty for Han Qi to turn the tables has skyrocketed more than tenfold. This also confirms 100% that Han Qi is the son of destiny. Shen Anyu's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. If he had been uncertain before whether Han Qi was the son of destiny, now that he had plundered destiny points, it meant Han Qi was absolutely 100% the son of destiny. And a very fat son of destiny at that. Plundering 50,000 destiny points in one go made Shen Anyu extremely satisfied. In addition, from now on I can identify a son of destiny by suppressing him without wasting 10,000 destiny points to test him. Of course, once I'm sure he's the son of destiny, it's best to spend 10,000 destiny points to perform a more thorough identification. Now that I know Han Qi is the son of destiny, they'll find an opportunity to approach him and conduct a detailed identification. With that thought, Shen Anyu came up with a good idea and instructed Aunt Xiao, "I want to host a banquet and invite some people from the upper echelons of Magic City. In particular, the director of the First People's Hospital of Magic City, Lu Shiming, and his daughter Lu Mi, and Han Qi Lu Qingyue and their whole family." Aunt Xiao deferentially reported, "Yes, young master." Then she respectfully presented 2 items, saying, "Young master, these were found on Wei Yun's corpse. They are of considerable value." Shen Anyu glanced over. One was a human skin mask, extremely exquisite. Wei Yun had used this exquisite mask to disguise himself as an unremarkable little security guard at Magic City University. Such a mask must have been a masterpiece, custom-made for several million at least. Shen Anyu, however, didn't care. He could wave his hand and have countless ones made. Besides, he preferred brand new goods, not second-hand ones. Unless they were top-notch. "This thing I bestow it upon you." Aunt Xiao's expression brightened. Although the young master looked down on the mask, it was a good item for her. Then Shen Anyu turned his gaze to the second item, and his interest was piqued. It was a short blade, only about 2 inches long, glistening with a cold light, its blade narrow and sharp. Shen Anyu held it in his hand and infused it with martial true essence. Instantly the short blade seemed to come alive. With a casual swing, the nearby solid rosewood chair was sliced open like tofu. Each swing was accompanied by a fierce sword energy tearing through the air with sharp whistles. Good stuff. Aunt Xiao's eyes sparkled. As a martial grandmaster, she naturally had keen insight and recognized that the short blade before her was a rare divine weapon. Ordinary weapons, when infused with martial true essence, would lose at least 70 to 80% of their power, only unleashing 20 to 30%. But this short blade guaranteed at least 90%. With it, one's combat strength was more than doubled. No wonder that fellow Wei Yun had been so difficult to deal with, escaping from their encirclement. With such a short blade, he was naturally formidable. Shen Anyu gazed at the short blade with great interest and said leisurely, "The Yuchang sword indeed worthy of its reputation." Aunt Xiao praised, "It is the Yuchang sword. No wonder it is one of the 10 famous swords of ancient Yanxia, the peerless sword of courage used by Zhuangzhu to assassinate King Liao of Wu." Zhuangzhu placed the dagger in the belly of a fish to assassinate King Liao of Wu. It was merely 2 inches long, yet extremely perilous and sharp. This Yuchang sword, if put up for auction, would likely start at $1 billion. Especially for martial strongmen who wouldn't love to have such a divine weapon. Shen Anyu smiled faintly and casually placed the Yuchang sword on the table, saying, "It's just an amusing little trinket." He possessed the extraordinary weapons Qinghong sword and Etian sword, whose quality was no less than the Yuchang sword, and even exceeded it. What came from the system was always top-notch. Not to mention the golden infinite bullet Gatling. Its bullets had the power of cannon shells with 0 recoil, infinite bullets, and unlimited firing. Unfortunately, Shen Anyu had yet to have an opportunity to use it. He had no chance to utter that line, "Son of Destiny, the times have changed." Previously, if Shen Anyu hadn't wanted to kill the spirit of Wei Yun, the latter would have had no chance to disguise as a waiter and infiltrate his side. Shen Anyu's extraordinary perception had already detected Wei Yun's traces. Aunt Xiao also agreed with Shen Anyu's words, looking at the slightly curled Yuchang sword with awe and reverence. Previously, when Wei Yun attempted to stab Shen Anyu in the eye but failed, and instead the Yuchang sword had its edge curled. Even now, as a martial grandmaster, Aunt Xiao still found it astonishing. With the young master's body forging divine art, and a Vajra body at the level of a horizontal refinement grandmaster, even a divine weapon like the Yuchang sword cannot harm him at all. It is naturally a mere trinket. Actually, she mistakenly thought Shen Anyu's divine grade steel body to be a body forging divine art, and a horizontal refinement grandmaster. Shen Anyu didn't explain and waved his hand. Aunt Xiao nodded respectfully, stepped lightly, and slowly retreated to discuss the evening banquet with the housekeeper, Keqing, and to execute Shen Anyu's other orders. "Time to go see my little treasure. If she's not up yet, then she never will be." Shen Anyu stroked his chin, a smile on his face, and walked toward the bedroom. In the afternoon, Shen Anyu and Jiang Linlin finally came out for lunch. Both were somewhat hungry. Unless necessary, Shen Anyu would not cook. He was not a chef. Unless he also craved it. After all, his extraordinary culinary skills were not just talk. The food was incredibly delicious. At that moment, Jiang Linlin was holding Shen Anyu's right arm as they walked down the street. Her pure and beautiful face was full of sweet smiles. She wore a light pink t-shirt on top, revealing a delicate white collarbone and a very proud curve below. Below, light blue jeans outlined her straight, slender legs. She wore white sneakers exuding a youthful and beautiful aura. As they walked, they captured countless gazes. Many passers-by were stunned, then looked at Shen Anyu with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Some girls also looked at Shen Anyu with dazzled infatuation and viewed Jiang Linlin with envy and jealousy. They only had 2 words in heart-perfect match. Shen Anyu looked at Jiang Linlin beside him, who was full of sweet smiles, and felt extremely happy. He teased with a smile, "Linlin, don't you love skirts the most? Why are you wearing jeans?" Jiang Linlin blushed, her clear eyes as innocent as a fawn in the forest. She looked at Shen Anyu and said shyly, "Brother Shen, my knees." As she spoke, she lowered her head, and even her delicate white earlobes turned crimson. Shen Anyu found it amusing and decided to later feed Jiang Linlin some peiyuan pills and Yanxia pills. While he didn't expect her to achieve martial mastery, it would make her stronger. Otherwise, she was too weak, a pathetic weakling. If those martial strongmen knew that Shen Anyu was using the priceless peiyuan pills and Yanxia pills for such a purpose, they would either be deeply grieved or wish they could take her place. Shen Anyu wouldn't care about others' opinions, even though these pills were extremely precious and many martial strongmen were willing to pay a fortune or even work and risk their lives to obtain them. But as long as he was comfortable, that was enough. After the meal, Jiang Linlin saw Shen Anyu's eager look and trembled slightly, then said cleverly, "Brother Shen, it's the weekend now. I plan to start a live stream." Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow and said, "You don't need to start a live stream. I told you with me here, you don't have to worry about money." Jiang Linlin's face lit up with joy, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with affection, and said, "Brother Shen, I know. I no longer need to work hard to earn money, support myself and the ill grandma Zhong, or engage in the streaming job I dislike. I plan to work in art in the future, painting. I was the top student in the fine arts department of Moda University. Seeing the light in Jiang Linlin's eyes and her unique charm, Shen Anyu also showed appreciation. A woman with her own hobbies and career was more vibrant and attractive, wasn't she? Jiang Linlin smiled sweetly, and without waiting for Shen Anyu to ask, continued to explain, over the past year or more, many old viewers and fans have been supporting me. I want to officially say goodbye to them and express my gratitude. Then I'll quit streaming. Shen Anyu nodded gently and smiled in agreement. Brother Shen, you are so good. Jiang Linlin stood on tiptoe and gave a quick peck on his cheek, her face full of joy. She had been worried that Shen Anyu wouldn't agree. After all, wasn't it said on TV that wealthy families disliked women showing their faces in public, especially in the streaming industry, that drew curious looks? Shen Anyu looked at Jiang Linlin with a sly smile, had other ideas, and whispered a few words. Jiang Linlin looked at him in surprise, somewhat shy and embarrassed. But in the end she couldn't resist and agreed meekly like a quail. On the other side, in a male dormitory at Moda University, Jiang Linlin has finally started her stream. Watch me throw money to win her over. Chi Fan's eyes lit up, revealing an expression of anticipation and excitement. Hello everyone, Linlin is starting the stream. Jiang Linlin, a rosy blush on her pretty face, smiled and greeted the fans watching her live stream. Shen Anyu watched with a smile, staying out of the camera's view, merely an onlooker as Linlin began her broadcast. Let those with dirty thoughts be sent to the firing squad. This was a live stream. If anything leaked even the slightest sound, it would be Shen Anyu's loss. But Jiang Linlin felt shy and awkward having Shen Anyu watch her stream. The fans in the chat, oblivious to Shen Anyu's presence or Linlin's unease, flooded the screen with comments. Awesome. Linlin is streaming. Linlin, my wife, you're beautiful again. I love you, wife. Linlin's makeup today is so pretty. A touch of powder like twilight clouds, breathtaking. Absolutely gorgeous. Followed. Linlin's #1 simp sent a heart 10. Linlin's Guardian Regiment commander sent a heart 520. Countless comments and gifts scrolled by. Though Jiang Linlin couldn't sing, dance, or perform fancy tricks, just a pure simple stream, her beauty, warm personality, and sweet voice had earned her a loyal fan base. But Jiang Linlin treated everyone equally. Aside from Wei Yin, the silent guardian of Linlin, there were no big spenders, just small gifts. Linlin dared not glance at Shen Anyu beside her, fearing her expression might betray her. With a pure and sweet smile, she thanked the gift givers and responded to the comments. Just as Jiang Linlin was about to announce her retirement from streaming, Ordinary and Not Ordinary sent a carnival 1. 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 The effects of 100 carnivals exploded across the stream. Jiang Linlin froze, her beautiful eyes wide as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Each carnival cost 30,000 dubi, a 10-tun ratio, 3,000 yuan. 100 carnivals meant 300,000 yuan. Over the past year, even after the platforms cut, Jiang Linlin hadn't earned that much. The fans joined in the excitement. Whoa, a big spender is here. 100 carnivals without a word. Boss is generous. Our Linlin actually has a big tipper. How rare. Right, boss must be confused. Linlin won't treat you special. Oh, don't expect any perks. How hard to say. She looks pure on the surface. Who knows what she's like in private? That's 100 carnivals. The account, Ordinary and Not Ordinary, naturally belonged to Chi Fan, a junior at Moda University who had been blessed by Lady Luck and awakened the sycophant gold refund system. At that moment, Chi Fan was thoroughly enjoying the commotion in the comments and the dozens of private messages from streamers trying to hook him. This is the real joy of being a man. Money gets you everything. Today I'll bag Jiang Linlin, then Lumi, the most dreamy campus beauty dorm in Moda University, opening its doors for me. Chi Fan was so excited at the thought he nearly had a nosebleed. But at that moment Jiang Linlin spoke. Thank you for the gift, Ordinary and Not Ordinary, but Linlin is here to announce something important. I'm leaving the streaming industry, no more streams. You've wasted your money, boss. I'll refund my share. Please don't send any more. What? Chi Fan froze. The fans, after a moment of shock, began frantically begging and pleading for Linlin not to quit. A sweet smile spread across Jiang Linlin's pretty face. Glancing at Shen Anyu, who was out of the camera's view, she said in her sweet voice, Linlin has a boyfriend now. He's wonderful, he loves me deeply, and I love him too. I don't want him to misunderstand, and besides, Linlin's biggest dream is to become a painter. To all my fans, thank you for your support over the past year. I'm truly grateful. Ding. The chosen one. Chi Fan's mind is shattered. 99.99 destiny value plundered. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow. So Chi Fan was indeed the chosen one. He had guessed correctly. He wondered if he could identify him through the network. Although Head confirmed Chi Fan was the chosen one, using the chosen one identifier would give him more detailed information. You had to spend money to make money. Spending 10,000 destiny value was worth it for greater rewards. System, do your thing. Identify Chi Fan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully spent 1 destiny value and used the chosen one identifier to identify Chi Fan. Then a torrent of information streamed before Shen Anyu's eyes, visible only to him. Name Chi Fan, age 21, background the chosen one of sycophants, rise to godly wealth, campus beauty queen, falls a junior at Moda University. Orphans secretly in love with school beauty, Lumi awakened the sycophant gold refund system with an initial fund of 90 million. By desperately simping for top-tier goddesses of 9 points, spending and gifting wildly when the goddesses fall and start simping back, he gets a 100-fold refund. Chi Fan rejoices and begins his legendary bulldozer journey from the city to outer space, leaving countless envy-inducing tales. Cultivation, trash tier ability, sycophant gold refund system, personality, lecherous, vain, prideful, belongings, one high-end, Maybach, 53 million in wealth. Related heroines, school beauty, Lumi. Count in the thousands. Others have negligible destiny value for growth type, chosen one. A growth type, chosen one. Shen Anyu stroked his chin, pondering. It made sense. With a system, a man's growth is limitless. Chi Fan starting sycophant gold was 90 million. Later, it would be 90 trillion or more. The world's richest man was a sure thing for Chi Fan, provided no one offed him. Money makes the world go round. With that much wealth, he would naturally command immense power. Right now, Chi Fan only had 5 destiny value, but later, he could have 1 million, 5 million, or even 10 million. Heh, but I won't give you the chance to grow. Shen Anyu sneered coldly. He would never let a system-style chosen one grow. Otherwise, trouble would be immense. Even Xia Lu, the miracle doctor style chosen one, wasn't as fearsome as a system one. Even if Chi Fan's system was just a god-tier money system not involving supernatural power, it couldn't be ignored. Maybe now it refunded wealth, but later it might refund power. Best to crush Chi Fan while he was still weak, crushing as the way of the king. Shen Anyu had a plan in mind. Jiang Linlin has a boyfriend. She's no longer pure. Chi Fan, upon hearing the words from Jiang Linlin's livestream, felt as if struck by lightning. His expression shattered. Although his deepest affection lay with the enchanting little vixen Lumi, he also had a fondness for Jiang Linlin, the pure and delicate campus belle. In other words, Chi Fan liked any beautiful woman. Moreover, Lumi and Jiang Linlin, the two campus belles, were best friends, sharing the same dormitory, making them the dream of countless male students at Moda University, and Chi Fan's dream as well. He even harbored fantasies of enjoying the company of both. But now Jiang Linlin already had a man. No, it's impossible. I always keep an eye on Lumi and Jiang Linlin. How could I not know she had a boyfriend? It must be a lie, an excuse. Jiang Linlin is so pure as she can't have a man. If 100 carnival gifts can't win her over, I'll throw 500. Jiang Linlin comes from a poor family with a gravely ill grandmother. She's bound to accept. She only refuses because the money isn't enough. With this thought, Chi Fan's eyes lit up, and he unleashed the hand speed honed over 21 years of solitude, rapidly showering gifts. Ordinary, unremarkable, sent to Carnival 1. Ordinary, unremarkable, sent to Carnival 1. The audience in the live stream, who had been desperately trying to win Jiang Linlin back, were stunned by the barrage of carnivals flooding the screen. Holy crap, 1, 2, 10, 100, 200, 500 carnivals. My god. Ordinary Unremarkable is a legend, man. This is insane. Boss 666. A true tycoon. Piss. 500 carnivals is 1. 5 million yuan, plus the previous 100, that's 1. 8 million. Boss, do you need a sidekick? At that moment, the live stream exploded from the bombardment of 500 carnivals. Comments rocketed skyward. Chi Fan, brimming with self-satisfaction and elation, gazed at the pure, delicate, and exquisitely beautiful Jiang Linlin on the screen, his eyes burning as he thought. 600 carnivals, 1. 8 million yuan. Jiang Linlin, how can I not win you over? With that thought, Chi Fan sent a message. Linlin, let's have a meal offline. If you agree, he'll drop another 500 carnivals. In that instant, the countless viewers in the live stream were astounded by Chi Fan's extravagance. Chi Fan's private messages were flooded by countless female streamers and even male streamers. But Chi Fan looked down on those streamers. They were nothing but face-swapping filters and illusions. How could they compare to the true goddess, Jiang Linlin? However, Jiang Linlin grew angry and spoke bluntly. Ordinary Unremarkable, I told you stop sending gifts. He'll return every penny of the 600 carnivals after the platform split. You are not welcome here. With that, Jiang Linlin blacklisted the account, Ordinary Unremarkable. Did she not know his intentions when he asked her to dinner offline? Even before, she would never have agreed. That's why her live stream had never really taken off. Now, having aligned with Shen Anyu, she was no longer in need of money, so there was even less chance of acceptance. Seeing Jiang Linlin directly blacklist the tycoon who had just sent 600 carnivals, the fans in the live stream erupted with comments surging. 666. That's our Linlin. She even kicked out a boss who dropped 600 carnivals. Awesome. One word, awesome. Wow, Linlin really treats money like dirt. Damn, there really are girls like Linlin who don't care about money. I know her family isn't well off. Linlin, you're crazy. That's 600 carnivals, 1. 8 million yuan. Even after the cut, you'd get nearly 1 million, and she turned it down. Get out of here. Should she go off to deliver warmth offline instead? Ding, ding. The chosen one Shi fan's mind shattered. Plunder, 9,999 destiny points. Ding. The chosen one Shi fan's defenses crumbled. Plunder, 9,999 destiny points. Ding. The chosen one Shi fan doubted life. Plunder, 30,000 destiny points. At that moment, Shi fan, having been blacklisted, was completely dumbfounded. He had spent 600 carnivals, 1.8 million yuan, and yet Zhang Linlin had blacklisted him outright, saying she would refund the money and that he was not welcome. What was this? Was money useless in this world? No, it's impossible. How can money be useless? Shi fan shook his head, repeatedly guessing that Zhang Linlin's boyfriend might have spent more than 1.8 million yuan. That outwardly pure little white flower Zhang Linlin is definitely not that innocent. Since she already has a boyfriend, Shi fan don't care. They'll go straight after Lumi. Shi fan chuckled, already planning how to pursue Lumi. Lumi was notoriously picky, loved shopping, and had a taste for luxury goods. He was sure he could buy her over. She was the moon-white light and obsession in his heart. He would never let her go. On the other side, Shen Anyu, seeing Zhang Linlin blacklist Shi fan bid farewell to her regular fans, announced she would no longer stream and quickly shut down the live stream, found it somewhat amusing. He had originally planned to deal with Shi fan, but Zhang Linlin had already blacklisted and kicked him out. It didn't matter though, he could handle him later. For now, Shi fan was a mere pushover, the weakest of the weak, easily crushed. But this system type, chosen one with his growth potential, could not be allowed to develop. Otherwise, once Shi fan grew, he would be far more terrifying than Han Shi Wei Yun and Xia Lu, and even Yi Yin, the master descending from the mountains, might not match him. Linlin, open your mouth. Zhang Linlin, hearing this, and seeing the smile on Shen Anyu's face, blushed, but obediently parted her lips. Shen Anyu flicked his finger, and a pill crystal clear as jade fell into Zhang Linlin's mouth. Zhang Linlin immediately felt a wave of warmth spread through her body, followed by a cool, refreshing sensation that was very pleasant. Brother Shen, what did you give me? Shen Anyu smiled and pointed to the mirror beside them, saying, Look in the mirror and you'll know. Zhang Linlin, puzzled but obedient, looked into the mirror and was startled. In the mirror, her already excellent skin was now smooth as a peeled boiled egg, delicate like jade. Her stunning face showed a visible improvement. Willow leaf brows, cherry lips. Every feature was exquisitely refined to perfection. It was as if she had been illuminated, glowing brightly. She was so beautiful she seemed like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Brother Shen, this. Zhang Linlin was stunned, looking at Shen Anyu in disbelief, wondering what he had given her to cause such a change. Shen Anyu smiled faintly and said, A beauty-fixing pill. He was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the beauty-fixing pill to have such an effect, not only preserving beauty, but also greatly enhancing one's appearance, effectively improving the skin and other conditions. If Zhang Linlin went out looking like this, it would surely cause a sensation. A beauty-fixing pill. It must be something wonderful. Thank you, Brother Shen. Zhang Linlin's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, sweetness filling her heart. Though she didn't know exactly what the beauty-fixing pill was, its effects were so obvious that it was certainly an extraordinary treasure. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhang Linlin with a half-smile, and said, A mere thank you won't do. Let me teach you how to express your gratitude. While Shen Anyu was teaching Zhang Linlin how to express gratitude, outside the detention center at a dog hole, a young man with a lecherous face crawled out, a smug grin on his face. Ha ha, I'm truly a genius. The divine Dr. Xia Lu. That big dumb fool, didn't he still fall, eh? What detention center can hold me, eh? I'm out now. My Ningbing wife Xia Lu is coming for you. Shen Anyu received news of Xia Liu's prison escape only 3 hours later. It was not because his subordinates were inefficient in intelligence gathering, rather Shen Anyu was occupied with important matters, and his underlings dared not disturb him. As Xia Lu has actually made something of himself. He managed to get out of prison. Shen Anyu walked out with a look of complete satisfaction. After reading the intelligence, he revealed an amused smile, showing no particular concern. Now Shen Anyu also possessed extraordinary medical skills and extraordinary poison arts, even more perfect than Xia Liu's. As for cultivation strength, he utterly crushed Xia Lu. Most of the fated heroines connected to Xia Lu had already been won over by Shen Anyu. Even those not yet conquered, Xia Lu could never reclaim. Even Xia Liu's fiancée, the first heroine of the rural divine, Dr. Qin Ningbing, had now become Shen Anyu's possession. Far from worrying about Xia Lu, Shen Anyu instead looked forward to seeing his expression when he witnessed that scene. It would surely be amusing. Then Shen Anyu turned to the detailed intelligence. It had to be admitted that Xia Liu's extraordinary poison arts were not undeserved. Even though all the poisons on him had been confiscated by the detention center, Xia Lu still managed to use food, leveraging the principle of mutual generation and restraint, to concoct a poison that temporarily brought down his muscular guard Wu Gui, who was at the late Xiantian stage. The subsequent escape was even simpler. Wu Gui knelt on the ground, his face full of shame, and said, Young master, I am incompetent. I let Xia Lu escape. Wu Gui's imprisonment had been arranged by Shen Anyu specifically to guard Xia Lu, but he had been drugged and allowed Xia Lu to flee. His heart was filled with anxiety, guilt, and self-blame. Shen Anyu's expression remained indifferent as he said calmly, "I am not a strict person. I can forgive a first mistake. But the second time, you will submit yourself to the family punishment." Wu Gui was instantly moved and with excitement and fervor said, "Young master, there will definitely not be a second time. If so, I will take double the family punishment." The Shen family of Yanxia had strict family rules. The cost of making mistakes was no light matter enough to make even a Xiantian warrior turn pale. But Wu Gui was loyal and willing to accept the punishment. Shen Anyu pondered for a moment, then spoke to Wu Gui, "Go tell a person, Chi Fan from Moda University. Do not take any action without my command." "Yes, young master." Watching Wu Gui leave, Shen Anyu turned his gaze to the steward He and asked, "Where is Xia Lu now?" He immediately reported, "Young master, our people have tracked Xia Lu down. He is currently at the entrance of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company, wanting to go in and see Qin Ningbing. But he discovered that Qin Ningbing has experts protecting her, so, like a startled bird, he was scared off. However, he is not resigned. He seems to be looking for a way to approach Qin Ningbing." Shen Anyu stroked his chin and said with a half-smile, "The dinner party is about to start, isn't it?" He replied respectfully, "Yes, young master. The banquet is at 8 o'clock in the evening. It's now past 6 o'clock. The venue is your riverside mansion. The people you invited, Lumi Lu Shiming and Lu Qingyue and Han Qi's family, all accepted. Also, Miss Qin Ningbing agreed to the invitation, but Miss Lin Keqing declined, saying she didn't want to be in the spotlight." Shen Anyu didn't mind. Lin Keqing had always preferred quiet and disliked such occasions. He would go see her himself another time to get her moving. "He'll go pick up Qin Ningbing myself and take a look at that Xia Lu along the way. In the evening, he'll also see that Han Qi, the so-called emperor of Modus Underworld, Mr. Dragon King Han. What kind of magnificence he has." Shen Anyu slowly rose, and under the escort of He and others he got into a stretched Rolls-Royce with more than a dozen Bentleys guarding front and back, heading towards Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company. On the other side, Lumi was somewhat troubled, and she dialed her best friend Zhang Linlin. "Linlin, I'm so annoyed. Mimi, what's bothering you? You have good family background, you're beautiful, you casually start a live stream, and have millions of followers. What trouble could you have?" Zhang Linlin, unable to get up, lay on her phone, speaking in a hoarse voice. In Zhang Linlin's eyes, Lumi seemed like a darling favored by the goddess of fortune. Good family background, beloved by parents, beautiful and talented in singing, dancing, and many other arts. For example, starting a live stream, casually broadcasting only 2 or 3 times a month, but still having millions of followers. How could such a person have worries? When Zhang Linlin later had to work hard to earn money to support herself and Granny Zhong, she had indeed envied Lumi at times, but she was a self-reliant person. After the envy, she only worked harder instead of complaining about fate. Lumi said helplessly, "Linlin, you don't know. My dad, that old scoundrel, actually wants to set me up on a blind date with a man. And that man is very promiscuous. He has several women with whom he's had scandals." Even when frowning with worry, Lumi was still extremely beautiful and enchanting. Every smile and frown was captivating, her eyes sparkling as if they could speak. Unlike the pure and delicate Zhang Linlin, Lumi was like a fox spirit. Every move she made exuded an irresistible charm that made it impossible to look away. Both her figure and face were exquisitely charming. A peerless beauty indeed. Among the 3 campus beauties of Moda University, Lumi's popularity and number of suitors even surpassed Zhang Linlin and Su Hongyan. However, Lumi had always been proud and looked down on ordinary men, rejecting all of them. "Your dad introduced you to a promiscuous man. Could it be that the man is very outstanding, or that your father isn't your real father?" "Linlin, stop teasing me. How could he not be my real father?" At that point, Lumi said helplessly, "That man is indeed very outstanding. His family background is extremely prominent. He is said to be exceedingly handsome, and his abilities are extraordinary. Even his medical skills amazed my father, the director of Modu First People's Hospital, and a group of experts. My dad praised that man to the skies, saying he is a dragon among men, and if I catch him, he'll soar to great heights." Zhang Linlin listened to Lumi's words stunned. Extremely prominent family background, exceedingly handsome, extraordinary abilities. Wasn't that describing her Shun Gij? But hearing the later part about outstanding medical skills, that even the experts at Modu First People's Hospital were impressed by, that couldn't be her Shen Gij. Shen Gij was so young he probably wouldn't have had time to learn medicine. Zhang Linlin felt a bit uneasy, but still asked, "Mimi, who was the man your dad introduced to you?" "What's his name?" "I'm not sure either. He'll be attending his banquet tonight. He'll find out then." Lumi bit her red lips with her teeth and snorted lightly. "I don't care how outstanding he is. With that many women, I won't accept him." "By the way, Linlin, why is your voice so hoarse? Are you sick? Or did your love life give you a hard time?" Hearing this, Zhang Linlin's face flushed bright red, and she hung up the phone, immediately burying herself under the down quilt, afraid to come out. Lumi giggled and teased, "I knew it. You didn't accompany me on the weekend. You must have been up to no good." After teasing, Lu Mei bolstered her fighting spirit, clenched her delicate white fists and humphed. If he wants to be my man and still be so promiscuous, unless he's truly a dragon among men, I'll give him a punch bang bang. At this moment, in front of the headquarters building of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company. After escaping prison, Xia Lu had made some disguises to avoid capture, crouched in the shadow of a corner, anxiously watching the entrance. Ningbing has a man. Impossible. She is my fiancée, we have a marriage agreement. But inside the building there are so many Xiantian experts. Since I've escaped prison, it's inconvenient for me to go in. I wonder when Ningbing will come out. If not for the news that his fiancée Qin Ningbing had another man, Xia Lu would not have gone to such lengths to escape prison. Recently in the detention center, he had been feeling increasingly uneasy, as if something unfavorable was happening to him, and it happened often. It felt as if something had been taken away from him. Just then a luxurious motorcade slowly drove over, drawing envious gazes from the surrounding crowd. Xia Lu glanced at it, but didn't care. He believed that with his medical skills he could own such things in the future. Ningbing is coming out. Just then Xia Lu's eyes lit up. He saw a breathtakingly beautiful and noble woman walking out of the building. His first instinct was that it was his fiancée, Qin Ningbing. However, what happened next made Xia Lu's vision go black. Today Qin Ningbing dressed up splendidly for the evening banquet held by Shen Anyu. An azure evening gown traced her graceful curves, a diamond pendant glittered on her swan-like neck, and ruby earrings adorned her delicate earlobes. Resplendent, exquisitely made up, noble and magnificent, paired with her aloof and proud temperament, she seemed untouchable, like a queen. Huddled in the shadowy corner, Xia Lu was utterly stunned, drool involuntarily trickling down. Was this his fiancée, the beautiful CEO of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company? Over 2 decades ago, Xia Lu's grandfather had arranged a child betrothal with Qin Ningbing's elder, and this was the first time Xia Lu had laid eyes on his betrothed. At first glance, Xia Lu was thrilled beyond measure. My wife is so breathtakingly beautiful, the most stunning under heaven and earth, with such an exalted demeanor. He grinned foolishly, already unable to imagine how blissful his future would be. Under Xia Lu's fervent gaze, Qin Ningbing walked toward the extended Rolls-Royce at the center of the luxurious motorcade. Could this magnificent fleet be here to pick up Ningbing? No wonder. My wife is both gorgeous and wealthy, the ultimate elite beauty. Xia Lu felt a flicker of doubt, then brightened, convinced the lavish motorcade belonged to Qin Ningbing, his heart swelling with delight. After all, what was his fiancée's was also his. But when he saw Qin Ningbing personally open the rear door of the Rolls-Royce, he couldn't help grumbling inwardly. Don't these bodyguards and drivers have any sense? How can they let my wife open the door herself? They need to be docked pay. Wait, who is that? Just then Sharp-eyed Xia Lu spotted from a distance an extraordinarily handsome young man seated in the back of the extended Rolls-Royce. What happened next made Xia Lu's pupils contract. His noble, stunning fiancée actively leaned in to kiss that young man, then gracefully slipped into the car and closed the door. No, it can't be. Ningbing is betrothed to me, she's my fiancée. How could she kiss another man? Xia Lu's vision darkened, the world spun, stars flashed before his eyes, and he nearly fainted. The beautiful CEO fiancée he had yearned for all these years, the one who had filled him with satisfaction at first sight. Could she truly have another man? And so proactively. In that moment, Xia Lu's psyche shattered. Ding. Fate's favored son. Xia Lu's vision darkens. Plunder, 9999 destiny value. Ding. Fate's favored son. Xia Lu's psyche collapses. Plunder, 23333 destiny value. Ding. Fate's favored son. Xia Lu's emotional line experiences a massive upheaval. Plunder, 66666 destiny value. Aboard the extended Rolls-Royce, the excessively handsome young man, second only to you, dear readers, was naturally Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu received the system prompts of plundered destiny value, and a smile flickered in his eyes. He had long sensed Xia Lu cowering in the shadowy corner, but paid him no mind. Stay docile in the detention center, and you might live a little longer, but you broke out. So lawless. Then I, Shen Anyu, the great good man of destiny, will have to dispose of you. Shen Anyu sneered, inwardly flicked his finger, and an almost imperceptible streak of light landed on Xia Lu. It was the golden reward he had drawn earlier, nano-surveillance robot. It could monitor everything within 5 meters of the target. Non-lethal, but extremely stealthy, imperceptible even to a martial arts grandmaster's senses or any detection instrument. He had obtained 100 of them. Shen Anyu placed one on each of his women and planned to leave one on every Fate's favored son and important figure. With this, everything about the target would be exposed before his eyes, impossible to hide. Bearing the title of Great Fate antagonist, Shen Anyu could kill Xia Lu now, just like he had killed the security guard Wei Yun. But Xia Lu still had over 1 million destiny value, and Shen Anyu didn't want to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. He would toy with him slowly, and when he'd had enough, he would finish him off. With the nano-surveillance robot, every move Xia Lu made was under Shen Anyu's watch. One by one, the Fate's favored sons were like leeks harvested and plundered by Shen Anyu. This ebb and flow only strengthened him. Once the plunder was complete, he would uproot them entirely and annihilate them. Of course, if the threat became too great, Shen Anyu would not hesitate to crush them directly to avoid any mishap. Even fate's favored heroines. If they ever threatened him, he would not spare them due to their beauty, but eradicate them completely. Total annihilation. The key was steadiness. A man of gold does not sit beneath a beam. With his status, why take risks in the future? Enjoy life, overlook everything, and make casual moves. That was enough. Gazing at the noble and beautiful CEO, beside him Shen Anyu smiled and praised, "This outfit suits you. Very beautiful." Qin Ningbing's cold face softened into a smile as she actively leaned on Shen Anyu's shoulder, her gentle voice ringing out, "Darling, I'm glad you like it." Shen Anyu was not surprised by her initiative. Qin Ningbing was strong-willed, proud, rational, decisive, ambitious, and liked to take the lead. Since she had become Shen Anyu's woman and lost the most important thing to him with no escape, her nature drove her to take the offensive instead, to win him over and become his primary consort. Shen Anyu's family background, appearance, and abilities perfectly matched Qin Ningbing's ideal mate. Of course, this was also due to her current high affinity of 86. Without that, Qin Ningbing would likely have preferred to perish together with Shen Anyu. Even if she couldn't, she had her pride and feared not death. Had Shen Anyu not helped her eliminate the second shareholder Wang Hai, exposed the traitor Lu Shini, concocted the ginseng heart-nurturing pill, in 3 minutes, won the bet, decisively played the heart-stirring piano piece that struck her heart, and displayed nearly omnipotent talent and genius that conquered her, Qin Ningbing would rather die than submit to him. As for why Qin Ningbing was no longer dominant before Shen Anyu, it was because he had previously shown himself to be far more forceful. She was a clever woman and understood she could not outmatch him in strength. But turning steel into gentle silk, tenderness, was also a powerful force. At this moment, Qin Ningbing humbled herself before Shen Anyu, exuding utmost tenderness, which was another form of active offense. Yet to become Shen Anyu's primary consort, Shen Anyu found it amusing. Was he the type to give up an entire forest for a single tree? He wouldn't reveal this. Dangle a carrot to keep Qin Ningbing and the other women in healthy competition, making things better for himself. The one who enjoys it is me. Let's go. Shen Anyu ordered calmly, and the luxurious motorcade rolled slowly toward the Riverview mansion. The unwilling Xia Lu followed behind his speed as a Xiantian master matching a galloping horse. Since the fleet moved slowly, he could keep up. Shen Anyu did not roll up the window. Through it, Xia Lu could see the intimacy between his fiancée, Qin Ningbing, and Shen Anyu. Eyes blazing, face contorted. "Ningbing, how can you actively embrace him?" "Ningbing, no, don't. What are you doing sitting on his lap?" "Beast. You beast. How dare your hand?" On the other side, in the heart of Modu, a luxurious mansion covering over 8,000 square meters, ancient and elegant, resembling a prince's garden, was situated here, worth no less than 2 billion. In Modu's high society, it was widely known that this Riverview mansion, deemed the #1 residence in Modu, belonged to the Yanxia family. Later, it was bestowed upon Shen Anyu as his comingafage gift. It also served as the venue for tonight's banquet. The garden area alone exceeded 5,000 square meters, enough to host a concert. The private parking lot before the gate was already filled with countless luxury cars and sports cars. Ordinary Mercedes-Benz and BMWs had no qualification to park here. The most modest were million-level Maybachs and Ferraris, with a greater number being limited-edition luxury cars worth tens of millions and even hundreds of millions were not uncommon. It must be acknowledged the Yanxia Shen family's appeal was immense. Shen Anyu had only given instructions at noon. Yet at this moment, representatives from nearly all second-tier and above families in Modu, billionaires and magnates from every industry, had arrived, many even with the family heads present in person. Yanxia, as a premier global power, boasted a multitude of wealthy individuals. Assets of 10 billion barely qualified as a second-tier family, while assets of 100 billion barely counted as first-tier. Only those who had been wealthy for over a century with assets exceeding 100 billion and deep foundations could be called aristocratic families. The richest man in Yanxia, with a net worth of over 400 billion, still did not qualify as an aristocratic family unless his wealth had lasted 3 generations. This was the distinction between old money and new money. As for top aristocratic families, each remained inconspicuously powerful, yet the wealth they controlled started at trillions, intertwined like ancient trees, with roots spreading across politics, commerce, culture, and all sectors, making it difficult for them to fall even after hundreds or thousands of years. Even emperors of ancient dynasties found it challenging to deal with top aristocratic families. Because top aristocratic families often commanded private military forces and harbored martial arts masters as retainers. For instance, Shen Anyu's guard captained the martial arts grandmaster Ant Xiao. Such prominent and deeply entrenched top aristocratic families could be counted on 2 hands across the vast Yanxia. And behind Shen Anyu stood 2 top aristocratic families, the Yanxia Shen family and the Yanxian family. With such a status, even Han Xiu, the future successor of the Han family in Daidu, would grovel. These Modu celebrities and wealthy magnates could only curry favor. Pear blossom courtyard bathes in moonlight, willow catkins drift in the gentle breeze. Truly a 1,000-year aristocratic family, the residents of the Yanxia Shen family. This is merely the modem mansion of the Yanxia family, one can only imagine how magnificent and wealthy the old residents in Daidu must be. Liu Ximing, the great director of Modu First People's Hospital, prided himself on having seen the world, yet gazing upon this 8,000 square meter ancient, elegant, and opulent Riverview mansion, he was full of praise and awe. Daughter, if you can win young Master Shen, you will become the mistress of this Riverview mansion, soaring to the clouds and transforming from a sparrow into a phoenix. Look, so many major families and dignitaries in Modu honor young Master Shen by attending the banquet, bringing lavish gifts, and offering the utmost support. Look, even the most powerful figure in Modu has come now. He who is usually stern is smiling warmly, and young Master Shen hasn't even appeared yet. After his exclamation, Liu Ximing whispered to his daughter beside him. His daughter Lu Mi, one of the 3 campus beauties of Modu University, and a little enchantress, was dressed in a white gown. Her shoulders slightly bared a blend of allure and purity that made her even more stunning. Lu Mi was astounded by the scenes before her. In the heart of Modu, where land was worth its weight in gold, there existed such a mansion, like a prince's palace, exuding extreme refinement and luxury. Those dignitaries who were usually untouchable were now gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing, devoid of any solemnity, or might all awaiting young Master Shen's entrance. Could it be? Could it be that young Master Shen is some kind of prince? Lu Mi murmured involuntarily. Liu Ximing beside her said bluntly, what prince can compare to young Master Shen's status? Even the royal family of the never-setting Sun Empire has long declined and become mere mascots. How could they compare? Behind young Master Shen stand 2 top aristocratic families, the Yanxia family and the Yanxiaoan family. Young Master Shen's grandfather, grandmother, maternal grandfather, father, mother, uncles. All are figures who frequently appear on television. Daughter, he is the #1 golden son-in-law. If you capture him, you will become the noblest woman in the world, like a queen who rules the nation. Hearing this, Lu Mi was dazzled and lost in reverie. Rule the nation like a queen. Those 4 words directly captivated Lu Mi, who was proud and immensely ambitious. Although she had been reluctant before now, her seductive fox eyes gleamed with ambition. That I understand. So what if he's a womanizer? Lu Mi will make him kneel at my feet. Lu Mi, due to her superior family background and personal qualities, was proud and indifferent to ordinary suitors, dismissing their gifts and outright rejecting them. The man she yearned for must be a dragon among men, a commanding figure who could shake the world. At this moment, amidst the overwhelming wealth and power, watching the magnates from every sector of Modu gather for the banquet, clearly in honor of the host young Master Shen, Lu Mi's heart was stirred. If she became the woman beside young Master Shen, wouldn't she also bask in this endless glory? Lu Mi was extremely confident in herself. Whether in facial beauty or figure, she outshone everyone, and she was still pure. Skilled in singing and dancing, versatile and talented, she could enchant with her voice and display her graceful, supple body through dance, sure to conquer young Master Shen. Lu Mi's seductive fox eyes shimmered with ambition, believing herself to be the hunter. Yet whether she was the hunter or the prey might not turn out as she imagined. And the middle-aged couple Liu Xingxing and He Shuamei, following the father-daughter pair Liu Ximing and Lu Mi, were like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, dazzled and full of envy as they gazed around. Hearing Liu Ximing's instructions to Lu Mi, the middle-aged man, Liu Xingxing whispered to a young woman beside him, alas, daughter, I regret it. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to let that waste Han Qi marry into our family. Your beauty is in no way inferior to your distant cousin Lu Mi. If you could seduce that young Master Shen, our family would be set. The middle-aged woman, He Shuamei, chimed in angrily. Every time I think of that good for-nothing Livian son-in-law Han Qi, I get irritated. Apart from bringing foot washing water, cooking, sweeping floors, and scrubbing toilets, he does nothing worthwhile. He doesn't even work. He's utterly useless. Liu Xingxing and Liu Ximing were distantly related, but since Liu Xingxing often flattered him, their relationship was decent. This time Liu Xingxing seized the opportunity to build connections and sneaked into the banquet. Of course, it was also due to Shen Anyu's instructions that they could sneak in. Earlier at the outside parking lot, the BMW 3 Series they drove had no right to park, so they had to let the Livian son-in-law Han Qi find a spot. Finding a parking space in central Modu was no easy task. But Liu Xingxing and He Shuamei were extremely dissatisfied with the Livian son-in-law Han Qi and naturally wouldn't sympathize with his difficulties. Mom, Dad, say less. You both agreed to the Livian son-in-law in the first place, didn't you? A graceful young woman sighed softly. This woman possessed both striking features and an elegant demeanor. Her jet black hair cascaded to her waist. Her temperament was gentle and refined, her curves lithe with excellent proportions, a slender waist with full contours. Her face was round and soft, with a dignified and peaceful beauty reminiscent of a famous CCTV hostess, yet even more captivating. This woman was Liu Qingyue, the nominal wife of the Dragon King, Livian's son-in-law Han Qi. Today Shen Anyu had organized this banquet with the primary purpose of targeting both Liu Qingyue and Lu Mi, as well as that outwardly meek, but inwardly restrained and patient Dragon King, Livian's son-in-law Han Qi. A few less words. Your mother went through hell to bring you into this world, raised you to be such a fine and graceful figure, and yet you ended up with that worthless burden of a son-in-law Han Chi. And you won't even let me say anything. Are you trying to drive me mad? As Lin Keqing spoke, he Xuemei sharp-tongued and fierce directly berated her daughter. Beside her, Lin Keqing, ever henpecked, dared not say much, keeping his eyes down and minding his own business. Lin Keqing's pretty face was full of helplessness. She bit her lip and said, "Mom, keep your voice down. There are many important people here. Do you want to make a spectacle of ourselves? Aren't we here today to find some big clients for our family's lighting factory?" Lin Keqing's expression also shifted as he noticed the strange contemptuous looks from the nearby dignitaries. He quickly tugged at his Xuemei and said, "Honey, lower your voice. We're here to seek major clients. This is the most exclusive banquet in Mo Do. Apart from us sneaking in through Dean Lin Keqing's connections, everyone else is either immensely wealthy or from prestigious families. If we can establish just one connection today, our family's lighting factory will be set for life." Lin Keqing's family ran a small family lighting factory with only about 20 employees, including the three of them, a business worth tens of millions. The tycoons present could spare a single hair that would be thicker than their entire operation. His Xuemei quieted down somewhat. Though she was fierce, hot-tempered, and snobbish, she was also quite shrewd. Without her, the small factory probably wouldn't have survived. Still, his Xuemei muttered, "If only we could connect with young Master Shen, our lighting factory would soar to the skies." Lin Keqing said irritably, "Mom, stop daydreaming. Young Master Shen is such an important figure. How could he possibly be interested in our little factory?" Unwilling to give up, his Xuemei grumbled, "You're so beautiful, daughter. Maybe young Master Shen will take a liking to you." Lin Keqing blushed with annoyance and said, "Mom, what are you thinking? I'm already married." Just then a commotion arose at the entrance of the Riverside Mansion. "Young Master Shen is here." The celebrities, billionaires from the rich list, Shanghai's political magnates, and heads of prominent families all stirred with excitement and hurried toward the door, their faces breaking into warm, eager smiles as they respectfully greeted him. Shen Anyu and Shen Ningbing entered slowly, surrounded by a crowd of admirers. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Shen Anyu. Even the elegant, stunningly beautiful CEO, Shen Ningbing beside him, could not divert their attention. Because everyone knew that young Master Shen was the protagonist of the night. As they watched Shen Anyu in his white formal attire with his unparalleled handsome face and an extraordinary ethereal demeanor, like an exiled immortal descending to earth, all present were dazzled. Truly worthy of being the eldest son of the millennium-old Shen family of Yanxia. His looks and temperament were the cream of the crop. Lumi's eyes sparkled with admiration, so handsome. Just as the rumors say, young Master Shen is incredibly gorgeous. Regardless of gender, few are immune to good looks. Moreover, surrounded by a galaxy of admirers, his charm was magnified. After all, even a certain billionaire Ma is often called handsome and charismatic, isn't he? Let alone Shen Anyu, who was extraordinarily attractive. Ding. Detected that fateful heroine Lumi's affection 60, plunder 18000 fate points. Ding. Faithful Sun Chi fans' emotional line fluctuated greatly, plunder 5000 fate points. Lin Keqing also showed a look of admiration and appreciation. Despite her calm and reserved nature, even she felt a fondness for such beauty as she gazed at the elegant young master. Ding. Detected that fateful heroine Lin Keqing's affection 10, plunder 3000 fate points. At that moment, countless women in the room gazed at Shen Ningbing, who was holding Shen Anyu's arm, with envy and jealousy, wishing they could trade places with her. Shen Ningbing couldn't help but tighten her grip on Shen Anyu's arm. Being the center of attention amid such a crowd made her truly understand the influence of a top-tier noble family. In the past, Shen Ningbing, as the beautiful CEO of Renshin Hall Pharmaceutical in Mo Do, had a certain standing in the business world, but she had never experienced such glory. Ding. Detected that fateful heroine Shen Ningbing's affection 3, plunder 900 fate points. Shen Anyu's expression remained calm as he conversed casually with the bigwigs from all walks of life in Mo Do, paying no heed to their flattered demeanor, all the while pondering inwardly. Shen Ningbing's affection increase of 3 was natural. Her total affection was already at 89, just 1 point shy of the 90 needed for life and death devotion. As affection nears its peak, it becomes increasingly difficult to raise. Lin Keqing's 10-point increase was also normal. Shen Anyu was not conceited enough to think he could make a fateful heroine fall in love at first sight. But Lumi directly gained 60 affection points, reaching the level of adoration, which surprised even Shen Anyu. A one-time increase of 60 affection had occurred only twice before. Once was when he saved the mother of his little maid Wan Lingshan, a life-changing favor that netted 80 affection points. The other was with Jiang Lin, where he saved grandmother Zhong, who was her only family, earning 60 affection points. It was evident that without a life-saving favor, a single increase of over 60 affection was extremely rare. This Lumi, being the first heroine of a tycoon novel, seemed very easy to win over. Of course, it was also because Shen Anyu's attributes were off the charts. If it were Chi Fan, the destined child who groveled for gold, it would probably take an unknown amount of growth before Lumi even looked twice at him. Now with Shen Anyu here, there was no room for Qi Fan to develop. As for Lu Qingyue, the first heroine of the dragon son-in-law story, she was a tougher nut to crack. As for that dragon son-in-law Han Qi, Shen Anyu scanned the crowd, but didn't spot him. A hint of amusement flickered in Shen Anyu's eyes. Well, then he might as well approach Lu Qingyue first. Subsequently, Shen Anyu dismissed the well-wishing tycoons, telling them to mingle freely, and that if they wished to tour the Riverside Mansion's gardens and courtyards, the Shen family servants could guide them. Meanwhile, Qin Ningbing. Shen Anyu cast a knowing glance at Xia Lu, the divine doctor who had sneaked in. He leaned close to Qin Ningbing's ear and whispered a few instructions, asking her to wait for him in the peony grove at the back. The gardens of the Riverside Mansion were maintained by a top-tier horticultural team, ensuring flowers of every season bloomed in splendor. Peach blossoms, pear blossoms, plum blossoms, peonies, chrysanthemums, and more all vying for attention. The annual cost of this garden was nearly 90 million. Hearing this, Qin Ningbing's eyes held deep meaning as she looked at Shen Anyu, knowing he was deliberately sending her away. She didn't ask why. Instead, she gently straightened his collar and said with a sweet smile, "Darling Binger will be waiting for you in the back. Come soon. Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. We want all our guests to enjoy themselves to the fullest. And you and I are not people who fuss over formalities." After straightening Shen Anyu's collar, Qin Ningbing nodded elegantly to the crowd and left with light steps. Shen Anyu found it amusing. Was Qin Ningbing staking her claim as the primary consort? Nevertheless, Qin Ningbing's actions netted Shen Anyu another wave of fate points. Ding. Fateful Son, Xia Liu's vision darkened plunder, 9999 fate points. Ding. Fateful Son, Xia Liu's mentality shattered plunder, 9999 fate points. Ding. Fateful Son, Xia Liu's heart ached plunder, 33333 fate points. Xia Lu clutched his chest, his heart aching. Watching his fiancée Qin Ningbing under the gaze of everyone straighten Shen Anyu's collar with an intimacy reminiscent of an old married couple, he thought, Qin Ningbing, I Xia Lu am your fiancé, your future husband. Pain, too much pain. Earlier, Shen Anyu and Qin Ningbing hadn't been overly intimate in the car, and Xia Lu could barely reassure himself. But now, seeing Qin Ningbing so naturally and familiarly tidy Shen Anyu's collar and greet guests, she was acting entirely like the lady of the house. Could it be? No, impossible. Ningbing was his fiancé. Xia Lu couldn't accept that cruel reality, preferring to deceive himself. Then, seeing Qin Ningbing leave alone, his eyes lit up, and he followed her. He refused to believe his fiancée Qin Ningbing truly had another man. It must be a misunderstanding, or she was coerced. In short, unless he saw it with his own eyes, Xia Lu would never believe it. A self-deceiver cannot be convinced unless the harsh truth is blatantly laid before him. Of course, he might still shrink back and forgive. Shen Anyu didn't mind Xia Lu tailing her. Besides, Qin Ningbing, a martial arts grandmaster summoned by Shen Anyu through a lucky draw, guarded her, a loyal deathbound retainer. Xia Lu couldn't even approach, let alone do anything. Moreover, both Qin Ningbing and Xia Lu were embedded with nanosurveillance robots, placed by Shen Anyu. He knew their every move. Besides, given Qin Ningbing's personality, if Xia Lu brought up the engagement, she would surely be greatly hurt, and the expression on her face would be most amusing. Now Shen Anyu had other matters to attend to. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, he slowly walked toward the Lu family. Lu Keqing, the director of the First People's Hospital of Modu, immediately showed a delighted expression and pulled his daughter Lumi, saying to Shen Anyu, "Daughter, quickly greet young Master Shen." He was overjoyed. Although as the director of Modu's top hospital, he held considerable status, and many billionaires treated him with respect, who was young Master Shen. Even the truly top figures, the big boss of Modu, lost their usual solemnity and became incredibly warm and kind. Those tycoons with assets in the billions, famous on the rich list, could barely exchange a few pleasantries in front of Shen Anyu. But now Shen Anyu was approaching them on his own initiative. Could he have taken a liking to his daughter Lumi? Lu Keqing felt a wild euphoria, as if he had won the lottery. Lu Keqing and he Xuemei watched the scene with sour envy, thinking that their daughter's beauty was in no way inferior to Lu Mi's. Truly, she should never have married that useless Livian son-in-law Han Qi, who did nothing but fetch water for her feet. Lu Qingyue, however, remained calm. Her personality was naturally placid, not one to be competitive. Still, she couldn't help feeling a touch of envy toward Lumi. Such splendor would likely never come her way. Han Qi. Lu Qingyue gently shook her head. Back then, if not for dealing with her parents' pressure to marry and the relentless pursuit of the playboy Lu Yuan, she would never have hastily agreed to a fake marriage with her college classmate Han Qi. It was Han Qi himself who proposed the idea of marrying into her family. At the time, Lu Qingyue was quite surprised, but seeing that Han Qi seemed to be in some trouble and was homeless, she felt compassion. Coupled with the need to fend off arranged marriage pressure, she agreed. Over 3 years of marriage, they were husband and wife in name only. They had never even held hands. Lu Qingyue didn't really know Han Qi, while focusing instead on the family's small lamp factory. Unfortunately, business was getting harder and harder. She wondered if this time they could land a big client. At that moment, as Shen Anyu walked toward them, Lu Mi became the center of attention. Her fox-like eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. Covering a hint of snowy white, she bowed and said, "Lu Mi greets young Master Shen." Shen Anyu remained expressionless, saying calmly Then smiling, he looked at Lu Qingyue, who was shrinking back, and asked kindly, Miss, may I be so bold as to ask your name? The ecstatic and excited look on Lu Mi's charming little face froze instantly. Lu Ximing stared at his niece Lu Qingyue in bewilderment, his expression unreadable. But Lu Xingxing and He Xuemei, as if struck by a grand prize, hastily pulled Lu Qingyue and pushed her in front of Shen Anyu, exclaiming excitedly, Young Master Shen, this is our daughter Lu Qingyue. We run a lamp factory. We produce chandeliers, table lamps, wall lamps, floor lamps, and all kinds of lighting fixtures. We also accept high-end custom orders. Our daughter Lu Qingyue is very capable. She's now the sales manager of our lamp factory. Lu Qingyue felt helpless. Her parents really knew how to seize an opportunity to advertise. Still she smiled and said to Shen Anyu, Young Master Shen, if you need lighting fixtures you can have them custom-made at our factory. Though it's small, the quality is top-notch. All fine products with reasonable prices. With that, Lu Qingyue offered a business card with both hands. Shen Anyu found it amusing. He took the card from her jade-like hand, casually slipped it into his pocket, and said leisurely, as it happens, I'm planning to replace a batch of lighting. Miss Lu Qingyue, if you're free you can come to my riverside mansion to discuss the specifics. Price is no object. If you do well, I'll recommend your lamp factory to all companies under the Shen Consortium. Lu Xingxing and He Xuemei were utterly stunned by this enormous windfall from the sky, their feet feeling light, as if floating on air. But Lu Qingyu's face changed slightly. She looked seriously at Shen Anyu and said softly, Young Master Shen, when you notify me, my husband and I will come to your riverside mansion to see how to design and arrange the lighting, shall we? After saying this, she thought to herself that she might be overthinking. A big shot like Shen Anyu couldn't possibly be interested in a married woman like her. Still, to avoid suspicion, it wasn't appropriate for her, a young woman, to visit Shen Anyu at his riverside mansion alone. Although she had no real feelings for Han Qi, they had never even held hands. She didn't want to betray her marriage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Qi spent nearly half an hour finding a parking spot in downtown Modu. The fee was 30 yuan per hour, outrageously expensive, but he had no choice. He didn't care about the cost, yet he still muttered self-deprecatingly, I'll probably be scolded and humiliated by my in-laws again. As the noble son of the Han family in the imperial capital, he once wouldn't have batted an eye at millions, but now had been viciously scolded by his in-laws over a parking fee of a few dozen yuan. Yet Han Qi accepted it willingly. All for one woman, Lu Qingyue. Han Qi had always been low-key. Back in college he had already fallen deeply in love with Lu Qingyue, but knowing he was caught in a storm of turmoil, he couldn't reveal his feelings. Indeed, 3 years ago a car accident killed his mother. Han Qi survived only because of his martial arts cultivation. Han Qi didn't need to think twice to know that the accident was the scheme of his elder brother Han Xiu. On the elevated highway, 2 heavy trucks sandwiched him from front and back, leaving no room to dodge, forcing him to plunge into the river 100 meters below. But he had no evidence, and the elders of the Han family in the imperial capital favored his legitimate elder brother Han Xiu, the product of a well-matched marriage, over Han Qi, the illegitimate son of a commoner mother. To survive, take revenge, and protect Lu Qingyue from afar, Han Qi had no choice but to flee to Mo to marry into the Lu family and play the role of a meek Livian son-in-law to quell his brother's murderous intent. It won't be long, Han Xiu. I will make you pay with blood. In Han Qi's eyes there was no trace of meekness, only a blaze of killing intent. Then it softened. Qingyue, I will give you a grand wedding, make you the happiest bride in the world, and let you know that the man you married is not a loser, but a dragon among men. Young master, please return. Your father misses you. You are the young master of the Han family, a top-tier clan in the imperial capital, a noble-born prince. You have everything. Beautiful women, fine horses, luxury villas, private jets. You shouldn't be a despised Livian son-in-law of the Lu family. The old master has shed tears countless times. Just then an elderly man in an expensive black suit surrounded by a group of attendants walked over and began to persuade Han Qi earnestly. Han Qi's expression remained indifferent as he said calmly, Uncle Fu, I know father misses me, but I cannot return. I have never been good with sweet words and cannot win the favor of my grandparents and elders. Han Xiu receives far more attention and affection than I do. He constantly suppresses and despises me, fearing that I, as an illegitimate son, would compete with him, the legitimate eldest son of the imperial capital Han family, for the position of family head. Since my mother died in a car accident 3 years ago, I have lost all attachment to the imperial capital Han family. I have no desire to fight over property with Han Xiu. All I want now is to quietly live as a humble son-in-law of the Lu family, spending my life with Lu Qingyue. I just want a peaceful life now. Stop bothering me. With that, Han Qi strode away, leaving the steward Uncle Fu and the others exchanging bewildered glances. But though Han Qi appeared calm and dejected, feigning utter despair, a cold sneer echoed in his heart. Of course he would return, but not now. Han Qi would never spend his entire life as a humiliated Livian son-in-law. He would defeat his elder brother Han Xiu, seize control of the imperial capital Han family, and make his beloved wife Lu Qingyue the happiest woman in the world, the object of envy for all women. Endure. He must endure for now, accumulate strength. It wouldn't be long. He would make Han Xiu pay, and he would claim everything that was rightfully his. With my current strength, I cannot yet deal with Han Xiu. I need to gather power on one hand and secure powerful allies on the other. Han Qi gazed at the antique, elegant, and opulent riverside mansion of the Shen family contemplating. This time Lu Xingxing had managed to leverage Lu Ximing's connections to attend the banquet of the young master of the Yanxia family. Han Qi had also shamelessly come along, even though he was once again scorned by his father-in-law Lu Xingxing and mother-in-law Hishuame. If I can cultivate a good relationship with the young master of the Yanxia family, it would increase my chances of dealing with Han Xiu by at least half. Just then Han Qi caught sight of a graceful, elegant, and slender young woman. He hurried over with an apologetic smile. Qingyue, father-in-law, mother-in-law, sorry to keep you waiting. I've parked the car. It's not easy finding a spot in downtown Magic City. Lu Qingyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the man who had been her nominal husband for 3 years, Han Qi. She said softly, Han Qi, I told you to call me Lu Qingyue, not Qingyue. She felt no real affection for this man. Their marriage was merely an agreement. Lu Qingyue needed to escape the relentless pursuit of a playboy and her parents' pressure to marry. Meanwhile, Han Qi had been destitute on the streets, desperate, and begged her to take him in, leading to this arranged marriage. Later, after the storm passed, Lu Qingyue wanted to give him some money, divorce him, and let him live his own life. She even used her connections to find him a decent job. But Han Qi clung to Lu Qingyu's side, spending 3 years as a house husband without working. Initially, Lu Qingyu's parents hadn't been so harsh toward Han Qi. But seeing him idle at home, refusing to even help at the lighting factory, a pathetic, spineless freeloader, their anger grew. They became increasingly disrespectful, lashing out at the slightest provocation. At first, Lu Qingyue tried to stop them and defend Han Qi, but later she mostly ignored it. Nevertheless, the Lu family did not skimp on Han Qi's necessities. His clothes, while not luxury brands, were still name-brand items worth over 1,000 yuan. Han Qi's mother-in-law Hishuame would flare up at the sight of him, scolding without restraint, a worthless good for nothing. Just looking at you makes me furious. Takes you forever just to park a car. Look at young Master Shen. Now that's a dragon among men. If you could be even tenth as good as him, I'd die laughing in my dreams. Han Qi's father-in-law Lu Xingxing also showed him no kindness. Earlier, Shen Anyu had approached them, showing great interest in their daughter Lu Qingyue, even ignoring the campus beauty, Lu Mi from Magic City University. But when Lu Qingyue mentioned she had a husband, Shen Anyu politely excused himself. This filled Lu Xingxing and Hishuame with regret and resentment. If only they hadn't agreed to let Han Qi become Olivian's son-in-law, their daughter, Lu Qingyue, might have ended up with young Master Shen. The Lu family could have risen to the heavens overnight, achieving incredible wealth and status. Ding. The chosen son Han Qi is feeling a bit stifled. Destiny value 3 plundered. Han Qi's expression remained unchanged as he spoke to his parents, in-law and wife. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, my dear wife, rest assured. I, Han Qi, am no ordinary fish in a pond. One day, I will become a dragon among men, and you will bask in glory and enjoy riches. Lu Xingxing, Hishuame, and Lu Qingyue were all speechless. Was he trying to paint them a rosy picture? From head to toe, from top to bottom, where did Han Qi show any potential to be a dragon among men? Not an ordinary fish in a pond. Wasn't he just a pathetic, freeloading, utterly worthless Livian son-in-law? And he wanted them to bask in glory and enjoy riches. Seeing her parents about to scold Han Qi again, Lu Qingyue sighed softly. Mom, Dad, let it go. It's good that Han Qi has ambition. Don't yell at him anymore. She simply felt a little sorry for Han Qi. But Han Qi's eyes lit up, and he said joyfully to Lu Qingyue, Wife, I swear I will make you happy. Lu Qingyue held her forehead, unwilling to speak. At that moment, Shen Anyu, while gracefully exchanging pleasantries with the magnates of Magic City from all walks of life, kept a sidelong glance on Han Qi and Lu Qingyue. Good heavens, even after being publicly humiliated and scolded by his in-laws, he only gains 3 destiny value. Shen Anyu was a bit stunned. Truly a Dragon King's son-in-law, such incredible endurance. 3 destiny points was the smallest amount he had ever obtained from a single plunder. Previously, by revealing Han Qi's background to his elder brother and greatest enemy Han Xiu, he had plundered a full 500,000 destiny points. Shen Anyu had thought Han Qi was a fat sheep, but now it seemed that unless under special circumstances, making Han Qi lose his composure and plunder large amounts of destiny points was no easy feat. After all, Han Qi, the Dragon King's son-in-law and chosen son, was a god of endurance who could face washing his in-laws' feet, scrubbing toilets, and having saliva spat in his face without changing his expression. But Shen Anyu wasn't discouraged. Instead, a playful, mocking glint flickered in his eyes. Endure, endure, endure. Let's see if you're really a turtle spirit. If I can't break, you will break, Lu Qingyue. System appraise Han Qi. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully spent 1 destiny points to use the Heavenly Sun identifier and identify Han Qi as the Heavenly Sun. Immediately, a cascade of information stream appeared before Shen Anyu's eyes. Name Han Qi, age 25, background Heavenly Son of the novel. The 3-year term has come, pay homage to the Dragon King's son-in-law. Born into the top-tier Han family of the imperial capital, an illegitimate son oppressed by the legitimate eldest son Han Xiu, his biological mother Li Qi died in a car accident. Enduring hardships, he married into the Lu family as an adopted son-in-law, secretly accumulated power, and was known as the Emperor of the Dark World of Modu Dragon Lord Mr. Han. During the 3 years of his marriage into the Lu family, he grew increasingly infatuated and deeply in love with his wife Lu Qingwei. Finally, with the help of his biological father Han Tian and his adoptive father Tianfeng Ilang, he defeated Han Xiu, regained control of the Han family in the imperial capital, won the Bowtie's heart, and reached the pinnacle of life. Cultivation peak of innate realm actual combat power martial grandmaster abilities Tianfeng II/Tianfeng chain/mastery of ninja path. Personality outwardly humble and incompetent, acting like a sycophant, but in reality extremely forbearing and enduring hardships, the Emperor of the Modu Underworld Dragon Lord Mr. Han. Items Dragon Lord Token. Related heroines Lu Qingwei Situ Yueying Destiny Points 1699997 originally 2 Destiny Points reduced by 5 and 3 points respectively. His biological father Han Tian, needless to say, is the current head of the Han family and the imperial capital father of Han Xiu and Han Qi. As for Han Qi's adoptive father Tianfeng Ilang, Shen Anyu found it somewhat amusing. He was a sycophant just like Han Qi, a chip off the old block. According to the information Shen Anyu had previously sent people to investigate, Tianfeng Ilang was a renowned genius in the martial arts world of the Yinghua nation, a martial arts fanatic with an indomitable character and extraordinary talent. Now in his early 40s, he had already reached the peak of grandmaster level and was expected to become a great grandmaster. However, Tianfeng Ilang, besides being a martial arts fanatic, was also a deeply devoted lover, infatuated with Han Qi's mother Li Qi. Li Qi was a Chinese descendant in the Yinghua nation and grew up as childhood friends with Tianfeng Ilang. Later, she studied abroad in the imperial capital of the Yanxia nation. Proud and ambitious, she took the initiative to seduce Han Tian, the head of the Han family, in the imperial capital, aiming to become the matriarch of the Han family and make her son Han Qi the future head of the family. Although Han Tian already had a wife from a well-matched family at that time, his wife, being a pampered young lady, was naturally not as gentle and submissive as Li Qi. When Tianfeng Ilang learned of this, he was deeply pained and went into seclusion for 20 years of bitter cultivation. Only when Li Qi died in a car accident 3 years ago did he cross over to Yanxia to protect Han Qi, the blood descendant of his childhood sweetheart. Han Qi was able to, without the support of the Han family of the imperial capital, remain low-key and forbearing, and in just 3 years build such a foundation, becoming the Emperor of the Dark World of Modu Dragon Lord Mr. Han. It could be said that Tianfeng Ilang was the greatest contributor. So Han Qi isn't too miserable after all. He has 2 fathers protecting him, double the paternal love. Shen Anyu said with a half-smile, wondering if taking out Han Qi's 2 fathers would make Han Qi break down and how many destiny points he could plunder. Take it slow, oh, I can't keep the beauty waiting now. Shen Anyu chuckled inwardly, down the wine in his mouth, smiled, and nodded to the crowd, then left the banquet and headed to one of the gardens of the Riverview Mansion, the Peony Grove. Amidst the riot of colors and countless precious peonies, Qin Ningbing, more beautiful than the flowers, gazed at Shen Anyu with a radiant smile on her exquisite face. Darling, there were several beauties at the banquet. How did your interactions go? Shen Anyu asked with amusement. Ningbing, are you jealous? Qin Ningbing lifted her evening gown with her jade-like hand, walked briskly and cheerfully to Shen Anyu, tilted her face up, and said in a soft, melodious voice, Darling, I really am jealous. Seeing the usually noble and elegant Qin Ningbing acting so sweet and gentle, like a little girl, pouting and claiming jealousy, it was enormously devastating to a man. Shen Anyu knew that with Qin Ningbing's intelligence and personality, she wouldn't actually be that jealous. However, she understood men's minds and knew that showing this would demonstrate her care and infatuation, giving a man a sense of achievement and pride. It was as if the woman's heart had completely fallen for him. Yet with a favorability level as high as 89, even Qin Ningbing herself might not be sure whether her performance was genuine or feigned. Ding. Heavenly Son Xia Lu breaks down, plunders 6,666 destiny points. Xia Lu, hidden in the shadows of the corner, witnessed this scene. Seeing Qin Ningbing admit her jealousy as if she were a lovesick maiden sinking deeper into infatuation, he was filled with anguish. He had followed her earlier, intending to approach her and reveal his identity as her fiancée, but found that she was guarded by powerful experts, so he dared not act rashly and could only lurk, waiting for an opportunity. But that wait led to Shen Anyu's arrival. The following scene made Xia Lu's vision go black. Shen Anyu sighed inwardly, thinking that Xia Lu was indeed a perfect leek field to harvest. He was too easy to break and collapse, bringing Shen Anyu immense pleasure. Baby, come here. Shen Anyu sat on the bench beside the Peony Grove, smiling at Qin Ningbing. Qin Ningbing stepped forward with her graceful, slender legs, twisted her delicate body, and sat directly on Shen Anyu's lap, her jade-like arms wrapping around his neck. Shen Anyu was not the least bit reserved. Ding. Heavenly Son Xia Liu's mentality explodes plunder 9,999 destiny points. Ding. Heavenly Son Xia Liu's mentality explodes plunder 9,999 destiny points. Ding. Heavenly Son Xia Liu's mentality collapses plunder 19,999 destiny points. Ding. Heavenly Son Xia Liu's mentality reaches ultimate collapse, plunder 50,000 destiny points. At this moment Xia Liu's expression twisted, clutching his chest, almost suffocating from the pain. Pain, such pain. Ningbing, no, how could you do this, no? Watching his fiancée Qin Ningbing's affectionate gaze, her sweetly intoxicated face, and her proactive movements. Xia Lu suffered blow after blow. It should have been me first. 20 years ago, I was already engaged to Qin Ningbing. Why has it come to this? Xia Liu's vision went dark, feeling the world spin and his ears ringing. She was the fiancée he had longed for so long. Later, hearing of Qin Ningbing's fame as the beautiful CEO, he became even more expectant. When he finally saw her in person, Xia Lu felt that Qin Ningbing was exactly as beautiful and wonderful as in his dreams. But why? Why was his fiancée now with another man? Xia Lu now regretted deeply. If only he hadn't delayed so long coming to Modu, only after treating the pretty widows and young wives in the village, missing out on a far greater treasure. Meanwhile, Shen Anyu was extremely pleased both physically and mentally. While enjoying Qin Ningbing's initiative, he harvested and plundered large amounts of destiny points. Unlike Han Shi, who was difficult to break, Xia Lu had already given Shen Anyu over 100,000 destiny points in just a short while. A huge profit, a massive gain. However, what came next was not for Xia Liu's eyes. Shen Anyu had no such perverse fetish, nor would he expose the beautiful scenery of his woman. Shen Anyu gazed affectionately at Qin Ningbing and said, "Baby, let's go back to the room." Qin Ningbing's face flushed red, biting her lips with her pearly teeth, and nodded gently. No. At this moment, seeing Shen Anyu and Qin Ningbing about to go back to the room, Xia Lu could no longer restrain himself. He rushed out from the corner, his expression twisted, and roared hysterically, "Qin Ningbing, you are my fiancé. You are not allowed to be with this man." Qin Ningbing's flushed, delicate face instantly turned frosty as she coldly looked at Xia Lu and said, "You are." Her mood was somewhat sour, as she had just had a romantic and beautiful beginning, and the next moments would have been even sweeter. She could feel Shen Anyu's affection for her greatly increasing, and she was planning to strike while the iron was hot, cultivating love over time to capture Shen Anyu's heart and become the main wife, or at least the official girlfriend. Why did a madman suddenly appear, shouting and screaming, ruining all this? "You are." Xia Liu's face twisted with anguish as he said to Qin Ningbing, "Ningbing, I am your fiancé Xia Lu. 20 years ago my grandfather saved your grandfather, and we were betrothed. Didn't your grandfather tell you about this?" Qin Ningbing's expression changed. Ignoring Xia Lu, she quickly explained to Shen Anyu beside her, "Darling, there is indeed this betrothal, but I do not acknowledge it. I am also meeting this person for the first time today. Please don't misunderstand." As she said this, Qin Ningbing felt uneasy and even more annoyed. What if Shen Anyu developed a bad impression of her because of this? She absolutely did not want Shen Anyu to misunderstand. At the thought, Qin Ningbing's gaze at Xia Lu grew even more disgusted. If there were an affection indicator, it would probably have gone straight to negative. Shen Anyu found it amusing, but he looked at Qin Ningbing with tenderness and deep affection, saying, "Ningbing, I know you have given me everything, so naturally I won't doubt you." As he spoke, Shen Anyu assertively wrapped his arm around Qin Ningbing's slender waist, which could be easily encircled, and said to Xia Lu, "Right. Your grandfather saved Ningbing's grandfather, that's a debt of gratitude, but why should Ningbing sacrifice her marriage to repay it? Times have changed. This is not ancient times where parental orders and matchmakers' words prevailed. Ningbing has her own happiness to pursue. How about this? I'll give you 10 million, and you tear up the betrothal contract. From now on, you and Ningbing will have nothing to do with each other." Qin Ningbing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes looked at Shen Anyu with admiration, leaning on his shoulder, and calmly said to Xia Lu, "Inya's thoughts are my thoughts. Your grandfather saved my grandfather. That debt of gratitude the Qin family will repay. But the betrothal is unnecessary." If Shen Anyu had not forcefully entered her heart, Qin Ningbing would have wanted to annul the betrothal as well. If Shen Anyu had not appeared, Xia Lu, relying on his extraordinary medical skills, extraordinary poison arts, and innate martial prowess, might have been able to gradually change Qin Ningbing's opinion and make her acknowledge him as her fiancé. However, it was too late now. Qin Ningbing had already become Shen Anyu's woman. How could Xia Lu still compare? Xia Lu immediately became anxious. Looking at Qin Ningbing leaning on Shen Anyu's shoulder, he said with deep pain, "Ningbing, we." But before he could finish, Qin Ningbing cut him off rudely. "Please address me as Qin Ningbing or President Qin. Ningbing is not a name you can call me. We are not familiar, thank you." Ding. Child of Destiny Xia Lu is heartbroken. 6,666 destiny points plundered. Xia Lu felt a tightness in his chest. Watching Qin Ningbing being intimate with another man while treating him so coldly and rudely. But he was unwilling to give up. Qin Ningbing was the most beautiful and stunning woman he had seen since arriving in the big city. noble in temperament, distinguished in status, and still his fiancée. How could he bear to let go? Xia Lu glared at Shen Anyu with hatred, then racked his brains and earnestly said to Qin Ningbing. Seeing Qin Ningbing about to interrupt again, he felt a pang of heartache and had to change his words. Qin Ningbing, the man beside you is very promiscuous. Just now after you left, and before I came over, I took a glance and saw this Shen walking towards two beautiful women. With such a promiscuous man, how much grievance will you suffer if you're with him? Shen Anyu looked at Xia Lu with a half-smile. Would such slander have any effect on him? Was Qin Ningbing only finding out today that he was promiscuous? However, Shen Anyu was happy to watch Xia Lu's performance. After all, since Xia Lu was broken, the one who benefited from the destiny points was Shen Anyu. He even signaled the guards with his eyes not to come over. This way, without Shen Anyu even needing to speak, Qin Ningbing could break Xia Lu's spirit countless times. Sure enough, Qin Ningbing looked at Xia Lu calmly and directly said, "Are you done? My dear, in terms of appearance, family background, and talent, is second to none in the world. It's only natural that some beauties would throw themselves at him. I believe that no matter how many wildflowers he has outside on you will always come home. And I will always wait for him." As she said this, Qin Ningbing cast a playful glance at Shen Anyu, half reproachful, half teasing, with no harm, only a myriad of charms. "Darling, if you go after other beauties, you don't need to send me away. I won't object, although I am a little jealous." The demeanor of a main wife and the shyness of a young girl were perfectly blended together. In Qin Ningbing's view, it was common in high society to have more than one partner, especially for someone as outstanding as Shen Anyu. She never expected him to have only one woman. It was enough that she was the main wife. Hearing this, Xia Lu was completely stunned, dumbfounded, and speechless. He simply couldn't believe that Qin Ningbing was so magnanimous, actually allowing Shen Anyu to be promiscuous and find other women. Wasn't it rumored outside that Qin Ningbing was always cold and strong-willed? Xia Lu didn't know that even Empress Wu Zetian, the only female emperor in history, could not be strong-willed in front of the father-son duo of Li Shimin and Li Ji. No matter how strong a woman, she would submit when encountering a stronger and more capable man. At this moment, Xia Lu was still making a final effort to win her back. "Ningbing, I am no worse than this Shen. He possessed extraordinary medical skills and poison arts, and at a young age had already reached the Xiantian level. His future was extremely bright." However, Qin Ningbing sneered at Xia Lu and directly said, "You and my dear are as different as heaven and earth. Don't be overweening and bring humiliation upon yourself. Xia Lu, don't even think about it. Qin Ningbing will never marry you in this lifetime. Even if all men in the world were dead, I would not take a fancy to you, let alone my man Shen Anyu, who is incomparably outstanding. Give up." Ding. Child of Destiny. Xia Liu's mentality shattered. 9,999 destiny points plundered. Ding. Child of Destiny. Xia Liu's emotions collapsed. 9,999 destiny points plundered. Ding. Child of Destiny. Xia Liu's emotions greatly collapsed. 30,000 destiny points plundered. Ding. Child of Destiny. Xia Liu's main emotional line completely shattered. 300,000 destiny points plundered. When Xia Lu heard Qin Ningbing's merciless words, his face instantly turned ashen, as if mourning the death of his parents. Shen Anyu observed that due to losing the first female lead and a large amount of destiny points, Xia Liu's condition was visibly terrible, with a pallid complexion. Shen Anyu held Qin Ningbing in his arms, looking at Xia Lu, his eyes full of smiles and delight. In his heart, he cheered for Qin Ningbing. This round, without Shen Anyu needing to do anything, Qin Ningbing had directly dealt true damage to Xia Lu, reaping hundreds of thousands of destiny points. Shen Anyu even considered that if he were to choose a main wife in the future, Qin Ningbing would definitely be one of the top candidates. However, at this moment, Shen Anyu's smile provoked Xia Lu. Xia Lu suddenly calmed down, heaved a sigh, and as if disheartened said to Shen Anyu, "Alas, I, Xia Lu, am not worthy of the noble and beautiful Qin Ningbing. A toad cannot eat swan meat. This betrothal can be dissolved, and I don't need any compensation. But I hope you can treat her well and take care of her. Please." As he spoke, Xia Lu put on a look of deep affection and righteousness, reaching out his hand, as if to pat Shen Anyu's shoulder. On Xia Liu's palm, invisible to the naked eye, lay a colorless powder, a sinister smirk flashing in his eyes. This was the yang depleting powder he had concocted according to the Book of Calamity Toxins, using his extraordinary toxic arts. As long as it touched the skin, it would penetrate deep into the kidneys, directly neutralizing the yang energy. Now I wonder if that Shen fellow will still be so smug when he finds himself impotent. It's a pity I won't witness your entertaining expression. Xia Lu thought darkly, utterly unwilling to cede Qin Ningbing to Shen Anyu. By directly sabotaging Shen's body, he also sought to prevent Shen from touching Qin Ningbing. Little did Xia Lu know that Shen Anyu had already touched Qin Ningbing more than once. Plotting against me, eh? Shen Anyu found it amusing. How could Xia Liu's tricks escape the void-piercing divine eye? Under the scrutiny of that divine eye, even the most basic components of the yang-depleting powder in Xia Liu's hand were fully understood and analyzed. He had no intention of playing the fool to catch the wise with Xia Lu either. Though Xia Liu's underhanded tactics could never harm Shen Anyu, who possessed a divine-level steel body and extraordinary medical skills, Shen Anyu's status was immense. He hadn't killed Xia Lu only because he hadn't yet plundered all the heavenly fate value. He would not allow Xia Lu to flaunt himself. Slap. A resounding slap echoed. Before Xia Lu could even touch Shen Anyu's shoulder, he was sent flying. Like a cannonball, Xia Lu sailed through the air for over 10 meters, crashing through the courtyard wall of the peony garden and slamming heavily onto the ground with a loud thud. Ugh. Stunned and horrified, Xia Lu stared at Shen Anyu about to speak, when he began coughing up mouthfuls of blood. His face turned deathly pale, his aura weakening. The right side of his face where he had been struck was nearly caved in, and several teeth had been knocked out. Xia Lu never imagined that his martial arts cultivation at the Xiantian realm would leave him utterly helpless against Shen Anyu. He hadn't even seen the blow coming before being sent flying. Could this spoiled, womanizing young master truly possess such astonishing martial prowess? In that moment, Xia Lu felt both pain and regret. He had no idea that Shen Anyu had held back using less than a tenth of his true strength, otherwise the blow might have killed him. Shen Anyu's expression turned indifferent, his cold eyes fixed on Xia Lu as he spoke. A pathetic clown like you dares to play tricks before me. Aunt Xiao, give him a good beating and throw him out. Yes, young master. Aunt Xiao, who had been concealed in the shadows, appeared instantly. She grabbed Xia Lu with one hand, her gaze icy, and dragged him away. Then came another series of miserable wails and screams. Ding. Child of destiny, Xia Lu severely wounded and humiliated, heavenly fate value plundered, 3-0. Shen Anyu sneered inwardly. That slap of his was not merely a humiliation. It was the powerful true essence of a martial arts grandmaster which directly attacked Xia Liu's kidneys from within. Return the favor in kind. Xia Lu had wanted to secretly sabotage Shen Anyu. Instead, Shen inflicted a fatal blow upon him. Darling, what's this? Qi Ningbing looked at Shen Anyu with some surprise, not understanding why he had suddenly attacked Xia Lu. Though she didn't care about Xia Lu, he was after all the one who had saved her grandfather's life. Now that Xia Lu had stopped pestering her and willingly gave up the engagement, why this treatment? She recalled Shen Anyu's words about Xia Lu playing tricks. Was there something shady going on? Shen Anyu casually explained that Xia Lu had a powder on his hand designed to damage a man's. Hearing this, Qi Ningbing's beautiful face froze with frost, and she erupted in fury. That bastard Xia Lu dared to use such tricks on you. I will never let him off. She had already accepted Shen Anyu as her man. Wasn't Xia Liu's action a threat to her lifelong happiness? At that thought, a chilling cold flashed in Qi Ningbing's eyes. As a female CEO who had fought fierce battles in the business world, she was no soft-hearted person. She already had a plan to ensure Xia Lu would rot in prison for the rest of his life. Shen Anyu was pleased to see Qi Ningbing genuinely angered on his behalf. She truly cared for him and had already considered herself his woman. However, Shen stopped her from seeking revenge and said with a smile, that Xia Lu, as I recall, is an escaped prisoner who just broke out of jail. He's already on the wanted list. Just let the police catch that fugitive. There's no need for you to act. Now we have something more important to do. At Shen Anyu's first words, the anger on Qi Ningbing's face softened slightly. But his last sentence piqued her curiosity and confusion. What important matter could there be? Shen Anyu looked at her exquisite beauty with a playful glint and said unhurriedly, I feel I might have been affected after all. Ningbing, why don't you check for me? Qi Ningbing's cheeks flushed instantly. She had no medical knowledge. How could she examine him? The savvy CEO understood his implication perfectly, and in her heart, she was more than willing. And so while Qi Ningbing was assisting Shen Anyu in his examination, Xia Lu, like a dead dog, was dumped onto the garbage pile behind the riverside mansion. From time to time, he let out painful groans. TSK. I was too careless this time. I never expected that pretty boy to be so powerful, at least at the Xiantian peak. I didn't even see that slap coming. First sent flying by Shen Anyu's slap, then beaten mercilessly by Aunt Xiao, he was now covered in wounds with over a dozen broken bones. If not for his Xiantian cultivation and extraordinary medical skills, he probably wouldn't have been able to get up. Even so, it took him a long while before he mustered enough strength to limp away. Before leaving, Xia Lu glared resentfully at the magnificent riverside mansion, seething with frustration. Damn it. That bastard didn't fall for it. I wonder what he's doing to my Ningbing now. In the garden, the bedroom, the kitchen, or the office. Damn it. This should have been mine. He was utterly unwilling, feeling as though had been cuckolded. But he didn't dare barge in again, recalling the middle-aged female martial grandmaster who had beaten him. His heart trembled. Would he even survive if he entered again? No, I have to think of another way. I absolutely cannot let that bastard have his way. I have to make Ningbing change her mind. Xia Lu was desperately unwilling to give up on his fiancée, the top-tier beauty Qi Ningbing. He had left his small mountain village full of swagger, bidding farewell to the pretty widows, young married women, and aunties, only to arrive in a big city like Modu expecting to flex his skills, medicine, poison, and martial prowess, and carve out a name for himself. In his earlier fantasies, countless big shots would beg to be treated by him, and countless beauties would throw themselves at him with sweet words. But now even his original fiancée Qin Ningbing had been stolen away. How could he accept that? First he'll find some medicine to heal my wounds. Then he'll figure out how to deal with that Shen bastard and win back Ningbing. Oh, I remember my childhood neighbor's younger sister Wan Lingshan. She moved to Modu over a decade ago and wrote last year saying she works as a nurse at Modu First People's Hospital. She was cute and pretty as a kid. Now that she's grown up, she must have become a tall, elegant beauty. Hell, once I'm healed, he'll go find her. As if envisioning something, Xia Lu let out a lecherous grin, wiped the drool from his mouth, and basked in fantasies of the future. The sun climbed high into the sky. A wisp of subtle fragrance still lingered around his nostrils, but Qin Ningbing had already left for work. Though she was a female CEO, no one dared to clock her in yet. She was always strict with herself, driven by an intense ambition. Now that the ginseng mind-nourishing pill had taken the medical market by storm, her motivation only soared. Shen Anyu took his time to rise, a faint smile curling on his lips. He sighed with profound meaning. Elixirs are truly wonderful things. The eternal youth pill could preserve one's youthful appearance for 100 years. The vitality pill could protect one's life force and heal injuries. The return origin pill and nourishing chi pill could enhance cultivation, solidifying the foundation and nurturing the primordial energy. With these elixirs, even an ordinary person who never practiced martial arts could have their physical constitution elevated to a level comparable to a Xiantian powerhouse, possessing extraordinary resilience, able to withstand the crushing force of a large truck, enduring endless impacts without being damaged. Shen Anyu naturally spared no expense in giving these to his women, and the results were excellent, leaving him highly satisfied. Even though these elixirs were extremely precious, of immeasurable value, enough to make even a martial arts grandmaster green with envy, Shen Anyu paid them no heed. Nothing mattered more than his own pleasure and comfort. Let's see. I still have over 2 million destiny points. Time for 2,000 draw bundles. Over the past 2 days, Shen Anyu had reaped considerable gains. His nearly depleted destiny points combined with the remainder now totaled over 2 million, enough for 2,000 draw bundles. With a thought, he consumed 1 million destiny points and initiated the first 1,000 draw bundle. In an instant, 1,000 streams of light of various colors shone before his eyes. Mostly white, a few purple, a dozen dazzling gold, and one mysterious sublime rainbow radiance. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a white reward, a crate of nutritious joy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a gold reward, a bottle of eternal youth pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a white reward, a dump truck. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a purple reward, a Xiantian guard. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a gold reward, a bottle of eternal youth pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a white reward, a dump truck. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a purple reward, a Xiantian guard. A series of system notifications chimed. Shen Anyu paid little attention to the white and purple rewards, glancing briefly at the gold ones. Most were elixirs, which pleased him. However, his focus did not linger. He scrolled through the draw records, his greatest concern now being the nature of this divine reward. The divine rewards he had gained before: the divine steel body, the divine storage ring, the divine resurrection stone, and the void-shattering divine eyes, had all been highly satisfying. He wondered whether this divine reward would be an ability, a treasure, or something else. Soon Shen Anyu located the record of this divine reward, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine reward, a soul ring. Divine treasure, soul ring type, life-saving treasure effect, can bind the soul. Even if you suffer a fatal blow and your physical body is shattered, your soul will remain indestructible. Not a one-time item, can be reused by consuming 1 million destiny points. Good heavens, the 2 divine treasures I've obtained now, the resurrection stone and the soul ring, are both of the life-saving type. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow. With the resurrection stone, even if he were reduced to ashes, he could be reborn once. Although the soul ring's effect was not as miraculous, it could be reused and used to defend against soul-targeting attacks. Shen Anyu now possessed the divine steel body, making his physique monstrously strong. Previously, the assassin king and chosen one Wei Yun, wielding a divine weapon like the fish intestine sword and striking with all his pent-up fury, could not harm Shen Anyu in the slightest. But the soul was Shen Anyu's weakness. Now with the soul ring, that gap was completely filled. From body to soul, he was invincible. Tisk tisk, I almost feel sorry for those chosen ones. How can they possibly kill me? This villain of destiny is too steady. Shen Anyu sighed, though his mood was light. Despite his illustrious family background, his personal strength was extraordinary. He dismissed even grandmasters with contempt. Yet he knew the terror of those chosen ones and could never underestimate them. For instance, a spendthrift-type chosen one like Qi Fan, who was a combat zero, was currently the weakest. Even formidable chosen ones like Xia Lu Wei Yun and Han Qi could be easily handled by Shen Anyu. However, there were also some chosen ones that gave him a headache, leaving him unsure how to deal with them, and even his survival might not be guaranteed. Take, for example, an immortal Emperor Reborn. After a few days of growth, such a being would become immune to firearms. After a few months, immune to artillery. After a few years, he would be utterly terrifying. Soaring into the sky, a blood-red rainbow, trailing one man, one sword. Cutting down aircraft carriers, annihilating armies, destroying cities, subjugating the entire world. How could any scheme or conspiracy shake such a devastating world-dominating power? When power reaches its zenith, all authority, all wealth, all plots and machinations become as light as a feather. Even if the whole world stood against him, he could cut it down with a single sword. For Immortal Emperor Reborn type, chosen ones, all schemes are useless. Only genuine, unadulterated strength matters. If he encountered such a chosen one, he must either kill him swiftly while he was weak, or if he had grown strong, he would have to flee far away, for he could not afford to provoke him. Shen Anyu bore the title of Destiny's great villain, which brought many benefits such as ignoring the halos of chosen ones and chosen heroines. But the downside was that, driven by destiny, he would be locked in an irreconcilable struggle with the chosen ones. Even if Shen Anyu tried to avoid it, he probably could not. Though Shen Anyu usually appeared calm and aloof, looking down on everything, paying no heed to any miracle doctors or hitmen or even high society elites. Even Yi Yan, the chosen one who descended from the mountains, the one who in the original novel's main world destroyed the Yanxia family and killed Shen Anyu, he now no longer cared. As long as Yi Yan descended from the mountains, his death would be sealed. He would die in the third watch, not live to the fifth. Shen Anyu would embrace Lin Keqing, watching Yi Yan's bitter, furious, unwilling death with complete composure. Yet within Shen Anyu's heart, there was also a sense of urgency. Because the Immortal Emperor Reborn type, chosen one, was too terrifying. Unless he discovered such a chosen one while he was still weak and struck with full force to eliminate him, once the Immortal Emperor Reborn grew strong, not even Shen Anyu, not the Yanxia family, not the Yanxia family, nor the entire world could withstand him. One man, one sword, crushing all who defy. Such was the terror of the Immortal Emperor Reborn, chosen one. Scared. And this was without the chosen one bringing back his original power. If he returned with his full strength, it would be even worse, simply unbeatable. With the divine resurrection stone and the divine soul ring, at least I can protect my life and be free from worry for now. But preserving everything I currently have, that is the true challenge. Shen Anyu was not content to merely survive in a corner. He wanted to protect everything he had now: his family, his women, his wealth, status, power. All of it. If he had to shrink into the soul ring, surviving in a corner, what meaning would there be? Shen Anyu narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam swirling in his gaze. I must hurry and strengthen myself. Even though I haven't yet encountered such an overwhelmingly powerful chosen one, I must prepare and plan, or else, when the time comes, it will be too late. Suppress the chosen ones, break their spirits, drive them to collapse and distortion. Conquer the chosen heroines, win their hearts and bodies, claim everything. Spare no effort to plunder destiny points and strengthen myself. One must be strong oneself, with true power. Even an Immortal Emperor Reborn, or even an Immortal Emperor Descended, would be nothing to fear. Shen Anyu slowly rose to his feet. The powerful martial true essence within him surged like a mighty river, torrential and overwhelming. A strange rainbow radiance flickered in his eyes, majestic as a seven-colored divine dragon. With a clench of his fist, the very air was crushed, exploding like a sudden thunderclap out of nowhere. I, Shen Anyu, at such a young age, possessed strength comparable to a martial grandmaster. All thanks to my extraordinary talent. Chosen ones, you are nothing. But this is not enough. System, initiate the draw. When Shen Anyu's words fell, in an instant another 1,000,000 points of destiny value were consumed, and the 1,000 consecutive draw was activated. The system prompts rising one after another like a symphony played wondrous notes. Shen Anyu's expression remained calm, his gaze focused as he scrolled through the draw records, searching for valuable rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the gold reward, Grandmaster level martial arts cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the gold reward, a bottle of Peiyuan pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the gold reward, a Grandmaster guard. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the gold reward, a bat vehicle. As Shen Anyu scrolled through, his expression gradually softened, a smile appearing on his face. 2 more Grandmaster level martial arts cultivations combined with the previous ones make a total of 5 Grandmaster level martial arts cultivations. My cultivation will surely break through again. With a mere thought from Shen Anyu, the 5 Grandmaster-level martial arts cultivations materialized out of thin air like 5 brilliant golden lotuses surging into his body. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Shen Anyu's body seemed to reverberate with the roar of tigers and thunder, a powerful aura bursting forth, cracking the ground around him into a web of dense fissures. Huff. After a moment, Shen Anyu restrained the powerful martial true essence within him, revealing a satisfied expression. I've reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm this time, very close to the Great Grandmaster. 2 or 3 more Grandmaster-level martial arts cultivations should allow me to break through to the Great Grandmaster. The difference between the Grandmaster and the Great Grandmaster was not a qualitative change, but rather a disparity in accumulated power. Only at the heavenly realm did one undergo a transformation, with strength skyrocketing to terrifying levels. In ancient times, in the eyes of common folk, a heavenly realm expert would be akin to a god, for they could briefly tread the air. Shen Anyu collected his thoughts and resumed browsing the system's reward records, searching for the divine level reward of this 1,000 consecutive draw. Found it. This. Shen Anyu's eyes lit up. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine reward telekinetic ability. System, extract the reward and fuse. With a thought from Shen Anyu, a mysterious multicolored radiance merged into his body. In an instant, as he focused his mind, the surrounding air howled and swirled like a tornado, quaking violently. Try this. Shen Anyu extracted a purple reward from the system space. An alloy longsword, extremely tough, not easily destroyed, even by a hydraulic press. But as Shen Anyu exerted his divine telekinesis, the alloy blade emitted a pitiful creaking sound, was ruthlessly twisted and contorted into a spiral. Under the force of Shen Anyu's telekinesis, it twisted into the shape he desired. Go. And that was not all. When he urged his telekinetic power, the alloy blade pierced through the wall, shot into the sky, tore through the clouds, and vanished beyond the heavens. At least 10,000 meters away. Shen Anyu revealed a pleased expression. Was this not an alternative form of the flying sword? With his divine steel body for defense, and this divine telekinesis for offense, he was well balanced in both attack and defense. Even an ordinary great grandmaster in front of Shen Anyu would be unable to flee, and would be crushed without a chance to resist. Moreover, with his telekinetic power, Shen Anyu's feet left the ground, and he floated. With divine telekinesis, I can also tread the air. However, he soon descended because the use of divine telekinesis also depended on his own physical strength and mental fortitude, otherwise he could not sustain it for long. Unlike the divine steel body, which required little consumption. But even this effect was already extremely satisfying to Shen Anyu. Aunt Xiao, who was secretly guarding Shen Anyu at this moment, had her eyes wide open, her mouth agape, and her jaw nearly dropped. The young master can actually tread the air and unleash such terrifying power. Could it be? Could it be that the young master has already become a heavenly realm expert? A 25-year-old heavenly realm. Aunt Xiao was completely stunned, her mind blank. That was the heavenly realm. Shen Anyu's maternal grandfather, a heavenly realm expert, was hailed as the pillar of the nation and the soul of the military. In the vast Yanxia, with a population of over 1 billion, heavenly realm experts were few and far between. Moreover, when they broke through to the heavenly realm, they were usually at least in their 40s or 50s. Yet Shen Anyu, only 25, already possessed the strength of a heavenly realm expert. How could Aunt Xiao not be shocked and awed? Shen Anyu had long sensed Aunt Xiao's presence, but he did not mind. He directly ordered, "Do not speak of today's affairs." "Yes, young master." Aunt Xiao immediately complied, gazing at Shen Anyu with fervent loyalty. A heavenly realm expert in his 20s, following such a young master meant a bright future. Shen Anyu had not expected Aunt Xiao to mistake his divine telekinesis for the ability of a heavenly realm expert to tread the air, but he did not care. There was no need to explain. He was the young master. Did he need to explain everything to his subordinates? Then Shen Anyu casually glanced at the remaining draw records. Earlier there had been only a single mysterious multicolored radiance, no second divine reward. The rest were at most gold rewards. But as he looked, Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow and revealed an interested expression. "This is a good find." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the gold reward, a Dingguang Joy contract. Gold treasure Dingguang Joy contract. Type contract. Enslavement treasure effect can be used to sign a Dingguang Joy contract with beings at the Grandmaster realm or below through a special method establishing a master-servant relationship. The other party cannot betray their every thought is known to the master, and the master controls everything about the servant. This Dingguang Joy contract was extremely powerful and domineering, enabling the master to control everything about the other party. For anyone at the Grandmaster realm or below, as long as the contract was signed through the special method, everything would be under Shen Anyu's control, allowing him to do as he pleased. As for the special method, the words Dingguang Joy sufficed to explain. Shen Anyu had only 4 words of evaluation. "It pleases me greatly." He had already decided to find a troublesome female lead of destiny and use this Dingguang Joy contract through the special method. For those female leads of destiny who were close to him, like Qin Ningbing, Lin Keqing, Su Hongyan, and Ruan Lingshan, there was no need. It would be a waste. Master Lingshan has returned from accompanying her mother at the hospital. Was the banquet last night smooth? Just then a cute little maid with a cherubic face and legs seemingly endless appeared before Shen Anyu. Ruan Lingshan, brimming with vitality and a sweet adorable smile, wore a black and white maid uniform. Black stockings wrapped her fair, slightly plump calves, and her absolute territory was like congealed fat. She greeted Shen Anyu with a soft, obedient, and charming voice. Shen Anyu smiled at his soft and adorable little maid, savoring her attentive service, and inquired with care, "Is everything going well? Lingshan, has your mother been discharged from the hospital?" While helping Shen Anyu arrange his clothes and handing him a face towel, toothbrush, and toothpaste, Ruan Lingshan sweetly replied, Thanks to my master's treatment earlier, my mother has completely recovered. Yesterday I picked her up from the hospital and settled her in the house you gave me." At this point, Ruan Lingshan's clear, limpid eyes, like those of a fawn in the forest, looked at Shen Anyu with overwhelming gratitude. Her mother had suffered from severe uremia. Without Shen Anyu, she would never have been saved, nor would they have had the money for treatment. Without Shen Anyu, she would have lost her mother forever. Ding. Detection fate. Heroine Ruan Lingshan's affection increased by 5, plundered 15,000 destiny points. Shen Anyu spoke gently to Ruan Lingshan, feeling quite satisfied in his heart. As expected of his little maid, she was grateful and repaying kindness. Her total affection had already reached 95, and it was not far from full marks. He could sense that Ruan Lingshan's feelings toward him were mainly gratitude. Though affection existed, it was not much, yet her favorability was still as high as 95. This showed that favorability was not about love. Familial affection, friendship, or gratitude could all reach the maximum value. Shen Anyu had more ideas. Of course, he was determined to have Ruan Lingshan. Absolutely not because of any reason like not being able to see his feet when looking down, but simply because he wanted to take care of her. Watching his soft and adorable little maid dressed in a black and white maid uniform, Shen Anyu's gaze gradually grew intense. Ruan Lingshan's pretty face flushed slightly, as if sensing something. She lowered her head and helped Shen Anyu arrange his clothes, speaking in a soft, glutinous voice. Master, breakfast is ready. Lingshan will serve you. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, his eyes deep and dark as he looked at the blushing little maid, and said leisurely, All right then, you shall serve me breakfast. Then they arrived at the dining room where chefs and nannies had already prepared a nutritious and delicious breakfast. Although it was far inferior to Shen Anyu's extraordinary culinary skills, it was nonetheless top-tier, prepared by national banquet-level master chefs. Shen Anyu waved his hand to dismiss the chefs and nannies, then sat down comfortably on the chair. Ruan Lingshan picked up chopsticks, carefully picked up some vegetables, and fed them to Shen Anyu's mouth. However, Shen Anyu swung his long arm and directly pulled Ruan Lingshan into his embrace, settling her on his lap, and said with a smile, Feeding me like this won't do. The self-cultivation of a maid. Butler Keqing must have shown you. You should know how to feed properly, shouldn't you? Ruan Lingshan's delicate fair face instantly flushed crimson. The things that Butler Keqing had shown her were really too much, not just feeding, but also playing lulling to sleep, waking up, and so on. How was this a maid? It was practically a nanny. But the master was not a child at all. On the contrary, looking at Shen Anyu's handsome face and the masculine aura that rushed toward her, Ruan Lingshan, blushing, could only comply. After breakfast was finished, it was already 9:30. Shen Anyu looked entirely comfortable and pleased, while Ruan Lingshan, her face still red, dared not lift her head. At that moment, through his nano-surveillance robot, Shen Anyu suddenly detected a situation and sneered inwardly. I'm just short of destiny points and thinking of finding a lucky audience member, and here you come. He'll play with you. Then he turned his gaze to the soft little maid and said with a smile, Lingshan, I have to go out. He'll be back in the evening. He'll wait for you to tell me a story to lull me to sleep. Ruan Lingshan widened her clear eyes like a fawn in the forest, looked seriously at Shen Anyu, and asked, Master, what story would you like to hear? Lingshan will prepare it for you in advance. Although she had little experience, she would try very, very hard to be a good maid and satisfy her master. Without the master, her mother with end-stage uremia would definitely not have survived, nor would she be living the good life now. These were words Ruan Lingshan had repeated to herself many times, and her mother had also reminded her several times. Then Shen Anyu lowered his head, leaned close to Ruan Lingshan, and said with a smile. At first, Ruan Lingshan felt Shen Anyu's warm breath, and her face flushed slightly. But after hearing what he said, she was instantly stunned. Ha ha, Lingshan, remember that. Shen Anyu chuckled softly, then stood up and left. Ruan Lingshan took a long time to come back to her senses. Her pretty face was crimson, her lips quivered, but she couldn't utter a word. She only felt her face burning hot. On the other side, at the teaching building of the music department of Moda University. In front of the building, it had become a sea of flowers covered with tens of thousands of bright red roses arranged into a large heart shape. Among them, white roses spelled out a line, to the most beautiful goddess and campus beauty in my heart, Lumi. Chi Fan, the destiny child of Simp Gold, wearing a flashy white designer suit and a limited edition Rolex watch, was leaning against the hood of a Topophyline Maybach, full of confidence, waiting for Lumi to come out of the teaching building. He had already found out that Lumi would be done with class soon, so he had someone set up this grand scene beforehand. The three goddesses of Moda University, Su Hongyan from the economics department, Jiang Lin from the fine arts department, and Lumi from the music department. Lumi could sing and dance, was versatile, and her song and dance performances at campus parties directly captivated countless people. It could be said that among the three campus goddesses, she had the highest popularity and the most suitors, but no one had succeeded. Chi Fan, however, was extremely confident. He was the man with the Simp Gold cashback system, a divine tycoon, who would become the future richest man of Modu, the richest of Yanxia, and the richest in the world with a net worth of trillions and beyond. Even Ma Yilong, who launched rockets and sold new energy cars, would not be as brilliant as him in the future. With such confidence, what goddess could he not win? His previous failure to win Jiang Lin did not discourage Chi Fan. After all, he didn't care for a woman who already had a man. But this time the campus beauty Lu Mi, whom he had secretly admired for 2 years, must be captured. She was the light of his life, appearing in his dreams countless times. Qi Fan had already made up his mind. No matter how many women he would have in the future, even thousands, Lu Mi would be the absolute primary queen, the first, unmatched by anyone. It was not just because of his infatuation. Qi Fan felt that Lu Mi's bewitching face and stunning figure, as if reincarnated from a nine-tailed fox spirit, could not be compared by anyone. When Lu Mi's enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled, he would kneel, his whole body going weak except for one place. At this moment, such a grand display drew the onlookers and discussions of surrounding students. Good heavens, that's a Maybach S880 limited edition worth over 8 million. Which rich second generation here is that? He's pursuing our campus beauty Lu Mi. Isn't that Qi Fan from the civil engineering department? I remember he's an orphan and was receiving poverty subsidies 2 years ago. How can he be so rich now? Was it all an act? A rich second generation hiding his identity to pursue a goddess. Wow, a story from TV happening right before our eyes. Qi Fan is going too far. He's already so rich, driving a multi-million Maybach, yet he still competes with other poor students for poverty subsidies. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have voted for him a few days ago. That's really too much. I hope goddess Lu Mi doesn't give him a good face and makes him return in vain. Hard to say. It's so romantic. If he were pursuing me, I would definitely say yes. How can you even compare to goddess Lu Mi? You're twice her weight. Qi Fan drives a Maybach, not a tank. The many students of Modu University looking at this spectacle chattered and discussed, some with envy, some with jealousy, some unhappy that Qi Fan was so rich, yet still receiving poverty subsidies, some not hoping he would win the campus beauty Lu Mi, and some hoping Lu Mi would not give Qi Fan a good face. All kinds of human sentiments. At that moment someone shouted loudly, "Lu Mi is here." Lu Mi was in a foul mood today. At last night's banquet, Shen Anyu's gaze had lingered on her distant cousin, Lu Qingyue, barely paying her any heed. This made Lu Mi question her own allure. Was she truly inferior to her married cousin? Originally, Lu Mi had been brimming with confidence, believing that her beauty would leave Shen Anyu, the young master of the Yanxia Shen family, utterly captivated and kneeling at her feet. Yet reality proved the stark opposite. From last night until now, Lu Mi remained listless and dispirited, unable to muster any energy. Today she made little effort to dress up, just a touch of powder, a simple white Prada-fitted dress, a classic white Hermes bag, hanging from her jade-like arm, white stockings, and small black shoes. The effect was plain and pure, exuding an extraordinary innocence. Yet her seductive fox-like eyes, enchanting face, and curvaceous figure radiated an irresistible charm. Nowadays the trend is pure and seductive, both innocent and alluring. At this moment Lu Mi embodied the very pinnacle of that aesthetic. When Lu Mi emerged from the music department building, she stunned the entire crowd. Many gasped, awestruck by her beauty. She could topple nations. In ancient times, she would surely have been a calamitous imperial consort who caused the king to betray his loyal ministers with a single word. Whoa, Lu Mi is stunning. Even though I've seen her many times, I'm still amazed every time. Yeah, even as a girl I adore Lu Mi. She's killing me. Everyone says Lu Mi is a nine-tailed fox spirit reincarnated, and it's absolutely true. I really hope our goddess Lu Mi doesn't get taken away by Qi Fan. Sister, you're perfect on your own. At that moment, everyone stared fixedly at Lu Mi, their hearts anxious. Most hoped Qi Fan would never win her over. Qi Fan watched Lu Mi walk out, his gaze infatuated, and it took him a while to snap back. With a smug and self-styled, elegant demeanor, he knelt on one knee in front of a sea of tens of thousands of roses and a topophthalene Maybach, holding 99 roses, and said to Lu Mi with deep affection, "Lu Mi, I've liked you for 2 years. My sincerity is truer than gold. In the past I always hid my identity as a rich second generation, but now I'm done pretending. I'm officially pursuing you. Lu Mi, can you give me a chance to take care of you? I swear I'll spoil you to the heavens and make you the happiest woman in the world." Lu Mi's alluring fox eyes swept indifferently over the kneeling Qi Fan. Her crimson lips parted to utter a few words, "Boring games." With that she brushed past Qi Fan without a second glance, leaving his frozen, petrified expression behind. Had she not seen the riverside mansion last night? The most luxurious residence in Modu, as opulent and antique as a royal palace. Had she not witnessed at the banquet the titans of various industries in Modu bowing respectfully and smiling obsequiously before Shen Anyu? Had she not laid eyes on Shen Anyu's handsome face and the aura of supreme nobility? Without those, perhaps Lu Mi would have been moved by Qi Fan's grand gesture and romance. Though she wouldn't have agreed to be his girlfriend outright, she might have considered giving him a chance to pursue her. But now in Lu Mi's eyes, how could Qi Fan compare to Shen Anyu? One was a lucky nouveau riche, the other a true dragon among men, a celestial being. Having glimpsed the most magnificent scenery, how could Lu Mi care about a Qi Fan? At this moment Lu Mi's mind was consumed by thoughts of Shen Anyu. How to approach him again, how to display her charm and win him over. As for Qi Fan, he no longer existed in her world. For a proud woman like Lu Mi, even if she failed to capture Shen Anyu, she would never settle. Ding. The child of destiny Chi Fan is heartbroken. Oh, plunder 6,666 destiny points. Ding. The child of destiny Chi Fan's mentality shatters. Plunder 9,999 destiny points. Chi Fan remained kneeling on one knee holding 99 roses, his smug and affectionate expression frozen like stone. The surrounding crowd was stunned, then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, hilarious. Goddess Lu Mi did the right thing. No chance for Chi Fan. Boring games. Well said, perfectly said. Yet did he really think with all these roses and a top-tier Maybach the goddess would agree to be his girlfriend? Chi Fan's wishful thinking. Look at Chi Fan's expression. Doesn't he look like a clown? Go to Gotham, even Batman won't hit him. Ding. The child of destiny Chi Fan's mentality shatters. Plunder 9,999 destiny points. Hearing the crowd's jeers, Chi Fan's mind shattered again, but he refused to give up. He stood up, quickly blocked Lu Mi's path, and gazed at her with feigned, deep affection, saying, Lu Mi, I'm serious about you. Give me a chance, okay? Lu Mi stopped, but didn't look at Chi Fan. Instead, her beautiful eyes lit up with surprise as she glanced to the side. There stood a handsome tall man with an elegant and carefree demeanor smiling at her. Naturally, it was Shen Anyu. He had been watching the commotion for a while, and had even left a nano-surveillance robot on Chi Fan. Watching Chi Fan's mentality crumble, while he enjoyed the drama and plundered destiny points, was quite satisfying. I happened to be near Moda University, and last night you mentioned you were in the music department. I thought I'd drop by. Mimi, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Shen Anyu asked with a sincere smile. Brother Shen, not at all. I'm so happy you came. Lu Mi's face bloomed like a flower, her whole being came alive. Just moments ago she had been plain and dejected, now she was like a wilted rose revived by long-awaited rain, even more breathtakingly beautiful. Hearing Shen Anyu call her affectionately Mimi, and that he had come specially to Moda University to see her, Lu Mi was overjoyed. She took the initiative to call him Brother Shen, to draw closer. Her heart raced with delight and wild thoughts. Could Brother Shen have feelings for her, but was just too reserved to show it at the banquet last night? Yes, that must be it. How could anyone overlook a beauty like her for a married woman like her distant cousin, Lu Qinghua? Ding. The heavenly mandate heroine Lu Mi's affection 6, plunder 1800 destiny points. Beside them, Chi Fan was completely dumbfounded, more pathetic than Gotham's Joker, staring blankly at the scene. The campus belle Lu Mi, who had been as cold as ice before him, was now smiling radiantly and blooming for another man. Such a stark contrast dealt Chi Fan a devastating blow of 10,000 tons. Ding. The child of destiny, Chi Fan's mentality explodes, a plunder 200 destiny points. And that wasn't all. Shen Anyu, now riding a bicycle, patted the back seat and said to Lu Mi with a smile, I wonder if this bicycle has the honor of having a beauty like Mimi ride on it. Lu Mi pursed her small lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with smiles, and while holding up her white dress, she unhesitatingly sat sideways onto the back seat of the bicycle. Her narrow fox-like eyes beaming, she said, Brother Shen, as long as you ride me would be happy to sit on any kind of vehicle. As she spoke, her two slender, fair jade-like arms directly wrapped around Shen Anyu's waist, and her delicate, enchanting face rested against his back, visibly radiating joy and sweetness. Without sparing a single glance at Chi Fan nearby, Shen Anyu pedaled the bicycle, taking Lu Mi away in full view of everyone. The crowd erupted, buzzing as if a pot had boiled over, voices murmuring, Holy cow. She'd rather ride on the back of a bicycle than get into Chi Fan's 8 million Maybach, truly worthy of Goddess Lu Mi. I believe in true love again. In the face of true love, what's a few million Maybach worth? Haha, Chi Fan's expression is priceless, even more clownish than the Joker in Gotham. That's right. Today Chi Fan put on such a grand show, tens of thousands of roses, a Maybach, a flashy white suit, and yet that guy just rode a simple bicycle and crushed him, taking away Goddess Lu Mi. If I were Chi Fan, I'd find a crack in the ground to hide in. Ding. Chosen 1, Chi Fan's mentality collapsed, plunder 30,000 destiny points. At this moment, Chi Fan's face was like a spilled spice jar. Now green, now black, now white, now red, now purple, shifting uncontrollably, finally settling into an ashen gray of utter mental collapse. He had completely lost it. For this moment, he had prepared endlessly, searching online, asking others, buying tens of thousands of roses starting from dawn, to arrange a sea of flowers, planning how to confess, imagining Lu Mi's reaction. But Chi Fan never expected. Not only did Lu Mi refuse him, which wasn't beyond his anticipation, but she actually, in full view of everyone right in front of him, sat on the back seat of another man's bicycle. Chi Fan had thought today would be his glorious day, displaying the style of a tycoon. As a result, at this very moment, the looks from those around him were filled with mockery and schadenfreude, brimming with ridicule. It was as if they were looking at the Joker from Gotham. This made Chi Fan desperately want to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. He could no longer care about anything else. He got into the Maybach partly to escape the awkward scene, partly to chase after Lu Mi, determined not to let that pretty boy succeed. Hey classmate, you need to clean up these roses. You can't just litter. There's a fine. At this moment, a school staff member who had been watching the drama all along stopped Chi Fan, pointing at the tens of thousands of roses. Is this enough? Chi Fan, frantic and furious, flung several bundles of cash onto the ground, floored the accelerator, and sped off in the direction where Lu Mi and Shen Anyu had gone. Soon Chi Fan spotted the bicycle Shen Anyu had ridden earlier on the commercial street near Moda University. Where are they? Chi Fan looked around anxiously, his heart ablaze with worry. If his goddess, the school beauty Lu Mi, were taken to a hotel by that pretty boy, just the thought made him heartbroken and green with envy. Suddenly a look of joy appeared on Chi Fan's face as he finally spotted Lu Mi and Shen Anyu staring fixedly at them. At this moment, Lu Mi's face bloomed like a flower, holding an ice cream, her jade-like hand scooping up a spoonful and bringing it to Shen Anyu's mouth. That sweet, happy smile was so dazzling in Chi Fan's eyes. It made Chi Fan's heart sour as if he were eating a lemon, and he screamed 1,000 times in his heart. Why isn't it me? Why isn't it me? Chi Fan's look toward Shen Anyu was filled with intense jealousy and envy, wishing he could trade places with him. With both nano-surveillance robots and his men keeping watch, not a single move by Chi Fan could escape Shen Anyu's grasp. Moreover, Chi Fan was driving such a conspicuous Maybach, so of course, he couldn't escape Shen Anyu's sight. Shen Anyu cast a half-smiling, half-mocking glance at Chi Fan, watching him get out of the car and stealthily follow along, finding it amusing in his heart. If you want to watch, then watch. Don't mind your own heartache. At that moment, Lu Mi's narrow fox-like eyes suddenly sparkled with a smile as she said, Brother Shen, I fed you ice cream, now you have to feed me too. As she said this, Lu Mi looked at Shen Anyu with great anticipation, her red lips slightly parted, looking extremely expectant. All right. Shen Anyu smiled as well, and right out in the open began to intimately feed her ice cream. Lu Mi ate with great relish, her exquisitely charming face full of sweet contentment, her narrow fox-like eyes curving into crescent moons, her whole being radiating a vivid, mesmerizing charm. She became even more stunning. In the commercial street, the surrounding crowd witnessed this scene and exclaimed, this couple is so good-looking, like a golden boy and jade girl. So sweet. What would kill me, a single dog. Damn, I shouldn't have come out shopping. This single dog's heart is aching. Chi Fan clutched his chest, his heart almost shattered, his face twisted in pain. Was this still the same enchanting school beauty Lu Mi in his eyes? Someone who, though seductive, was cold to all men. This proactive and sweet appearance clearly showed that her heart had fallen completely. Lu Mi was his only goddess. Even after obtaining the sycophant gold cashback system, Chi Fan was confident that he would one day become the world's richest man with a net worth higher than even Elon Musk, who sells cars and launches rockets. With such wealth, beauties would be plentiful. Chi Fan even planned to surpass the ancient emperors with their 3,000 concubines. But even with this plan in Chi Fan's heart, Lu Mi would always be the empress, his most important woman. But now, if Lu Mi fell for another man, and even became that man's woman, then what was Chi Fan? Even if he became the world's richest man, he would still feel like a failure. If he hadn't gotten the system, it would be one thing, but now that he had the system, and still couldn't win Lu Mi, what was the point of the system? Chi Fan was utterly unwilling to accept this. Ding. Chosen one. Chi Fan's mentality exploded. Plunder, 50,000 destiny points. Shen Anyu's face beamed with delight. What could be more satisfying than dating someone else's white moonlight goddess right in front of them? Of course, there were even more satisfying things, but they could not be elaborated. Mimi, let's go see a movie. Sure, Brother Shen. Lu Mi nodded with a smile without a hint of distaste. If a loser had invited a goddess to a movie, he would definitely be scorned, mocked, and even quickly posted on Xiaohongshu or Weibo. If a top-tier, tall, rich, and handsome man invited the goddess to a movie, she would gladly accept, dress up beautifully, and exquisitely go out happily, and might not even plan to return home. The same action performed by different people yields different results. Like a thief, Chi Fan stealthily followed Lu Mi and Shen Anyu. When he saw that the movie they had chosen was a horror film, Chi Fan felt completely distraught, and said through gritted teeth, Beast, you beast. Taking Lu Mi to a horror movie. I won't let you succeed. As a man, Chi Fan knew all too well why a guy would take a girl to watch a horror movie. It was clearly an attempt to take advantage of her to exploit the suspension bridge effect. When a terrifying scene appeared on screen, the girl would get scared, and that was the moment for the man to shine. Just like walking over a suspension bridge, that moment of tension, excitement, and fear would make the heart race and breath quicken. If one encountered someone of the opposite sex in such a state, it was easy to develop romantic feelings. Not to mention the chance to take advantage. The moment he thought that that bastard Shen was taking his goddess Lu Mi to watch a horror movie, Chi Fan was furious. He quickly bought a ticket and entered, staring intently, ready to stop Shen Anyu's improper advances at the critical moment. But Lu Mi was always clever and sharp-witted, often called a little fox by her best friend Jiang Lin. How could she not understand? Although she had never had a boyfriend, Lu Mi knew a great deal about romantic tactics and had even written CEO romance novels before. However, a playful glint flickered in her eyes as she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Instead of stopping him, she gazed at Shen Anyu with affectionate eyes like a lovesick girl. But Shen Anyu knew that Lu Mi's total favorability score was still below 70. Still he wasn't bothered. Instead, he found it amusing. No matter how cunning the little fox, she couldn't escape the hunter's gun. Then Shen Anyu and Lu Mi found their seats. Couple seats with no divider in between. It was still daytime, so the cinema wasn't crowded. There were just a few scattered viewers here and there. In the pitch-black theater, it felt as though only Shen Anyu and Lu Mi existed. As the movie played, the eerie music and suspenseful plot seemed to draw Lu Mi in completely. She nervously clutched Shen Anyu's arm, her delicate white fingers gripping his clothes, her body leaning against him. In the dim light, Shen Anyu could see Lu Mi's face flushed with tension, her lips slightly parted, her breathing rapid, as if she could barely breathe under the atmosphere of the horror film. Behind them, Chi Fan watched, grinding his teeth, his gaze practically shooting flames. A glint of amusement flickered in Shen Anyu's eyes. At the most tense and terrifying moment of the movie, just as the Ghost King's mother, the Buddha mother, was about to appear, he flicked his finger. A sharp blast of martial true energy shot out like a bullet, shattering a chandelier above. A loud bang. Ow! Immediately, countless screams erupted in the cinema, both men and women. Folks, how could anyone not be scared when the most terrifying part of a horror movie is playing and suddenly an explosion happens? Some people were so scared they wet themselves. Ow! Beside him, Lu Mi was also terrified. She threw herself into Shen Anyu's arms, trembling all over. Although she was usually courageous and not particularly afraid of horror movies, or even unaffected so far that instant when the Ghost King's mother appeared and a loud bang shocked the cinema, she was truly frightened. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here, Mimi. I'll protect you. Shen Anyu patted Lu Mi's back and comforted her gently. Ding. Detected destiny, heroine Lu Mi's favorability 10, plunder 30,000 destiny points. At that moment in Shen Anyu's arms, Lu Mi felt an overwhelming sense of security enveloping her, and she couldn't help but think she never wanted to let go. Such a wonderful Shingij, a dragon among men, so gentle and attentive, caring for her. She had to hold on tight. A determined glint flashed in Lu Mi's narrow, seductive fox eyes. Chi Fan had also been scared, pale, his mind blank for a moment, nearly screaming. When he recovered, his gaze immediately shot toward Shen Anyu and Lu Mi. That look made Chi Fan furious. Let go of Lu Mi. Don't take advantage. At that moment, due to the sudden incident in the theater, the lights came on, flooding the place with brightness. Chi Fan saw his goddess, the school beauty, Lu Mi, tightly embracing Shen Anyu, and he was livid. So that bastard Shen had succeeded after all. Chi Fan bitterly regretted not stopping them from watching the horror movie earlier. When Lu Mi heard this, she was startled and pulled herself out of Shen Anyu's embrace, but reluctantly, with a hint of longing. Then she looked at Chi Fan, her brows tightly furrowed, and said coldly, Chi Fan, why are you following me? As she spoke, contempt filled her gaze toward Chi Fan. She had rejected this suitor many times, finding him annoying beyond words. Now he was even stalking her. It was downright perverse and too much. Worst of all, he was ruining her sweet date with Shingij. Chi Fan said with pain in his heart, Lu Mi, this guy brought you to a horror movie with bad intentions. Don't be fooled by him. After saying this, he looked at Lu Mi expectantly, hoping she would react the way he imagined, that she wouldn't give that pretty boy Shen any good looks. In fact, he expected Lu Mi, true to her temper, to storm off in anger. But instead she glared at him furiously and snapped, Chi Fan, what nonsense are you talking? How could Shingij have bad intentions? How could he fool me? You're not even worthy of slandering him. Stop following me, or I'll call the police. Ding. Destiny child, Chi Fan's heart aches, plunder 66 destiny points. Chi Fan stood there dumbfounded, stunned. How could this be different from what he imagined? Wasn't Lu Mi supposed to be a bit of a prima donna with a bad temper? Just earlier, in front of everyone, when Chi Fan knelt on one knee to confess, she had given him the cold shoulder. So why wasn't she angry now? Could it be that Lu Mi was really blinded by love? Impossible. She was extremely intelligent. Even though she was a music student, her academic scores were far ahead. Chi Fan, aren't you leaving yet? Lu Mi's narrow, seductive fox eyes narrowed, and she looked at him with hostility. Of course she knew what Chi Fan was implying. With her intelligence, she had already known when Shen Anyu brought her to the horror movie that he might be up to something and try to take advantage. But Lu Mi didn't mind at all. In fact, she welcomed it, happy to get close to Shen Anyu and deepen their affection. But this idiot Chi Fan had come along as a third wheel, ruining the sweet atmosphere. Lu Mi still longed for the warmth and safety of Shen Anyu's embrace. Thinking about this, Lu Mi's gaze at Chi Fan grew even more disgusted and resentful. Ding. Destiny child, Chi Fan's main emotional line experiences a major fluctuation, plunder 50,000 destiny points. Faced with the undisguised disgust and resentment from his goddess, Lu Mi, Chi Fan turned pale, swayed, and his vision darkened. He left in disgrace. Shen Anyu smiled at the scene, then took Lu Mi's soft, warm, and smooth little hand, and said leisurely, Me, don't be angry. Let me take you someplace nice. Sounds great, Shingij. Lu Mi's cold face instantly thawed into a warm, sweet smile, full of charm and coquettishness. After the movie, Shen Anyu wrapped his arm around Lu Mi and continued shopping. What he didn't expect was that Chi Fan, despite being so devastated, was still sneaking and skulking behind them. Although he hid under a huge baseball cap, how could he fool Shen Anyu? You really are something. Shen Anyu glanced out of the corner of his eye at Qi Fan following behind. The hint of green on that large cap amused him. Truly he fails again and again, but keeps fighting. Ding. The chosen one Qi Fan is heartbroken. Plunder 86 fate value. At that moment Xia Lu felt extremely distressed and wanted to cry. Watching the campus belle Lumi, the girl he had long adored, in another man's arms, he was utterly miserable. He had thought that after obtaining the simp cashback system, he would surely become wealthy and soar to greatness, and that Lumi, his long-cherished goddess, would become his woman. As it turned out, what Qi Fan hadn't expected was that Lumi had thrown herself into another man's arms. Hadn't his simp cashback system come for nothing? The simp cashback system, then should I leave? No, I absolutely cannot let that pretty boy succeed. Mimi, am the one who loves you. Qi Fan followed behind, his eyes darting as he pondered how to make Lumi see the light, at least to prevent that Shun guy from winning. The thought that his goddess campus belle might be put into all sorts of poses by another man made Qi Fan's face turn green. Absolutely not. However, Qi Fan couldn't think of any good way to stop it for the moment, so he decided to follow for now and see if a better opportunity arose. In his heart, Qi Fan had drawn countless circles cursing Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu didn't mind. He leisurely strolled with the charming campus belle in his arms, treating the trailing Qi Fan as part of the ambience. Feeling Lu Mi's shy trembling, her delicate body quivering, and seeing her long eyelashes fluttering her moist eyes and her flushed cheeks, Shen Anyu felt amused. Women are all natural actresses, especially beautiful ones. Their acting skills are superb. Deception comes naturally. According to the information Shen Anyu had gathered through his investigators, he knew everything about Lumi, even from her diaper days. Was Lumi really such an easily shy woman? As if. Shen Anyu embraced the slender waist of the beauty in his arms, lowered his head, and asked gently, Mimi, are you very shy? Lumi shyly nodded, putting on an embarrassed, innocent expression as she looked at Shen Anyu. Brother Shen, this is the first time Mimi has been held by a man. We're still on the commercial street surrounded by people, so I'm truly a bit shy. As she spoke, her seductive fox eyes seriously gazed at Shen Anyu, full of admiration and tenderness, and she whispered, But Mimi likes Brother Shen, so I can bravely persevere. After she finished, Lumi lowered her head, even her fair, delicate neck and earlobes flushed pink. She looked like a young girl caught in the web of love, unable to extricate herself, her heart just opening. Ding. The chosen one Qi Fan's mentality exploded. Plunder 99 fate value. Upon hearing Lu Mi's shy confession, Qi Fan's mentality exploded again, his face twisting. A passerby patted him on the shoulder and whispered comfortingly, Dude, I've been watching you for a while. You're following that couple ahead. Are you secretly in love with that girl? They are a perfect match made for each other. You want to steal her? That's very hard. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why be hung up on one flower? Qi Fan's face twisted, and he angrily glared at the passerby, indignantly saying, I don't believe it. Mimi must be mine. He had the simp cashback system. He was a man like a protagonist. Why shouldn't he get the campus belle Lumi, whom he had long adored? Lumi had become his obsession. Now that he had the system, if he still couldn't have her, wouldn't the system have been for nothing? Absolutely not. But then everything went black before Qi Fan's eyes. Because ahead of him, Lumi and Shen Anyu were kissing passionately on the street blissfully. Shen Anyu looked delighted, hearing the prompt of plundering Qi Fan's fate value in his ear, enjoying the soft warmth of the beauty. It couldn't be better. As for whether Lumi was acting, why expose it? Exposing it was possible, but not on the street. Shen Anyu took Lumi's soft fair hand and said with a smile, Mimi, have you shopped for a while? Are you hungry? The head chef at that Zisiden Grand Hotel ahead has excellent skills. Hotel. Lumi immediately became alert. Although she was secretly willing and eager to become Shen Anyu's woman, it couldn't be so soon. In Lumi's view, being too easy would make her seem cheap, and Shen Anyu wouldn't cherish her. At least she needed some promises. Of course, clever little fox Lumi knew that in front of Shen Anyu, she absolutely could not act spoiled and willful. Acting willful, ordinary men only have to grovel and endure. But in front of a top-tier, ultra-wealthy, centuries-old noble scion, still act willful. That would be self-elimination. Lumi thought of using small sweeteners to hook Shen Anyu. As for her purity, she had to wait until she became an officially announced girlfriend or fiancée. With this in mind, Lumi shyly looked at Shen Anyu and spoke in a gentle, melodious voice. Brother Shen, my family upbringing is very strict. My father has always demanded that I must return to my dormitory or home before 10 o'clock in the evening. I cannot stay overnight elsewhere. It's almost 7 o'clock now, so it's not possible. As she spoke, she saw the smile vanish from Shen Anyu's face, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly took Shen Anyu's arm and said with a bright smile, Brother Shen, I know there's a Michelin 3-star restaurant ahead. The food is excellent. Let me treat you, okay? Shen Anyu's expression was indifferent as he casually said, all right. Seeing that Shen Anyu had clearly cooled down, Lumi lamented inwardly, but her face showed an even sweeter and more charming smile. Like a lark, she chattered and flattered, occasionally engaging in intimate interactions. She was afraid that Shen Anyu would be displeased and leave in a huff. Although Lumi was confident in herself after last night's banquet, she knew exactly what kind of existence the man beside her was. He was truly a top-tier, noble, living high above the clouds. In Modu, across all industries, those big shots who appear on TV can only respectfully flatter Shen Anyu. Such a top-tier existence would never lack beautiful women. For one thing, last night beside Shen Anyu was Qin Ningbing, the 100 billion beautiful president of Modu Rinxin Tang Pharmaceutical Company. No matter how confident Lumi was, she didn't think her charm was greater than Qin Ningbing's, at best equal. But Lumi's status was far inferior to Qin Ningbing's, the daughter of the director of Modu First People's Hospital and the campus belle of Modu University. How could she compare to a 100 billion beautiful president? Shen Anyu's coldness made Lumi anxious and insecure, and she became even more eager to please. Shen Anyu naturally noticed this and was amused. Playing hard to get with him, trying to manipulate him. Demimi, you're still too green. With Shen Anyu's status, power, and wealth, would he be a simp? Shen Anyu never simped after women. It was the other way around. Ding. The Destiny child Chi Fan is feeling sad and crying, plundered 86 fate points. Ding. The Destiny child Chi Fan's mind exploded, plundered 9,999 fate points. Ding. The Destiny child Chi Fan's emotions shattered, plundered 20,000 fate points. At this moment, Chi Fan, who was following behind, was utterly shattered emotionally, his heart in pieces. What did he see? What did he see? He saw Shen Anyu's expression, cold and indifferent, while the white moonlight goddess of his heart, the school beauty Lumi, was fawning over him with eager enthusiasm, her warm face pressing against his cold shoulder. Chi Fan was completely dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. In the past, countless people had pursued and fawned over Lumi, yet she had dismissed them all with disdain, paying them no heed, politely refusing, or even giving them the cold shoulder. This morning, Chi Fan had meticulously prepared 99,999 precious roses arranged into a sea of hearts. Leaning against an 8 million luxury Maybach, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, he had gallantly declared his love to Lumi. As a result, Lumi had said coldly boring tricks. Although Chi Fan's heart was constricted at the time, it wasn't too painful. Instead, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. That was because the white moonlight goddess of his heart, the school beauty Lumi, was not someone who could be easily won. Like a celestial star, she required countless efforts and sacrifices to obtain. Furthermore, Chi Fan even happily guessed that Lumi was still a pure child, never having had a boyfriend. Even though he had obtained the sycophant gold cashback system and planned to have countless women in the future, Lumi's status in his heart remained the highest. Chi Fan had even imagined that, like an ancient emperor, even with 3,000 beauties, Lumi would be his empress. However, watching Lumi, who had always been cold and indifferent to other men, smiling like a blooming flower before Shen Anyu, fawning with eager enthusiasm like a lively lark, Chi Fan's heart shattered. He moved like a walking corpse, dazed and disoriented, watching Shen Anyu and Lumi enjoy their meal with all sorts of sweet interactions. The meal lasted over an hour, and Lumi's eyes grew misty with desire, her gaze lingering. Chi Fan's heart broke into pieces. Then he continued to follow them, watching Shen Anyu and Lumi go shopping at the nearby Faming Mall. Watching Lumi wear various outfits, seductive, charming, alluring, pure, sweet, displaying her devilish figure for Shen Anyu to admire. Watching Shen Anyu occasionally reach out, even entering the fitting room. Chi Fan nearly ground his teeth to dust, utterly undone. Yet Lumi breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Shen Anyu's smile restored. She felt an immense weight lifted. This was the first time she had racked her brains to figure out how to please a man. Brother Shen, it's past 9 in the evening now. Can Mimi go back to the school dormitory? My roommate Lin sent me a message worrying about me. Lumi's narrow fox-like eyes, now devoid of their usual coquettishness, looked at Shen Anyu timidly. If Shen Anyu insisted on taking her to a hotel, Lumi didn't know how to handle it, whether to submit or to submit. Refusal was impossible. Shen Anyu's status, power, ability, and appearance were the top tier she had never dreamed of, and he was so gentle and good to her. There was no way she would give up. After a day's time, Lumi's total affection points towards Shen Anyu had reached 79, an extremely high level, just one step away from unwavering devotion. However, she was a little worried that if she was won over so easily, would Shen Anyu cherish her. Even though she was a goddess and school beauty in others' eyes, Lumi had no confidence in front of Shen Anyu, because the gap in their status was too vast. Shen Anyu smiled and was about to speak, but just then a sharp voice rang out. "Oh ho, you little kept man, you sure have some nerve, cheating on Su Hongyan with another woman." Shen Anyu frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over to see a nightclub girl with dyed yellow hair and smoky eye makeup, accompanied by a tall, muscular young man with bulging muscles like a bodybuilder walking over. Several bodyguards followed behind. Shen Anyu vaguely remembered this nightclub girl. Her name was Zheng Lili, the daughter of the CEO of a 100 billion jewelry-listed company in Shanghai. Earlier, when Shen Anyu and Su Hongyan came to Faming Mall, they had a conflict with Zheng Lili. Su Hongyan had been fiercely protective of her man, even slapping Zheng Lili. The man beside Zheng Lili now was not the tall, effeminate one before, but a new one as strong and powerful as a bodybuilder. Zhang Lili lifted her chin, looking at Shen Anyu with a haughty expression, but a glint of covetousness flashed in her eyes. Last time that little kept man had dared to disobey her order to hit Su Hongyan, so Zhang Lili kicked him out when she got back. Now she had replaced him with the national bodybuilding champion, a flying experience that left her very satisfied. However, Zhang Lili had always been spoiled, as she had to get what she wanted, especially when it came to Shen Anyu's appearance and temperament, which she had dreamed of countless times. She was determined to have him. But Su Hongyan's family background and status were similar to hers, which left Zhang Lili at a loss. Unexpectedly today, she ran into Su Hongyan's little kept man, and he was even here with another woman shopping at Faming Mall. Zhang Lili's eyes rolled, and she came up with an idea. Little kept man, you wouldn't want Su Hongyan to find out about your other woman, would you? Su Hongyan is so proud if she finds out you're two-timing, maybe even using her money to support another woman. She'll probably skin you alive. Shen Anyu's expression turned strange. He never expected to be threatened with such familiar words. He didn't even have time to get angry, only finding it amusing. Little kept man. Meanwhile, Chi Fan, hiding in the corner, brightened up and pricked up his ears. I didn't expect that. By accident I'd learned that this Shen guy is a kept man, and he's being kept by Su Hongyan. Wait, he's being kept by Su Hongyan? Ding. The Destiny child Chi Fan is heartbroken, plundered 6,666 fate points. Chi Fan's gaze at Shen Anyu was filled with intense envy and jealousy. How could he not know Su Hongyan? She was one of the 3 school beauties of Moda University, the famously proud and spoiled heiress, a top-tier rich girl. It was said she was the only child of a family with assets in the tens of billions, nearly 100 billion. She was a goddess that Chi Fan had never dared to look at before. After obtaining the sycophant gold cashback system, Chi Fan's ambition had swelled, even entertaining the thought of sweeping all 3 school beauties of Moda University. He had previously planned to use money to win over Zhang Linlin. However, Chi Fan wasn't stupid. He knew he couldn't take someone of Su Hongyan's status yet. Chi Fan planned to wait until he was worth tens or hundreds of billions before going after Su Hongyan. But he never expected that Shen Anyu was being kept by Su Hongyan. Damn it, that was the ultimate dream of countless men, and this guy actually got it. And what made Chi Fan even more furious was that Shen Anyu already having Su Hongyan dared to pursue his goddess and white moonlight Lumi. Outrageous. Just then a flash of inspiration struck Chi Fan, and he grew excited. Haha, now Lumi will surely see through this Shen guy's true colors, slap him, and break up, and he'll have another chance. At this moment, Chi Fan was utterly overjoyed and thrilled. He imagined that upon learning Shen Anyu was Su Hongyan's kept man and was two-timing her, Lumi would be furious beyond measure. Given Lumi's temperament, she would likely slap him outright, break up with him, and storm off. Then Chi Fan could seize the chance to console the wounded Lumi and win her heart. The mere thought filled him with pure delight and immense satisfaction. Su Hongyan. At that very moment, Lumi, who had her back to Zhang Lili, also changed her expression in surprise. She hadn't expected that Shen Anyu had ties with Su Hongyan as well. Was this man too promiscuous? Among the 3 campus beauties of Moda University, Lumi, Su Hongyan, Zhang Linlin, would 2 of them fall into Shen Anyu's hands? Lumi dared not imagine how many women she would have to compete with for Shen Anyu. Yet no matter what, she couldn't bear to let go, and she believed in her own charm. With her narrow fox-like eyes casting a resentful glance at Shen Anyu, she turned around, hugged his arm, and said to Zhang Lili, don't talk nonsense. Shenjage is not Su Hongyan's kept man. Zhang Lili was stunned. Facing the enchanting, alluring beauty with an angelic face and a devilish figure, she hadn't expected the woman beside Shen Anyu to be Lumi. Lumi also came from a distinguished family. Her father, Lu Shiming, was the director of Modu First People's Hospital. Though his assets were only a few hundred million, not enough to be considered a tycoon, his social connections were vast and his influence considerable. After all, who never falls ill? When sick, one has to deal with the top hospital like Modu First People's Hospital and its director. So Zhang Lili knew Lumi too, albeit from just a few encounters with little acquaintance. But Lumi's looks and figure were so outstanding that even women would find them unforgettable. And that was not all. Saying this, Lumi blushed as she looked tenderly at Shen Anyu. If Shenjage wants to be kept, could Mimi keep him? Zhang Lili was completely dumbfounded. The expectant smile on Chi Fan's face froze. The onlookers were equally astonished, their jaws dropping to the ground. They could hardly believe that faced with a man who was two-timing and possibly being kept, Lumi not only stayed calm, but even said she would be the one to keep him. Lumi, have you lost your mind? The gigolo beside you is two-timing you, and involved with Su Hongyan. Zhang Lili snapped out of her shock and yelled furiously at Lumi. Lumi's narrow fox-like eyes flicked upward as she glanced dismissively at Zhang Lili, thinking to herself how this foolish spendthrift girl had no idea about Shen Anyu's status and identity. At last night's banquet, your father, the CEO of the listed jewelry company and billionaire Zheng Hongji, was bowing and scraping before Shen Anyu, fawning and groveling beyond measure. And as for Shen Anyu's philandering, was this Lumi's first day knowing about it? She even knew that Shen Anyu had a relationship with Qin Ningbing, the beautiful billionaire CEO. Now she only wanted to defeat the other women and become Shen Anyu's lawful wife. With that thought, Lu Mi gazed tenderly at Shen Anyu and said softly, Shinjage, no matter how many women you have, Mimi doesn't care, because Mimi can't live without you. From the very first meeting, Mimi fell in love with you at first sight. In this life and the next, I want to be with you and never part. Shinjage, I love you. Can I be your girlfriend? Ding. Massive fluctuation in the fate-chosen Chi Fan's primary romance line. Plunder 100 fate points. Chi Fan's psyche completely shattered. His vision went black, his head buzzed, and his face turned ashen and deathly pale. He never dreamed that Lu Mi would not care about Shen Anyu being a kept man or two-timing her, and would even confess her love so deeply. How could he break this? Impossible. At this moment, Chi Fan utterly lost all hope of winning Lu Mi. Even if he later threw money at her and forced her to submit, he would never capture her heart. Like a walking corpse, he turned and left, no longer tailing Shen Anyu and Lu Mi. He didn't even bother to pick up the green baseball cap that had fallen off his head. Shen Anyu watched with keen interest as Chi Fan shuffled out like a zombie. The blows waiting for Chi Fan were only just beginning. After all, he was the chosen one destined to oppose Shen Anyu, the villainous adversary. Then Shen Anyu turned his gaze to Lu Mi, who had just poured out her heart. He found it amusing. This little fox was seizing the chance to win his favor, and he had to admit it felt quite satisfying. There was a reason why marriage should be between equals. When the two parties' statuses were vastly different, equality was nearly impossible. If Shen Anyu were an ordinary man, upon discovering his two-timing, Lu Mi would have slapped him and broken up immediately, perhaps even seeking revenge. But was Shen Anyu an ordinary man? At last night's banquet, Lu Mi had witnessed firsthand how the top tycoons from every industry in Modu had smiled ingratiatingly and bowed respectfully. The grand spectacle, surrounded by admirers, had even greatly increased Qin Ningbing's favor and won Lu Qingyu's admiration. How much more so for Lu Mi, the youngest with the highest expectations, seeking a man above all others. This was precisely why Shen Anyu had hosted last night's banquet. The way an ordinary man pursued women was vastly different from that of a noble elite. Few were born lowly and willing to be simps, but for an ordinary man, how difficult was it to win a goddess without simping? Everyone knew that attracting women was more effective than simping, but improving one's appeal was no easy task. Shen Anyu, however, had maxed out his allure, top-tier family background, perfect looks, and after attaining the divine steel physique, his masculine charm was overwhelming, his aura immense. Every inch of him was flawless to the extreme. Thus Lu Mi was now the one pursuing Shen Anyu, reversing the roles of hunter and prey. Of course, Lu Mi thought she was the hunter, but in reality, she was merely a little fox in his palm. Smiling at her heartfelt confession, Shen Anyu did not respond to her advances, but said calmly, Mimi, let's go. No need to listen to buzzing flies. Lu Mi bit her lip, a flicker of chagrin in her beautiful eyes. Her confession had been too hasty. Becoming the official girlfriend wouldn't be so easy. Yet she wasn't discouraged. Wrapping her arm around Shen Anyu, she said cheerfully, Shinjage, let's go. With enough persistence, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Lu Mi believed that with her looks, figure, and charm, she would eventually bring Shen Anyu to his knees. Stop right there. At that moment, the ignored Zheng Lili was fuming. Her dyed blonde hair bristled, as if she were transforming into a super scion. Not only male rich second-generation heirs can be spoiled brats, female ones can be too. Zheng Lili was precisely such a notorious female delinquent and rebellious girl in the high society of Modu. She spent her days idling in bars and nightclubs, the men by her side, changing like clothes too numerous to count. The queen among the woman punks. Due to her mother's early death and her father Zheng Hongji's constant immersion in work, coupled with his excessive indulgence towards her, Zheng Lili developed a willful, lawless, and arbitrary personality. Whatever she wanted, she had to obtain. Last time she didn't bring bodyguards, and Zheng Lili wasn't foolish. She knew that Su Hongyan, who stood before her, had an equally formidable status and didn't push things further. But now, encountering Shen Anyu again and being so blatantly ignored, Zheng Lili could no longer tolerate it. Pretty boy, you dare call me a fly? Zheng Lili's gaze at Shen Anyu seemed to spew fire as she spoke furiously. You will pay the price, or else you won't leave this place today. With that, Zheng Lili waved her hand, and the bodyguards behind her blocked Shen Anyu and Lu Mi. Lu Mi was annoyed. She had been enjoying a wonderful romantic date with Shen Anyu, everything sweet and lovely, yet flies kept disturbing them. Last time it was Chi Fan, this time Zheng Lili. Zheng Lili, what do you want? Move aside. Oomph. Lu Mi, step aside. Zheng Lili had no fear of Lu Mi. Although Lu Mi's father, Lu Shiming, the Grand Dean of Modu First People's Hospital, was a notable figure, Zheng Lili was confident she could suppress him. Besides, she wasn't looking to pick a fight with Lu Mi. Zheng Lili's gaze turned arrogant as she stared at Shen Anyu and spoke directly. Pretty boy, you don't want to offend me, do you? My dad, Zheng Hongji, is the leader of Modus jewelry industry with assets in the tens of billions. He can make you rot in prison for life. Don't count on Lu Mi or Su Hongyan to save you. If Su Hongyan finds out you're two-timing, she'll tear you apart. She won't help you. As for Lu Mi, even more useless. Now kneel down, lick my feet, and agree to be my man. They'll let you off, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Shen Anyu's expression remained calm. He shook his head and sighed. Sighing won't help, pretty boy. Zheng Lili snorted, lifted her chin, and looked at Shen Anyu with a haughty, smug gaze. Her greatest daily pleasure was to toy with all kinds of men. Young hunks, big stars, male models, bodybuilders, athletes. She thought she had tasted it all, but upon seeing Shen Anyu, she realized what a truly handsome man was. She had to have him. After all, she had the backing of her billionaire father Zheng Hongji, the jewelry magnate of Modu, who spoiled her endlessly. This only made Zheng Lili more arrogant. However, Zheng Lili failed to notice that Lu Mi was looking at her, as if she were an idiot. At last night's banquet, Lu Mi had witnessed firsthand how humble and deferential Zheng Lili's father Zheng Hongji had been before Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu stared coldly at the arrogant and tyrannical Zheng Lili and said indifferently, "What I'm sighing about is that you have no brains at all. You don't even know who I am, yet you come before me acting bossy and spouting nonsense. You're only asking for trouble. I ignored you last time, but now you've run into me again. I have no choice but to teach you a lesson." Shen Anyu, with his distinguished status, would never tolerate anyone jumping in his face. Even a chosen one provoking him would earn a slap, let alone a mere spoiled, rich, second-generation heir. "You say I have no brains, and am asking for trouble." Zheng Lili's face grew even darker at these words, and she barked at her bodyguards. "Are you all brainless? Get him." The several bodyguards of Zheng Lili immediately lunged viciously at Shen Anyu, their momentum fierce like wolves. However, the next moment, bang, 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 those bodyguards flew back even faster, crashing heavily onto the ground, crying out in pain. Each curled up like a lobster, clutching their stomachs, faces pale with pain, drenched in sweat, completely incapacitated. A middle-aged woman of considerable grace had appeared before Shen Anyu, effortlessly kicking away those bodyguards of Zheng Lili. "Brother Shen, are you all right?" Lu Mi, still shaken, looked at Shen Anyu with concern. She had been frightened, as well, her face pale. Shen Anyu patted Lu Mi's small hand and said with a smile, "It's fine." Then he looked at the middle-aged woman and instructed, "Aunt Xiao, teach this ill-mannered little hussy a lesson, and have her father come to pick her up." "Yes, young master." Aunt Xiao respectfully complied, then fixed a cold gaze on Zheng Lili, her voice like a thunderclap. "Kneel." Boom. Instantly, the overwhelming pressure of a martial grandmaster surged forth. Zheng Lili felt an invisible force envelop her, as if a mountain pressed down, and she fell to her knees with a thud. Her pampered knees slammed hard onto the cold, unyielding floor, immediately turning bruised and purple, making her cry out in pain. But that was not all. Slap, slap, slap. Aunt Xiao instantly delivered dozens of slaps to Zheng Lili's face, leaving it swollen and red like a pig's liver. "You? How dare you hit me?" Zheng Lili was stunned. When she came to, she was both shocked and furious, reaching the peak of anger. Even her father Zheng Hongji had never struck her, yet now someone dared to hit her. For a moment, Zheng Lili never considered how powerful it was to make her kneel with just a single shout. Aunt Xiao's gaze turned icy as she looked at Zheng Lili, almost as if looking at a corpse. "Fool, you have no idea what a monumental figure you've provoked. I have already informed your father Zheng Hongji to come and collect you." Shen Anyu, wearing a faint smile, did not even glance at Zheng Lili and chatted with Lu Mi beside him. Lu Mi's eyes flickered toward Zheng Lili, and she felt a deep shock within. Zheng Lili's reputation was notorious. She was like a tyrannical little overlord, always bullying others. Yet a mere subordinate of Shen Anyu had made her kneel without mercy and summoned her parents to claim her. At this thought, Lu Mi's beautiful eyes turned toward Shen Anyu, and a misty shimmer arose in them. Her heart throbbed with passion. Such a domineering and powerful man. She had to become the woman by his side. Throughout history, whether in ancient or modern times, women have always admired the strong, yearned for powerful men. This is inscribed in the deepest recesses of their genes. From the perspective of lives propagation, only a strong man can produce strong offspring and can provide more ample nutrition and greater security for the woman who is bearing. Men, on the other hand, are simpler. Big is enough. The preference for fair, thin, and innocent women is championed by women themselves. For the vast majority of men, they prefer women with voluptuous curves and fiery bodies. Of course, some men like to have it all, every type, but they usually don't reject a woman with a great figure. And Lu Mi, without a doubt, possessed an angelic face and a devilish body. She could be both seductive and sultry and innocent and shy. Exactly the kind of delight that men love most. Shen Anyu smiled as he talked with Lu Mi, paying no attention to Zheng Lili's clamor. Time spent with a beautiful woman always passes quickly. Before long, a crowd approached with a clamor. At the forefront was a rather portly, pot-bellied, middle-aged man, followed by a group of bodyguards in suits, menacing and imposing. "Father, please save me." Zheng Lili's eyes lit up with hope as she saw the portly, pot-bellied, middle-aged man approaching. That was her father Zheng Hongji, the tycoon of the jewelry industry, and Modu, a billionaire. Zheng Hongji gazed at his only daughter kneeling on the ground with a swollen, reddened cheek marked by handprints. A flicker of pain passed through his eyes, but as he looked towards Shen Anyu ahead, his heart grew heavy with dread. How could his daughter have offended such a person? What was he to do? Seeing her father's arrival, Zheng Lili regained her confidence and began to shout, "Father, I've been bullied. You must avenge me. That bastard pretty boy, he dared to have someone hit me and made me kneel. You have to make him pay. I want him to." Smack. Boom. Before Zheng Lili could finish her vengeful tirade, another slap landed heavily on her face. She was stunned, her world spinning. What was even more unbelievable was that the one who struck her was not the middle-aged woman, not Shen Anyu, but her most doting father, Zheng Hongji. How could this be? Her father had never hit her before. Father, you hit me. You actually hit me. When mother passed away, you promised to cherish me forever, to hold me in the palm of your hand. And now you strike me. Zheng Lili screamed hysterically, utterly bewildered. Zheng Hongji seemed to have aged a decade in an instant. He sighed deeply at her and said, "It is precisely because I spoiled you too much that disaster has befallen us today." With that, under Zheng Lili's incredulous gaze, Zheng Hongji dropped to his knees before Shen Anyu and spoke tremblingly. "Master Shen, she is my only daughter. She has offended you. I beg you to spare her life. I, Zheng Hongji, am willing to pay any price. I implore you." Thump. Zheng Hongji began kowtowing. In that moment, the entire hall fell silent. Even the sounds of breathing and heartbeats were barely audible, save for the thumping of Zheng Hongji's forehead against the floor as he begged for mercy. Zheng Lili was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene. In her memory, her father Zheng Hongji had always been immensely imposing. The leader of modest jewelry industry, a billionaire who could converse with ease even with high-ranking officials without losing ground. Over the years under Zheng Hongji's management, the Zheng family jewelry company had flourished and prospered ever more. It was this foundation that had allowed Zheng Lili to be arrogant and do as she pleased. But she never imagined that the pillar of her life, her father Zheng Hongji, would kneel before that pretty boy. How was that possible? Especially seeing her father's face pale as death, drenched in cold sweat, his expression filled with such reverence. It was utterly incomprehensible to Zheng Lili. Lumi's beautiful eyes sparkled with even more admiration as she gazed at the handsome man beside her, her heart racing. She knew it was all because the man beside her wielded such immense power that even Zheng Hongji had to bow down. Shen Anyu looked calmly at Zheng Hongji, who was still kowtowing, and said indifferently, "A parent's love is truly poignant. But Zheng Lili's current predicament is also your own fault for spoiling her too much. Even if she hadn't crossed me today, she would have invited other calamities sooner or later." Hearing this, Zheng Hongji was filled with even more remorse. Trembling, he said, "Master Shen, I admit my mistake. Please punish me as you see fit." Facing the colossus backed by the Yanxia Shen family and the Yanxia and family, Master Shen Anyu, Zheng Hongji had no thought of resistance. He could only submit meekly and await judgment. Master Shen. Zheng Lili was not foolish. At this moment, she finally connected the dots to the supreme noble who had descended upon Modu. Her expression changed drastically and cold sweat poured down her back. She had never dreamed that the pretty boy she had insulted was actually the young master of the Yanxia Shen family. She had offended such an existence. The thought made her face turn ashen. Despair filled her eyes. She dared not even breathe, looking pitifully at Shen Anyu, awaiting his judgment, no longer daring to utter a single defiant word. Shen Anyu smiled as he looked at Lumi beside him and said lightly, "Today I'm on a date with me, and am in a good mood. Count yourselves lucky." Lumi's heart swelled with sweetness upon hearing this. So she held such a place in Shen Anyu's heart. Ding. Detected fated female, lead Lumi's affection 6, plundered 18000 fate points. Ding. Detected fated female, lead Lumi's total affection 85, plundered 3000 fate points. Shen Anyu had only spoken sweet words out of habit, but now he was genuinely pleased. With a cheerful expression, he took Lumi's fair hand and walked out. Zheng Hongji and Zheng Lili both breathed a sigh of relief as if they had just escaped the jaws of death. But just then Shen Anyu's indifferent voice rang in their ears. "Zheng Hongji, I don't want to see Zheng Lili again." "Yes, Master Shen." Zheng Hongji's heart jolted, and he immediately responded with utmost respect. He had already decided that once he returned, he would confine his daughter Zheng Lili to house arrest for the rest of her life to prevent any further catastrophe. The Zheng family jewelry company has developed quite well. I'd like to become a major shareholder. Hearing Shen Anyu's words, Zheng Hongji's expression shifted dramatically. That was shares worth billions. Even he owned less than half of the company's shares. If he gave them up, he would lose control of the company. But under Shen Anyu's cold, half-smiling gaze, Zheng Hongji nodded reluctantly and said, "Master Shen, no problem. He'll transfer the shares to you for 1 yuan." Zheng Hongji's face was ashen, thinking that this was still better than being driven to ruin under the pressure of the Shen consortium. Shen Anyu, however, chuckled. "I'm not some devil. Rest assured, I'll acquire the corresponding shares at market price." Zheng Hongji, although you failed in teaching your daughter, your management skills are quite remarkable. After the Zheng family jewelry company joins the Shen consortium, it will reach even greater heights. Shen Anyu could have simply devoured the Zheng family jewelry company, but that would have been too unsightly and would have stirred resentment among other tycoons. There was no need for that. Though he was not afraid of consequences, there were better ways to handle the situation. Why not take them? 10 years ago, the Zheng family jewelry company in Zheng Hongji's hands had been worth only a few hundred million. Under his stewardship, it had flourished and grown rapidly. Shen Anyu not only wanted the golden eggs, but also the goose that laid them. He hadn't forgotten that he had also drawn a batch of top-grade jewelry from the system. Any piece could serve as a museum centerpiece. Master Shen, thank you for your magnanimity. Zheng Hongji was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude profusely. His emotions had swung wildly. He had thought everything was lost, but Shen Anyu had shown mercy, filling him with grateful tears. Shen Anyu found it amusing. Look, Zheng Hongji was even saying thank you. Then Shen Anyu took Lu Mi's delicate hand and drifted away. It was a long while before Zheng Hongji managed to rise with the aid of his bodyguards, and by then he realized his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Oh, it's a blessing in disguise at least. Zheng Hongji sighed. Though from now on he would no longer be the head of the Zheng family jewelry company, merely a corporate executive under the Shen consortium, it was still far better than losing everything. Moreover, joining the Shen consortium brought great benefits. Access to richer resources and a deeper network, allowing the Zheng family jewelry company to thrive even more. Had today's events not occurred, Zheng Hongji might never have agreed. After all, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, who would willingly become a subordinate when comfortably serving as their own company's chairman. Yet now this outcome filled him with immense relief. He knew well that 5 years ago the illustrious Yi family of the magic capital had offended the Yanxia Shen family, leading to their utter ruin. Family destroyed, home reduced to ashes. The Yi family of the magic capital far surpassed the Zhengs in standing. Dad is that young Master Shen, the eldest son of the Yanxia Shen family. At that moment Zheng Lili also rose with the help of a bodyguard, rubbing her knees and wincing from the pain. Yet curiosity got the better of her as she turned to Zheng Hongji and asked. Zheng Hongji shot his daughter a glare and snapped, "Who else but that eldest son of the Yanxia Shen family could scare your father like this? I told you to attend last night's banquet, but you refused. If you'd met young Master Shen, then today's trouble could have been avoided." Zheng Lili spoke with regret and remorse. "If I'd known young Master Shen was so handsome, I'd definitely have gone. Dad, what if I go apologize to him in person, make sure he holds no grudge?" Seeing his daughter's eyes darting slyly, clearly plotting mischief, Zheng Hongji scolded her sternly. "You haven't caused enough trouble. From now on you're confined to the house. No going out. Zheng Lili, I warn you, if you anger young Master Shen again, I'll disown you." Hearing this, Zheng Lili's face turned pale, and she dared not speak further. In her heart she had been thinking how thrilling it would be to win over a man as supreme as young Master Shen. Zheng Hongji, guessing her thoughts, said bluntly, "How could young Master Shen ever fancy you? The women by his side are like Qin Ningbing." Qin Ningbing. Zheng Lili was instantly deflated. Compared to a woman like Qin Ningbing, she was far inferior. Moreover, she knew that Shen Anyu also had Su Hongyan and Lu Mi by his side. At that moment, Zheng Lili's envy and jealousy towards Su Hongyan, Lu Mi, and the others reached its peak. She wished she could trade places with them. Ding, sensing a powerful obsession in the host, the male god seduction system has awakened. Binding now activating. Who? Zheng Lili was startled by the crisp voice ringing in her ear. "Don't be jumpy, no one's talking." Her father Zheng Hongji glared at her in exasperation, intending to take her home and teach her a proper lesson. He had been too busy with work to discipline her before, and now that she had turned out like this, it was unacceptable. But Zheng Lili ignored him, realizing that the crisp voice was echoing directly in her mind. Ding, male god seduction system activated. Distributing newbie gift pack. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the alluring body of 1,000 charms. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained top-tier makeup artistry. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the love at first sight aura. Zheng Lili was overjoyed. Having read novels, she knew all about wondrous systems. With a system, even the most ordinary person could rise against all odds and achieve the impossible. The love at first sight aura in particular sent her into a frenzy of excitement. Love at first sight aura effect: bind one top-tier male god, making him love and dote only on you for a lifetime. Affinity rises directly to max level. He would die for you, feel intense aversion and repulsion toward other women, and have eyes only for you. Trigger condition effective only on top-tier male gods. Activate upon touching their skin. Zheng Lili was ecstatic. With this love at first sight aura once activated, Shen Anyu would from then on be devoted only to her for life, even willing to die for her. Then not only would her current predicament be effortlessly resolved, but she would also become the young mistress of the Yanxia Shen family, enjoying boundless wealth and glory. Moreover, with the system, she could seduce not just young Master Shen, but other male gods as well. At the thought of this, Zheng Lili's eyes grew misty, and she involuntarily rubbed her thighs together, imagining the blissful future ahead. "Dad, I need to see young Master Shen. I need to see young Master Shen," she exclaimed excitedly to her father. If she could just meet him and find a way to touch his skin, she would transform into a phoenix, enjoying countless male gods. What a beautiful fantasy. Of course, Zheng Lili felt that no other male god could compare to young Master Shen. She was merely broad-hearted, wanting to give all male gods a home, with young Master Shen as her primary imperial consort. Hearing this, Zheng Hongji's face turned stern as he scolded his daughter. "Nonsense. I promised young Master Shen just now. You are absolutely not to appear before him. If you anger him again, you'll lose your life, and our Zheng family will be finished. Young Master Shen's status, power, and influence are beyond your imagination." With a flick of his finger he could crush us. Zheng Lili grew frantic and said to her father, Dad, I'm not going to anger him. Trust me, I can make him fall in love with me really. Zheng Hongji rolled his eyes and said irritably, how did I end up with such a foolish daughter? Young Master Shen falling for you. Don't talk nonsense. Now you're going home. You'll be confined indoors. No going out, absolutely forbidden to provoke young Master Shen. He'll assign bodyguards to watch you around the clock. Having said this, Zheng Hongji sighed and looked at his daughter with earnest advice. Daughter, this is for your own good. If you appear before young Master Shen again, you might not survive. At home you'll have everything you want. Food, fun, entertainment. If you like men, you can even order male models, but you must not go out. Zheng Lili was frantic, desperately trying to convince her father. She even attempted to reveal the male god seduction system, but a mysterious force prevented her from speaking of it. All she could do was weep helplessly as she was confined at home. Wah! Dad, just let me see young Master Shen. He'll make him fall for me, I swear. Zheng Hongji shook his head and instructed the bodyguards and maids to keep round-the-clock surveillance, absolutely forbidding the young miss from leaving. After crying for a while, Zheng Lili's eyes darted cunningly as she gritted her teeth and thought, no, I have to find a way out and get close to young Master Shen. Otherwise, what's the point of my male god seduction system? Young Master Shen, my young master, Shen, I'll make you fall in love at first sight, driven mad with desire for me, Zheng Lili. As if struck by a thought, Zheng Lili pressed her legs together and let out a foolish, dreamy laugh. Shen Anyu furrowed his brows slightly, an ominous premonition lingering in his heart, as if something unfavorable to him was about to transpire. He mused to himself, it must be my transcendent perception sensing something amiss, something detrimental unfolding. Yet transcendent perception is not divine perception, it cannot discern the specifics. What exactly is happening? Could it be that the destined child Yi Yin, a master descending the mountain, is about to come down? No, as of now I can easily handle Yi Yin, and even his celestial master does not intimidate me much. Xiao Lu, Han Shi, Qi Fan, they are even less worth mentioning. Has another more terrifying and powerful destined child been born? An immortal emperor reborn? I must find a way to investigate. Shen Anyu's heart grew heavy, his brows tightly knit. Even Shen Anyu could not have imagined that the previously unremarkable Zheng Lili had directly awakened the male god capture system, becoming a destined daughter and possessing the heaven-defying love-at-first-sight halo that could make a top-tier male god die for her. But Shen Anyu knew that one must rely on one's own strength. No matter what happens externally, what he must do is become stronger. Only by being strong could one remain unmoved amidst all changes. Shen Gij, is something the matter? Seeing you frown, Mimi's heart aches. At that moment, two fair, soft little hands caressed Shen Anyu's brows as if to smooth away his worries. Lu Mi's slender fox-like eyes gazed at Shen Anyu with tenderness and affection as she spoke softly and coquettishly. Shen Anyu held Lu Mi's hand and chuckled lightly. Mimi, it's already past 10 in the evening, you can't make it back to the university dormitory. Lu Mi rolled her eyes at Shen Anyu, her allure as a campus beauty radiating charm, without any bite, instead stirring hearts. It's all because Shen Gij is bad, dragging Mimi along for so long, clearly not wanting to let her go back. Shen Anyu smiled faintly, playing with Lu Mi's hand, asking with interest, then Mimi, what is your intention? Lu Mi gently freed herself from Shen Anyu's grasp, walked a few steps ahead, then suddenly turned back, casting a bewitching smile over her shoulder, and said coquettishly, Shen Gij, catch me, and if you do, I'll let you. Let me what? With a single step, Shen Anyu pulled Lu Mi directly into his arms, asking with a grin. Lu Mi's slender white fingers traced circles on Shen Anyu's chest. She bit her lower lip, took a gentle breath, seemed to make up her mind, and looked at Shen Anyu with starry, hazy eyes. Shen Gij, will you cherish me? Shen Anyu's eyes brimmed with sincerity and love as he said deeply, Mimi, I will cherish you for a lifetime, hold you in the palm of my hand, treasure you in my mouth, and care for you with all my heart. Lu Mi's delicate frame trembled, her charming face was filled with emotion. But as she looked at the leaning Shen Anyu, her gaze flickered, and she used her hand to block him. Under Shen Anyu's surprised gaze, Lu Mi said shyly, Mimi is a bit shy. There's a bar next door, let's have a drink, and then tonight, I'll let Shen Gij. At this point, Lu Mi lowered her head, too shy to continue. Shen Anyu chuckled inwardly. This little vixen was still teasing him. Tonight, he would make her pay for keeping him in suspense. Alright, let's go to the bar for a drink. Shen Anyu cast a glance at the bar next door, the dream bar, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. What a coincidence. Seeing that Shen Anyu was not impatient, Lu Mi sighed in relief and patted her chest, which was quite ample. Although she was not timid, she also lacked boldness. Such matters were embarrassing. Not to mention, she had only known Shen Anyu for a day. MML, seek advice from Lin, let her share some experience with me. Lu Mi's eyes sparkled. With one hand held by Shen Anyu, she took out her phone with the other, preparing to ask her best friend Zhang Lin for some tips. Shen Anyu glanced at her, a strange look on his face. Why ask on the phone? They could do it together later. However, Shen Anyu also took out his phone, replied to some messages, and told his little maid Wan Lingshan to sleep early. Originally, he had planned to go back tonight and listen to the little maid's bedtime story, but plans change. Since he had such a great opportunity to win Lumi over, he naturally couldn't let it slip. Dream Bar. One of the most popular bars in Magic City, with a huge reputation rumored to have an incredibly formidable backing. Those who had come looking for trouble all met with bad ends. Amidst the dazzling lights and glamour, under the multicolored neon glow, crowds of men and women in pairs and groups came and went from the Dream Bar, bustling with excitement. As Shen Anyu and Lumi stepped into the Dream Bar, waves of heavy metal music blasted deafeningly around them. Groups of young men and women danced wildly on the dance floor, flaunting youthful vitality and hormones, as if shedding the cloak of civilized society, each becoming a frenzied beast. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, would you like a booth? A female waitress, upon seeing Shen Anyu and Lumi, was immediately struck not only by their looks and demeanor, but also by their attire, which clearly indicated wealth and status. This also meant they would spend more money, bringing her a higher commission. Although Lumi was called a little vixen, she had never been to such a place, as she looked at Shen Anyu with questioning eyes. Shen Anyu, though new to the Dream Bar, had been a regular at bars and clubs in the imperial capital. He directly said, "Give us a booth with a quiet atmosphere." The waitress asked with a smile, "Sir, the quietest booths are our VIP booths, each requiring a minimum consumption of 10,000. Would you like one?" Shen Anyu replied casually, "Money is no object. Bring out your best liquor as well." For Shen Anyu, there was no need to ask about prices. There was nothing he couldn't afford. Even buying the entire bar was no issue. However, the waitress was taken aback and said, "Sir, just to remind you, our best drink at Dream Bar is a cocktail personally crafted by our boss lady, called Dream Nightfall, priced at 130,000 per glass. Are you sure you want it?" She could tell that Shen Anyu was a first-time visitor to Dream Bar. If she didn't inform him of the price, the 130,000 per cocktail could cause trouble if he couldn't or wouldn't pay. Shen Anyu wore a faint smile and said leisurely, "No problem. Let your boss lady come. I'd like to taste this Dream Nightfall and see if it's worth it." Tonight he came to Dream Bar not only because of Lumi, but also because of the bar's boss lady, a woman with an enchanting sensual appearance, but a wild, untamed nature within. Then, under the guidance of a waitress, Shen Anyu and Lumi arrived at the VIP booth on the 3rd floor of Dream Bar. The environment here was tranquil with superior quality. Around them, misty dry ice fumes swirled like a celestial realm, yet looking down they could see the gaily dressed men and women below, bathed in a spectrum of dreamy lights. The bar's soundproofing was excellent. The heavy metal music from the 1st floor was barely audible on the 3rd, replaced by a band playing gentle and soothing melodies that induced a light intoxication even before drinking. The name Dream Bar is truly well-deserved. Shen Anyu offered a faint compliment. With a giggle, the waitress placed a hand over her chest, bowed slightly, and said, "Our bar's decor was all done by the boss lady. She put a lot of thought into it. Thank you for the kind words, handsome. Let me go invite her over to prepare a dreamy night cocktail for you. Please wait a moment." Lumi paid no mind, busily tapping away on her phone, seeking advice from her best friend Jiang Lin and learning some tips. Her delicate, charming face frequently flushed, already rosy without a sip of wine. Tap, tap, tap. Soon footsteps sounded as the proprietress of Dream Bar gracefully approached. From the bottom up, a pair of delicate red high heels elongated the lines of her legs, sheathed in black stockings, exuding a unique confidence and charm that was unforgettable. She wore a simple yet flowing black dress, light and form-fitting, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, radiating both elegance and femininity. The neckline was artfully open, revealing her alluring collarbone. Her wavy crimson hair cascaded gracefully, full of feminine softness and allure. Beyond the curves, one could see a delicate fox-like oval face reminiscent of a certain celebrity named Bing Bing, but even more beautiful. Her skin was fine as porcelain, her eyes slightly upturned, exuding a unique and captivating charm like a cat. This was an extraordinarily seductive and stunning woman. Shen Anyu gazed at her with appreciation. Compared to Lumi beside him, though not surpassing in sheer beauty, she possessed a mature femininity tempered by time and an allure emanating from her very bones. The proprietress of Dream Bar gave Shen Anyu and Lumi a faint smile and said, "Hello, sir and madam. I am Situ Yuing, the owner of Dream Bar. I'll prepare the dreamy night cocktail for you. How many glasses would you like?" Shen Anyu smiled faintly and said leisurely, 3 glasses, and I'll buy you one." Situ Yuing glanced at him in surprise, then chuckled softly. "All right then, thank you, handsome." She wasn't surprised, as countless men had tried to court her, but all had returned defeated. In her heart, she already had a man she loved, but unfortunately, it was destined to be a bitter love with no future. Shen Anyu looked at Situ Yuing with an aggressive gaze. He knew more. The woman before him was a rose with thorns. Though beautiful, her sharp barbs kept all men at a distance. Situ Yuing, 27 years old at the peak of the innate realm, was the proprietress of Dream Bar and a trusted lieutenant of the Dragon King Mr. Han, the underground emperor of the Dark World in Magic City. She secretly adored Mr. Han. However, that Dragon King Mr. Han had only one woman in his heart, Lu Qingyue. So Situ Yuing could only suffer in unrequited love. That Dragon King Mr. Han was naturally Han Chi, the Dragon King's son-in-law, and favored one of destiny, who daily carried foot-washing water and clean toilets scolded by his parent Sinlaw, yet still delighted in his role as a lowly son-in-law. The bustling street where Dream Bar was located was one of Dragon King Mr. Han's territories. Shen Anyu originally hadn't planned to come here now, he intended to handle Lu Qingyue first. But since shopping had led them here, he might as well make contact. In his hand, that fixed light joyful contract had found a suitable candidate. Lumi, however, showed a wary expression and tightened her hold on Shen Anyu's arm. The Situ Yueying before her made her feel as if facing a formidable enemy. Earlier she hadn't cared about some bar owner. Could she really be more attractive? But now Lumi had to admit that this woman was indeed like fine wine, even she was stunned. At that moment Lumi felt some regret and annoyance. Why had she suggested coming to the bar? Wasn't she just asking for trouble? The man beside her was no pushover. Lumi keenly sensed Shen Anyu's interest in the bar owner's Situ Yueying. Shen Anyu, however, squeezed Lumi's hand, gently chuckled, and whispered in her ear, "Mimi, I prefer you. Don't worry." Lumi immediately breathed a sigh of relief and chatted happily with Shen Anyu in quiet whispers. As a peak innate realm expert, Situ Yueying had sharp ears and eyes, naturally catching the sweet whispers between Shen Anyu and Lumi so close by. A smile flickered across her beautiful face, followed by a hint of bitterness. If only Mr. Han could accept her, if only one day she could also whisper sweet nothings intimately with him. How wonderful would that be? Why would that mysterious and powerful man prefer to be an insulted and humiliated son-in-law of the Lu family rather than accept her? Situ Yueying's heart ached with longing, but her movements never ceased. Her delicate white hands flew up and down like butterflies among flowers, the mixing shaker in her hands brewing a dreamy cocktail. In a moment, as the shaker came down, 3 glasses of dreamy night cocktail appeared before them. Dreamy and ethereal like the night itself. Fine wine, beautiful women, a scene of sheer enchantment. Situ Yueying's smile, however, faded, and she spoke rather coldly directly to Shen Anyu. "Customer, the dreamy night cocktails are ready. 3 glasses total, 390 yuan, plus the booth fee, 400 yuan. Card or other payment method." Shen Anyu looked at Situ Yueying with a half smile and said, "Let's add WeChat, I'll transfer to you." Situ Yueying's brows furrowed slightly. Was this just another man trying to add her on WeChat to pursue her? The beauty beside Shen Anyu was no less attractive than her. She thought, whatever, if he harasses her shell, just delete him. Then Shen Anyu added her on WeChat and transferred 400 yuan in one go. Beside him, Lumi tasted the dreamy night cocktail, her eyes brightening. No wonder it was worth 130 yuan per glass. It was indeed excellent. However, Shen Anyu picked up his glass, took a gentle sip of the dreamy night cocktail, then shook his head and criticized bluntly, "The flavor is impure, the color is slightly cloudy, the taste is bitter, and the aftertaste is lacking. Poor. In 2 words, garbage." With that, Shen Anyu casually waved his hand and splashed the 130 yuan dreamy night cocktail right out of the glass. Lumi stared in shock, never expecting Shen Anyu to deem the drink as garbage. The nearby waitstaff were also stunned. This was a cocktail personally mixed by their boss lady, highly praised, yet now called garbage. Especially Situ Yueying, her cat-like lazy and seductive eyes suddenly turned sharp, looking at Shen Anyu with wild intensity, as if she had transformed into a clawing wildcat. "You say my cocktail is garbage?" Her voice was frighteningly cold, her gaze piercingly icy. If this man before her couldn't give her a satisfactory explanation, Situ Yueying swore she would make him regret it for life. At that moment, Situ Yueying's enchanting and seductive countenance was frozen like ice, and her lustrous eyes turned coldly toward Shen Anyu. She was no longer a captivating siren, but a perilous sorceress of the shadows, exuding extreme danger. As a peak innate realm powerhouse and the right hand of Master Long, Mr. Han, Situ Yueying was not merely a bar owner, but also the overlord of this bustling commercial district. If anyone dared to trample on her life's work so recklessly, without a valid reason, Situ Yueying swore she would break the legs of this handsome young man before her and toss him into the garbage heap behind the bar. The imposing aura of a peak innate realm cultivator surged outward. Lumi, an ordinary girl with no martial skills, instantly turned pale, her delicate frame trembling as she sensed an overwhelming unease, as if facing a ferocious beast in the wilderness. Just then a warm, large hand grasped her icy little hand. Lumi was startled. Lifting her gaze, she saw Shen Anyu's warm smile. Here, it's fine. Lumi responded softly, her gaze fixed on the man beside her with infatuation. With him around, it was as though he held up the sky for her, leaving her with nothing to worry about. The affection level increased once more. Then Shen Anyu turned his gaze to Situ Yueying, who looked like a tigress, and said with a faint smile, "Your dreamy night cocktail uses 200 milliliters of Vibolova vodka, 60 milliliters of Midori melon liqueur, 55 milliliters of Crown sweet wine, 20 grams of fresh chambai, mountain wild ginseng, 5 pieces of lingji, and 3 ice cubes. The ingredients alone cost a fortune. Your bartending skill is not bad either." Situ Yueying's expression softened slightly, and she looked at Shen Anyu with surprise, not expecting this handsome young master to identify all the ingredients she used. However, a hint of coldness flickered in her eyes because Shen Anyu had left out the most crucial ingredient. And even so, was that enough to trample on her work and call her dreamy night trash? Shen Anyu smiled at C2 Yueying and said unhurriedly, "But you've been too clever for your own good. Adding datura fruit for the dreamy atmosphere, a terrible flaw. Although datura fruit has a hallucinogenic effect, allowing one to feel elated and as if in a dream after drinking the dreamy night cocktail, it also spoils the purity of the flavor. The color is slightly cloudy, the taste bitter on entry, and the aftertaste lacks depth. Does a truly top-tier cocktail need datura fruit? Absolutely not. You tried to enhance the dreamlike effect, but went down the wrong path. This is a desecration of fine liquor. Isn't that trash?" At this moment, C2 Yueying's younger brother C2 Yue heard that someone had come to cause trouble and called his sister's liquor trash. He arrived in a rage, surrounded by a group of burly subordinates, and glared at Shen Anyu with malicious intent. These men were all stout and robust with fierce, brutal looks. First-class enforcers, elite thugs who had carved out a name in the underworld of Magic City. The surrounding patrons fell silent, casting sympathetic and pitying glances at Shen Anyu. How dare he cause trouble in the Dreamy Night Bar? He must be tired of living. Who didn't know that the Dreamy Night Bar had powerful backing? Lumi trembled, clinging tightly to Shen Anyu's arm to regain some sense of safety, though she remained worried. But Shen Anyu, smiling, paid no heed to any of this. His eyes burned as he looked at C2 Yueying and said leisurely, "Boss lady, am I right?" "Brat you." C2 Yueha was furious, and his fist the size of a sandbag was about to swing. But just then C2 Yueying reached out and stopped her younger brother, looking at Shen Anyu with a complex expression. Tap, tap, tap. She walked in high heels, her alluring body undulating like a cat's, her graceful and striking curves coming to a halt before Shen Anyu. C2 Yueying looked down at him, her cold eyes and lofty demeanor like a beast eyeing its prey. "Handsome, you've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid?" Shen Anyu raised his eyes, a look of interest on his face, his gaze sweeping over the fair skin, the crimson lips, the enchanting features, and settling on C2 Yueying's cold eyes. "Why should I be afraid? I believe you won't harm me, boss lady. Instead, you'll see a kindred spirit and be overjoyed." Shen Anyu found it amusing. With his strength, he could crush these people with a single finger. How could he be afraid? Whether in status or power, he was utterly dominant. Watching C2 Yueying, the Dreamy Night Bar's boss lady who switched between seduction and coldness with infinite allure, Shen Anyu felt a surge of intense interest. Such a woman was worth conquering and collecting, wasn't she? A kindred spirit. When Shen Anyu said these words, everyone around was stunned, not understanding what he meant. How could calling C2 Yueying's meticulously crafted Dreamy Night cocktail trash and directly pouring it away possibly make her happy? Was this handsome young man out of his mind? The crowd stared at Shen Anyu with strange expressions. But what happened next left them dumbfounded and speechless. Huh? C2 Yueying laughed so hard her body swayed, and then the frost on her beautiful face melted, turning spring-like once more into seductiveness and charm. Her eyes as limpid as water, she looked at Shen Anyu and spoke softly, her breath fragrant. "A kindred spirit. Indeed, a kindred spirit. Handsome, you've piqued my interest." Ding. Detected 40 affection from fate-bound heroine C2 Yueying. Plundered 12000 destiny points. Listening to C2 Yueying's words and watching her reaction, everyone, including her younger brother C2 Yue, widened their eyes in disbelief. Although C2 Yueying was usually alluring and flirtatious, she had never been intimate with any man, let alone spoken words of admiration or kindred spirit. C2 Yue especially knew that the man his sister admired was the low-key and enduring son-in-law of the Liu family, Master Longmister. Han, how could this be? Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow slightly, not expecting C2 Yueying's affection to jump by 40 points at once. Although the earlier information indicated that C2 Yueying was extremely fond of mixing and tasting cocktails, it seemed he had underestimated the significance of this to her. At that moment, C2 Yueying looked at the puzzled crowd and explained softly, "I've been mixing cocktails for over a decade, and Dreamy Night has always been my proudest creation. But in the beginning, very few could appreciate its subtle charm. Later, I gave up and added datura fruit to blend it in, and unexpectedly, it gained countless fans. How ridiculous. The Dreamy Night as it is now is indeed trash." Everyone suddenly understood and looked at Shen Anyu in awe. He was the first to see this in all these years. No wonder C2 Yueying regarded him as a kindred spirit. Even she herself called it trash, so naturally she was not angry. C2 Yueying's seductive face turned serious as she looked at Shen Anyu and said softly, "Handsome, all your expenses today are on the house, and I'll refund your previous bills. Moreover, from now on, when you come to Dreamy Night Bar, everything is free." These words left everyone stunned, then they looked at Shen Anyu with envy and jealousy. How incredible! Free drinks forever at the Dreamy Night Bar. The Dreamy Night Bar was the most exclusive establishment in Magic City with sky-high prices, a veritable money pit. Never before had anyone been given free drinks. Even bigwigs got only discounts. Now Shen Anyu had been granted a lifetime of free drinks. And that wasn't all. Handsome, would you be interested in tasting the primordial dreamy night? Situ Yueying spoke these words, her beautiful eyes even somewhat anxious as she looked at Shen Anyu full of anticipation. A drink finds its soulmate. The primordial dreamy night was something no one could appreciate, not even the most important Mr. Han and her own younger brother Situ Yua. Could this man before her appreciate it? At this moment the eyes of everyone all turned to Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu smiled faintly, looking at the anxious and expectant Situ Yueying, and said softly, "I look forward to it." Then Situ Yueying smiled radiantly and continued mixing the drink. At this moment Situ Yueying was no longer seductive and alluring. Instead her expression was unprecedentedly serious and focused, as if the wine in her hands was a meticulously crafted masterpiece infused with her heart, no longer just a commodity for sale. The surrounding crowd also watched with expectant eyes, as well as envy and jealousy toward Shen Anyu. The beautiful proprietress of Dream Bar Situ Yueying had never shown such intimacy to any other man. At this moment Lumi beside Shen Anyu looked at Situ Yueying as if facing a formidable enemy. Her delicate body pressed against Shen Anyu, she whispered close to his ear, "Brother Shen, have you taken a fancy to the bar owner?" A warm breath, the fragrance of lavender, and that unique milky scent of a young girl brewing a glass of fine wine intoxicating. "Mimi, you're overthinking." Shen Anyu looked at Lumi with a smile, her big fluttering eyes filled with tension and unease. At this moment Lumi was extremely regretful. If only she hadn't come to this dream bar, she never expected there to be a fox spirit like Situ Yueying here. If Shen Anyu were to be lured away, she would be unable to cry even if she wanted to. Thinking this, Lumi pressed her body closer to Shen Anyu, growing restless. "Brother Shen, Mimi is a little tired. Why don't we go to the hotel to rest early?" Shen Anyu said with a smile. "No rush, wait a moment." Lumi's long fox-like eyes cast a resentful glare at Shen Anyu. Her soft little hand gently pinched the soft flesh at his waist, using no strength, instead afraid of hurting him, and rubbed it. Shen Anyu looked pleased, feeling delighted. At that moment a subtle fragrance of fine wine wafted out. The aroma was very light, like a young girl's ignorant heart uninterpreted. Situ Yueying handed the drink in her hand to Shen Anyu, speaking softly, "Try it, how is it?" This primordial dreamy night was as insipid as plain water. No one could taste its true essence. Even Situ Yueying, who cherished it greatly, always felt something was missing. Could this handsome man who understood wine and women, this soulmate, know it? Shen Anyu shook his head, however, and did not take the drink Situ Yueying offered. Situ Yueying's expression changed disappointment in her beautiful eyes. Could it be that this man also doesn't approve? Situ Yu's gaze was even more threatening toward Shen Anyu, as if compelling Shen Anyu to praise. Shen Anyu, however, laughed, and took the cocktail shaker, poured the wine from the glass into it, gently shook it, and remixed it. The primordial dreamy night, though good, is missing some flavor. The crowd stared at Shen Anyu in surprise. Could this handsome, young master actually mix drinks? Situ Yueying's beautiful eyes were filled with expectation. Soon Shen Anyu finished mixing, pouring the clear, fragrant wine into a glass and handing it to her. "Try it." Situ Yueying, somewhat puzzled, nervous, and expectant, took a sip of the wine. Suddenly her eyes lit up, her gaze intoxicated, and she drank the glass dry in surprise and delight. She even looked reluctantly at the cocktail shaker in Shen Anyu's hand, licked her seductive red lips, as if still not satisfied. "How is this possible? You didn't add any other ingredients, so why does it taste so different?" With great effort, Situ Yueying calmed her lingering reluctance and looked at Shen Anyu with intense curiosity. Her favorability, greatly increased, replaced mostly by curiosity. She clearly hadn't seen Shen Anyu add any other materials. He only poured her wine into the shaker and shook it again. How could the flavor have improved so much? Shen Anyu smiled without speaking. Transcendent mixology was no boast. It surpassed the peak of mortals, transcending the mundane. With such transcendent mixology skill, turning the mediocre into the miraculous was effortless. Seeing that Shen Anyu said nothing, Situ Yueying was not disappointed. Such miraculous mixing skills were naturally extremely precious and wouldn't be disclosed casually. She was prepared to pay a price to learn from Shen Anyu. For her, who was addicted to mixing and drinking fine wine, this was an irresistible temptation. At this moment a drunken figure staggered over, shouting, "Waiter, waiter, give me a booth, the best booth. I want to taste your Dream Bar's legendary dreamy night. Call your boss lady over." This drunken figure was none other than the gold-toady Destiny child Chi Fan. After being struck down by Shen Anyu and Lumi, he came to this bar street in a daze to drown his sorrows and have fun. At this moment Chi Fan had several attractive young women in sexy miniskirts hanging on him, flattering him coquettishly. Chi Fan groped them all over, delighting immensely, as if the earlier blow had passed. "Xiao mei xiao li xiaoong. He, big brother Chi Fan, has plenty of money. As long as you make me happy tonight, he'll stuff you full of cash." "Big brother Chi Fan, you're so annoying." Just as Chi Fan was immersed in pleasure, a familiar voice came. "Chi Fan, why are you following again?" The voice was sweet and magnetic, but filled with intense disgust, as if seeing a fly. Chi Fan was startled, opened his bleary, drunken eyes, and looked ahead. Who else could it be but Lumi, the school beauty and goddess he adored in his heart? At this moment Lumi's delicate and enchanting face looked at him with utter disgust. And beside Lumi stood the man Qi Fan most detested and hated, Shen Anyu. Lumi, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. Qi Fan quickly shook off the women like Xiao Mei and Xiao Li, explaining to Lumi. He didn't want Lumi to think he was the kind of man who went after impure women, or else her impression of him would worsen. However, Lumi said directly, why are you explaining to me? You and I have no relationship. I just hope you stop following me and Brother Shen all the time, okay? Watching Lumi's rosy lips speak such cold words, watching Lumi intimately hold Shen Anyu, Qi Fan's face turned grim, feeling utterly stifled. Big brother Qi Fan, didn't you say you would treat us to dreamy night? At this moment the women like Xiao Mei and Xiao Li around Qi Fan gathered again, chattering. Qi Fan felt a headache, waved his hand grandly, and said, no problem, I'll treat you. As he spoke he shamelessly looked at Lumi, and said, Lumi, I'll treat you too. I heard this dreamy night cocktail is the top-tier cocktail in Moda, worth over 100,000 yuan per glass. Do you want a drink? I'm treating you. Qi Fan glanced smugly at Shen Anyu beside him, as if to say, kid, can you afford that? At this moment Qi Fan was brimming with smugness. The warm, soft bodies of Xiao Mei, Xiao Li, and Xiao Hong pressed against him from behind, their heavily made-up faces bearing fawning smiles. With a grand wave of his hand, he casually spent tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. This left Qi Fan already tipsy, feeling as though his feet were barely touching the ground, floating on air. A thrill surged through him. This lavish, hedonistic life surrounded by beauty and sensuality was utterly intoxicating. Even the dejection from his recent string of setbacks vanished, and his confidence was restored. Profligacy and inferiority could never coexist in the same man. At that moment Qi Fan looked down on Shen Anyu, who stood beside Lumi, as if to say, you pretty boy, do you have as much money as I do? After all, he was the chosen one, blessed with the simp cashback system. Qi Fan looked down at Shen Anyu triumphantly, and said with a smirk, Shun, if you beg me, I might just treat you to a glass of dreamy night. What do you say? But he failed to notice the growing disgust in Lumi's eyes as she gazed at him, as if regarding trash. How could this vulgar nouveau riche be compared to the man beside her, Shen Anyu? Offering Shen Anyu a drink. Shen Anyu, however, maintained a gentle smile, his arm wrapped around Lumi's slender waist. He looked at Qi Fan with an amused, almost pitying expression, not particularly angered. To him this clownish display was merely entertainment. He thought to himself, the show is about to begin. This fool Qi Fan can be an audience member. Just then the nearby Situ Yueying's seductive smile faded. She shot Qi Fan a cold glance, and said, Sir, I am the owner of Dream Bar. From now on Dreamy Night will no longer be served. After tasting Shen Anyu's new version of Dreamy Night, she was overwhelmed with excitement, her mind consumed by thoughts of learning from him, and savoring the exquisite, indescribable aftertaste. The previous Dreamy Night in Situ Yueying's view was exactly as Shen Anyu had described, truly garbage. She decided she would no longer prepare it. Moreover, the flippant, cocky demeanor of Qi Fan, who even dared to belittle Shen Anyu, inexplicably irked her. To her, Shen Anyu had become a kindred spirit in the art of wine. As for money, Situ Yueying, as the right-hand woman of Mr. Han the Dragon King and the hidden controller of this bustling nightlife street, cared little for such trifles. She sought only a true connoisseur, not selling. Qi Fan bristled at this, but upon seeing Situ Yueying's alluring face, voluptuous figure, and the aura of a mature, sophisticated woman, his eyes burned with lust, and his expression turned lecherous. She was no less captivating than Lumi, the campus belle he had secretly adored for so long. Noticing Situ Yueying's furrowed brow, Qi Fan quickly composed himself, his eyes darting cunningly. He grinned and said, Boss lady, how can a business turn away money? How about I double the price? Situ Yueying replied calmly, Sir, I said no, and that means no. Qi Fan snorted inwardly, convinced it was merely a matter of price. With Lumi watching, he waved his hand magnanimously and declared 1 million per glass, boss lady. Is that enough? The words stunned everyone around. Eyes widened in disbelief. 1 million for a single glass of wine. What kind of tycoon was this? The nightclub girls gazed at Qi Fan with eyes practically dripping with moisture, throwing flirtatious glances and blowing kisses. The women with Qi Fan, including Xiao Mei and the others, clung even tighter to his arm, trembling with excitement. They had latched onto a sugar daddy. Shen Anyu watched Qi Fan with a sly smile. According to the information he had, Situ Yueying's character was not one to be swayed by money. Instead, it only made her more repulsed. Her weakness lay in loyalty and deep emotional bonds. Shen Anyu's gaze flickered towards Situ Yueying's younger brother Situ Yueha, his smile turning enigmatic. As expected, Situ Yueying's exquisite seductive face grew frosty at Qi Fan's words. She said bluntly, Sir, I've said it before, not for sale, not even for 1 million. If you keep pestering, Dream Bar will no longer welcome you. The crowd erupted in cheers. Boss lady, you're amazing. Well done. Situ Yueha and the others also grinned at Qi Fan, clearly ready to show him the door. Qi Fan was dumbfounded. Ding. The chosen one, Qi Fan, failed to show off. Plunder, 99.99 fate points. He was completely baffled. 1 million a glass, and she still refused. Was money not everything? A torrent of curses surged in his mind. To make matters worse, Lu Mi was covering her lips with a delicate laugh, her long fox-like eyes flickering as she leaned against Shen Anyu's shoulder, her body trembling slightly, as if mocking him. This infuriated Qi Fan, even more a bitter weight settling in his chest. Qi Fan's face flushed with humiliation. He wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. No longer able to endure the shame, he abandoned Xiao Mei and the others and prepared to slink away in disgrace. But just then a commotion erupted at the entrance of Dream Bar. A group of ferocious wolf-like men burst in, their faces twisted with menace. Leading them was a towering figure over 2 meters tall, dark-skinned, built like an iron pagoda. The giant barged in with an intimidating aura, scattering patrons and waitstaff alike who avoided him as if he were a venomous snake. Qi Fan, too slow to evade, was sent flying by a single slap from the iron pagoda of a man. Damn it! How dare you block Black Dragon's path? How dare you hit someone? Qi Fan clutched his burning cheek, glaring furiously at the hulking brute. The man Black Dragon sneered at Qi Fan. I hit blind fools. What you think you're tough, kid? Qi Fan, his earlier drunkenness evaporating, covered his face and whimpered, too terrified to retort. Huh, weakling, coward. Black Dragon and his men jeered at Qi Fan before brushing past him, utterly dismissive. Ding. The chosen one. Qi Fan's mentality shattered. Plunder, 99.99 fate points. Qi Fan's face burned with the deepest humiliation. The mocking gazes of the onlookers made him hang his head in shame. Vicious thoughts churned in his mind. You bastards, just wait until I'm rich. They'll spend millions to have you taken care of. When he finally looked up, he saw the thugs charging toward Shen Anyu and his group. A glimmer of malicious glee flickered in his eyes. Are they after that pretty boy Shen? Perfect. I hope they beat that bastard to death. Qi Fan decided to stay. He stood up, edged closer, and prepared to savor the spectacle with schadenfreude. Heilong, how dare you cause trouble at the Dream Bar? Situ Yueying sprang to her feet, her delicate brows knitted tightly as she glared at the burly man leading the group, Heilong, who resembled an iron tower. Situ Yueha and the others also gathered around Situ Yueying, standing their ground without a hint of retreat as they faced Heilong and his men. Heilong was one of the most notorious figures in the underworld of Mo City, renowned for his formidable physical cultivation and his numerous underlings. They had long been at odds with him as he repeatedly provoked them and seized their territories. However, after being disciplined by the Dragon King Mr. Han, he had lain low and remained quiet for a long time. Why was he now daring to stir up trouble? She did not notice the fleeting sycophantic glint in Heilong's eyes as they swept over Shen Anyu. Hearing Situ Yueying's accusing words, Heilong bared his teeth, revealing a cold, snowy grin, and sneered. Situ Yueying, starting tonight, the Dream Bar and this entire bustling night market street are my territory. If you know what's good for you, get out. Otherwise, we'll beat you out. What? At Heilong's words, Situ Yueying, Situ Yueha, and the others all changed color. They had not expected Heilong to be so arrogant, directly coming to seize their territory and issuing such overbearing threats. This was no ordinary disturbance. Seeing this scene, the bar patrons immediately fled in fear, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Qi Fan, however, did not leave. He watched the scene with schadenfreude. Because Shen Anyu and Situ Yueying were standing together, both surrounded by Heilong's underlings. Yet Qi Fan felt a pang of worry for Lu Mi. He thought it would be fine if that surnamed Shen pretty boy got beaten to death, but I hope Michigan Mi doesn't get hurt. Her skin is so fair and delicate, if she were to bump into something it would break my heart. However, when he saw Lu Mi cowering fearfully in Shen Anyu's arms, her delicate body trembling, her jade-like arms wrapped around Shen Anyu's face darkened with displeasure. Ding. The chosen one. Qi Fan feels jealousy and displeasure. Plunder, 86 destiny points. Brother Shen, what should we do? Should we call the police? Lu Mi was now terrified, curling up in Shen Anyu's arms, trembling and pale. She deeply regretted coming to the Dream Bar. First she encountered a rival, Situ Yueying, and then a gangland clash. How could she be so unlucky? If she had known, she would have gone straight to the hotel with Brother Shen. By now she would probably be soaking in a bathtub, enjoying a nice bath. But now, Shen Anyu patted Lu Mi's delicate back, soothing her gently. Mimi, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you. Ding. Detected destiny heroine Lu Mi's affection 3. Plunder, 9,000 destiny points. Soothed by Shen Anyu's gentle words, Lu Mi gradually calmed down, feeling a strong sense of security enveloping her entirely. She was no longer as frightened, but her beautiful eyes gazed at Shen Anyu adoringly, her delicate body nestled in his arms, unwilling to loosen her hold even a little. Shen Anyu remained calm and composed, naturally unafraid. Not to mention his own strength, which was enough to crush a grandmaster. His guards, like Aunt Xiao, were not ordinary opponents either. Besides this, Heilong was his underlings sent here on his orders. Since he had already come to the Dream Bar, putting on a show wouldn't be a waste. Shen Anyu watched with amusement as Situ Yueying and her group braced themselves for a fight, secretly laughing. At this moment, Situ Yueying was on high alert, her face grave, her heart pounding. She bit her rosy lips as she stared at the sneering Heilong and his men. Her heart was heavy. Although both she and Heilung were at the peak of the innate realm, Heilung was a body refinement cultivator with an incredibly tough physique. Even a heavy-loaded truck crashing into him would not injure him. Below the martial grandmaster level, such a body refinement cultivator was nearly invincible, and Situ Yueying was no match for him. Moreover, Heilung had brought many men, while Situ Yueying, caught off guard, only had a dozen skilled fighters in the bar. How could she possibly resist? Thinking of this, Situ Yueying stalled for time by exchanging harsh words, while signaling her brother Situ Yueha to notify the Dragon King Mr. Han for reinforcements. Shen Anyu watched this scene with a smile, knowing that the Dragon King Han Shi, that Livian son-in-law, would not come to help. Han Shi's strongest asset, his adoptive father Tianfeng Yichiro, was currently away expanding his influence, and wouldn't be back soon. As for Han Shi himself, he was at home, right now carrying a footbath for his mother-in-law, and would be tied up for a while. As for Han Shi's other subordinates, they were no match for Heilung. He had to admit the golden reward, the nanobot surveillance drones, was incredibly useful. Shen Anyu planted one on every important figure, thus keeping every move they made under his control. With such intelligence, he was always in an advantageous position. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. As time passed, Situ Yueying's heart grew heavier and heavier, especially when her brother Situ Yueha whispered that the Dragon King Mr. Han was unable to come to their aid. A glint of despair flashed in Situ Yueying's beautiful eyes. Heilung, receiving a signal from Shen Anyu, stopped stalling. He grinned fiercely at Situ Yueying and said, "Situ Yueying, stop wasting time. If you know what's good for you, get out. Otherwise, haha, I can't guarantee what I might do." In truth, he was quite covetous of Situ Yueying's beauty, but how could he dare to compete with Shen Anyu for a woman? He still wanted to live a life of luxury. "Heilung, if you dare bully my sister, I'll fight you to the death." The hot-tempered Situ Yueha could no longer hold back and charged straight at Heilung and his men. With his strength at the late innate realm, he was extremely powerful. With a kick, he sent one of Heilung's underlings flying 7 or 8 meters away, and with a thunderous punch, he smashed another's ribs with a crack. Seeing this, Situ Yueying's side felt a surge of morale. However, Heilung let out a sinister laugh. His large, dark fan-like hand grabbed Situ Yueha by the shoulder, and with a back throw slammed him heavily onto the ground. With a loud bang, the windows around them shuddered as if struck by a thunderbolt. Heilung Yu. Situ Yueha was thrown so hard that his internal organs churned and blood surged in his chest. His eyes wide with fury, he tried to fight back. But Heilung stepped on his chest, pressing down until his ribs cracked, and he could not rise again. A look of panic flashed in Situ Yueying's beautiful eyes. She moved swiftly, her figure blurring as she lunged at Heilung. A gleaming dagger appeared in her hand, and she stabbed toward his back. However, with a sharp clink, as if the dagger had struck metal, the blade shattered at the tip. Situ Yueying was completely stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief. Heilung turned his head and sneered. I've already broken through to the body refinement grandmaster level. Even bullets can't pierce me." Situ Yueying stopped struggling. Situ Yueying looked at the broken dagger blade in her hand, at her brother Situ Yueha being trampled under Heilung's foot, and at the menacing Heilung and his gang. Despair filled her beautiful eyes. Just then a calm voice suddenly rang out. "Heilung, is it? Do me a favor and let them go." As this calm voice fell, a figure like a specter suddenly materialized within the dream bar. The person wore a bronze Dragon King mask, stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing aura as steady as a mountain, the epitome of a grandmaster's bearing. Black Dragon's eyes narrowed at the sight of this man, as if facing a formidable enemy. Before him stood the most fearsome emperor of Modus Underworld, the supreme overlord, Dragon King Mr. Han. In their past encounters, he had always been soundly defeated, losing ground and forces step by step. However, Black Dragon let out a cold smirk. Things were different now. He had become young Master Shen's dog, no longer the Black Dragon of old. Dragon King. Situ Yueying and Situ Yueha exclaimed with joy and excitement upon seeing the man in the bronze Dragon King mask. Especially Situ Yueying, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with radiance. Her enchanting face, which had been icy cold moments before, now bore an unmistakable adoration and delight. At this moment, Dragon King Mr. Han made a dazzling entrance, stunning the entire venue. Shen Anyu, watching this, complained inwardly, "Good heavens, this Han Chi is indeed quick with foot washing. He managed to finish washing his mother-in-law's feet and rush over so fast. No wonder he has a Japanese adoptive father Tianfeng along. If this were Japan, one could crown Han Chi as the foot-washing immortal." But Shen Anyu was not surprised, as he had already detected Han Chi's approach through the nano-surveillance robots. Han Chi, now at the peak of the innate realm as a son of fate, could routinely fight above his level, rivaling a martial arts grandmaster. With a speed of nearly 100 meters per second, and the dream bar not far away, he managed to arrive. However, the clothes on Han Chi still bore some water stains, making one wonder if it was his mother-in-law's foot-washing water. Trying to play the hero, saving the beauty. "The grand show I've prepared. How could I let you take the prize?" Shen Anyu watched with a faint, knowing smile. He had originally planned to rescue the beauty and win Situ Yueying's favor. But Han Chi's arrival didn't matter, because he wouldn't be able to save her. Black Dragon, having consumed the Guiyuan pill and body tempering pill provided by Shen Anyu, had broken through to become a body refining grandmaster. Although newly ascended, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary initial grandmaster. Body refining martial artists were among the top fighters within the same rank. Even if you Han Shi are a son of fate and unleash your full potential, you'll still get crushed. Situ Yuing realized this too, her pretty face turning pale and her expression shifting drastically. She shouted desperately at Han Shi, "Dragon King, go. Black Dragon has broken through to body refining grandmaster, and his power has skyrocketed. Retreat quickly, let Senior Tianfeng come to the rescue. Go." She was frantic, ignoring her own safety, screaming at Han Shi with all her might. All she wanted was for Han Shi to survive, to live well. Since Han Shi saved her and her brother Situ Yueha 2 years ago, Situ Yuing had vowed that her life belonged to Han Shi, and she would be loyal unto death. Beneath the bronze Dragon King mask, Han Shi's eyes rested on the panicked Situ Yuing, on Situ Yueha being trampled under Black Dragon's foot, and on Black Dragon's savage, smug face. He spoke slowly. "Black Dragon, let them go." Black Dragon let out a cruel laugh and said disdainfully, "Han, do you think your face is enough to order me around? Kneel down and kowtow a few times, and maybe you'll be in a good mood, and let them go." With that, he arrogantly stomped on Situ Yu's chest, causing the bones to crack. "You're asking for death." Han Shi's eyes turned icy cold in an instant. His figure flickered, appearing before Black Dragon like a ghost, and he struck with a palm. Dong! A sound like the ringing of a bronze bell in a deep mountain temple suddenly erupted. Black Dragon was sent staggering back 7 or 8 steps by the palm, each step sinking 3 inches deep into the floor until he crashed into the wall and stopped. At this moment, the clothes on Black Dragon's chest had burst apart, revealing a deep palm print on his dark chest. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been pierced through by that palm. Even an African elephant would have been blown apart. But Black Dragon merely patted his chest, revealing a wild, arrogant grin, and gave a thumbs down. "Han, is that all? You're just tickling me." Han Shi's pupils contracted, and he also showed a look of shock. That palm strike, though not with full force, had used at least 80% of his strength, yet Black Dragon was completely unharmed. In the past, Black Dragon was utterly dominated when they met. How had he become so strong? How could Black Dragon have broken through to body refining grandmaster so quickly? Han Shi was utterly perplexed. Becoming a body refining grandmaster was even more difficult than achieving the rank of a normal martial arts grandmaster. Han Shi took a deep breath, helped Situ Yueha up from the ground, and handed him over to Situ Yuing, instructing, "Stand behind me." Dragon King. Situ Yuing was frantic with worry, watching Han Shi and Black Dragon fight, unable to intervene, and could only pray silently. Bang! 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 At this moment, Black Dragon and Han Shi engaged in a fierce battle, like 2 tyrannosaurs clashing. Tables, chairs, sofas, anything that came into the center of their fight was instantly shattered. Even the walls were punched through by their blows. Crackling sounds echoed, and the dream bar was a mess. Both Situ Yuing, Situ Yueha, and Black Dragon's underlings retreated repeatedly, not daring to get caught in the aftershocks of the battle. As for the bar's previous patrons, they had all fled. With a loud bang, Han Shi and Black Dragon both recoiled backward. Black Dragon stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, kicking over a wall to dissipate the force before stopping. Han Shi, on the other hand, lightly touched the ground with his toes, tracing a graceful arc, and landed 5 or 6 steps away. This exchange decided the outcome. Situ Yuing and the others were overjoyed, their faces lit with excitement, believing victory was near. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, silently cursing Black Dragon for being useless, but he was not anxious. He watched Han Shi with an unruffled expression. As Shen Anyu had predicted, Han Shi had just stopped when he suddenly spat out a mist of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his injuries not light. Black Dragon, though battered, was still as vigorous as ever, bearing no significant wounds. "Ha ha ha, I'm a body refining grandmaster, Han. No matter how awesome you are, you can't break my defense. Keep going and I'll beat you to death." Black Dragon looked at Han Shi with palpable excitement, patted the dust of footprints on his chest, and exuded arrogance. "Oomph." Han Shi remained calm, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He suddenly drew the samurai sword from his waist. Tianfeng Iajutsu Slash. This was a technique taught by his adoptive father Tianfeng, Ilong, a top-tier swordsman of Japan at the peak of Grandmaster, and its power was immense. But it also consumed an enormous amount of energy. Once this slash was unleashed, Han Shi would have no strength left to fight. However, at this moment, Han Shi could not afford to care. In an instant, the world seemed to be filled with only a single fierce white blade light, like a cleaving waterfall tearing through the air toward Black Dragon. Ah! A piercing scream burst from Black Dragon's mouth. A massive bloody gash appeared on his chest, stretching from his left shoulder to his lower right abdomen. Inside, wriggling organs were faintly visible, nearly slicing him diagonally from top to bottom. Even a body refining grandmaster could not withstand it. But Han Shi's face suddenly turned ashen with no joy at all. Because the killing move had been executed, yet Black Dragon was still alive. "Han'll kill you." Black Dragon, maddened by the intense pain, his eyes bloodshot, charged at Han Chi hysterically, his fist whistling as it smashed toward Han Chi's head. No! Situ Yueying's face lost all color. Without a second thought, she threw herself forward, attempting to shield him with her delicate body. In this critical moment, just as the enchanting, alluring beauty was about to meet her untimely demise, a faint voice suddenly rang out. "Aunt Shao, make your move." As Shen Anyu's words fell, a middle-aged woman of extraordinary bearing suddenly appeared and kicked the rampaging Black Dragon away. Then Shen Anyu pulled Situ Yueying into his arms and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Ding. Detected that the Destiny female lead Situ Yueying's affinity increased by 10, plundered 3 of 0 destiny points. Situ Yueying had already closed her eyes, resigned to death, but unexpectedly found herself unharmed. When she opened her eyes, she saw a man of unparalleled handsomeness with a gentle and caring expression, and her heart rippled with emotion. Her affection greatly increased. However, soon Situ Yueying realized the situation and quickly struggled out of Shen Anyu's embrace. "Thank you so much. Situ Yueying will surely repay you in the future." After expressing her gratitude, she looked at Han Chi beside her, afraid he might misunderstand, but found that Han Chi was not looking at her, but at Shen Anyu. Her heart immediately filled with disappointment and distress. Han Chi was shocked to see Shen Anyu. How could this young master of the Shen family of Yanxia be here? Did he know his identity? What if his elder brother Han Xiu found out? Han Chi's heart was heavy with worry, and he paid no attention to anything else, not even the fact that Situ Yueying had nearly risked her life to save him just now. Shen Anyu narrowed his eyes. It seemed Han Chi held a very high position in Situ Yueying's heart. In that case, ordinary methods wouldn't work. He was no simp. Since ordinary methods wouldn't do, then he would use unconventional methods. Shen Anyu's gaze was playful, as if he had thought of something interesting. At this moment, Black Dragon also regained consciousness, the crimson in his eyes fading. Seeing Shen Anyu's cold gaze sweep over him, he trembled all over. Just now, in the throes of intense pain, he had lost his head and nearly ruined young Master Shen's important plans. After snapping out of it, Black Dragon remembered his part, let out 3 sinister laughs, and waved his hand. With a clatter, Black Dragon's underlings surrounded Han Chi, Shen Anyu, and the others. "No matter who you are daring to interfere in my conflict with that Han, aren't you afraid of death?" Situ Yueying's pretty face changed, and she stepped in front of Shen Anyu, saying to Black Dragon, "Black Dragon, this is a conflict between our Dragon King Association and the Black Dragon Gang. It shouldn't involve others. Let Mr. Shen and his people go." As she spoke, Situ Yueying pulled Shen Anyu and said urgently, "Mr. Shen, I know your status is extraordinary, but Black Dragon is domineering and cruel, not easy to deal with. He's in a killing frenzy now. You must leave quickly. If Yueying survives, I will surely repay you in the future." Lumi's face was pale, almost devoid of color, her delicate body trembling with fear. She tugged at Shen Anyu's sleeve and said, "Brother Shen, let's go." But Shen Anyu shook his head, indicating he would not leave. Lumi's face turned pale, but her slender white hand gripped Shen Anyu's arm, refusing to let go or leave. Chi Fan, cowering in the corner, saw this and felt extremely displeased, muttering under his breath, "Lumi, you're really crazy, actually willing to go down with that Shen. That Black Dragon beat that Shen pretty boy to death, but don't hurt Lumi." As he said this, Chi Fan stared intently, his eyes filled with intense anticipation. Shen Anyu glanced at Chi Fan with a faint knowing smile and calmly ordered, "Aunt Shao, slap his mouth." Slap. As Shen Anyu's words fell, the sound of a slap rang out. Aunt Shao, the captain of Shen Anyu's guards, moved swiftly and delivered a merciless slap to Black Dragon's face, saying coldly, "You blind fool. How dare you offend the young master of the Yanxia Shen family?" Upon hearing this, Black Dragon's body trembled violently, and he looked at Shen Anyu with exaggerated terror, saying, "Young Master Shen, you are actually that young Master Shen." Hiss. "Please spare my life, young Master Shen. I was blind. Please spare my life." With a thud, Black Dragon knelt on the ground, banging his head, repeatedly shouting for mercy. Shen Anyu's mouth twitched. This fool's acting was too exaggerated, but the effect was quite good. At this moment, as Black Dragon knelt and begged for mercy, over 100 elite members of the Black Dragon Gang also knelt and kowtowed in unison, creating a rather stunning scene. Situ Yueying's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she looked at Shen Anyu before her. She had never imagined that Shen Anyu was actually the young master of the Yanxia Shen family, the top noble who had descended upon the Magic City. Lumi's eyes sparkled, and she held Shen Anyu's arm, sinking into softness, becoming lively and elated. Just now, Black Dragon was so domineering and powerful, but upon hearing young Master Shen's name, he was so frightened that he knelt and kowtowed for mercy. Watching this scene, Lumi's vanity was satisfied to the utmost. She had not chosen the wrong man. Thinking of this, Lumi pondered whether the experience her best friend Jiang Linlin had just shared via WeChat would be useful. She would surely make Brother Shen satisfied tonight. How is this possible? That Shen pretty boy is actually the young master of the Yanxia Shen family. Chi Fan was completely dumbfounded, staring at the scene in disbelief, unwilling to accept this fact. That was the Yanxia Shen family, one of the few top-tier families in the vast Yanxia dwelling above the clouds, controlling countless riches, a family that truly held the fate of Yanxia in its hands, with immense power and wealth rivaling a nation. Even though Qi Fan possessed the simp gold cashback system, he would have to look up to such a top-tier family. For a family of that caliber, mere wealth meant nothing. If Yanxia were a large corporation, then the Yanxia Shen family would be a heavyweight shareholder. Could he snatch away the white moonlight in his heart, the goddess school beauty, Lumi, from the hands of the young master of the Yanxia Shen family? At this moment, Qi Fan had no confidence, his heart full of frustration and powerlessness. Meanwhile, another Destiny's child, the Dragon King's son-in-law Han Qi, looked at Shen Anyu with suspicion in his eyes beneath the bronze Dragon King mask. He had always been cautious and forbearing with deep cunning. Otherwise, he would not have survived the persecution of his elder brother Han Xiu, the legitimate eldest son of the Han family, in the imperial capital, and managed to accumulate such a large force as the Dragon King Association, preparing for a counterattack. Black Dragon's reaction made Han Qi feel something was off, as if he had known Shen Anyu all along. Could it be that Shen Anyu was the director behind this scene? But why? Han Qi didn't think he had anything that could make Shen Anyu scheme against him. Compared to the Yanxia Shen family, not to mention his Dragon King Association, even the Han family of the imperial capital was insignificant. Shen Anyu noticed Han Qi's suspicious gaze, but didn't care. He was here to win over Situ Yueying. Whether Han Qi suspected or not didn't matter, since he wasn't planning to win over Han Qi. On the contrary, he was preparing to make some deals with Han Qi, devil's deals. Get lost. Shen Anyu waved his hand. Black Dragon and his men immediately bowed and scraped, slinking away. Han Qi also put aside other thoughts and stepped forward to thank Shen Anyu. Thank you, young Master Shen, for saving us. Situ Yueying, Situ Yueha, and the others also came forward to express their gratitude, taking a great liking to Shen Anyu. If not for Shen Anyu's intervention this time, their fate would have been unimaginable, extremely tragic. Black Dragon was extremely violent and cruel. Falling into his hands would have been worse than death. Situ Yueying in particular was immensely grateful to Shen Anyu. If before, because of the cocktail incident, she had regarded Shen Anyu as a kindred spirit, now her total affinity had reached 75. It could be said that his status in her heart was second only to her younger brother Situ Yueha and Han Qi. For the loyal and righteous Situ Yueying, that was enough to risk her life to save him. Shen Anyu nodded with a smile, indicating that there was no need for such formality. Then his gaze fell on Han Qi, looking into the dark eyes beneath the bronze Dragon King mask. Mr. Han, may I have a word in private? I have something to discuss. Subsequently, Shen Anyu and Han Qi arrived at a private room in the dream bar, closing the door behind them. Han Qi clasped his fists in salute and spoke. Young Master Shen, for the great favor of saving my life, anything Han Qi can do, I will certainly accomplish. Han Qi's mind also grew active. If he could win over Shen Anyu, the young master of the Yanxia Shen family, then dealing with the imperial capital Han family, and overthrowing his elder brother Han Xiu would not merely be like adding wings to a tiger, it would be an outright meteoric rise. With such a powerful ally, he would no longer need to disguise himself as the meek and downtrodden son-in-law of the Lu family. He could openly bring happiness to his wife Lu Qingyue, granting her a lavish and grand romantic wedding that would be the envy of every woman in the world. Qingyue, Han Qi once said that I am a dragon among men. I will bring you happiness and let your parents bask in glory and be proud of me. In Han Qi's mind, the graceful image of his wife Lu Qingyue surfaced, and he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. A playful gleam flickered in Shen Anyu's eyes as he said slowly, Mr. Han, I intend to stay in Modu for a considerable time. I need a black glove to handle matters for me. Things that are inconvenient for me to do personally. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Han Qi's brow furrowed beneath the bronze Dragon King mask, and he thought to himself, is Shen Anyu trying to recruit me? He had originally planned to cooperate with Shen Anyu and win him over, but had never considered submitting to him. A child of destiny is inherently proud and lofty. How could they willingly submit to another? Even though Han Qi outwardly appeared as the meek Lu family son-in-law, in secret, he was the decisive and ruthless Dragon King, Mr. Han. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. With this thought, Han Qi shook his head, and his voice, different from his usual weak and timid tone, rang out with deep authority. Young Master Shen, you have shown me great kindness. If you have any orders, Han Qi will carry them out for you. But, Shen Anyu smiled faintly and said, Mr. Han, don't be hasty in refusing. I have a proposal, well, you might as well hear it. Han Qi looked at Shen Anyu with surprise and said politely, Young Master Shen, please speak. I am all ears. Shen Anyu lounged lazily on the sofa and said leisurely, I plan to unify the underworld of southern Yanxia and need a capable helmsman. At this, Shen Anyu cast a meaningful glance at Han Qi and continued, with the support of the Yanxia Shen family and the Yanxia An family, Mr. Han, do you think this task is difficult? Hearing these words, Han Qi was first stunned, then, as realization dawned, his face flushed with excitement and agitation. With the backing of the two colossal powers, the Yanxia Shen family and the Yanxia An family, Unifying the southern underworld, though not effortless, would be a sweeping and irresistible force far from difficult. And if he became the helmsman of the entire southern Yanxia underworld, such immense power and influence would be enough to topple the imperial capital Han family, defeat his great enemy Han Xiu, and reclaim the throne of the Han family patriarch. At that time, he would no longer need to endure hardship in hiding, concealing his identity. He could bring happiness to his wife Lu Qingyue and earn the respect of his contemptuous in-laws. Han Shi took a deep breath, struggling to calm the excitement and thrill within him, and tentatively asked Shen Anyu, "Young Master Shen, what do you mean?" Shen Anyu looked at Han Shi with a beaming smile and said leisurely, "I think you are very suitable for this helmsman role. In just 3 years you have become the emperor of the Modu underworld, almost the reigning overlord. I value talent above all, and you are talent. How about being my right-hand man?" Beneath the bronze Dragon King mask, Han Shi's expression shifted between uncertainty and extreme hesitation. He was unwilling to submit to another. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. But Shen Anyu's proposal was far too tempting. With Shen Anyu's support and the backing of the Yanxia Shen and An families, he would become the helmsman of the southern Yanxia underworld, possessing the power to overturn the imperial capital Han family and achieve his dreams. It wasn't that he lacked resolve. It was just too tempting. Absolutely irresistible. "Young Master Shen, if I refuse, what will you do?" Han Shi suddenly asked. He was still reluctant to submit. Shen Anyu's smile remained unchanged as he said cheerfully, "Nothing much. He'll support someone else. I think Black Dragon is quite good. He knows how to read the room." Beneath the bronze Dragon King mask, Han Shi's face turned ashen, dark, and gloomy. Black Dragon was a notorious big shot in the Modu underworld, deeply at odds with him, and had repeatedly caused trouble. Just moments ago, Black Dragon had forcibly stormed the Dream Bar. If not for Shen Anyu's intervention, the Dragon King society would have been finished. Han Shi's Tianfeng Nieto slash had missed and left him too exhausted to fight further. If Shen Anyu supported Black Dragon, the latter's growing power would certainly not spare them easily. Han Shi looked at the smiling Shen Anyu, his heart turning cold. This seemingly approachable eldest son of the Yanxia Shen family was no idle playboy, but a ruthless man. If he refused, the consequences would be dire. He might be finished before he could avenge himself against Han Xiu or bring happiness to his wife Lu Qingyue. Han Shi snorted inwardly. At worst, he would feign compliance for now, biding his time until he grew strong enough, reclaim the throne of the imperial capital Han family, and gain sufficient power to break free from Shen Anyu's shackles. Having made his decision, Han Shi clasped his fists, bowed, and saluted. "Little Han pays respects to young Master Shen. From now on I will follow you and look to you for guidance." Ding. The child of destiny. Han Shi temporarily submits, his momentum suppressed. Plunder 30,000 destiny value. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, inwardly amused. Earlier, when Han Shi was publicly berated by his in-laws, he had only plundered 3 destiny value, but now he had gained 30,000. This gave Shen Anyu some insight into dealing with Han Shi. Severely disrupting his fate trajectory would yield more destiny value. Shen Anyu chuckled lightly and patted Han Shi on the shoulder. "Good. With little Han's help, I am like a tiger with wings." What Shen Anyu had said earlier was not false. He truly intended to unify the southern underworld as a force to aid him, making it easier to find and counter other children of destiny. Though the children of destiny who had appeared thus far, Xia Luwei Yun Han Chi Chi Fan, were no match for Shen Anyu. He who does not plan for the long term cannot manage the present. If a formidable and terrifying child of destiny emerged later, such as a reincarnated immortal emperor, he must be prepared well in advance. At the very least, he must detect them immediately and deny them room to grow. And children of destiny blessed with fortune accomplish everything smoothly. Could there be better subordinates? Shen Anyu smiled playfully. Recruiting a child of destiny as a lackey was indeed a novel sensation. When Han Shi left Modu to conquer territories for Shen Anyu would help take care of Han Shi's wife Lu Qingyue. This was also the virtue of Lord Chao. "Your wife and children I shall nurture, do not worry." By the way, little Han, now that we are on such terms, why are you still wearing that bronze Dragon King mask? I am also curious. What is the Dragon King, Mr. Han who shakes the Modu underworld look like? Take off the mask and let me see. Hearing Shen Anyu's casual remark, Han Shi's expression changed drastically. Apart from his foster father Tianfeng Ilang and a few loyal confidants like Situ Yueying, Han Shi did not reveal his true identity to anyone. For he knew that if his true identity were exposed to Han Xiu, the eldest son of the imperial capital's Han family, the consequences would be catastrophic. At present, Han Shi lacked the strength to confront Han Xiu. But if he could not even satisfy this minor request, how could he earn Shen Anyu's trust? If his identity were revealed to Shen Anyu, would his fate not be entirely in Shen Anyu's hands, impossible to escape? Han Shi was instantly caught in a dilemma. Amused, Shen Anyu observed the flickering light in Han Shi's eyes behind the bronze Dragon King mask, knowing that Han Shi was wrestling with hesitation. But Shen Anyu had long since discovered Han Shi's true identity. Although ordinary investigations could not uncover it, the Yanxia family was a colossal behemoth with even martial Dao grandmasters serving as guest retainers. Following the faintest clues, they had already turned Han Xi's background inside out. Moreover, Shen Anyu had previously revealed Han Xi's identity to Han Xiu, the eldest son of the imperial capital's Han family and Han Xi's greatest enemy, thereby directly plundering 5 destiny value. If Han Xi knew of this, he would surely be ashen-faced, utterly crushed and despairing. Shen Anyu patted Han Xi on the shoulder and said, "Forget it. If you don't want to reveal your identity, I won't force you. I understand. Everyone has a past they'd rather not speak of." Han Xi was instantly filled with gratitude, replying respectfully, "Young Master Shen is magnanimous. Little Han is deeply grateful." Just then Shen Anyu changed his tone and said, "Now there's one more thing, little Han. You cannot refuse, or I will be truly displeased." Han Xi nodded and replied, "Young Master Shen, please instruct me. Little Han will surely accomplish it for you." In Han Xi's mind, he had not revealed his identity and had even temporarily submitted to Shen Anyu. What difficult request could Shen Anyu possibly make? Shen Anyu looked at Han Xi with a beaming smile and said leisurely, "I have fallen in love at first sight with Situ Yuing, the owner of the Dream Bar. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups of wine are too few when drinking with a bosom friend. She is my wine companion. So little Han, be generous and give Situ Yuing to me. I will not treat her poorly, nor will I neglect you." Han Xi's face changed drastically. Though in his heart his wife Lu Qingwei was the most important woman in the world, the woman he cherished above all, Situ Yuing still held a significant place in his heart. Han Xi knew that Situ Yuing was loyal to him, even harboring feelings of admiration, but because of his wife Lu Qingwei, he had never responded to that affection. Yet a man is not made of wood or stone who can be heartless. Han Xi deeply valued and pitied Situ Yuing. That night when he learned that the Black Dragon had come to the Dream Bar to cause trouble, worried for Situ Yuing's safety, Han Xi quickly finished washing his mother-in-law's feet and, ignoring the insults, made an excuse to go out for a walk, rushing desperately toward the Dream Bar. He had even fought to the death with the Black Dragon to save Situ Yuing. Now Shen Anyu directly demanded Situ Yuing, and Han Xi's heart was filled with extreme discontent. Han Xi had heard more than a few things about Shen Anyu's character. Qi Ningbing, the 1,000 billion yuan beautiful female CEO of Modu Renxin Hall Pharmaceutical Company, and the stunningly enchanting young girl beside Shen Anyu just now. All of this proved that Shen Anyu was a playboy. The intention behind such a playboy asking for Situ Yuing was obvious. "Little Han, have I been too generous? You make excuses for everything I ask." Shen Anyu's expression turned cold, his gaze icy as he stared at Han Xi. A chill ran down Han Xi's spine. He had already hesitated to remove his mask, and now he refused to part with Situ Yuing. Shen Anyu would surely be furious, and the consequences would be dire. Seeing the cold light and authority in Shen Anyu's eyes, Han Xi's heart grew heavy. "Young Master Shen, I agree to your request." Han Xi gritted his teeth and forced out the words. As soon as he spoke, a sense of relief washed over him, and his mind began to race. Perhaps it is not a bad thing for Yuing to stay by young Master Shen's side. I saved both Yuing and her younger brother Yuehe from death. Yuing has always been fiercely loyal to me, just now she even risked her life to save me. With Yuing helping me by Shen Anyu's side, whispering in his ear, I can gain more support and trust, build my power faster, reclaim the Han family in the imperial capital, and achieve my dream of revenge. Once my wings are strong enough, I can leave Shen Anyu and bring Yuing back. His mother was killed in a car accident orchestrated by Han Xiu. He himself was forced by Han Xiu to play the role of a pathetic Livian son-in-law. During the 3 years in the Liu family, he endured endless humiliation from his father-in-law and mother-in-law. All of this had left Han Xi's heart dark and twisted. Except for his wife Lu Qingwei, the light of his life, nothing else mattered to Han Xi, not even his own life. If he had to prioritize, it would be his beloved wife Lu Qingwei, greater than avenging his mother against Han Xiu, greater than his own life, greater than Situ Yuing and others. As the Dragon King, the Emperor of Modus Underworld, Han Xi was a true hegemon. He quickly made a decision. Just like King Gojian of Yue, who endured hardship and slept on brushwood, gifting the great beauty Shishir to King Fuchai of Wu, one must sacrifice a woman to catch the wolf. In the end, it was also because Situ Yuing's place in Han Xi's heart was not that high. If Shen Anyu had demanded Han Xi's wife Lu Qingwei, Han Xi would have fought Shen Anyu to the death, sparing no cost, ignoring all consequences. Han Xi firmly believed that with Situ Yuing's loyalty to him, there would be no loss of both the woman and the battle. At this moment, Shen Anyu almost burst out laughing. Ding! The fate child Han Xi's emotional line fluctuates wildly. Plunder 8/0 destiny value. Ding! The fate child Han Xi misses a great opportunity. Plunder 2/0 destiny value. Good heavens, so much destiny value. It's hard to plunder from Han Xi, but when it happens, it's big. Shen Anyu sighed inwardly, then began to ponder. Emotional line fluctuation, easy to understand. Now that Han Xi has given Situ Yuing to me, their emotional bond is essentially over. A broken mirror cannot be mended, it's hard to repair. As for Hanshi missing a great opportunity and plundering Tuzing of 0 destiny value, what's that about? Shen Anyu looked thoughtfully at the second system message. Could it be that Situ Yueying harbors some great secret? She certainly is quite something. I suppose I'll have to explore further. In high spirits, Shen Anyu patted Hanshi on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Little Han, you handle telling Situ Yueying. I have some matters to attend to. He'll come back to the dream bar tomorrow. I hope you can give me a satisfactory result." With that, Shen Anyu laughed heartily and left the private room, his arm around Lu Mi's supple waist. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Situ Yueying and the others before striding away. Tonight, the long sword stained with blood, the dreamlike rendezvous. The daily life of a heaven-defying villain is nothing but plain and monotonous. Hanshi walked out of the private room with heavy steps. Looking at Situ Yueying, this enchanting, exquisite, and alluringly curvaceous mature beauty, his expression was complicated. He wanted to speak, yet hesitated, unable to form the words for a long time. "Dragon King, what's wrong?" Sensing something amiss, Situ Yueying asked with concern. "Yueying, have you ever heard the tale of lying on brushwood and tasting gall of Gojian and Shishir?" Hanshi dismissed the others and gazed at Situ Yueying, who was utterly devoted to him. After a long silence, he finally spoke with difficulty. "Of course I know. Shouldn't every literate person in Yanxia know this?" Situ Yueying was startled, unsure what Hanshi meant. Then she realized, her pretty face losing color, her beautiful eyes looking at him in disbelief. Even the cocktail shaker in her hand fell to the ground, rolling into the dust. Hanshi took a deep breath. Having made up his mind, he felt much lighter and said, "Shen Anyu, that young master of the Shen family in Yanxia, wants my submission and will support me as the helmsman of the southern underworld. You know I have a great vengeance to exact. I couldn't refuse such a temptation. And if I refused, Shen Anyu would back Black Dragon, spelling doom for our Dragon King society." So I agreed. But Shen Anyu put forward a condition. Situ Yueying's delicate frame trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with anguish as she looked at the man before her, the one she had loyally served and admired for so long. Her crimson lips quivered. "That condition is me." Hanshi nodded gently, somewhat reluctant, but still spoke. "Yes, the condition is you. Shen Anyu has a favorable impression of you, seeing you as a kindred spirit in wine." "Yueying, you didn't dislike Shen Anyu before, did you? You weren't averse to him. By his side, Shen Anyu will treat you well and won't wrong you. You won't have to do anything risky. Just whisper in his ear to help me out. If you don't want to stay by Shen Anyu's side in the future, once my wings are strong enough, he'll bring you back." At that moment, Situ Yueying was already tearful, each teardrop falling like broken pearls from her enchanting, delicate face. This peerless beauty had never imagined that Hanshi would deliver her into the arms of another man. How cruel. After a long pause, Situ Yueying wiped away her tears. Her beautiful eyes reddened as she looked at Hanshi, who dared not meet her gaze, and whispered, "Dragon King, if this is your wish, then I, Situ Yueying, agree. I will help you take your revenge. Consider it repayment for the life-saving grace 2 years ago." Situ Yueying's heart was already dead, thinking despondently. At this moment, her affection for the man before her vanished entirely, leaving only gratitude. She even harbored some resentment toward Shen Anyu. Had she not held a favorable impression of him before, it would have been more than resentment. It would have been hatred. But even if Shen Anyu knew, he did not care. He had always lived by the words of the great writer Zhang Ailing, putting them into practice, unlocking one heart after another. Hanshi schemed to have Situ Yueying work for him while remaining loyal in heart, but he did not realize the final outcome would be losing both his wife and his army. And not just Situ Yueying, but also his most beloved wife, Lu Qingwei. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Anyu noticed Lu Mi had been silent and teased. "What's wrong?" "Not happy." Lu Mi gave him a charming glare, pouted, and said, "You lecherous wolf, flirtatious devil, a player who loves every girl he sees." Shen Anyu watched Lu Mi pout, her tender lips, her narrow fox-like eyes giving him a sidelong glance. This jealous look was incredibly adorable. These destined heroines naturally had their own minds. They were not tools or robots. Although Lu Mi wished to cling to Shen Anyu, loved and admired him, and tolerated his womanizing, seeing him hit on Situ Yueying, the owner of the dream bar, right before her eyes, clearly displeased her. Shen Anyu smiled and soothed her. "Me, don't be angry. I have my reasons for doing this." Lu Mi became curious, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu briefly explained how he had taken in Dragon King Han, and his subsequent plans, adding with a smile, "Situ Yueying is a bond between us equivalent to a hostage, you understand. Me, your position in my heart is definitely higher." If he were before Situ Yueying, Shen Anyu would certainly say she ranked higher. But women are emotional creatures and need coaxing. Even if Lu Mi understood in her heart, Shen Anyu's willingness to coax her showed he cared. Otherwise, given his status, would he need to? Indeed, hearing Shen Anyu's words, Lu Mi's brows curved, her spirits lifting. She took his arm and said with a smile, "So that's it. Brother Shen, you're incredible. You subdued that Dragon King Han so quickly. I've heard that Dragon King Han is extremely formidable, dominating the underworld of the Magic City." As the only daughter of Lu Shiming, president of the Magic City First People's Hospital, Lu Mi moved in high society and knew many things. The name Dragon King Han had been thundering in people's ears for 3 years, fearsome beyond belief. Yet such a terrifying and powerful figure had been effortlessly subdued by Shen Anyu. Lumi turned to look at the man beside her, her beautiful eyes sparkling, full of adoration. A man like this was the husband of her dreams, a true dragon among men whose words could decide the fate of countless people. But when Lumi turned her head, she met Shen Anyu's burning gaze. Immediately her face flushed scarlet, and she involuntarily closed her eyes, puckering her tender lips. Shen Anyu naturally did not hold back. With a light smile, he savored her freely. After a long while, Lumi gasped for breath, gently pushed him away, and said coquettishly, "Brother Shinmi almost couldn't breathe." Shen Anyu smiled at the exquisitely beautiful girl before him, the goddess and school beauty pursued by countless students at Magic City University. He said gently, "How about we go to the hotel next door and rest for a while?" Lumi lifted her flushed face, her beautiful eyes earnest as she looked at Shen Anyu, and whispered, "Brother Shin, you mustn't have any improper intentions." Shen Anyu smiled playfully. "What if I do have improper intentions?" Lumi bit her lip, shy and timid as she gazed at Shen Anyu, and murmured, "Then me has no choice. I only hope Brother Shen will be gentle with me." Ding. Destiny's Child. Chi Fan's emotional collapse plundered 3-0 destiny points. Chi Fan, who had followed them, saw this scene and heard these words. He was thunderstruck, his face deathly pale. But Shen Anyu ignored Chi Fan, this bootlicking golden Destiny Child, and directly wrapped his arm around Lumi's soft boneless waist, smiling as he entered the 5-star hotel next door, booking a presidential suite. Chi Fan wanted to roar and stop them. But the next moment, Shen Anyu's bodyguard Captain Xiao Yi appeared before Chi Fan and directly tapped acupoints such as Yamen Baihui and Shangxing, immobilizing him and rendering him speechless. Only his 2 eyeballs rolled frantically, filled with pain and unwillingness. Chi Fan dared not imagine what would happen when his beloved goddess school beauty Lumi and Shen Anyu, a man and a woman alone, entered the hotel late at night. Especially seeing Lumi willing and shy, Chi Fan had a bad feeling green on his head. He screamed in his heart, "This cannot happen with Lumi and another man. I am the man with the bootlicker gold return system. I am the protagonist." Shen Anyu basked in delight, savoring the graceful dance and music, while the melodious chime of fate points plundered echoed in his mind, ringing incessantly. Ding. Detected fate heroine Lumi's affinity 6, plundered 1800 fate points. Ding. Detected fate heroine Lumi's total affinity 91, plundered 100 fate points. Scorching summer, the sun blazing like fire. At this moment Chi Fan could move, but he still stood frozen at the hotel entrance, ignoring the pointing fingers of passers-by, his eyes bloodshot, as he stared fixedly at the doorway. Just then Lumi emerged, her face flushed with spring, radiant and beaming, stepping out gracefully. Her enchanting, exquisite features were even more captivating, brimming with allure. Lumi noticed Chi Fan paused for a moment, but paid him no mind, brushing past him to board the Rolls-Royce sent by Shen Anyu heading toward Moda University. Chi Fan shuddered as though all his strength had drained away, and he crouched on the ground, weeping bitterly. "Whoa!" He cried with such sorrow as if pouring all his energy into the sobs. The goddess and school beauty he had cherished in his heart, the moonlight of his long-hidden crush, now belonged to another man. The goddess he could never even touch had found her master. If he hadn't obtained the simp gold cashback system, it might have been bearable. But now with the system in hand, and still failing to win Lumi, hadn't it all been for nothing? Chi Fan was utterly disheartened, plunged into the depths of despair. After crying for a while, Chi Fan clenched his teeth and raised his head, glaring at the opulent 5-star hotel before him, and spat through gritted teeth. "That Shen bastard. You took my Lumi from me. I will take everything from you. Ha, even if you're the young master of the Yanxia family, so what? I am a man with the simp gold cashback system. I will become the richest man in the world. Wealth that rivals nations." At this moment Chi Fan turned dark. He swore to take revenge on Shen Anyu, who had stolen Lumi away. He believed that with the simp gold cashback system his future was boundless. Even if he lost Lumi, he would win more goddesses, more beauties, more wealth and power. And then he would surely revenge against Shen Anyu. The hatred of having his wife taken was almost as fierce as a father's murder. Chi Fan wiped his tears bitterly, then strode toward the underground parking lot, where his Maybach was parked ready to return to Moda University. Though a degree and diploma are of little use to a man with the simp gold cashback system, I might as well get one. There are plenty of beauties at our university, besides Lumi, Zhang Linlin, Su Hongyan, and many others like that new counselor who should also qualify as a top-tier goddess. I want surrender, Shen Anyu. Just you wait. Just as Chi Fan was lost in thought, everything went black with a bang, his head throbbing with pain, and he lost all consciousness. When Chi Fan slowly came to, he found himself tied to a pillar in an abandoned factory. Around him stood several young women in silver-tight suits with delicate features and a crisp, efficient demeanor. Chi Fan's mind was filled with question marks, utterly bewildered, and he asked these young women, This kidnapping. Could it be that his lavish spending had attracted attention, and someone was after him for ransom? Would they kill him? Pale and regretful, Chi Fan thought he should have hired bodyguards. Now he was kidnapped. What rotten luck. Seeing the young women remain expressionless and silent, he tremblingly asked, "Ladies, name a price. Please don't kill me, never ever kill me." Just moments ago, he had been ambitious, dreaming of becoming the world's richest man, of revenge against Shen Anyu, of surrounding himself with beauties. Now in a blink he was kidnapped, and Qi Fan wailed inwardly. Why was he so cursed? Last night, the moonlight goddess of his heart had become another man's possession. Today, even worse. He was kidnapped, his life hanging in the balance. But no matter how much Qi Fan asked, probed, or promised, these young women remained stone-faced and silent, standing rigidly like robots. Drip, drip, drip. Time passed second by second. Over an hour later, a sound came from outside the abandoned factory, a vehicle pulling up. Then came the thud of footsteps. Qi Fan held his breath, staring intently. Was the mastermind behind the kidnapping about to reveal himself? How much would they demand? He only had tens of millions of simp gold left. If it ran out, how could he continue wooing top-tier goddesses? But when Qi Fan saw who was approaching, his face twisted in fury. "Shen, it's you." Before him stood an exquisitely handsome young man, a smile playing on his lips. Who else but Shen Anyu? Shen Anyu grinned at Qi Fan and drawled, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I was too tired last night and needed to recover, so my meal took a bit longer." Qi Fan's face darkened. His gaze at Shen Anyu was a mixture of intense envy, jealousy, resentment, fury, hatred, then shifted to fawning flattery as he lowered his head and pleaded, Brother Shen, you've already won Lumi. Qi Fan won't bother you anymore. Just let me go like a fart, please." Though Qi Fan gnashed his teeth with hatred, remembering that Shen Anyu had spent the night with his moonlight goddess Lumi, burning with jealousy and anger, he wasn't a fool. Had gotten into a top national university like Modu, and he knew the situation. He was the fish on the chopping block. Now that Shen Anyu's men had kidnapped him, he had to bow and beg. But in his heart, Qi Fan seethed with a vow: once he made it big, he would take revenge. Just wait, Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu looked at Qi Fan with a knowing smirk. He didn't need to guess that Qi Fan harbored hatred. Moreover, through the nano-surveillance robots, he had overheard Qi Fan's mutterings and knew of his vengeful intentions. Shen Anyu was not one to let a tiger return to the mountains. Though Qi Fan now seemed utterly unremarkable, a weakling of the lowest caliber, he possessed the licking dog cashback system. So long as he didn't meet an early demise, he could defy fate and rise to dominance, eventually becoming a great menace to Shen Anyu. For now, however, Qi Fan's destiny points had plummeted below 30%, his fortune trapped in a deep trough. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Anyu dispatched the guards he had acquired through lucky draws to kidnap Qi Fan. These guards, obtained through lucky draws, were absolutely loyal, obeying Shen Anyu's will without a shred of ulterior motive, a fact that greatly pleased Shen Anyu. Had Qi Fan been at the peak of his fortune, none but Shen Anyu himself, shielded by his destiny's supreme villain aura, could have laid a finger on him. Such was the tyranny of a child of destiny. All calamities turned into blessings, the worst became the best, and even a leap off a cliff could yield treasure. But now, under Shen Anyu's relentless blows, Qi Fan's fortune had sunk into a trough, his destiny points barely a fifth of their former value. Thus, even Shen Anyu's underlings could finish him off. Earlier, Shen Anyu had contemplated using a beautiful woman to ensnare Qi Fan, turning this child of destiny, tied to the licking dog cashback system, into his own personal ATM. Yet in the end, Shen Anyu decided it was too risky, not worth the gamble. After all, he was hardly short of money now. As the sole heir of the Yanxia Shen family, he controlled the Shen conglomerate worth trillions and could draw upon it at will. He held original shares in Yanxia's 5 largest banks and possessed an unlimited platinum black card. Leaving a child of destiny like Qi Fan alive, armed with a system, was far too dangerous. Should he ever slip from Shen Anyu's grasp, the consequences would be dire. Unless the rewards outweighed the risks, keeping a powder keg for the sake of a few measly scraps was hardly worthwhile. With this thought, Shen Anyu's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Qi Fan. He spoke coldly. "Qi Fan, for me to kill you myself is your honor." "What? You want to kill me?" Qi Fan's face twisted in shock as he stared at Shen Anyu in disbelief, his voice trembling with terror. "This is a society ruled by law. You're going to commit murder?" Shen Anyu chuckled lightly. "You know I'm the young master of the Yanxia Shen family. Is it really so hard to smooth over a murder?" Qi Fan's face turned deathly pale, his whole body trembling violently. Of course, this was the Yanxia Shen family. Killing someone wasn't all that difficult. "Brother Shen, there's no such deep grudge between us, right? I promise he'll never harass Lumi again, never harbor improper thoughts about her. Please let me go, okay?" Shen Anyu raised a hand to cut off Qi Fan's words, a faint smile curling on his lips as he looked at the begging Qi Fan. "Let you go so you can take revenge on me." With a single gesture from Shen Anyu, the nanobot surveillance device on Qi Fan flew into Shen Anyu's palm, automatically playing back the recording of Qi Fan's muttering to himself. "That Shen bastard. He stole my Lumi and he'll steal everything from him. Ha, even if you're the young master of the Yanxia Shen family, so what? I am a man who possesses. I will become the richest man in the entire world. A tycoon whose wealth rivals nations." Qi Fan's face drained of color. He never imagined that Shen Anyu had tampered with his body, leaving behind a recording device. Yet strangely the words licking dog cashback system hadn't been captured, secretly delighting Chief Fan. Truly the system was miraculous. Little did he know this very fact was exactly why Shen Anyu was determined to kill him. At this moment Chief Fan turned to Shen Anyu and began to plead, "Brother Shen, if you let me go I'll give you money, okay? 1 million a month." Shen Anyu interrupted with a sly smile, drawling, 1 million? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Do I look like someone who cares about such paltry sums? Chief Fan was at a loss for words, about to raise the offer. With the licking dog cashback system, he believed he'd have far more money in the future. But Shen Anyu's next sentence sent a wave of terror through Chief Fan. "Unless you hand over your licking dog cashback system, maybe I'll let you live. Otherwise the latent danger is just too great." You know about the licking dog cashback system? Chief Fan was completely stunned, staring at Shen Anyu in disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Shen Anyu would utter those 7 words, licking dog cashback system. In that moment, everything became clear to Chief Fan. His entire frame shook, his face ashen, his expression that of utter despair. His greatest trump card had been exposed by Shen Anyu. Chief Fan lost all backbone and completely collapsed. Ding. Child of Destiny Chief Fan has fully collapsed. Destiny points plundered 29086. Ding. Chief Fan's destiny points have been reduced to 0. The Child of Destiny halo has shattered. He has lost his status as a Child of Destiny. The licking dog cashback system has detached. Watching Chief Fan's pallid face and the broken halo of destiny, Shen Anyu lost all interest. With a casual palm strike, he shattered Chief Fan's heart meridian. Just then a notification from the Destiny Plunder system made Shen Anyu's expression change. Ding. Spend 1 million destiny points to devour the licking dog cashback system. Countdown 1098. Shen Anyu quickly pondered. He hadn't expected this to happen. The Destiny Plunder system could actually devour other systems. What changes would occur after devouring it? Though 1 million destiny points were precious, Shen Anyu was more interested in the transformation of the Destiny Plunder system. Just as the countdown was about to end, Shen Anyu finally made up his mind and said firmly, "Spend 1 million destiny points to devour the licking dog cashback system." The moment Shen Anyu's thoughts settled, a dazzling 9-colored profound radiance seemed to flash before his eyes, and an inexplicable change took place. When Shen Anyu regained his composure and looked at the Destiny Plunder system, he was startled to find that the system panel could no longer be opened. He would have to wait 24 hours. I wonder what kind of change this will bring. A gleam of anticipation shone in Shen Anyu's eyes. Even without the Destiny Plunder system, given his current strength and family background, he could still handle most children of Destiny. All the same, with the Destiny Plunder system, he could witness a different kind of scenery. Shen Anyu had also considered what it would be like without the Destiny Plunder system. No longer bearing the title of Destiny's supreme villain, no longer pitted against all manner of children of Destiny. Given his current power and preparations, he could handle even a master like Yi Yin descending from the mountains. But Shen Anyu believed that with the Destiny Plunder system, he could gain more and see more. For instance, immortality, the ultimate pursuit of countless great men throughout history, both ancient and modern, from east to west. With the Destiny Plunder system, Shen Anyu felt it might just be within reach. No one is without greed. Chief Fan was greedy, Lu Mi was greedy, and Shen Anyu was equally greedy. Even the first emperor of old, who owned the entire world, could not escape this flaw. Afterward, Shen Anyu set fire to this abandoned outskirt factory, reducing Chief Fan's body to ashes and erasing all traces of the crime. A lucky fellow with a system ending up like this. How pitiful, how tragic. I must never become like him. I have to grow stronger. With an indifferent gaze, Shen Anyu watched the scene, then stroked his chin and chuckled lightly. The Destiny Plunder system has 24 hours to change. I have time now. Should I go spend time with Su Hongyan, Wan Lingshan, Zhang Linlin, or perhaps Qin Mingbing or Lin Keqing? Or should I head to Dream Bar and see the beauty trap of the Dragon King's son-in-law Han Qi and little darling Situ Yuing? So many choices. Huff. Huff. Why can't I get into these jeans? Ugh. I've gained weight. In the girls' dormitory of Moda University, the pure and radiant Zhang Linlin sat on a chair, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt embroidered with a cute cat pattern on her upper body. She was struggling to pull a pair of light blue jeans over her lower body, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. She lifted her long straight legs and tugged tightly at the waistband, trying to force them on. Yet to Zhang Linlin's chagrin, a certain protruding part blocked her progress, refusing to let the jeans slide up. Had she really gained weight? She used to fit into these jeans. Brother Shen invited me to lunch. I can't keep him waiting. Get on, please. Zhang Linlin summoned all her strength, her face turning crimson, and finally managed to squeeze into the light blue jeans. If she hadn't succeeded, she would have had to switch to a skirt. But wearing a skirt worried Zhang Linlin. She was afraid her best friend Lu Mi would notice her red knees and tease her again. Humph, that naughty me stayed out all night last night and made me cover for her. She must have been up to no good. If she teases me, I'll tease her right back. Zhang Linlin giggled, then turned to look at the large mirror. In the mirror, her delicate, innocent face was tinged with a faint blush. Her moist eyes, like those of a forest fawn, held a hint of seductive charm. The intertwining of purity and allure created a beguiling blend, as if tempting one to sin. Lately, Zhang Linlin had noticed that she often drew stares while walking, and some male students had even collided with pillars because they were too busy gazing at her. In the past, she had already been exceptionally beautiful, hailed as one of the 3 campus beauties of Modi University, known for her pure sweetness. But now this pure, sweet little white flower seemed tainted no longer as innocent, yet exuding an added layer of allure. This aura was captivating. Almost every man, and even some women, found it hard to look away. Especially as Zhang Linlin seemed to have undergone a second development recently, her already impressive figure now flourishing even more. Many students at Modi University secretly speculated with envy that their pure campus beauty must have found a man weathered the storms of romance. The only question was who was the lucky, enviable one who had plucked one of the 3 most beautiful flowers of Modi University. He'll need to buy bigger clothes from now on. I wonder if Brother Shen will think I've gained weight. Zhang Linlin gazed at her figure in the mirror, so alluring it made her blush. She bit her rosy lower lip with pearly teeth, her pure charming face flushing, her eyes shifting with shy embarrassment. Then she began to apply makeup. Although Shen Anyu had said she looked purer and more stunning without it, Zhang Linlin still wanted to present her best self to her beloved. Just a light touch, not heavy. Afterward, she slipped her slender fair feet into a pair of white canvas shoes, wearing little white socks. Her simple, refreshing outfit exuded the vitality of a young college girl, suiting her far better than any expensive, luxurious attire costing tens of thousands. Of course, even in a tattered sack, Zhang Linlin would still be irresistibly charming. Lean him back. Just then Lumi leaned against the wall, breathing lightly as she slowly entered the dormitory, as if moving with difficulty. Hee naughty me, confess. What mischief did you get up to last night? Zhang Linlin's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully helped Lumi sit down, then began tickling her in an interrogation. She hadn't forgotten how her best friend had teased and pressed her last time. This time, she wouldn't let that naughty me off easily. Stop. Don't tickle my armpits. Lin, let me go help. Don't touch there. He'll talk. Under Zhang Linlin's tickling assault, Lumi's enchanting, delicate, fair, oval face flushed. Her narrow, fox-like eyes gave Zhang Linlin a helpless glare before she spoke. It's exactly what you think. Your sister here is no longer an innocent baby. Last night. Stop right there. I didn't ask what position. Zhang Linlin spat, her face burning red. Was this something a college girl should hear? That naughty me was utterly shameless. Lumi gave Zhang Linlin an exasperated look and retorted. I'm just learning from your experience. If those male students at Modi University knew that their pure little white flower Zhang Linlin had already been defiled by a man, they'd probably be devastated. Naughty me, shut up. Zhang Linlin, both embarrassed and annoyed, pounced forward and covered Lumi's cherry-like mouth. Another wave of playful scuffling ensued. Alas, this beautiful scene, the frolic of Modi University's 2 campus beauties, went unwitnessed. Well, not quite. There was one other person. TSK. So this is how girls play around. Shen Anyu watched the scene through a nano-surveillance robot, a look of interest crossing his face as he mused. One day he'd have Lumi and Zhang Linlin demonstrate this in front of him. But for now, this pair of stunning campus beauty best friends had no idea that they shared the same man. Lumi is moving with difficulty and has class later. I won't disturb her. He'll just invite Zhang Linlin out to play. Shen Anyu chuckled softly and sent a message urging Zhang Linlin to hurry out. Linlin baby, I'm already at the school gate. Are you coming out? Zhang Linlin didn't want to draw attention, so she didn't let Shen Anyu park directly under the girls' dormitory. Hubby, I'm coming. After receiving Shen Anyu's message, Zhang Linlin replied with a sweet smile, then said to her best friend, my hubby is taking me out. Naughty me, you'll have to entertain yourself. Wah, you forget your friend once you have a man. Zhang Linlin, you heartless woman. Didn't you say you were busy when I invited you shopping last time? Naughty me. Linlin, how about you bring your boyfriend out someday, and we can have a meal together? Lumi suddenly had a whimsical idea. She thought bringing Shen Anyu along would make her look impressive. Even though she had a great relationship with her best friend, she couldn't escape the female instinct to compare. Zhang Linlin hesitated for a moment, not replying immediately. Lumi's narrow fox-like eyes narrowed, her gaze shifting playfully as she grinned. Linlin, are you afraid it'll seduce your boyfriend? Or that your boyfriend won't measure up to mine? You vixen, who's afraid of you? Bring him out to dinner then. But I need to ask my hubby first. Zhang Linlin glared at Lumi. She didn't believe for a second that her brother Shen could be inferior to Lumi's boyfriend. Her brother Shen was unparalleled in family background, talent, ability, and looks. No one was better than him. But brother Shen was indeed a bit of a flirt. Thinking of the rumors about Shen Anyu and Su Hongyan, Qin Ningbing, and others, Zhang Linlin felt troubled. Still, at least her best friend Lumi now had a boyfriend, so brother Shen probably wouldn't set his sights on her. Besides, Zhang Linlin knew her best friend well. Though Lumi was called a little fox spirit, she was actually pure-hearted and conservative, not the kind of woman who would steal another's man. With that in mind, Zhang Linlin nodded lightly and agreed. They'll let my hubby know. He's been busy, but when he's free you'll bring him out to have a meal with you. Me. I also want to see what kind of guy tamed you little vixen. It's a deal, Lumi said with a beaming smile. If her best friend Zhang Linlin ever found out that her man was the sensation of Moda Mr. Shen, she wondered how shocked she'd be. Just imagining it made Lumi anticipate the moment. Zhang Linlin was an art major with no afternoon classes, so she grabbed her bag, slipped on her little white shoes, and cheerfully headed out for her date. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Hongyan also exited the school gate and spotted Shen Anyu, her eyes lighting up. But when she saw the following scene, she froze and placed the smile on her pretty face, solidifying. Brother Shen. Zhang Linlin, catching sight of Shen Anyu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight, offered a sweet smile. She took quick small steps toward him, tilted her delicate, pure, yet subtly alluring face, and spoke softly. Brother Shen, have you been waiting long? Shen Anyu smiled gently, his gaze tender as he looked at the pure, sweet girl before him, and replied warmly. I just arrived, haven't waited long. At this moment at the entrance of Moda University, many people noticed this scene. Zhang Linlin, the school beauty of Moda University, naturally drew attention. Watching Zhang Linlin being so intimate with a young handsome man, many male students felt a pang of jealousy, casting envious and resentful looks at Shen Anyu. Zhang Linlin was widely recognized as one of the three beauties of Moda University, pure, charming, with a gentle personality, approachable to all. She was the moonlight in the hearts of countless admirers with a multitude of suitors. Yet despite her impoverished background, Zhang Linlin strived for independence, gracefully declining all suitors' offerings. A girl so resilient and beautiful. How many were captivated by her? And now Zhang Linlin actually had a man. It was truly enviable. However, no one dared to cause trouble, for behind Shen Anyu stood a stretch limousine Rolls-Royce accompanied by bodyguards in black suits, a clear sign of wealth and status. Many secretly speculated, could it be that the pure innocent flower of their Moda University had also succumbed to the allure of money, kneeling before a wealthy young master? Meanwhile, some female students' eyes sparkled at the sight of Shen Anyu, handsome, wealthy, confident, and radiant. Such a boyfriend they thought they too would want, wouldn't they? They, on the other hand, felt envious of Zhang Linlin. However, the next scene left everyone around dumbfounded. A naturally beautiful woman with a tall, slender figure whose looks were no less than Zhang Linlin strode over in high heels with an imposing aura and said coldly, Brother Shen, am I interrupting something? No, Hongyan, you've come at the perfect time. Shen Anyu chuckled lightly, looking at Su Hongyan, whose face was frosty with anger, and said calmly. Today Su Hongyan was exquisitely dressed. Her fair earlobes were adorned with 2 blood diamond earrings, her lips were glossy, and she wore a classic black fitted dress from Chanel, accentuating her slender waist. Her exquisite long legs, over 1 meter in length, were sheathed in black stockings, stepping into black high heels. Her fair skin contrasted with her entirely black dress and stockings, making her complexion appear as flawless as creamy jade, radiant and dazzling. However, her naturally beautiful face was now frozen with frost as she coldly observed the intimate scene between Shen Anyu and Zhang Linlin, like a wife catching her husband with a mistress. Zhang Linlin immediately became uneasy, timidly murmuring, Sister Su, my name is Zhang Linlin. I know who you are. Su Hongmian's gaze unfriendly lingered on Shen Anyu's handsome face, without even looking at Zhang Linlin, responding indifferently. Zhang Linlin, like her, was one of the 3 beauties of Moda University. Though Su Hongmian had never interacted with her, she was aware of her. Yet what Su Hongmian hadn't expected was that Zhang Linlin was now with Shen Anyu, appearing so intimately close. There had to be something behind it, and it caused a pang of pain in Su Hongmian's heart. Earlier she had dressed up glamorously, intending to invite Shen Anyu out for fun. He had seemed busy these past few days, not coming to see her, only chatting on the phone, spending hours on long calls. But for Su Hongyan, who was in the throes of a passionate romance, a day without seeing Shen Anyu made her miss him terribly. What's more, she had recently been troubled and confused by something, desperately needing her boyfriend Shen Anyu's comfort and embrace. And then, to her utter shock, she encountered this scene. From Zhang Linlin's reaction, it seemed she knew Su Hongyan, which only fueled Su Hongyan's anger further. Gazing at the unperturbed Shen Anyu, Su Hongyan suppressed her rage and said, Shen Anyu, I need an explanation. Shen Anyu directly took hold of Su Hongmian's hand, smiling. Mian, you wouldn't want to make a scene in front of everyone, would you? Come, let me take you to dinner. Su Hongmian was taken aback. Seeing the strange expressions of the onlookers, she gritted her teeth, glared at Shen Anyu with resentment, but did not resist. Then Shen Anyu, holding Zhang Linlin with one hand, and Su Hongmian with the other, stepped into the stretch Rolls-Royce and drove away. Whoosh. At the entrance of Moda University, the crowd erupted like a boiling pot, buzzing with excitement and explosive discussions. Holy crap. 2-timing caught red-handed. A romantic battlefield. Amazing. He's dating both Su Hongyan and Zhang Linlin, the 2 beauties of our Moda University. That guy is something else. Damn, having a rich family sure is something. I'm so jealous. If either Su Hongyan or Zhang Linlin were my girlfriend, I'd be laughing in my dreams. And he's dating both. That playboy is in trouble. Su Hongyan is known for her fiery temper and pride. She comes from a wealthy family too. She won't just swallow this insult. There will be a huge scene. Too bad we won't get to see the drama, can't enjoy the gossip. At that moment in the back seat of the stretch Rolls-Royce, Shen Anyu sat in the middle with Jiang Linlin and Su Hongyan on either side. Su Hongyan was fuming, trying to pull her hand free from Shen Anyu's grip, but it was useless. On the contrary, Shen Anyu unabashedly played with her soft, delicate hand. Su Hongyan pouted, her beautiful eyes wide with anger as she stared at Shen Anyu, only to see him smiling mischievously. She wanted to lose her temper to slap him, but looking at his handsome, smiling face, she couldn't bring herself to do it. But when Su Hongyan saw that his other hand was also stroking Jiang Linlin's small hand, she couldn't hold back anymore, saying coldly, "Shen Anyu, speak. I need an explanation." Jiang Linlin's delicate body trembled, her clear eyes like a deer in the forest, anxiously looking at Shen Anyu, her heart pounding. If brother Shen were to break up with her for Su Hongyan, just the thought made Jiang Linlin's heart ache. Shen Anyu, however, looked at Su Hongyan with a half-smile, leisurely saying, "What explanation?" Shen Anyu, don't play dumb." Su Hongyan gritted her teeth as if she wanted to bite Shen Anyu hard and said angrily, "What is your relationship with Jiang Linlin?" At these words, Jiang Linlin's breath caught, and she nervously looked at Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu, without any hesitation, directly said, "Linlin is the woman I love most." Jiang Linlin breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of joy spreading across her pure, charming face. But seeing Su Hongyan's frosty expression, she quickly suppressed her delight, keeping her eyes downcast and shrinking back demurely. Ding. Detected that the destined heroine Jiang Linlin's heart is sweet. Plunder, 999 destiny value. Shen Anyu thought to himself that Jiang Linlin's total favorability had already reached the maximum. Except for rare occasions, it was hard to gain large amounts of destiny value, but there were still occasional trickles. The destined heroine and the destined hero were independent of each other. The destined heroine herself was also favored by the blessings of heaven and earth. As for Su Hongyan, her total favorability was 999, with just 1 point left that wouldn't budge, forcing Shen Anyu to resort to some unconventional measures. Su Hongyan listened to Shen Anyu's words, biting her lower lip, her beautiful eyes stubbornly fixed on him. After a long moment, she spoke. "And what about me? What am I?" Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, watching Su Hongyan with slightly reddened eyes, and said with a smile, "Mian, you are also my most beloved woman." Ha! Openly juggling two relationships. Su Hongyan could no longer hold back, and said angrily, "Shen Anyu, you've gone too far. I want to break up with you." As she was about to utter the words of breaking up, her heart ached, her eyes reddened with glistening tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. With a muffled snort, she turned away, ignoring Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu felt both pity and amusement, but he did not comfort Su Hongyan. Instead, he glanced at the rearview mirror. The extended Rolls-Royce was heading towards a high-end Yangzhou cuisine restaurant in the center of Magic City. A familiar figure followed behind, unmistakably Xia Lu, the rural divine doctor and chosen one. Ding. The chosen one, Xia Lu, is filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Plunder, 9999 fate value. Bastard, that bastard, he'll fight him to the death. Disguised to evade pursuit, Xia Lu sat in a taxi staring at Shen Anyu ahead, his eyes almost spitting fire. Ever since he was thrown out of the Riverside Mansion banquet and left at the back door, Xia Lu had dragged his battered body, collected herbs, and with his extraordinary medical skills, had barely managed to recover. But what made Xia Lu terrified was that he had become impotent. The symbol of his manhood was no longer functional. This utterly devastated Xia Lu, who was known for his lecherous nature. If that part of him didn't work, what was the point of living? Racking his brains, he consulted the Divine Physician's Manual and the Book of Poisonous Calamities, recalled his grandfather's teachings, and tried the Ghost Gate, 13 needles, the creation, divine needle, and various ancient prescriptions, all to no avail. Finally, he discovered that within his kidneys and internal organs, there was a solidified clump of martial true essence. Unless this true essence was removed, it would be impossible to heal. At the very least, he would have to wait until he broke through to the martial grandmaster level and used his extraordinary medical skills and acupuncture techniques to cure himself. But Xia Liu's martial cultivation was only at the innate level. Breaking through to the martial grandmaster level was not something that could be achieved in a year or two. Xia Liu immediately suspected Shen Anyu was behind it, but he didn't think Shen Anyu was a martial grandmaster. Rather, he suspected Shen Anyu had ordered the formidable middle-aged female grandmaster to strike. "Damn it, if I don't get my revenge, he'll change my surname." Xia Lu gritted his teeth in fury. He didn't think he couldn't take revenge. Although his martial cultivation was insufficient, he possessed the Divine Physician's Manual and the Book of Poisonous Calamities, making him highly skilled in medicine and poison. With these, he could definitely ambush Shen Anyu. "Hey, you pale-faced Shen, you'll never understand the terror of a malicious divine doctor," Xia Lu thought confidently. When he saw Shen Anyu leading Su Hongyan and Jiang Linlin by the hand into the upscale restaurant, he felt extremely displeased. Su Hongyan, the long-legged beauty, was the first stunning girl Xia Lu had laid eyes on since entering Magic City, no less beautiful than his fiancée, the beautiful CEO, Qin Ningbing. Even while in detention, Xia Lu had been obsessed with the idea of marrying Su Hongyan. And Zhang Linlin on Shen Anyu's other side was also a beauty, no less than Su Hongyan. Then there was his beautiful CEO fiancée Qin Ningbing. All of them had been won over by Shen Anyu. This was the life Xia Lu had dreamed of. Thinking of this, Xia Lu turned green with envy and gnashed his teeth. Shen, your good days are numbered. I will act for heaven. Little did Xia Lu know that Shen Anyu had planted a nanosurveillance robot on him, monitoring his every move. At that moment, Shen Anyu had an idea. Xia Lu could barely serve as a tool. Hope I don't scare him later. Shen Anyu smiled playfully, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Soon Shen Anyu led Zhang Linlin and Su Hongyan into the reserved private dining room. Zhang Linlin looked at Su Hongyan and said in a timid, soft voice, Sister Hongyan, if my presence has affected your relationship with Brother Shen, I am truly sorry. Su Hongyan turned her head, glaring coldly at Zhang Linlin, and said, What are you trying to back out? Humph, such a typical green tea remark, retreating to advance. Zhang Linlin was taken aback, but shook her head, her eyes firm as she looked at Su Hongyan. No, I won't back out. I would die without Brother Shen. No matter what, I will never give up. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I only need a tiny corner in Brother Shen's heart. Su Hongyan fell silent. Would she back out? She had fallen in love for the first time, her heart completely surrendered. How could she bear to let go? But, thinking of this, Su Hongyan glared angrily at Shen Anyu, her slender white hand tightly gripping his large hand, as if to hurt him. At this moment, Su Hongyan's emotions were tangled. She had no idea what to do. Breaking up was hard to bear, but admitting Shen Anyu's two-timing was equally unacceptable. Especially the thought of backing out and letting Zhang Linlin win made Su Hongyan even more unhappy. Why should she be the one to step aside? Her tsundere temper flared, making her lift her chin and clench her teeth. Even if they really broke up, it would be Shen Anyu who couldn't bear it, not her. Shen Anyu watched Su Hongyan puffing her cheeks and glaring at him, a smile playing on his lips, which only made her angrier. Linlin Mian, what would you like to eat? Su Hongyan snorted coldly, saying nothing. Zhang Linlin, however, took the menu and said sweetly, Brother Shen, you order. Linlin isn't picky. Then I'll order crab meat and pork, lion's head, soft-shelled long fish, Wensi tofu, stir-fried shrimp, 3 set braised duck, and 3 servings of Yangzhou fried rice, plus a bottle of rice wine. Shen Anyu smiled at Zhang Linlin and Su Hongyan. This restaurant's rice wine is sweet and slightly sour. Girls usually love it. Su Hongyan looked at Shen Anyu with complicated eyes, her heart aching. He was still so considerate, gentle, and domineering. If only she were the only one by his side. Zhang Linlin glanced at the menu prices, covered her mouth, and widened her eyes. Shen Anyu's casual order, including service charges, would cost tens of thousands. That single bottle of homemade rice wine cost over 30,000, more expensive than Fakian Matai, which was absurd. Soon the waitstaff began serving dishes, appetizers, pre-meal fruits and desserts, and one meticulously prepared main course after another. The waiter smiled and introduced. Our chef is a state banquet-level master. Guests will definitely be satisfied. Zhang Linlin took a bite of the Wensi tofu. It was fresh, fragrant, smooth, and tender. Her eyes lit up and she agreed. Yes, it's really delicious. She then took a sip of the sweet and sour rice wine, her eyes curving in delight. Su Hongyan with a cold face tasted it, and suddenly said, It's not as good as Shen Anyu's cooking. Zhang Linlin, have you ever tried Shen Anyu's dishes? That's true delicacy. As she said this, Su Hongyan seemed a bit triumphant, looking at Zhang Linlin. Zhang Linlin was stunned, then her eyes curved sweetly as she said, Yes, Brother Shen's cooking is the best in the world. Su Hongyan's expression froze, and she glared at Shen Anyu in annoyance. But then her body trembled. Because Shen Anyu's big hand. Haha, Shen, you're dead. This is the most potent poison recorded in the Calamity Poison scripture, far more terrifying than Xiyang powder. Even a martial arts grandmaster cannot withstand it. At this moment, Xia Lu, already disguised and infiltrated the kitchen, wore a grimly triumphant expression. In his hand lay a small bottle containing a dark purple, almost black medicinal powder. This was the deadliest poison he possessed, the 7 emotions pulse-severing powder capable of slaying a martial arts grandmaster. Even a martial arts great grandmaster would be gravely wounded, with at least all meridians shattered and at worst agonizing death. In Xia Liu's eyes, how could a frivolous dandy like Shen Anyu possibly withstand the 7 emotions pulse-severing powder? He would surely die. Moreover, dissolved in wine, the 7 emotions pulse-severing powder was colorless and odorless, virtually undetectable. Just moments ago, Xia Lu had already slipped the powder into the rice wine destined for Shen Anyu's private dining room. Haha, Shen, you're of noble birth. You stole my fiancée Qin Ningbing, and you also have that long-legged beauty surnamed Su, and that pure white lily. Damn it, you enjoy more pleasures than an emperor with 3,000 concubines. But now that you've taken the 7 emotions pulse-severing powder, if you so much as entertain that kind of thought, you'll die, without a doubt. Xia Lu sneered with vengeful glee, anticipating Shen Anyu's miserable end, but he quickly tidied up and prepared to flee. He knew full well that Shen Anyu, as the eldest young master of the Shen family in Yanxia, was surrounded by countless bodyguards, and even had a martial arts grandmaster as the head of his security detail. If anything happened to Shen Anyu, the restaurant would surely be sealed off and thoroughly searched. At that point, the disguised Xia Lu would definitely be discovered and suffer the consequences. Another important reason Xia Lu chose the 7 emotions pulse-severing powder was that it did not take effect immediately. It only erupted when the victim entertained that kind of thought or engaged in that kind of act. This gave him time to escape far away. Pity I won't get to see that bastard Shen's miserable end. Xia Lu felt a twinge of regret. If only he could witness the tragic downfall of Shen Anyu, the scoundrel who had stolen his fiancée Qin Ningbing. How wonderful that would be. There's no need for you to worry about my young master's fate. It will surely be one of wealth, glory, and countless beauties. At that moment, a calm middle-aged woman's voice suddenly rang out, and Xia Liu's expression shifted dramatically, because all around him dozens of powerful auras had appeared, all above the Xiantian realm, including martial arts grandmasters. Not good. Xia Liu's face turned pale, terror flooding his mind. He swiftly snapped out of it, moving his feet, intending to smash through the window and escape. How could he forget that calm middle-aged voice? It was etched into his memory. Back at Shen Anyu's riverside mansion, it was the owner of that voice who had beaten him, mercilessly broken dozens of his bones, dragged him out the back door, and thrown him into the trash heap. If not for Xia Liu's exceptional medical skills and his Xiantian cultivation, he would surely have died. But could Xia Liu actually get away? Shen Anyu's guard captain, Aunt Xiao, smiled faintly. With a casual grab, her surging peak grandmaster true essence erupted. She moved, broke through the air, and with lightning speed seized Xia Liu's right hand. It's over. Xia Liu's face turned deathly pale, his scalp tingling. He felt as if his right hand were clamped in a steel vice, completely immobile. Then Aunt Xiao flicked her hand and slammed him down hard. Xia Liu, like a toy, was hurled straight to the ground. With a thunderous crash, a depression formed on the floor, debris flying and cracks spreading like spiderwebs in all directions. At that moment, Xia Liu resembled the champion scholar of 7 provinces known as the King of Couplets, Dui Chuanchong, from Stephen Chow's movie, Flirting Scholar, spewing blood wildly. Wait. Seeing the middle-aged woman about to strike again, Xia Liu's expression changed drastically, and he hastily shouted, "If you don't want your young master to die, stop." Aunt Xiao halted at once, frowned slightly, looked at Xia Liu, and said coldly, "Speak." Xia Liu breathed a sigh of relief, then a smug smile spread across his face. He wiped the blood from his mouth, lifted his chin, and said, "The rice wine I sent over just now. I poisoned it with a lethal toxin that can kill a martial arts grandmaster, even a martial arts great grandmaster. You don't want your young master to die, do you?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Xiao showed no concern, instead her expression turned peculiar, because she knew that the young master Shen Anyu was unfathomably powerful. His physical body alone rivaled a martial arts great grandmaster, and he could even tread the void like a celestial being. How could such a being be brought down by poison? Furthermore, she knew that Shen Anyu had long been aware of Xia Liu's sneaky tailing. It was Shen Anyu who had instructed her to detect and capture Xia Liu. Since he knew all of this, how could the wise young master Shen Anyu fall for the trap? Seeing the middle-aged female grandmaster stop, Xia Liu felt greatly relieved, thinking he had secured a way to survive. He stood up, puffed out his chest, and said, "If you don't want your young master dead, be polite." Slap. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Aunt Xiao backhanded him, sending him flying to the ground. Then she grabbed Xia Liu by the right foot and dragged him towards Shen Anyu's private room. "Stop being clever. Behave yourself and await the young master's judgment." Xia Liu was dragged across the ground, his head bumping against the steps with a dull thud. Thump, thump, thump. His face full of bewilderment, doubting his very existence. Good heavens, this middle-aged female grandmaster didn't even care about her young master Shen Anyu's life. How dare she treat him like this? Later he would threaten Shen Anyu and get his revenge. The 7 emotions pulse-severing powder is already administered. The advantage is mine. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant's private room. "Brother Shen, sister Su, what's wrong with you two?" Jiang Linlin looked at Shen Anyu and Su Hongyan with confusion, sensing something odd about them. At that moment, Shen Anyu was sipping his food with a faint smile, while Su Hongyan leaned forward, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Shen Anyu like a female leopard about to pounce. What puzzled Jiang Linlin even more was that Su Hongyan's fair face was now as red as blood, jade flushed to the point of dripping. "Nothing." Su Hongyan responded with a trembling voice, pretending to be nonchalant as she tasted a crabmeat lion's head. Her small red lips parted slightly as she took a fierce bite, as if she wanted to sink her teeth into someone. Su Hongyan had originally thought that Shen Anyu had only cooked for her alone, only to find out that Jiang Linlin had also enjoyed his incredible culinary skills. This shattered her already jealous heart, and she kicked out at him. However, to her utter surprise, kicking out was easy, but pulling back, that was another matter entirely. Shen Anyu regarded Su Hongyan with a sly smile, watching as she bowed her head so low it nearly touched the table, her delicate frame trembling, her pretty face flushing a vivid crimson, and her eyes brimming with panic. In that moment, where was the formidable woman who had stormed in just moments ago? Throughout the meal, Shen Anyu ate with evident delight, while Jiang Linlin was utterly bewildered. As for Su Hongyan, she had transformed into a timid little quail, shedding the guise of an enraged wife confronting a mistress, and becoming a demure young bride, all trace of arrogance gone. Only softness remained. Mian still angry. Shen Anyu asked with a smile, gazing at Su Hongyan as he placed his hand near his nose, as if inhaling a scent. Bastard. I won't forgive you, you two-timing scoundrel. Su Hongyan's eyes shimmered like water as she looked at Shen Anyu. Freed from his grasp, she regained her composure and ground her teeth. That wretched man had done such an outrageous thing to her right in front of Jiang Linlin. If she were discovered, she wouldn't want to live. Young master, I've caught this sneaky fellow. At that moment, seeing that Shen Anyu had finished his meal, Aunt Xiao dragged Xia Lu over and reported respectfully. The human skin disguise on Xia Liu's face had been removed, revealing his true appearance. Su Hongyan was startled. She had a good memory and instantly recognized him. She had some impression of Xia Lu, the rogue healer. She recalled seeing him on the street wearing black cloth shoes, tattered trousers, a white vest, and a straw hat, harassing girls lecherously and even hitting on her. Later, Xia Lu had demonstrated miraculous medical skills, curing a middle-aged man having an epileptic seizure on the street, only to be taken away by the police for practicing medicine without a license. That day was also when Su Hongyan first met Shen Anyu, an unforgettable memory. But now what was going on? Su Hongyan looked at Xia Lu, who had been beaten black and blue, and at Shen Anyu, who was addressed as young master, utterly confused and baffled. Jiang Linlin also parted her small lips in surprise and bewilderment. What had happened? Xia Lu, flanked by two beautiful women on either side of Shen Anyu, showed envy and jealousy in his eyes, then said smugly, "Shen, let me go, or you'll die with me. I've already poisoned the rice wine with a deadly toxin that would kill even a martial arts grandmaster. You've already drunk it. If you don't want to die, do as I say. I'm just a nobody, but if you, the young master of the Shen family in Yanxia, are willing to die with me, then I'll be satisfied." At this moment, Xia Lu put on a reckless front brimming with confidence. In Xia Liu's view, Shen Anyu was the young master of the Shen family in Yanxia, of noble and illustrious birth, born into privilege with wealth, power, and beautiful women at his fingertips. Such a top-tier aristocrat would surely fear death. The advantage was his. Xia Lu was confident he could manipulate Shen Anyu, blackmail him, threaten him, and do as he pleased. What? Su Hongyan was stunned by Xia Liu's words. Shen Anyu was actually the young master of the Shen family in Yanxia, the top aristocrat of a 1,000-year-old clan. The recent scandals between that young master and Qin Ningbing, the newly promoted 100 billion yuan beautiful CEO of Modu Rinxin Medical Company, had caused quite a stir. But at this moment, Su Hongyan had no time to be jealous. Her soft little hands clutched Shen Anyu's arm so tightly, they turned white, her pretty face pale, her beautiful eyes full of worry. "Shen Anyu, what should we do?" "What now? You can't be hurt, you can't. What if Shen Anyu got hurt?" At the thought, Su Hongyan's delicate body trembled, filled with anxiety. Though seeing Shen Anyu with Jiang Linlin made her jealous and furious, the mere possibility of his death gripped her heart tightly, leaving her mind a blank. Jiang Linlin's pure, pretty little face also turned deathly pale. She looked at Shen Anyu with red-rimmed eyes, tears streaming down. "Brother Shen." Shen Anyu patted both girls' hands and comforted them gently. "Don't worry, I have a way. No need to fret. Having made my Mian and Linlin so worried, I'm going to teach you a proper lesson this time." In truth, Shen Anyu was secretly amused. With his nano-monitoring robots, every move Xia Lu made was under his control. As for the so-called deadly poison in the rice wine, Shen Anyu's extraordinary medical and toxicological skills, far superior to Xia Liu's, had already identified it as 7 emotions pulse-severing powder. Frankly, Shen Anyu had at least 7 or 8 ways to neutralize it. Shen Anyu drank it deliberately because Xia Liu's actions were a providential assist. A lover's quarrel. 2 little swallows fluttering away. Of course, Shen Anyu decided that Xia Lu, the unruly country doctor and favored son of destiny, would not be kept around any longer. If Xia Lu hadn't caused trouble or acted arrogantly, Shen Anyu might have let him live a while longer. But since he sought his own death, Shen Anyu would show no mercy, even if it meant wasting some destiny points. Shen, you're highborn and can summon many doctors, but I tell you, none of them can cure this or even identify what poison it is. Xia Lu looked at Shen Anyu and began to threaten him smugly. That was the most lethal poison passed down from his grandfather, capable of severely wounding even a martial arts great-grandmaster. Not only could they not cure the 7 emotions pulse-severing powder, but very few in the entire Yanxia could even identify it. The 7 emotions pulse-severing powder, with ingredients like 7 deadly poisons, including gelsemium, had a volatile nature. It entered the pulses through the 7 emotions, attacking the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, with a total of 14 variations. Without knowing the exact formula, even Xia Lu himself might not have an antidote. Xia Lu was brimming with confidence. No one under heaven surpassed his medical skills. No one could solve this. Though his martial arts were not very strong, his medical and toxicological skills had surpassed his deceased grandfather, who had often praised him. Shen Anyu, your life as the young master of the Shen family in Yanxia, a top aristocrat of a 1,000-year-old clan, is now in my hands. If you want to live, do everything I say. Xia Lu stood up, arrogantly glanced contemptuously at Shen Anyu, then fixed a burning gaze on Su Hongyan and Zhang Linlin beside him, saying mockingly, "Hey, you two beauties, come give me a shoulder rub, or your sweetheart will die a miserable death with blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Shen Anyu, you don't want to die, do you? Have your two beauties come and attend to me. If I'm in a good mood, I might consider sparing your life. Don't just stand there, my shoulders are aching. Come on." Listening to Xia Liu's arrogant and smug words, he directly ordered Su Hongyan and Zhang Linlin to serve him right in front of Shen Anyu. Shen Anyu's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed with a flash of cold light. This rural divine physician, the chosen of heaven, had been amusing to toy with for a while, but since he was so brazen, it was time for a ruthless resolution. No courting death, no death. Shen Anyu was the heaven's archvillain, always the one to threaten others, yet now he was being threatened instead. How could he tolerate that? Meanwhile, Zhang Linlin's pure and charming face turned pale, her pearly teeth biting her lip, a look of struggle on her face, as she clutched Shen Anyu's sleeve, completely at a loss. "Brother Shen, what should we do now?" She was frantic like an ant on a hot pan. Could she really submit to the threats of that villain Xia Lu? But Brother Shen's life was more important than anything. She couldn't just ignore it. At that moment, Zhang Linlin didn't even realize she was also poisoned. Su Hongyan gritted her teeth at Xia Lu, her pretty face frozen with frost, and said angrily, "I won't be threatened. He'll fight you. If Shen Anyu dies, I might as well die with him." Saying this, she raised her long 1 meter tall legs to kick him. But Shen Anyu grabbed Su Hongyan and said with a smile, "Don't reward him. These legs are only for kicking me." "You? How can you be thinking about that at a time like this?" Su Hongyan stamped her foot, a mix of amusement, anger, and worry in her eyes, as she looked at Shen Anyu, her eyes reddening as tears silently welled up. Shen Anyu's heart softened, and he said softly, "I told you I have a way, and that is." As they listened to Shen Anyu's words, Su Hongyan and Zhang Linlin's eyes widened, and their pretty faces gradually flushed crimson, even the delicate white of their earlobes and necks turning a vast shade of rosy red. Because Shen Anyu's solution was far too embarrassing. It was exactly that. Xia Lu was also stunned. Could the 7 emotions pulse severing powder really be solved that way? Impossible, right? Shen Anyu, don't be delusional. My deadly poison can't be resolved with that kind of method. It's not some cheap aphrodisiac. Xia Lu steadied himself, sneering disdainfully at Shen Anyu, full of confidence. However, Shen Anyu's next words shocked him. "It's just the 7 emotions pulse severing powder. What's so impressive about it? You actually know about the 7 emotions pulse severing powder." Xia Lu stared at Shen Anyu, who calmly uttered the 5 words, 7 emotions pulse severing powder, as if struck by lightning, his face drastically changing. The 7 emotions pulse severing powder was a secret poison formula from 1,000 years ago. After his grandfather's death, Xia Lu believed he was the only one in the world who knew of it. How could Shen Anyu possibly know? At that moment, Xia Lu finally panicked. Could Shen Anyu really have a solution if he could recognize the 7 emotions pulse severing powder at a glance? Shen Anyu, however, couldn't be bothered to say more. He waved his hand and said indifferently, "Aunt Xiao, drag this fellow away and give him a good thrashing. Run him through the 18 tortures and the wooden oxen and floating horses a few times." Xia Lu was instantly terrified, running the 18 tortures multiple times and the wooden oxen and floating horses. He didn't want that. "Yes, young master," Aunt Xiao replied respectfully, then fixed a cold gaze on Xia Lu. "Oh no, Shen Anyu, don't you want to live?" "No." Then came Xia Liu's miserable screams, echoing and growing fainter. Shen Anyu gazed thoughtfully as Xia Lu disappeared from sight, then looked at Su Hongyan and Zhang Linlin with a knowing smile, saying languidly, "My dear Cotton, my dear Linlin, let's go detoxify." Zhang Linlin's cheeks flushed with rosy clouds as she softly murmured in assent. As for Su Hongyan, the proud and haughty heiress, she was even more flustered, her head drooping, as if she wished to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but she couldn't even see her feet, let alone the ground. She wanted to refuse, but since they were poisoned with that 7 emotions pulse severing powder, a deadly venom, they would die without a cure. It was all that detestable Xia Liu's fault. Too wicked. "Shen Anyu, I am not afraid of death. I'm only doing this to save you. Otherwise I'd rather die." Su Hongyan looked at Shen Anyu as he approached, lifted her head, bit her lower lip, and spoke bravely. "Mum, it's all to save me. I know. Cotton is a good girl, kind-hearted, and loving me." Shen Anyu wore a mysterious smile, his gaze playful, as he looked at Su Hongyan. "Who loves you? Shen Anyu, are you very proud? After saving you, I'll cut ties and break up. I don't want to like a player like you." Su Hongyan was both embarrassed and furious, grinding her teeth as she saw the smile on Shen Anyu's face. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow and said with a grin, "I hope you still have the strength to beat Sundara and break up after the detox." Dream bar? Situ Yueying sat quietly in a VIP booth on the 3rd floor, her fiery red lips and skin beneath her black dress surpassing the finest white jade, still as captivating and alluring as ever. But her expression was somewhat dazed. Last night, that man had sat right here, exquisite and unmatched, his demeanor calm, as he directly declared her dream night a piece of trash, then demonstrated breathtaking mixology skills, adding the finishing touch that elevated her dream knight to an extraordinary level. Shen Anyu. That name, that man, dominated Situ Yueying's thoughts at that moment, impossible to shake off. Back then, Situ Yueying thought Shen Anyu was a soulmate, the most important person besides her younger brother Situ Yueha and Dragon King Mr. Han, a lifelong friend. But what Situ Yueying never expected was that Shen Anyu was the young master of the Yanxia family. Even someone like Black Dragon, a big shot in the underworld of Maching, was so terrified in his presence that he knelt and kowtowed in apology. Even the Dragon King Mr. Han, whom she considered the most powerful and formidable existence, couldn't compare. If Shen Anyu hadn't intervened, they would have been wiped out by Black Dragon. Yet Shen Anyu had demanded her from the Dragon King, and the Dragon King had readily agreed, aiming to use a honey trap to have Situ Yueying stay by Shen Anyu's side and whisper sweet nothings. Her fate seemed to take a huge detour in the transaction between two men. All of this left Situ Yueying dazed and deeply bewildered. After a long time as night gradually fell, Situ Yueying's charming narrow eyes finally regained their luster. She whispered to herself, just think of it as repaying the Dragon King's kindness. If not for him, Yueha and I would have died long ago. Shen Anyu, Master Shen Ha, at least it's not a bad choice. Handsome, noble, and knowledgeable about mixology. Situ Yueying bit her red lips, a mix of reluctance, helplessness, and powerlessness flickering in her beautiful eyes. Then she gritted her teeth and sent a message to Shen Anyu. Master Shen, I agree. Come on over. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute, 1 minute, 10 minutes. A full half hour passed, and there was no reply from the other side. Did he not receive it? Situ Yueying wondered, sending another message. But the reply came, not free right now. They'll look for you when I have time. Situ Yueying was left stunned. Shen Anyu, are you feeling smug? These shameful words echoed in Shen Anyu's mind. It was already well past noon before he lazily rose, a pleased arc curling at the corners of his lips. Ah, that fleeting night was so short the sun climbed high, and from then on the sovereign no longer held morning court. Now I finally understand what those ancient emperors felt. After this musing of a sage, clarity returned to Shen Anyu's eyes as he pondered. I exhausted every effort to cure the poison, yet her affection level hasn't maxed out. What could be the reason? Su Hongyan and Jiang Linlin had already returned to Magic City University for classes. The deadly 7 emotions and pulse-severing powder poison had been painstakingly removed by Shen Anyu. Only he could dissolve the lethal toxin concocted by the village miracle Dr. Xia Lu. Even a martial grandmaster would have been doomed otherwise. After this detoxification, Shen Anyu was utterly drained, his true essence severely depleted. Yet what troubled him was that Su Hongyan's total affection remained at 99, still shy of full completion. He was certain she would now sacrifice everything, even her life, for him, but that one missing point nearly drove his obsessive nature mad. Should I stage a heroic rescue? Maybe bankrupt her mother's company to push Su Hongyan into desperation? Or hire someone to kidnap her? Shen Anyu stroked his chin, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes as he devised one wicked scheme after another. In the end, he vetoed the idea. It wasn't out of pity for Su Hongyan, though there was a little, but mainly because such tactics might not raise her affection to the max. 99 points was already a life-and-death bond. Even an additional heroic rescue wouldn't push it further. Yesterday, Su Hongyan had been jealous, yet she never insisted on a harsh breakup. For a proud, aloof young lady like her, one could imagine how much grievance she had swallowed, and how deeply she cared for Shen Anyu. Could a staged heroic rescue really elevate that? A heroic rescue could boost affection from 0 to 80, but above 90, it was beyond such simple means. Unless, as with Jiang Linlin, Shen Anyu employed a feigned injury, but she had already spilled the secret while whispering with Su Hongyan. He couldn't very well repeat the trick. Perhaps the answer lies in Su Hongyan's background. Shen Anyu mused, recalling a startling piece of intelligence from his investigation. Su Hongyan and her mother Su Wanqing were not biologically related. That is, Su Hongyan was not Su Wanqing's biological daughter. A graceful figure surfaced in Shen Anyu's mind. Su Hongyan's widowed mother, the chairwoman of Magic City Splendid Tea Company. Behind those gold-rimmed glasses were delicate brows exuding the myriad charms of a mature woman, while her every gesture carried the commanding aura of a business empress. Her features were strikingly similar to Su Hongyan's, exquisite and flawless, but more mature and refined. Shen Anyu hadn't initially doubted their relationship, but his subordinates, daring not to overlook his orders, had exhaustively investigated every detail about the Chosen Ones and their destined companions. In fact, even the Chosen Ones like Han Shi and Wei Yun, along with the destined heroines like Su Hongyan and Jiang Linlin, might not know themselves as thoroughly as Shen Anyu did. They had even conducted a paternity test, not difficult, requiring just a strand of hair. The result was this astonishing piece of information. Yet what stunned Shen Anyu even more was that the identity of Su Hongyan's biological parents remained elusive. The intelligence network of the millennium-old Shen family of Yanxia wielded overwhelming power. Even if Su Wanqing were merely a billionaire, few secrets of the wealthiest tycoon could escape Shen Anyu's reach. If I dig deeper into Su Hongyan's background, I should find the way to max out her affection. Shen Anyu was in no hurry. He ordered his men to investigate. A single word from him set thousands to work, and none dared to neglect his command. Then he picked up his phone and began replying to various important messages from women and subordinates. Seeing the message sent by Situ Yueying last night, Shen Anyu gave a knowing smile. Through his nano-surveillance robots, he had watched her hesitation, her long deliberation, before she finally gritted her teeth and sent him a message indicating her agreement. Yet he had left her hanging, leaving her in a daze, almost doubting herself. She had even stared at the mirror for a long time. Such a reaction Shen Anyu found both amusing and endearing. He'll go find her tonight. That Dingguang Joy contract can be put to use. Shen Anyu chuckled softly. He didn't entirely trust Situ Yueying, though she held considerable fondness for him. The Dragon King, Master Han Shi, also known as the Dragon King's son-in-law, had saved her, and her younger brother Situ Yu's lives. For a deeply loyal woman like Situ Yueying, betraying Han Shi was nearly impossible. Even Han Shi himself had proposed the honey trap, sending her to Shen Anyu. Without that, the budding feelings in her heart might never have been severed. Situ Yueying came to Shen Anyu willingly, but her allegiance would still favor Han Shi. Though confident in himself, Shen Anyu knew that a woman like Situ Yueying, with a strong personality, could not be easily swayed, and he lacked the patience to be a sycophant. Golden Treasure Dingguang Joy contract type contract enslavement treasure effect. Using a special method, it can be signed with beings at the Grandmaster level or below, creating a master-servant bond. The servant cannot betray. All thoughts are known to the master, and everything about the servant is under the master's control. With this dominant and forceful Dingguang Joy contract, Han Shi, your honey trap will surely backfire, losing both your bait and your soldier. And I will win big. Tonight I'll head to Dream Bar. Head Dragon King's son-in-law, cuckolded son-in-law. Now let's go see that village miracle doctor, the chosen one, Xia Lu. A glint of dark light flickered in Shen Anyu's eyes as he returned to the Riverview Mansion's underground level. Beneath the mansion lay a vast basement spanning hundreds of square meters, more akin to a dungeon. Before the basement stood four imposing, murderous women, heavily armed with firearms and cold weapons, each at the peak of the innate realm. Together with their state-of-the-art weaponry, they could even kill an ordinary martial grandmaster. The basement was equipped with various traps, laser blades, high-efficiency anesthetics, alloy shackles, and more. Even a martial grandmaster trapped inside could not escape, let alone the constant surveillance of Shen Anyu's nanorobots lurking in the shadows. Xia Lu, we meet again. Shen Anyu gazed at the village miracle doctor, the chosen one, before him, and smiled. In the underground dungeon of a Riverview mansion, Xia Lu, the destined son of a rural miracle doctor, was bound to an iron pillar with alloy shackles and chains, his body covered in blood and bruises, his face deathly pale. Shen Anyu. Ding. The destined son Xia Liu's emotions fluctuate violently. Plunder 77,777 destiny points. The moment he saw Shen Anyu, Xia Liu's eyes turned red, and he roared hysterically, burning with rage. Last night Shen Anyu had an extremely pleasant time, while Xia Lu suffered unbearably, his misery beyond words. Kill me, damn it. Kill me cleanly, or one day if I escape, I will definitely kill your whole family. Shen Anyu, I swear, I will kill your whole family. Shen Anyu squinted his eyes, picked up a red-hot branding iron that had been heated over a fire, and unceremoniously pressed it onto Xia Liu's body. Sizzling. A smell of roasted meat accompanied by a shrill scream wafted out. Shen Anyu squinted his eyes, staring at Xia Lu with a dark gaze, and said in a calm tone, "Be civilized, be polite, no cursing, okay?" As if he were a kind and amiable big brother. But Xia Lu looked at Shen Anyu with utter terror, as if looking at a demon. Shen Anyu, brother Shen, I was wrong. Kill me, have mercy. His tendons and ligaments had been severed, his acupoint sealed. He didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. How could there be such a cruel and terrifying existence as Shen Anyu in this world? At this moment Xia Lu was filled with regret. If only he had known, he would not have provoked Shen Anyu, but fled far away. Now he had walked right into his own death, unable to live or die. What was the point? Earlier at the banquet, after Xia Lu was driven out of the Riverview mansion, he still harbored unwillingness toward his fiancée, Qin Ningbing, and resentment toward Shen Anyu. Otherwise, if he had left Modu back, then taking his childhood sweetheart, Ruan Lingshan, with him to retire in the countryside, how could he have ended up like this? Thinking of these, Xia Lu was overcome with remorse and frustration. He couldn't defeat Shen Anyu, he should have run away in the first place. Even if he wanted revenge, he should have used his extraordinary medical skills and poison arts to build a vast network of power and wealth, and then strike back, not throw himself into the lion's den. Unfortunately, Xia Lu knew his regret came too late. Now he couldn't even die, let alone escape and stage a comeback. But Shen Anyu suddenly smiled, staring at Xia Lu with a dark look. Kill you. Dream on. Xia Liu's destiny points were 2 million, and only about 120,000 had been plundered so far. If he killed Xia Lu now, wouldn't more than a third of the destiny points be wasted? Xia Lu, I'm in a good mood. Let me take you to see someone you very much want to see. Xia Lu had no interest in seeing anyone, if the pain was unbearable. Besides, in his current situation, even if Shen Anyu brought his fiancée, the beautiful CEO, Qin Ningbing, it wouldn't stir his emotions. He was already disheartened and resigned, only begging for a swift death. Shen Anyu curled his lips and clapped his hands. As he clapped, the door to the underground room swung open and a petite and graceful figure tiptoed in. Looking closely, she was dressed in a black and white maid outfit, holding up her skirt. Although she was less than 1.6 meters tall, she could not see her feet. When looking down, and her face was adorable and exquisitely kawaii. A living, breathing, cute, and charming lowly maid of the highest quality. Master, what is this place? Ruan Lingshan looked at the scene before her, seeing a bloody person tied to an iron pillar, and was immediately startled. In her heart, Master Shen Anyu was a very good and kind person. He had saved her and her mother. Even though he was of noble and illustrious status, he was approachable and never arrogant, completely unlike those spoiled second-generation heirs on TV. But now what was this scene before her? Could it be that her master was a good person on the surface, but a great demon behind the scenes? Ruan Lingshan frowned her little face and started pondering. But when Xia Lu saw Ruan Lingshan, his body trembled violently, and his expression drastically changed. Although more than 10 years had passed, how could he not recognize Ruan Lingshan, his childhood sweetheart? Back then Xia Lu was only 7 or 8, and Ruan Lingshan was a bit younger. She followed Xia Lu and the other village kids all day, climbing trees to steal bird eggs, sneaking melons from the fields, and once being chased and scolded by the melon farmer uncle for several li. At that time, Xia Liu's grandfather was still alive. Seeing how close they were, he jokingly said to Ruan Lingshan's mother that they should betroth them, so that Xia Lu and Ruan Lingshan would be together in the future. In Xia Liu's heart, the importance of his childhood sweetheart and neighbor girl Ruan Lingshan was no less than that of his fiancée Qin Ningbing. Her place in his heart was extremely special. The childhood sweetheart is an image that can never be forgotten for a lifetime. Xia Lu had come to the bustling metropolis Modu not only to marry his fiancée, the beautiful CEO Qin Ningbing, but also to search for Ruan Lingshan. But to his utter surprise, after so many years, Ruan Lingshan actually called Shen Anyu his archenemy, her master. Ding. The destined son. Xia Liu's mentality explodes. Plunder 9,999 destiny points. Ding. The destined son. Xia Liu's main emotional drama fluctuates violently. Plunder 100,000 destiny points. Shen Anyu curled his lips into a pleased arc, looked at Ruan Lingshan with gentle and caring eyes, and said softly, Lingshan, come here, be careful not to trip. My master. Hearing her master Shen Anyu's ever-gentle words, Ruan Lingshan felt a sweetness in her heart, and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had overthought things. She walked over, parted her pink tender lips, and said in a sweet voice, Master, you didn't come back last night. Are you hungry now? Do you want to eat? As for the person beside her, although Ruan Lingshan was curious since Shen Anyu didn't mention it, she obediently didn't ask. But Shen Anyu proactively pointed at Xia Lu and said, Lingshan, are you curious about this person? Do you know why I imprisoned and punished him? Only then did Ruan Lingshan curiously look at the bloody man before her, but his face was covered with whip marks and brand burns, making it hard to recognize, though she felt a faint sense of familiarity. She asked in confusion, Master, Lingshan is a bit curious. Xia Lu wanted to speak, but Shen Anyu flicked his finger, sending a stream of true qi to seal his throat, rendering him speechless. Then Shen Anyu's expression turned a bit serious, and he said to Ruan Lingshan, This person is a villain. At the banquet before, he sneaked in to cause trouble, and even tried to poison me with a poison that would end one's lineage. That time I had someone teach him a lesson and let him go. But then this guy yesterday actually tried to poison me again with an even more terrible poison. If I weren't skilled in medicine, I would probably be dead by now. Lingshan, do you think it's right to torture such a villain? Shen Anyu watched Xia Lu, who was frantically struggling and trying to speak with muffled sounds, with an amused smile. What? Her master had been repeatedly harmed by this villain and almost died yesterday. Hearing Shen Anyu's account, Ruan Lingshan's eyes widened. Then she looked angrily at Xia Lu and shouted, Villain! Master spared you once, and you still tried to kill him. You deserve punishment. Lingshan is very angry. Ding. The chosen one of heaven. Xia Lu was overwhelmed with grief and indignation. Plundered 3,000 heavenly destiny points. At that moment, listening to Shen Anyu slander and twist the truth in front of him, accusing his childhood sweetheart, Ruan Lingshan, Xia Liu's throat was sealed, rendering him speechless. His eyes cracked with fury, consumed by sorrow and rage. He struggled desperately to speak, but remained voiceless. Seeing the look of hatred in Ruan Lingshan's eyes, Xia Liu's heart ached so deeply that he could barely breathe. Lingshan, it's not like that. No, Shen Anyu is the one distorting the truth. The real story is different. Lingshan, I poisoned Shen Anyu at the banquet because he stole my fiancée Qin Ningbing. Lingshan, I attacked him yesterday because he wronged me. This is my revenge. Lingshan, I miss you so much. I long for just one more of your smiles. In that moment, Xia Lu had so much he wanted to say to Ruan Lingshan, but he could not utter a single word. Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow and mused to himself. Now he was becoming as wicked as those journalists, manipulating words, taking things out of context. A part of the truth is not the truth. Then Shen Anyu directly displayed the footage recorded by his nano-surveillance robots, showing Xia Lu actually poisoning something. Ruan Lingshan's hatred deepened, and she was furious and enraged at the man before her. In Ruan Lingshan's heart, her master Shen Anyu was the great benefactor who had saved both her and her mother. She would repay that kindness for a lifetime. And this detestable villain had actually tried to kill her master, and after being spared once, he had only grown bolder. Truly despicable. However, as she watched the video, a flicker of recognition crossed Ruan Lingshan's face. The person in the footage resembled her childhood playmate Xia Lu. Suddenly, she turned to Xia Lu with a gaze of profound complexity. You? Are you Xia Lu? Shen Anyu silently unlocked the mute acupoint in Xia Liu's throat. Xia Lu found he could speak, and overjoyed quickly said, Yes, Sister Lingshan, I am Xia Lu, your Xia Lu from childhood. But Shen Anyu interrupted him, feigning surprise, and said, Lingshan, this villain is your childhood playmate. Ruan Lingshan's expression turned complex. She looked at Shen Anyu with guilt, and whispered hesitantly, Yes, master. This villain was indeed my childhood playmate. This villain. Hearing those words, Xia Lu felt as if struck by lightning, his face becoming ashen. Shen Anyu meanwhile was inwardly amused. Another wave of heavenly destiny points added. But outwardly he remained impassive, and said with a slight furrow of his brow, I was planning to send this man to prison for life, but since he's your childhood playmate Lingshan, out of consideration for you, I'll let him off this once. Hearing this, Ruan Lingshan was startled. Her big bright eyes widened in shock as she looked at Shen Anyu and said, Master, he nearly killed you. He's attacked you more than once. Shen Anyu gently patted her head and said softly, I know, he did almost kill me. But since he is your childhood playmate Lingshan, I don't want to make you sad, so I can only let him go. Ding. Detected increase in favorability from Heavenly Destiny Heroine, Ruan Lingshan 3. Plundered 9000 Heavenly Destiny points. Ruan Lingshan's total favorability had reached 98, only 2 points away from the maximum. At that moment, hearing her master Shen Anyu's words, Ruan Lingshan was utterly moved to tears, her eyes brimmed. Her master was willing to let go of a villain who had repeatedly tried to kill him, all for her sake. How could he be so foolish? Master, please don't be so good to me. I'm just an ordinary girl, not worth this. Don't be so foolish. Shen Anyu placed his warm hand on Ruan Lingshan's cool cheek and said gently, As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything. Master. In that moment, Ruan Lingshan was overwhelmed with emotion. She threw herself onto Shen Anyu's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably, lost in her gratitude. Xia Lu was completely stunned, staring blankly at the scene before him. Was Shen Anyu really such a deep and devoted man? That bastard. Xia Lu snapped out of it, his eyes blazing with fury. He tried to speak, but his mute point was sealed again, leaving him voiceless. Suddenly, everything became clear. Xia Liu's glare at Shen Anyu could have set him on fire. He had personally witnessed Shen Anyu with Qin Ningbing, Su Hongyan, Jiang Linlin, and others flirting with still more beauties at the banquet. And this playboy, this frivolous young master, was supposed to be devoted. What a joke. Lingshan, don't be fooled by him. Shen Anyu is a heartbreaker, not a good man. Xia Liu's heart roared and screamed, but he could not voice these words. He could only widen his eyes as if he could glare Shen Anyu to death. At that moment, Xia Liu's anger was overflowing. Torturing him was bad enough, but now Shen Anyu was playing the hero and moving Ruan Lingshan. Witnessing his childhood sweetheart willingly throw herself into the arms of his enemy, swayed by sweet talk and honeyed words, Xia Lu was consumed by rage and bitterness. Yet Xia Lu also breathed a slight sigh of relief. If Shen Anyu let him go, he could escape far away, perhaps even leave the country. Then, using his extraordinary medical skills and unparalleled poison arts, he would amass wealth and power before seeking vengeance. Still, a trace of unwillingness lingered in Xia Liu's heart. He knew that if he fled, the beautiful women he cared for, Qin Ningbing, Su Hongyan, Ruan Lingshan, would probably have several children by the time he returned. Well, where there is life, there is hope. First survive, then consider the rest. However, Xia Lu failed to notice the faintly playful smile curving at the corner of Shen Anyu's mouth. How could Shen Anyu let a tiger return to the mountain? Though Xia Lu was toyed with in the palm of his hand, a mere weakling, the chosen one of heaven is always capable of working miracles. As long as the chosen one of heaven lives, anything is possible. Whether his entire family is wiped out, whether he is forced to leap off a cliff or faces any extreme adversity, the chosen one will always counterattack and turn the tables. As the grand villain of heaven, how could Shen Anyu make the mistake of letting the tiger go free? He wanted Ruan Lingshan's favor, and he also wanted Xia Liu's life. At that moment, Ruan Lingshan sobbed for a while, raised her head, cast a complex look at Xia Lu, then turned earnestly to Shen Anyu and said, Master, when you do wrong, you must be punished. Xia Lu harmed you not just once. By the law, that is attempted murder. Please don't let me cloud your judgment. I am grateful, but when I think how you almost died yesterday, I still tremble with fear. If you let Xia Lu go, he might poison you again. She hesitated for a moment, then took a breath and continued. Master, call the police. Have Xia Lu arrested, convicted according to the law, and sent to prison. That will protect you. After saying this, Ruan Lingshan's beautiful eyes regarded Xia Lu with complexity, and she said softly, Brother Xia Lu, this is the last time I will call you that. From now on, we are nothing to each other. While in prison, reform yourself, become a new person, and stop thinking about harming others. Ding. The emotional bond of the chosen one of Yanxia, Lu, has been shattered completely. Plundered 300,000 heavenly destiny points. Ding. The heavenly destiny of the chosen one Xia Lu has fallen below 30. His fortune has entered a trough. Probability of killing him has soared. Lingshan, no, that's not how it is. Hearing Ruan Lingshan's words of severance, Xia Liu's face turned ashen, his despair reaching its utmost depths. He desperately wanted to say that things weren't as she imagined, but seeing Ruan Lingshan standing delicately beside Shen Anyu, so dependent and sweet, he knew it was futile. Clearly Xia Lu understood that nothing he said would make a difference. No, I can't give up. I have to find a way to escape. If I can just see Lingshan alone, I can explain everything and expose Shen Anyu's true face. Xia Lu glared at Shen Anyu with gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to devour him. Yet Shen Anyu smiled at Xia Lu, casually reaching out to grasp Ruan Lingshan's slender waist, so delicate it seemed to fit in his palm, pulling her into his embrace and gently patting her back, comforting her. Lingshan, don't be sad. I'll always be here for you. Boo-hoo. Master. Without a second thought, Ruan Lingshan threw herself into Shen Anyu's arms, sobbing softly. For this childhood neighbor, Xia Lu, the boy she grew up with, to have committed so many misdeeds and even plotted against her master, Ruan Lingshan was filled with grief and indignation, heartbroken beyond measure. Master, you are so good, so kind, so understanding. Xia Lu, how could you bear to harm Master? In Ruan Lingshan's heart, her master Shen Anyu was the greatest and most virtuous person in all the world. When she was at her most desperate, expelled from Modu First People's Hospital, her mother suffering from terminal uremia with no money for treatment, Shen Anyu had cured her mother and taken them in. Moreover, Ruan Lingshan often heard about Master Shen Anyu's philanthropic deeds, with annual charitable donations exceeding 100 million. Even now, though Xia Lu had repeatedly attempted to harm Master Shen Anyu, her master was magnanimous enough to let Xia Lu go, handing him over to the police. With such a wonderful, kind master, how could Xia Lu dare to do this? Do people really change that much? Had the Xia Lu from back then become so wicked? Lingshan, no matter what others do, your master won't change. He'll always take care of you and treat you well. In this life, one needs kindness. Xia Lu has gone astray, but prison will teach him a proper lesson. Shen Anyu looked at Xia Lu, whose eyes were nearly bursting with fury, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips as he gently soothed the weeping Ruan Lingshan. Ding. The child of destiny Xia Lu feels his heart bleed, plundering 19,999 destiny points. Ding. The child of destiny Xia Lu erupts with rage, plundering 9,999 destiny points. Watching this scene unfold before him, watching Shen Anyu twist the truth while comforting Ruan Lingshan in his arms, Xia Lu felt as if he wanted to spit blood. He had met shameless people, but never one so utterly devoid of shame. Shen Anyu, kind. Last night, how many torments and tortures had he endured at that man's hands? Shen, this isn't over between us. I'll oppose you for the rest of my life. As long as I can escape from prison, I'll be more cautious and find a way to kill you. Xia Lu silently swore in his heart. However, he failed to notice the glint of dark light that flashed in Shen Anyu's eyes. Let Xia Lu go. What a joke. Was Shen Anyu the kind of man who would release a tiger back into the mountains? If Xia Lu had stayed docile, perhaps things might have been different. But now, with enmity so deep that one of them must fall, Shen Anyu knew he couldn't let him live. Today would be Xia Liu's death day. Everything Shen Anyu was doing now was merely to plunder one final batch of destiny points before Xia Liu's demise. It came as an unexpected boon that Ruan Lingshan's affection had risen to 98. Subsequently, Shen Anyu arranged for someone to call the police, and the arriving officers were familiar faces. Master Shen, we meet again. A policewoman with a shoulder-length bob, a dashing and heroic bearing, a pretty face, and wheat-colored skin stood tall and radiant. None other than Lu Yan. After drinking Shen Anyu's medicinal wine, Lu Yan's complexion had improved, all the hidden injuries in her body had healed completely, and she exuded a confident, soaring aura that made her shine even more brilliantly. Especially in her police uniform, her beauty was imbued with a sense of righteousness. Even Xia Lu, being escorted over, was stunned by the sight. He had seen Lu Yan before at the detention center, remembered her well, and had even noticed the hidden injuries in her body. He had planned to use that as leverage to secure his release, even harboring fantasies about what might happen between him and the beautiful policewoman. But now it seemed that Lu Yan's hidden injuries had completely healed. How could that be? That kind of damage came from improper cultivation techniques and a lack of medicinal supplements. Not easy to cure. Even Xia Lu himself would need several months to recuperate. How could it be healed so quickly? Shen Anyu put on a gracious smile, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at Lu Yan and asked softly, Lu Yan, given our relationship, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Brother Shen or Anyu. Have your hidden injuries healed. Hearing Shen Anyu's words, Xia Lu was dumbfounded. He looked at Shen Anyu in shock. Was this handsome policewoman also involved with Shen Anyu? How did all the good things fall into his lap? Lu Yan noticed the teasing glances from her colleagues beside her, and a faint blush crept across her wheat-colored face. For the first time, the valiant policewoman felt shy. She gave a soft murmur in reply to Shen Anyu. Brother Shen, thank you for the medicinal wine. My hidden injuries are completely healed, and my family is very grateful to you. The appellations Brother Shen or Anyu were too intimate for Lu Yin to utter. She could only manage Brother Shen. Then her big eyes filled with gratitude, she said softly. I remember my promise. They'll visit this weekend. Knowing how effective the medicinal wine was, Lu Yin also understood that the price Shen Anyu had mentioned, 100 million, was by no means excessive. They had previously agreed on the matter of being a sparring partner. But as she was currently working in the major cases unit, her duties kept her busy as she planned to come for the sparring session this weekend. Xiao Lu, however, misunderstood, feeling as though struck by lightning, his heart aching with bitterness. Could it be that yet another beautiful woman had a relationship with Shen Anyu? At that moment, Xiao Liu's feelings toward Shen Anyu were a mixture of indignation and intense envy and jealousy. Shen Anyu's daily life was the very existence Xiao Lu had dreamed of. Su Hongyan Zhang Lin Lin Qi Ningbing Wan Lingshan Lu Yan. At this moment, Xiao Lu was sour, thoroughly, utterly sour. A smirk curled at the corner of Shen Anyu's mouth. He glanced sideways at Xiao Lu with a playful expression, then suddenly spoke to Lu Yan. Lu Yan, I have something else to give you. Come over here. As for this, Xiao Lu, let your colleagues escort him back. Lu Yan hesitated upon hearing this, but her female colleague gently nudged her and whispered teasingly. Yin Yin, grab this golden opportunity. This is young Master Shen we're talking about. He clearly has a good impression of you. If you can become his girlfriend, don't forget to help us sisters out later. What nonsense are you talking? Lu Yan's pretty face flushed slightly, though her healthy, wheat-colored skin didn't show it. She took a soft breath and said to Shen Anyu, All right, Brother Shen. Xiao Lu watched Shen Anyu and Lu Yan walk toward the backyard, feeling a sour twinge in his heart. Envy, jealousy, and resentment all mingled together. He always felt that all of this should have been his. If only Lu Yan had interrogated him back then, he could have healed her hidden injury, and perhaps he would have had a chance. There was also the beautiful CEO fiancé Qin Ningbing, Su Hongyan Wan Lingshan. If not for Shen Anyu, all of this should have been his. Shen Anyu, why don't you just die? Xiao Lu thought darkly to himself, and he had directly guessed the truth. If not for Shen Anyu, this destined great antagonist, it would have been him enjoying the blessings. Behave yourself. Lu Yan's female colleague unceremoniously handcuffed Xiao Lu and said sternly, practicing medicine without a license, harassment via letters, escaping from prison, and now suspected of attempting to murder young Master Shen. Your crimes are severe. You'll be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. Leniency for confession, severity for resistance. Confess everything honestly. Xiao Lu curled his lips, too lazy to respond, his eyes darting around as he pondered how to escape. He had clearly overheard Shen Anyu calling the head of the relevant department of Modu. How could he believe such nonsense? In Xiao Liu's view, with Shen Anyu's overwhelming power as the young master of the Shen family in Yanxia, if he entered prison, he would probably not even keep his life. His current Xiantian cultivation had been sealed by Shen Anyu through some unknown means. However, Xiao Lu was confident that even without his internal energy, his physical skills far surpassed any king of soldiers or special forces. He could escape as long as he wasn't facing that monster Shen Anyu. Just then, Xiao Liu's mind went into a trance as he suddenly caught a strange odor and felt drowsy. Not good knockout drug. Xiao Liu's expression changed. With his extraordinary poison arts and medical skills, even though his Xiantian cultivation was restricted, he quickly broke free. However, at the sight before him, Xiao Lu was dumbfounded. For there had suddenly appeared another Xiao Lu. Identical clothes, identical appearance. And it grinned at him eerily. At that moment, Xiao Lu was completely bewildered. What was happening? Had he seen a ghost? No, it was a disguised mask. Xiao Lu quickly realized, his face turning pale. He wanted to shout, but his mouth was directly sealed, and he was dragged away. It's over. At this moment, only two words echoed in Xiao Liu's mind. So Shen Anyu had never intended to let him go from the start, and had even devised a plan to use a substitute, a fake Xiao Lu, to be handcuffed in his place. Perhaps the fake would even escape midway, completely erasing all traces. Shen, you are too despicable. Xiao Lu felt like crying, but had no tears, terrified to the extreme, his face ashen. At this moment, he knew his fate was grim. Then with a thud, a sharp pain in his head, his vision went black, and he knew nothing more. The course of events was more or less what Xiao Lu had guessed. Shen Anyu naturally could not let Xiao Lu go, but to maintain Wan Lingshan's goodwill, he had orchestrated a scheme of real and fake Xiao Lu, a switcheroo. He deployed a Xiantian guard summoned from the system to replace Xiao Lu and be handcuffed, and the guard would escape midway, vanishing without a trace. After 2 jailbreaks, Xiao Lu was directly put on the wanted list with a bounty of 500,000. However, no one would be able to claim that reward. Wheat-colored skin feels great. Shen Anyu wore a strange smile on his face as he watched Lu Yan hurry away. Master Xiao Lu jumped out of the car and escaped. Will he come back to harm you? Wan Lingshan's small face was scrunched up, her big watery eyes filled with worry, anxiety, and self-blame. Master, it's all Lingshan's fault. I shouldn't have let Xiao Lu go. Now he has escaped again and will surely hold a grudge against Master and harbor ill intentions. It's all my fault. Shen Anyu, however, cupped Wan Lingshan's face, meeting her eyes with a tender and sincere gaze, and said softly, "It's all right, Lingshan. There's no need to feel guilty or blame yourself. They'll just prepare more guards and bodyguards. Xia Lu won't be able to harm me." Wan Lingshan, tearful and deeply moved, looked at Shen Anyu. Master was so good, even under these circumstances he didn't blame her. The favorability increased by another point, reaching 99. Master Xia Lu knows how to poison. From now on, Lingshan will taste your dishes to prevent poison. It's fine, but if you insist, Lingshan, that's all right. Shen Anyu said with a smile. What poison could escape him whose poison arts and medical skills surpass Xia Liu's? Since Wan Lingshan wanted to taste his dishes, let her try. Best if she fed him directly. Lingshan, I have some things to take care of. Stay at home. My master. Lingshan understands. Looking at Shen Anyu, Wan Lingshan suddenly blushed and asked shyly, Master, will you come back tonight? Lingshan will tell you a bedtime story. Shen Anyu was taken aback. Looking at Wan Lingshan, the exquisite little maid wearing a black and white maid outfit, her cute fair face, shy head lowered almost to her chest, her delicate soft little hands clutching her skirt, he smiled slightly and said, I originally had things to do and wasn't planning to return, but since Lingshan has asked, I'll come back and listen to whatever bedtime story Lingshan wants to tell me. He had originally planned, after dealing with Xia Lu, to go to the Dream Bar to accept the gift from the Dragon King's Livian son-in-law, Mr. Han. But now nothing in the world was greater than his little maid. Master, Lingshan will give you a surprise tonight. Wan Lingshan bit her pink lips with her white teeth, bravely lifted her head, and looked seriously at Shen Anyu. Haha, then I'll look forward to your surprise. Quite mysterious. Shen Anyu chuckled lightly, then stepped into a low-key Maybach, drove one-handed, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. After finishing with Xia Lu, I'll come back to see my little maid's surprise. As for Situ Yueying, we'll talk tomorrow night. I'm born with a hard-working fate, what can I do? Shen Anyu shook his head and sighed. Being a man was exhausting. By the way, the system should have finished upgrading. Let me check. Earlier he had spent 1 million destiny points to devour the Destiny Child Chi Fan's sycophant cashback system. The Destiny Plunder system had begun a 24-hour upgrade, and now more than a day had passed. However, Shen Anyu had been busy detoxifying Su Hongyan and Zhang Linlin, so he hadn't had time to check. Now he finally had some free time. Upon checking, Shen Anyu raised an eyebrow, showing an interested expression. System Mall. The system interface displayed a system mall, where he could spend destiny points to purchase items that had been drawn before: Yanxia Pill, Guyuan Pill, Xingji Pill, Dingyan Pill, Nano Surveillance Robot, Ultimate Humanoid, and so on. A dazzling array of goods. This is a good feature. A smile appeared on Shen Anyu's face. Before, to get anything, he could only rely on draws using destiny points, which had too much uncertainty. For example, if he wanted Dingyan Pill, he might spend 1 million destiny points on draws, and still not get a single bottle, or even 10 million might not be enough. However, the treasures in the system mall were quite expensive. A single bottle of golden quality Dingyan Pill cost 100,000 destiny points. If he used the lottery, 100,000 destiny points for 100 consecutive draws could yield golden rewards. Besides Dingyan Pill, there were other rewards, and perhaps even a double yoke jackpot. For items urgently needed, I can buy them from the system mall. For those not urgent, use the lottery and reserve some destiny points. Wait, there's actually a system upgrade feature. Shen Anyu looked at a certain part of the system interface, his eyes lighting up with surprise. Cashback. Effect: as long as you spend on top-tier goddesses rated 9 or above after their affection reaches max, you can get 100-fold cashback. Shen Anyu felt an overwhelming joy, as if he had won the lottery. Even with his usual calm, he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, grinning widely. Ha ha ha, awesome. The Destiny Plunder system is truly incredible. Shen Anyu laughed so hard his mouth couldn't close. He really hadn't expected the Destiny Plunder system to be so heaven-defying. After devouring Chi Fan's simp cashback system, it even snatched away its functions. Previously, Shen Anyu had felt a bit regretful. Chi Fan's simp cashback system was quite useful, but Chi Fan was destined to be an enemy of Shen Anyu as a child of destiny, so he had to eliminate him early to avoid future troubles. But unexpectedly, after spending 1 million destiny points to devour that simp cashback system, not only did he gain the system mall, but also a heaven-defying cashback function. This meant that as long as Shen Anyu spent money on top-tier goddesses rated 9 or above, once their affection reached max, he could get 100-fold cashback. This 1 million destiny points was well worth it. However, Shen Anyu suddenly pondered, could the destiny points he spent also be returned 100-fold? He had used beauty pills, vitality pills, and so on for his women. If it could be returned 100-fold, that would be too heaven-defying. Unfortunately, it couldn't be exchanged. Otherwise, Shen Anyu would exploit the bug like crazy. Now with this cashback function, I basically won't lack money anymore. Bye. Later, he'll arrange yachts, private jets, villas, and mansions for Ningbing, Hongyan, and the others. Shen Anyu chuckled lightly, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. From now on, chasing women wouldn't be a waste of money. Instead, it would be earning money, raking it in big time. Whatever amount he spent with 100-fold cashback in the end, wasn't it essentially free? Free stuff brings joy. The cashback function is good, but more importantly, A gleam of deep light flickered in Shen Anyu's eyes, revealing an intrigued expression. The most important thing was that Shen Anyu had realized one point: the Destiny plunder system could devour other systems and plunder their functions. That was truly formidable. Cashback of money, though a pleasant surprise for Shen Anyu, now wasn't too surprising. After all, did Shen Anyu lack money? The bank was practically his family's business. But in the future, if there were even more heaven-defying systems, devouring them would allow him to soar to the sky and even become a saint on the spot. I'm somewhat looking forward to the arrival of system-type children of Destiny. A playful curve formed on the corner of Shen Anyu's mouth. At this very moment, at a villa estate in Modu. I can't get out no matter what, damn it. A woman in a black Chanel bodycon dress, looking at the several female bodyguards guarding outside the room, stomped her foot angrily. This woman's perfect figure was perfectly accentuated by the form-fitting dress, with curves in all the right places. Extremely seductive. Her face was also alluring, in every way full of charm and grace. Her soft, seductive eyes seemed to shimmer with watery light, and a casual glance appeared to convey deep affection. Especially her skin. It was like a peeled boiled egg, incredibly white and delicate. The small glimpses of snowy skin were irresistible to the eyes, and even the female bodyguards outside couldn't help sneaking a few glances, whispering among themselves. Miss changed her outfit and became this beautiful. That's impossible. Previously, Miss wasn't this good looking. If she hadn't been staying indoors all this time, I would have thought she got plastic surgery. Even I, a woman, can't resist this charm. How many men can withstand it? Yeah, alluring in every way perfectly describes Miss. Hearing the whispered comments of the female bodyguards outside, the woman in the room immediately showed a smug expression, thinking to herself, the alluring body rewarded by the system is really powerful. It has increased my charms several times over. No, I was already beautiful. Just even more beautiful now. Looking at the mirror beside her, the woman gave a narcissistic expression. If young Master Shen sees this face, he will surely be captivated and submit to my Zheng Lily's allure. This woman was none other than Zheng Lily, who had been taught a lesson by Shen Anyu before. The daughter of Zheng Hongji, the head of Modus Jewelry Company, a girl addicted to nightclubs and pretty boys. Because she had offended Shen Anyu, her father ordered her to be confined at home and not allowed to go out. However, no one could have expected that Zheng Lily had awakened the top-tier male god strategy system, and the newcomer gift pack had even given her the alluring body and the top-tier male god love at first sight aura. However, what infuriated and frustrated Zheng Lily was that she was now confined at home, unable to use the love at first sight aura. No, I must find a way to get out. Zheng Lily's eyes darted around. She believed that with her alluring body and love at first sight aura, she would definitely make young Master Shen Anyu kneel at her feet. From then on, she would become the young mistress of the Shen family of Yanxia. How wonderful would that be? As for Qin Ningbing and Su Hongyan, they would become her foot-washing maids, serving her obediently. Achoo. At that moment, Zheng Lily sneezed, but then showed a silly grin. It must be young Master Shen thinking of me. Young Master Shen, hee, my young Master Shen, I'll be out to find you soon. The image of that incomparably handsome top-tier aristocrat appeared in her mind, and Zheng Lily couldn't help but be infatuated. I feel it again, that ominous feeling. On the other side, Shen Anyu frowned slightly. He once again sensed that ominous feeling which he had first felt before heading to the Menghuan bar. However, no matter how Shen Anyu investigated, he couldn't find out. After all, it was extraordinary perception, not divine perception. He could only vaguely sense someone plotting against him, but couldn't pinpoint the direction. There must be a very terrifying child of destiny who has appeared. I must find him quickly, or it will be troublesome. Shen Anyu narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. The most terrifying thing about a child of destiny was their growth potential. At the beginning, they might be inconspicuous, but in the mid to late stages, they would become so terrifying that even a millennium-old family, like the Shen family of Yanxia, could not withstand them. Especially a child of destiny like the immortal emperor reincarnation type. They wouldn't even need the late stage. In the mid-stage, they could suppress the entire world with a single sword, slashing aircraft carriers, destroying bases, and being invincible. Plunder destiny points get stronger as soon as possible. First, take care of that Xia Lu fellow and deal with one child of destiny. Soon Shen Anyu arrived at a suburban villa in Modu, which was one of his secret bases. Looking at Xia Lu, the country doctor child of destiny who was tied up again, Shen Anyu curled his lips into a mocking smile. Xia Lu, we meet again. Surprised? Or shocked?